Although Sasuke has avenged himself against all his enemies, in the end, he finds himself utterly alone in a vast and indifferent world, bereft of kin. In his final moments, he hazily gazes upon that familiar visage and ultimately closes his eyes. Chapter 1. Konoha. Some individuals choose to face the future, while others prefer to linger in the past. Death does not equate to oblivion. As the sun descends just below the horizon, the air grows crisp, and one can gaze upwards to behold the crimson clouds ablaze overhead. Sasuke stands alone upon the Hokage rock, quietly surveying the entirety of the Hidden Leaf Village. The wind gradually intensifies, tousling his silver hair, while his dark robe billows and dances in the biting breeze, rendering him increasingly frail and emaciated from a distance. In his youth, Uchiha Sasuke experienced the profound joys and sorrows of life far too early. Born into a prestigious family, he was bestowed with loving parents and a brother who cherished him deeply. As the youngest scion of the Uchiha clan, he was adored by his kin. In the innocence of his young heart, his brother represented an unwavering sky that would never collapse, beneath which he could remain forever naive. Simultaneously, the exceptional nature of his brother profoundly spurred him, igniting the inherent pride belonging to the Uchiha clan, compelling him to strive for strength and to witness the pride in his father's gaze directed towards him. Thus, in his heart, he set his sights on surpassing his brother, diligently toiling in silence. However, on an ordinary night, all of his aspirations were shattered. That night, he lost his beloved parents, the affection of his clan, and the very ambition he had relentlessly pursued. As a youth, burdened by the anguish of his clan's annihilation, he lived consumed by hatred, driven by the desire for vengeance and the pursuit of greater power. He did not hesitate to sever ties with his companions, forsaking bonds and defecting from Konoha to become a rogue ninja, departing alongside Orochimaru, fully aware of the latter's intentions, yet resolutely choosing to leave. From that moment forth, he cast aside all memories of joy and happiness into the depths of oblivion. In his youth, having amassed sufficient strength, he took his brother's life, avenging his myriad grievances, yet fate played a cruel jest upon him. The success of his vengeance was exchanged for a lifetime of agony and solitude. With his brother gone, who had even wished for him not to oppose Konoha, he found himself devoid of a village to return to, without clan, family, or brother, having initially lived for the sake of revenge. His true nemesis, Danzo, was slain by his own hand. Having eliminated his adversary, he wandered in confusion and aimlessness for a considerable time. He despised being controlled, yet was ultimately governed by a singular truth for half his life. He yearned for understanding, yet few truly cared for the thoughts that resided within his heart. Perhaps the most tormenting aspect of life is to be awake yet trapped in a dream. Some kindness resembles the feeble sunlight of early spring. Though the difference between its presence and absence may seem negligible, who would ever refuse it? In the battle at the Valley of the End, his blood mingled with Naruto's. In that moment, he glimpsed warmth and the sunlight that belonged to this world within Naruto. In that confrontation, he faced defeat and earnestly inquired of Naruto a question that had long troubled him. Why, Naruto, why do you care for me to such an extent? What does this relationship signify for you? He vaguely recalls Naruto turning his gaze towards him, holding his stare for an extended moment. Those azure eyes were bright and clear, solely reflecting him. Because we are friends. Just thinking of the weight you bear and the pain you endure makes me feel a profound ache within myself. It is because of this anguish that I cannot simply abandon you. You are truly bothersome, always trailing behind. In that instant, he realized he had utterly lost, defeated in a manner most humiliating. His vision blurred before him. Yet he suddenly burst into laughter, his eyes crinkling in a manner that was uncertain whether it was jest or derision. From that day forth, he meticulously suppressed this affection, refraining from any insistence, disturbance, or even a gentle touch. Those reckless and fervent feelings of love thrived solely in the fertile soil of youth. As days unfolded one after another, he found himself with a tarnished reputation in the ninja world and the village, where everyone shunned him, labeling him as ungrateful. Eventually, he accepted this avoidance and the stigma of ingratitude. It was as if he had one foot teetering on the precipice of an abyss, with time relentlessly pulling him downward. Initially, he could still gaze upward and catch glimpses of sunlight filtering through, but as the years passed, he sank deeper and the light dimmed, until he could no longer see it, left alone with darkness in the abyss. Following the night of his clan's massacre, he lost faith in love and the heavens, pursuing nothing but vengeance. Yet despite enduring countless trials and emerging battered and bruised, he clawed his way out of the abyss, only to find that his supposed revenge amounted to nothing. Although he harbored feelings for Naruto, the latter seemed too distant and fervent, prompting Sasuke to hesitate and refrain from drawing near. Even the sun, merely by gazing, could scorch, and though it radiated warmth, it was also blinding, leaving him fearful of being reduced to ashes by such flames one day. Thus, he retreated from all possible escape routes, uncertain of what he had done to warrant such a desolate life. Even the last vestiges of his infatuation were to be drowned by the cold rain that obscured the sky. He witnessed Naruto ascend to the status of a hero in the Fourth Great Ninja War, become Hokage, marry Hinata, and raise a family. In that moment, he fled, like a lost dog, from the place that had cost him everything. Life is fraught with 8 sufferings: birth, aging, sickness, death, unfulfilled desires, encounters with resentment, love's parting, and the suffering of the 5 aggregates. Having tasted 7 of these sorrows by the tender age of 25, his once lustrous black hair had turned white. Ultimately, time smoothed out all the youthful edges, with Naruto's persistent urgings growing more insistent and certain matters demanding face-to-face communication. Sasuke found himself compelled to step onto this long-familiar, yet estranged land after 8 years. It felt as though an eternity had passed, and the unfamiliarity of his surroundings rendered him almost unrecognizable. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his heart, causing him to sway unsteadily, bend over, and cough a few times, as a crimson stain slowly seeped from the corner of his lips, prompting him to raise a hand to wipe away the blood. Years of relentless battles, excessive depletion of chakra, and the toll on his life, compounded by the peculiar energies of the Kagaya clan, had hastened his body's descent into premature aging. Initially, it was merely the occasional pain in his limbs, which then escalated to renal and pulmonary dysfunction, followed by severe coughing of blood and sporadic stabbing pains in his heart. These were the harbingers of death, and none understood their implications better than he. Sasuke did not fear death, but rather, he was insatiably greedy, wishing to bid farewell to his once cherished friends and mentors. Once everything was concluded, he felt it would be time. Sasuke gathered his long cloak and leaped from the Hokage rock, the wind howling past his ears as the once silent depths of his heart rippled with the faintest stirrings. "Hey, long time no see, Sasuke." Just as his feet touched the ground, a languid voice reached his ears, familiar yet tinged with a hint of strangeness. Even after 8 years, the speaker retained that languid demeanor, and without turning, Sasuke instinctively knew who it was. Parting his somewhat parched lips, he hoarsely replied, "It's been a while, Kakashi-sensei." "Well, you recognize me rather quickly. You're still just as unappealing as you were back then." Kakashi leaned against the wall, exuding a sense of lethargy as he regarded the Aika paradise in his hands, making sure to wave a hand in greeting to Sasuke. It seemed that during his unobservant days, winter had quietly arrived, and this child had come as expected. With a sharp clap, he closed the book, lifting his gaze to appraise the student he once took such pride in. The Uchiha lineage, with its black hair and eyes, was endowed with immense power through the Sharingan. Yet it also warped their character, rendering them obsessive and extreme. Staring at his drastically changed student, Kakashi's expression momentarily faltered, his eyes flickering with mixed emotions: anticipation, joy, shock, sorrow, bitterness, and helplessness, ultimately coalescing into a soft sigh. In this world, nothing wounds deeper than the phrase powerlessness. Perhaps they were all mistaken. Just as the teacher had said, as long as the ninja system exists in this world, there may never be a true order of peace. This child had endured too much suffering to arrive at such a state. Whether it was Konoha, Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Itachi, or the prevailing circumstances, they all bore an inescapable share of the blame. The changes in Sasuke were glaringly apparent. Kakashi opened his mouth as if to speak, but when the words reached the tip of his tongue, he found only a bitter lump in his throat. Closing his eyes and taking a deep breath, he ultimately refrained from prying. Everyone has their privacy, himself included. There was no need to force out words left unsaid, for those that needed to be spoken would naturally find their way out. Why waste breath and invite annoyance? Chapter 2. Once cherished friends. The two figures ambled leisurely along the streets of Konoha, enveloped by the familiar sounds of vendors hawking their wares. After many years, Sasuke felt an unexpected sense of ease wash over him. "Ah, it's been ages since you last returned to Konoha. That guy Naruto has been incessantly chattering in my ear every few days about your absence. He was absolutely overjoyed to hear you were coming back," Kakashi remarked with a hint of resignation, his demeanor seemingly more disheveled than before, his half-lidded, dead fish eyes gazing at the scenery lining the street. Look, someone is approaching. At Kakashi's words, Sasuke followed his gaze through the throng of people and amidst the bustling crowd. He spotted a girl with cherry blossom pink hair making her way towards him and Kakashi. Their eyes met across the distance, and in that moment, he recognized the stark contrast of their paths. He was treading towards death, while she, in her youth, radiated with the brilliance of spring blossoms. Her long hair flowing like petals in the breeze, her expression still reminiscent of her girlhood. Sasuke was the first to break the silence. It's been a long time. Sakura. Sasuke-kun. Sakura's voice quivered, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She shut her eyes, inhaling deeply. Disbelief etched across her features as she took in the sight of Sasuke's silvery hair. From the initial shock of seeing him to the rising tide of concern, she pressed on, her voice trembling. Is there something wrong with your health? Why didn't you let anyone know you were coming back? Should I check on you? The sincerity of her concern warmed Sasuke's heart, and noticing the redness around her eyes, he reassured her, it's merely due to overexertion of chakra. There's no need to worry. I am fine. The hesitation in his words did not escape Sakura's keen perception. As one of the legendary Sunin Tsunade's disciples, she had become a distinguished medical ninja in her own right, and she could easily discern the subtle differences in Sasuke's demeanor. Clenching her hands together, she reminded herself to remain composed. She refrained from pressing him further on his concealment, instead forcing a smile, her voice hoarse. Welcome back, Sasuke-kun. Well, since you've arrived, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave, Kakashi interjected, his warm hand affectionately ruffling Sakura's hair as he leaned in to whisper a few words. Before either of them could react, he vanished with a resounding clap, leaving the two to their reunion. As they stood there, Sasuke found himself momentarily lost in thought. Struck by Kakashi's abrupt departure, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret, yet there was an unspoken trust in Sakura's presence. Suddenly, he noticed Sakura staring vacantly at the spot where Kakashi had just been, a faint blush adorning her cheeks. Sasuke felt a fleeting moment of bewilderment, followed by understanding. My apologies for making you witness that, Sasuke-kun. Sakura wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes. As she caught Sasuke's gaze, her face flushed a deep crimson, a stark contrast to her former fiery demeanor. The village has changed rapidly over the years. It transforms every few months. Those who live here may not notice, but those who venture away for several months return to find it unfamiliar. They exchanged stories of the past and shared experiences from the intervening years, with Sakura doing most of the talking while Sasuke listened, occasionally interjecting with a reply. Upon reaching the foot of the Hokage's tower, twilight had descended, cloaking the world in darkness, while the orange glow from the office above illuminated the evening. A gentle night breeze tousled Sasuke's bangs as he looked up at the glowing office. Sakura halted her steps suddenly, gazing upward, the light casting shadows that danced in her eyes. Though he stood close, she felt an insurmountable distance between them. After a moment's hesitation, she tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear and sighed softly. Sasuke-kun, I'm sorry, but I can only accompany you this far. Are you going to meet Kakashi-sensei? You need not apologize. I should be the one to express gratitude. Thank you for walking with me, Sakura. At his words, Sakura's cheeks flared with color as she opened her mouth to retort, only to falter and lower her gaze, slightly bowing. I apologize for my rudeness. With that, she turned and began to walk away. But just as she took a few steps, Sasuke called out to her, Sakura, is there something else, Sasuke-kun? She turned back, finding him silhouetted in the soft light, his figure sharply defined. For a fleeting moment, she perceived that he had not changed all that much. Some essence of him remained. Echoing the boy she had known 8 years prior, the chill of the wind brushed against her, lifting the pink strands of her hair. Sakura remained silent, allowing him his thoughts. After a prolonged pause, Sasuke spoke gravely, I'm sorry. The abruptness of his statement left her momentarily speechless, her heart racing as the world around them seemed to freeze in that instant. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, a radiant smile blossomed on Sakura's face. There's no need for apologies. In truth, I've longed to express my gratitude to you, Sasuke-kun. Thank you for teaching me how to be brave. Even if I've only ever chased after your shadow. Encountering someone breathtaking in youth is not always a blessing. In matters of love, it can cast a long shadow, one that is difficult to escape. In her youth, she had not understood this, but as life unfolded, she encountered 2 significant figures, one who dazzled her with brilliance, and another who softened the passage of time. With the wisdom of hindsight, she gradually realized that it was not a matter of capability, but of courage. The brilliance of that unforgettable person had become a haunting memory, a white moonlight by her bedside, a mark upon her heart. She feared she would never again meet someone so extraordinary, someone who first illuminated her world and would forever dazzle her remaining years. Those remarkable figures from her youth often became unattainable, and she spent her life in a haze cast by their shadows. Sakura cast a final glance at the one who had once captivated her youth, her lips curling into a serene smile as she walked away. Sasuke remained rooted in place for a moment longer before he ascended the steps to the Hokage's office. As he approached the door, he hesitated briefly before extending his hand to knock. Just then, the door creaked open, revealing Shikamaru, who had just exited the office. They exchanged nods of acknowledgement. With little time for pleasantries, Shikamaru hurried off, carrying a stack of documents as he descended the stairs, seemingly headed somewhere important. Sasuke pondered the demands of their duties, then, in a gesture of formality, tapped lightly on the door before stepping inside. The crescent moon hung in the night sky, casting a serene glow over the large, quiet office. Occasionally, the soft scratch of pen against paper could be heard. Just beyond the walls, the village of Konoha was aglow with vibrant lights, the streets bustling under the warm yellow glow of street lamps. As he entered the office, his gaze fell upon a mahogany desk cluttered with scrolls and paperwork. Naruto sat there, exhaustion etched on his face as he immersed himself in his tasks. Upon hearing the door open, he glanced up, surprised by Shikamaru's swift return, but too overwhelmed to dwell on it. Without lifting his head, he called out, "Shikamaru, you're just in time. There's a scroll you forgot to take." After a moment of silence, when no one replied, he looked up, startled to find Sasuke standing there. The chair he had knocked over crashed to the floor with a loud clatter. He was initially taken aback, and then found it hard to believe. As the astonishment gradually faded from his face, he hastily approached Sasuke, instinctively calling out, "Ss, Sasuke." Chapter 3, Naruto. Now, Naruto had cropped his hair short, and while he had matured considerably, his boisterous personality remained unchanged from his childhood. A smirk involuntarily tugged at the corner of Sasuke's mouth. "You're quite the straggler, bastard." "Sasuke, you." Naruto disregarded the papers scattered on the floor, his mind and gaze solely fixated on the person before him. How long had it been since he last saw this individual? A full 8 years. In the depths of his midnight dreams, he yearned to bring this person back to Konoha himself. Yet, he understood that he could not, and must not, do so. This was approximately the location of the Kagaya ruins from various countries. Though ancient and in a state of disrepair, the strange energy that lingered within still posed significant harm to ninjas. As he spoke, Sasuke handed a scroll to Naruto, advising, "I do not recommend anyone recklessly entering until we are fully prepared." Naruto's inquiry was interrupted as he took the scroll, muttering in frustration, "After all this time, and you come back to tell me about this? Sasuke, are you afraid I'm not busy enough?" Sasuke rubbed his temples, exasperated. "Can you not grasp the crux of the matter? Naruto, you and I know better than anyone what this scroll signifies. So, this is the reason you've stayed away from the village?" Naruto's tone was thick with grievance and a hint of melancholy. Yet it bore the familiarity of old friends. Despite the 8 years apart, the two quickly rekindled their bond through just a few exchanged words. As if the years of separation had never occurred, he still vividly recalled the scene when Sasuke departed from Konoha, the scent of blood clinging to him. His demeanor cold as he gazed upon the world. Though he seemed carefree, Naruto felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow emanating from that figure. Sasuke felt a sweetness in his throat, and for a fleeting moment, his remaining right hand trembled. He lowered his gaze to suppress all discomfort and looked up at Naruto with a calm expression, offering no response. For a moment, the world fell silent, with only the night breeze howling outside the window. Simultaneously, the door creaked open. Father, I want to become a very strong ninja." A child of about 4 or 5 burst in, abruptly halting his speech, as if encountering something inconceivable. His small mouth gaped in astonishment, forming a Na shape. In the Hokage's office, the silent standoff between the two men was interrupted by the unexpected arrival of the child, and they both turned to look. Their gazes met for several seconds, and Naruto hurriedly scooped the child up, gently patting his back. As he stood, he locked eyes with Sasuke, feeling a heavy weight in his heart, instinctively averting his gaze. He stumbled over his words, introducing, "This is Boruto, my son." Upon seeing the child, Sasuke felt nothing but indifference after the initial surprise, devoid of the anticipated heart-wrenching emotion. It seemed he had long since let go, leaving only the remnants of a bond he found difficult to sever. Boruto rested his head on his father's shoulder, turned to Sasuke, and with eyes strikingly similar to Naruto's, innocently pointed and asked, "You are the ninja uncle from my father's photo, right? Can you teach me ninjutsu?" After speaking, he gazed up with eager anticipation at the man who radiated strength, when Sasuke merely stared at him in silence. Boruto's initial excitement gradually waned. He reached out with his chubby fingers to tug at Sasuke's unruly bangs, giving them a gentle shake. Sasuke instinctively wanted to pull back, yet was unable to resist the child's gentle grip. Staring at the cherubic child, He unconsciously softened his expression and reached out to ruffle the boy's radiant golden locks. Wait until you grow up. You're still too young. It was a non-committal promise, for no one understood his current circumstances better than he did. Upon receiving an answer, Boruto's face lit up with joy. Although it was merely a promise, it sufficed. He opened his mouth, seemingly about to speak, but Naruto interrupted him. Hey Sasuke, when are you getting married? I've been really worried about you being alone all these years. Naruto spoke absent-mindedly, his eyes wandering, avoiding Sasuke's gaze. His mind a chaotic mess. Married? Sasuke glanced out the window at the peaceful night in Konoha, a scene he hadn't seen in ages. It was a tapestry of countless homes illuminated, a bustling world, and the very essence Naruto devoted his life to protecting. Yet, he no longer had a home. Do you want me to get married, Naruto? Of course I do. Though Naruto felt a twinge of guilt as he recalled Sasuke's past with Itachi and the turmoil in Konoha, the more he thought about it, the more resolute he became. I just think you should settle down. I often remember how you left with Orochimaru, and it worries me to think of you out there, unrestrained and taking reckless risks. So please, Sasuke, don't leave again. After speaking, Naruto gazed at him with palpable anticipation. That gaze was so intense that for a moment, Sasuke thought perhaps Naruto harbored some feelings for him as well. This silent stare was something he had pondered for so long, a fanciful delusion or misguided affection, making him wonder if the bond they shared was too profound, leading to such misunderstandings. Naruto, you should head back. Sasuke's expression was calm, yet the warmth in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by an unruffled demeanor. It's too late. Everything is far too late. In the next instant, he vanished from the Hokage office. SAS, Sasuke. Naruto stood frozen in place, his outstretched hand suspended in midair. He stared blankly at the spot where Sasuke had just been. The image of his abrupt departure etched in his mind, leaving an emptiness within him, a profound sense of loss creeping into his heart. As if he had lost something irreplaceable. Father, mother is still waiting for us downstairs. You have to hurry. Boruto tugged at his father's hair, as if he had suffered a great injustice, urging Naruto to descend with a pout. The sudden pain in his scalp jolted Naruto from his reverie. Ouch, Boruto, let go. He freed himself from the child's grasp, grabbing him by the back of his shirt and lifting him up. He cast aside his lingering melancholy and focused on the present. The wind had stilled, and the clouds had parted. As he exited the Hokage building, he spotted a woman waiting quietly under a distant street lamp. Naruto walked over, scratching his head. Hinata, what brings you here? No, I mean, what made you decide to pick me up today? Don't get me wrong, I'm just asking. Naruto felt his words tumble out awkwardly, and as he looked into Hinata's eyes, he found himself at a loss for words, his heart a tumult of emotions. Hinata stepped forward, taking Naruto's hand in hers, her gentle smile illuminating her face. I heard Sasuke-kun returned, and I wanted to bring Boruto to see him. As she spoke, she affectionately ruffled Boruto's tiny nose. Her gaze filled with love for the child. Naruto's expression was complex. The usually carefree man felt a flutter of uncertainty. He was unsure of what was happening. Sasuke was acting strangely, and so was Hinata. Looking down at their intertwined hands, the sensation felt delicate as fine porcelain, soft and pliable. He found himself momentarily lost in thought. No, it shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't. But what should it be like? In a daze, he recalled Sasuke. They had once held each other as hands, fought side by side. This fleeting memory stirred a whirlpool of emotions within him, leaving him utterly bewildered. Some thoughts are so terrifying that when Naruto reaches this point, he instinctively rejects the urge to ponder further, shaking his head and silently casting it aside. He presents a beaming smile, bright as the sun. Hinata, let us return home. Hinata, suddenly glancing towards the Hokage building, lowers her gaze and softly replies, all right. The cold wind gently sweeps by, and amidst the swaying shadows of the trees, Sasuke's figure gradually becomes visible atop the Hokage building. Clutching his chest as blood trickles from the corner of his mouth, a self-deprecating smile crosses his lips. Time and again, his life unfolds in this manner, where those he truly cares for seem impossible to retain. Chapter 4. The old grounds under the cloak of night. The streets illuminated by lights bustle with life. Suddenly, heavy snowflakes begin to drift from the sky, falling softly, gently landing on rooftops, grass, and upon Sasuke's brow. He tilts his head upwards, watching the swirling snow. Unable to resist extending his hand to feel it melt slowly into water within his palm, yet his heart remains unperturbed. After departing from the Hokage building, Sasuke walks alone along the eastern street of Konoha. The Uchiha ruins lie nestled in a corner of Konoha's east, and this street is the only path leading to that desolate site. As he walks, memories of his youthful, naive sprinting through these streets make him chuckle softly, only to abruptly halt, silencing his smile and meandering through this simultaneously familiar yet strange avenue. Alas, human hearts are not like the moon reflected in water. While the moon may frequently grace the waters, human hearts are prone to age and change, often difficult to grasp in youth. Suddenly, Sasuke halts, lifting his gaze towards the flower shop on his left. The small hill flower shop. He stands rooted to the spot, quietly observing the shop for a considerable time before finally stepping inside. Minutes later, Sasuke emerges from the shop, cradling a large bouquet of white chrysanthemums, silently merging into the throng of passers-by. The Uchiha ruins. Once the most powerful clan in Konoha, the Uchiha clan has now vanished, leaving behind only crumbling walls and collapsed houses overtaken by weeds. Wandering through the ruins, it feels as though a part of his heart has been hollowed out, rendering him unable to recognize where his home once stood. Sasuke walks quietly, each step igniting joyful memories that flash through his mind, starkly contrasting the present desolation, repeatedly tormenting his already battered heart. Silently casting everything behind him, he steps into the darkness, where the depths of the ruins lie, the resting place of the Uchiha clan. He squats before his parents' gravestone, gently placing the bouquet down and caressing the cold stone, knowing that it won't be long before he reunites with them. It is said that the Uchiha clan is a cursed lineage, born of love and hate, and from hate springs malice. Each Uchiha warrior, upon awakening their intense emotions, invariably descends into darkness. The fiercer the love, the deeper the fall, and the greater the power. The result often leads to betrayal and abandonment, a torment that has plagued the Uchiha for generations, repeating without respite. Indeed, the Uchiha are a cursed clan, but let this curse end here. Pressing his forehead against the gravestone, akin to embracing his mother in childhood, he remains motionless. The winter wind is biting and cruel, yet at this moment, Sasuke perceives the world as profoundly serene. Mother, I once encountered a person radiant with light, and through that, I have traversed many a harsh winter. But that is all it is. His voice gradually drifts away with the wind as Sasuke leans against the gravestone, his expression calm. His dark eyes gradually tinged with crimson and deep purple. Amaterasu. A flame ignites from within him, illuminating the entire dark graveyard. His life has always been enveloped by death, and now death encircles him as well. The fate of a ninja is the battlefield, yet that is not his destiny. After all, possessing both the Sharingan and the Rinnegan is a treasure for any ninja, especially since he is the last of the Uchiha bloodline and the sole survivor. In his final moments, as he reflects on the myriad scenes of his past, he acknowledges that he has lived in this world, seen it, loved it, fought for it, and hated it. Sufficient. In a daze, he seems to return to that rainy day, where gray clouds shroud the sky and raindrops fall like pearls, pattering softly and dampening every corner of the air. Amidst the remnants of walls, the wind gently whispers through the treetops. The young man, bathed in the hazy rain, bears the scars of battle, a crimson hue staining the corner of his lips as he gazes at himself, raising his battle-worn hand to lightly touch his forehead. Forgive me. Sasuke, this is the last time. Tears involuntarily cascade down Sasuke's cheeks. Though he has accepted Itake's death, he remains unaccustomed to a world without him. Closing his eyes, in the final moments of consciousness, he seems to hear someone calling his name, faint and distant, like an auditory illusion, as an explosive flame engulfs everything. The thin layer of snow on the ground instantly melting away. After some time, the cold wind sweeps through, extinguishing the flames, leaving the cemetery desolate. At the dining table, Naruto stares blankly out the window, the village gradually blanketed in snow under the night sky. Listening to Hinata chatter about daily trivialities in his ear should create a warm and blissful atmosphere. Yet today it feels particularly grating. This is not how it should be. Hinata is his wife, the one he wishes to accompany for a lifetime. He ought to be more patient and sincere with her. Hinata notices Naruto's hesitance to eat, his troubled expression fixed on the window. Could it be that he is worried about Sasuke? Her hands instinctively clench, her heart tightening. Why can't he just focus on her? She reaches out to caress his furrowed brow, her eyes filled with concern and unease. Naruto, is something wrong? It's nothing. Don't worry. His words trail off abruptly. Naruto, take me to see that Uchiha brat. The voice of Kurama suddenly resonates deep within his consciousness. Naruto's pupils constrict in alarm. Has something happened to Sasuke? He instinctively questions, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Whenever matters concerning Sasuke arise, Naruto transforms, stubborn and single-minded. He would charge headfirst into a wall without looking back. No one understands Naruto's condition better than the Nine Tails. Back when that Uchiha brat defected from Konoha, Naruto would rather that he had his limbs severed than allow him to leave, even using the power of the Nine Tails to bring him back to the village. Recalling those times, Kurama can't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. Their bond has likely transcended mere friendship. With Naruto's tenacity towards Sasuke, if it were Kurama, He would feel a chill run down his spine, an inexplicable sense of dread. Quickly casting aside such thoughts, he boldly states, "That brat's chakra is fading. Naruto, go quickly." Upon hearing this, Naruto breathes a sigh of relief, only to feel his heart race again due to Kurama's subsequent words. As longtime partners, he can discern the underlying urgency in Kurama's tone. Time is of the essence. He has no time to explain to Hinata, hastily saying, "Sorry, Hinata, I have to step out for a moment," before vanishing from sight. This is quite uncharacteristic, and Hinata, taken aback, finds Naruto's figure already gone from her view. "Naruto," she murmurs, staring at the empty room where he once stood, her spirit deflating as she sinks back into her chair. The snow falls heavier, thick flurries cascading down. While Naruto swiftly navigates between buildings, sensing Sasuke's chakra flickering like a dying flame, perilously close to extinguishment. At this moment, his unease reached its zenith, as though something was slipping away from him, leaving a hollow emptiness within. As the most formidable force in the shinobi world, he clutched his chest and stumbled forward like a child, heedless of everything. Suddenly, he sensed something in the distance and looked up. That direction pointed towards the Uchiha ruins. The journey did not take long, yet for Naruto, it felt like the longest road he had ever traversed. When he finally arrived at the cemetery, disheveled and breathless, he found a solitary figure standing before the two gravestones at the center, silently allowing the wind and snow to envelop him. It was Sakura. Naruto dashed through the gravestones, rushing to her side, gazing at the person standing there alone. Were those tears in her eyes? Sakura. A wave of panic surged within him. Had he arrived too late? Chapter 5, Rebirth. Konoha, year 63. Sasuke opened his eyes. Sunlight streamed through the transparent glass of the classroom, illuminating the pristine white walls that reflected a halo of light. A gentle, refreshing breeze caressed his cheek, and the fragmented conversations of the boys and girls drifted into his ears. "Naruto, sit still. Why is it only our Team 7's teacher who hasn't arrived? The other teams have vanished with their new teachers. Even Irika-sensei has left. How should I know? Wait a minute, Naruto, what are you doing?" The sound of their banter and the scraping of chairs echoed in the room, yet Sasuke remained unresponsive. He maintained a posture of having just awakened, seated by the window, resting his chin on his hand, gazing out with a detached indifference that reflected the thriving village and the azure sky beyond. At that moment, he felt neither fear nor confusion. Upon confirming this was no illusion, he realized he had indeed been reborn to the year of his Ninja Academy graduation, and his heart was a mixture of joy and bittersweetness. Suppressing the myriad thoughts swirling in his mind, Sasuke resolved not to fight Itachi in this life. Although he could not endorse Itachi's past ideals from his current perspective, he had never denied them, for Itachi was his most beloved older brother. Just then, a distant honk of a goose echoed across the sky, and it flew away, prompting him to murmur softly. A gentle breeze swept into the classroom, stirring the once still waters of his heart. Tap, tap, tap. Faint footsteps wafted in from the slightly ajar door, gradually drawing closer. Sasuke dispelled the distractions in his mind, swiftly forming hand seals to conceal the anomaly in his eyes. Having completed these actions, he turned to gaze at the doorway. Moments later, a gloved hand reached through the crack, and as the door swung open, a white-haired figure peered in. Thud! The chalkboard eraser landed squarely on the head of the bewildered white-haired jonin, raising a small cloud of dust. Immediately afterward, there was a loud thud as the eraser arced and fell heavily to the floor. In an instant, the room fell silent. No one dared to speak, until a burst of laughter shattered the stillness. "Ha ha ha, gotcha, gotcha, ha ha." Naruto doubled over in laughter, clutching his stomach and pointing at the stunned white-haired jonin, his body shaking with mirth. All eyes turned towards the white-haired jonin, while Sakura bit her lip to stifle her laughter, her emerald eyes glistening with unshed tears as she looked at the newcomer. "Ah, sensei, I'm sorry, I tried to stop Naruto, but he insisted on doing it this way." Kakashi glanced at the three of them, his gaze ultimately resting on Naruto. The same golden hair, facial shape, and mouth. Apart from the color of his pupils and the stubble on his face, he bore an uncanny resemblance to his father. Gazing at Naruto, who was so close, Kakashi's figure began to overlap with that of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. "Sensei," he murmured nostalgically. But soon, he returned to himself, casually picking up the fallen eraser and examining it in his hand, elongating his tone. "How should I put this? My first impression of you all is rather unpleasant." This scene was strikingly familiar. Sasuke observed the unfolding events in silence, devoid of any joy at this reunion. Instead, he felt an unperturbed calm, almost as if he were floating on a cloud. Flowers may bloom again, but youth will never return. The myriad experiences of his past life were deeply imprinted in his soul, and even if given another chance, his heart had inevitably changed. a youthful shell encased in aged spirit. Gazing upon familiar faces and places, it felt as if everything was connected to him, yet also as if it were entirely unrelated. In the spacious classroom, Kakashi faced the trio, whose personalities were distinctly different, and the corners of his mouth, concealed beneath his mask, slowly curled into a smile. Disregarding Naruto's antics. Well then, let us meet on the rooftop. With that, he left no time for objections, and with a loud bang, a cloud of smoke erupted, and he vanished from their sight. A few minutes later, on the rooftop. Right, let us start with self-introductions. Kakashi leaned lazily against the railing, his dead fish eyes drooping, and spoke to the three seated on the steps. Sakura, self-introduction? She paused, her delicate fingers tapping her chin thoughtfully. What should I say? Observing Naruto and Sakura, who were lost in thought, and Sasuke, who appeared aloof yet lost in his own thoughts, Kakashi shrugged his shoulders. Things you like, things you dislike. Your dreams for the future, interests, etc. That's about it. Ah, wait a minute. I think it would be better for the teacher to introduce himself first, Naruto said. Sitting cross-legged, gripping his ankles, and squinting up at the obviously unreliable white-haired Jonin. You mean me? Kakashi pointed to himself, his demeanor casual. My name is Kakashi Hatake. And as for things I like and dislike, I don't wish to share. He paused for a moment, ignoring the gasps from the others, then continued. As for my dreams for the future, they're nothing significant, and I have many interests. Upon hearing this, Sakura rolled her eyes and whispered to the two beside her. What a letdown. All we learned was his name, which is no different from saying nothing at all. Naruto wholeheartedly agreed with Sakura's sentiment, nodding vigorously and chiming in. Yeah, exactly. Kakashi, possessing the keen hearing of a Jonin, despite their hushed discussion, found it impossible to remain undetected. Sasuke remained detached from their chatter, silently observing Kakashi, who still wore a lethargic expression, seemingly devoid of vigor. Were it not for the ninja headband, anyone unaware might doubt if this person was truly a ninja. Kakashi crossed his arms against the railing and reminded them, now, it's your turn. Before anyone could respond, Naruto shot his hand up, eager to answer. Me. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. I love ramen, especially the Ichiraku ramen that Irika-sensei treats me to. What I hate the most is waiting 3 minutes for my ramen to cook. My interest is competing with others to see who can eat the most ramen. And my dream for the future is to surpass the Hokage because I want everyone in the village to acknowledge my existence. As he spoke, Naruto beamed with confidence, unaffected by the harsh words of the villagers that could have plunged him into darkness. Seeing this version of Naruto, Sasuke felt a fleeting moment of nostalgia, as if he were witnessing the brilliance of a certain individual who would one day become the 7th Hokage. No wonder, Kakashi thought with a sense of pride, turning his gaze to the only girl among the trio. Alright, next. Sensing the gaze directed towards her, Haruno Sakura not only felt no embarrassment, but instead playfully winked, her eyes brimming with mirth. I am Haruno Sakura. When it comes to my affections, it is more accurate to say that there is someone I like. At this, she cast a fleeting glance towards Sasuke in the distance, only to quickly lower her head, a pair of unusual blushes blooming on her fair cheeks, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her shirt. As for my interests, my future aspirations, and my aversion, that would be Naruto. Chapter 6. The Clan Grounds. The girl's words struck a blow to Naruto, who, upon hearing the girl he admired declare that he was someone she disliked, felt the weight of her disdain keenly. For a boy just awakening to the pangs of love, this was an extraordinary blow. Sasuke, with his arms crossed before him and a smile playing at the corners of his lips, relished the rare sight of Naruto in such dismay. As for the girl's affections, he knew he could never accept them, even if given the chance to relive that moment. Thus, he chose to remain silent. Kakashi, leaning on the back of one hand with his elbow, observed the scene before him, pondering how, at this age, a girl's romantic inclinations seemed to outweigh the significance of ninja techniques. The last one. As the words fell, all eyes fixated on Sasuke's countenance. After a few moments of silence, he finally spoke amidst the burning gazes, his voice quiet and hoarse. I am Uchiha Sasuke. There are many things I detest, and little that I cherish. My dream is to grow stronger and to find that man. He was meant to be a vanquished spirit, reborn in this era by a twist of fate, with the intent of avenging his enemies and protecting his only family. Though he had come to terms with the past, the loss of Itaki loomed over him like a torrential downpour, leaving him to endure a lifetime of solitude. Sasuke, you. Naruto murmured softly. Feeling an unfamiliarity with this version of Sasuke, he was undoubtedly the same person, yet something felt amiss, as if a change had taken place. An oppressive silence enveloped the air, and Kakashi regarded the calm, silent boy with a quiet sigh, realizing the truth of the matter. Burdened with deep-seated enmity and a singular focus on vengeance, Sasuke, despite his youth, had already allowed hatred to take root within him. Hatred? Who could claim they were free of it? In that instant, Kakashi felt an uncanny resemblance between Sasuke and his younger self, both harboring similar loathing towards the ninja world, the village, and even towards a certain individual. Bringing his thoughts back, he regarded this familiar trio and sighed. Well then, the self-introductions are concluded. From tomorrow, we will commence our missions. Upon hearing the mention of missions, Naruto, who was supposed to be demoralized, instantly brimmed with vitality, exclaiming loudly, "What kind of mission is it?" Kakashi interlaced his fingers, leaning back slightly, and replied nonchalantly, "First, we will begin with tasks that all four of us can accomplish. A survival exercise." Survival exercise? Naruto's face reflected confusion, for he had scoured his memory for any information regarding such an exercise, finding none. Just as he was scratching his head in bewilderment, Sakura was the first to inquire, "Aren't we executing a mission? Why has it turned into a survival exercise? We've already conducted many drills at the academy." Noting their misunderstanding, mistaking the minor skirmishes at the Ninja Academy for this exercise, Kakashi's gaze sharpened, and he warned, "This is not an ordinary exercise." Though Naruto was somewhat slow to react, it did not mean he was foolish. He promptly raised his hand to ask, "Then, what does this exercise entail?" "I suspect you may choose to withdraw," Kakashi stated calmly. Among the 27 graduates, only 9 would be recognized as genin, while the remaining 18 would have to return to the academy for further training. This meant that this exercise would be a super test with a staggering elimination rate exceeding 66%. His voice was not harsh, yet each word carried a more formidable weight, echoing in the ears of the audience. Nearly failing to graduate from the Ninja Academy, Naruto, upon receiving Kakashi's blunt revelation, felt as if he had been struck by lightning, exclaiming, "How can this be? I worked so hard. Why is there even a graduation exam?" "Well, that was merely to select those students who might become genin," Kakashi replied. "What?" Naruto exclaimed. "In any case, tomorrow at Training Ground 7, I will assess your qualifications. Remember to bring your ninja tools, and we shall gather at 6 in the morning." The four stood, with 3 seated, the atmosphere remaining remarkably tranquil. Yet the air was thick with an unamiable tension. Watching the 3 lost in contemplation, Kakashi stifled a yawn, preparing to depart. Just as he took a step forward, he suddenly halted, turning back to glance at the trio with a faint smile. "Well then, you're dismissed." With that, he turned his back to them, waved a hand, and leaped towards the distant rooftop, not bothering to look back as he added, "Oh, remember not to eat breakfast. You might throw it up." Naruto remained rooted in place, watching Kakashi vanish from sight, and once he was utterly gone, he lamented with tears of frustration, "What on earth is this all about?" Sasuke, with his fingers interlaced, remained silent. A gentle breeze swept by, bringing with it the fresh scent of air and sunlight. He closed his eyes, allowing the languorous time to slip through his fingers. After a moment, he rasped, "I have matters to attend to. See you tomorrow." Rising, he glanced at the other 2 before turning to leave the rooftop. Just as he took a step, Sakura swiftly intercepted him. "Sasuke-kun, let's discuss tomorrow's exercise first." Though she spoke of us, her beautiful eyes were fixed intently on him, her gaze direct and fervent, clearly revealing that her intentions lay elsewhere, completely disregarding the ninja standing beside her. "Sorry." Sakura, taken aback, responded, "What?" "I have things to do." Sakura was momentarily stunned, noticing Sasuke's brow slightly furrowed, and after a long pause, he slowly added, "You and Naruto discuss it first. I will try to cooperate with you in the morning." Sasuke was typically reticent, and having reached this limit was a considerable feat. Initially irked at seeing Sakura intentionally block Sasuke while ignoring him, Naruto's mood brightened upon hearing that he and Sakura would discuss the exercise together, prompting him to exclaim excitedly, Hey, Sakura." "Shut up, Naruto." Seeing the 2 about to bicker, Sasuke seemed to foresee the impending argument, shook his head, and immediately used the body flicker technique to vanish from their sight. As the sun set, the sky was painted with a hue of orange light. Walking through familiar streets bathed in the afterglow of dusk, from bustling shops filled with people to desolate corners neglected by all, Sasuke finally strolled into the Uchiha clan grounds, marked by yellow caution tape. Suddenly, his footsteps paused for a brief moment before he continued forward as if nothing had happened, merely a few mice lurking in the shadows. Of no consequence. Crossing the caution line, what greeted him was no longer the dilapidated ruins, but rather the structures unique to the Uchiha clan, with orderly buildings, each adorned with the red and white clan emblem on their walls. The hometown he remembered had long since faded and aged in the passage of time. Now grown, he often recalled his childhood, gazing through memories at the familiar faces and the words of concern directed towards him. In the midnight hours of dreams, he had stood atop the Hokage Rock, overlooking the entire Hidden Leaf village. The glow of countless homes spread before him. Yet, amidst the vastness. Not a single family member could be found. Sasuke walked forward in silence, his youthful visage marked by indifference. Perhaps he had never truly left his hometown. Yet he could never return home. The shops that once belonged to the Uchiha clan along the street have long since shuttered their doors. Their signs have faded, windows shattered, and walls defaced with graffiti, caked in dirt and dust. This desolate scene, starkly contrasting the vibrancy of yesteryear, resembles a distant dream. Rustling softly, the path stretches ahead. But even the longest journey must come to an end. Sasuke halted, raising his gaze to behold an old building, neglected over the years, its outer walls peeling away. Bricks weathered and cracked. A potted plant at the entrance thrived in the wind, a large crimson umbrella standing silently to one side. A gentle breeze stirred, causing the wind chime beneath the eaves to resonate, while the red umbrella swayed lightly, as if a couple once stood beneath it, gazing tenderly at their departing child. The melodic chime, crisp and clear, floated upward with the wind, echoing in the vastness. Mother, father, their voices drifted like whispers, imbued with profound affection, only to be scattered by the breeze. Chapter 7, Longing begins. On the top floor of a certain apartment in Konoha, following the massacre of his clan, the Uchiha territory was sealed off. As the last scion, Sasuke moved into a penthouse apartment. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a bedroom marked by simplicity and elegance, impeccably clean and orderly. The few furnishings were meticulously arranged, the centerpiece being a large bed, accompanied by a small balcony outside. After departing from the clan grounds, Sasuke returned to the apartment, slamming the door shut, and quietly surveyed the room, ensuring no rodents lurked in the shadows before unfastening his ninja tool pouch and placing it on the coffee table. He took a towel and entered the bathroom. Turning on the faucet, water gushed forth. He cupped his hands to splash cool water on his face, the icy touch invigorating his skin. Raising his head, he beheld his reflection. Once deep black eyes had unknowingly transformed into a kaleidoscope of crimson. As chakra surged forth, the red hue gradually faded, rippling away to reveal the purple tomo of the Rinnegan replacing his original gaze. Gazing into the mirror at those disparate eyes, Sasuke felt a profound tranquility within. Suddenly, his pupils constricted, and he found himself uncontrollably kneeling beside the sink, a wave of powerlessness washing over his limbs. Sensing the dwindling chakra within him, he sighed in resignation, closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, the familiar deep black eyes stared back. Alas, his body remained too tender. Despite his extensive combat experience and mastery of formidable ninjutsu, his frail form hindered his ability to engage in battle effectively. Fortunately, the Mangekyo and Rinnegan remained intact. The inadequacy of his physical strength was merely a hurdle to be overcome through gradual training. Thankfully, time was on his side. Everything could still be achieved. This pair of eyes must not be revealed prematurely. It seemed sealing them away was the only prudent course of action. After all, the third Hokage and Danzo were evidently wary of him. The orphan, especially given his inexplicable return to the Uchiha territory, which would undoubtedly raise suspicions among those old men. At this moment, he was still too weak. Premature exposure would only invite calamity. Thus, it was imperative to remain hidden, amassing sufficient strength to strike a lethal blow when the time was right. Returning to reality, Sasuke gradually rose to his feet. Soon, the bathroom was enveloped in a fine mist, the sound of water echoing intermittently through the room. Time slipped away silently, and as he emerged from the bathroom, towel in hand, he prepared a simple meal before settling on the tatami mat, gazing out the window. In the stillness of the night, with the moon hanging high, it was the perfect moment to stir the latent longings buried deep within his heart for the person residing far away. Brother. The faint sound of a bell seemed to caress his ears. Uchiha Itachi lifted his gaze, casting a glance out the window. The rain village, bathed in the serenity of night, was still, with the rain persisting in its tireless descent. He observed the tips of the branches shimmering with scattered light, and as a gentle breeze brushed by, raindrops cascaded from the leaves. The night was cool and tranquil as Uchiha Itachi stood alone before the window, encapsulated in his own world, while the sounds of the wind, rain, and croaking frogs filled the air outside, leaving the room enveloped in silence. Was it merely an illusion? Whenever he felt weary of everything and contemplated ending it all, thoughts of Sasuke emerged, envisioning him living somewhere in the world, existing. This thought alone gave him the resolve to endure all, even if it meant bearing countless accusations and enduring countless wounds. He longed to survive, anticipating the day of their reunion. Even if they stood on opposing sides, even if only one of them could survive, he wished for that survivor to be Sasuke. Itachi lowered his head, gazing at his own hands, so near yet so distant. Each knuckle stood defined, the fingertips rough and pale, clean yet stained with the blood of too many of his kin, innocent lives and the damned alike. far too many for him to remember. A vast chasm separated him from Sasuke. The deaths of their clan, the loss of their parents, his betrayal. Throughout his life, he believed they could never return to the way things were. Perhaps this was for the best. Hatred was preferable to love. This world was far too cruel, with countless tainted remnants accumulating on this land like an incurable ailment. And for Sasuke, was he not also a part of that affliction? The following day, the dawn's light gently spilled forth, painting the sky in hues of pink. The quiet street remained immersed in tranquility, punctuated only by the occasional chirping of birds and the rustling of leaves in the morning breeze. Treading through the morning mist, Sasuke arrived punctually at training ground number 7. Casting a glance at Naruto and Sakura, who appeared groggy and clearly out of sorts, likely due to skipping breakfast. Retracting his gaze, he settled silently beneath a tree, closing his eyes and willingly falling into meditation. Sasuke was well aware that unless the matter at hand was particularly urgent, Kakashi typically arrived late, with excuses that ranged from the whimsical to the absurd. I got lost today. I was lost on the road of life. I overslept. Oh, I'm late again. I encountered an old lady trying to cross the street. A girl approached me on the road. I helped an old woman. An old lady asked me for directions. I was merely helping an elderly woman with her belongings. Contemplating Kakashi's unreliable justifications, Sasuke felt a headache coming on. Shaking his head, he dispelled the distracting thoughts. Rather than waste time, he would focus on self-improvement. As the sun ascended slowly, dispersing the morning mist, the residual humidity in the air gradually evaporated. Time flowed imperceptibly onward. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows, and as a gentle breeze passed, the shadows danced. Eventually, a certain ninja arrived, unrepentant for his tardiness. Greeting the group with a casual, "Hey, everyone, good morning." Naruto and Sakura, seated on the grass, instantly broke their concentration upon seeing him, both pointing accusingly at Kakashi in unison, exclaiming, "You're so late." Kakashi smiled, his eyes curving like a crescent moon. That's because a black cat crossed my path." At this, Sasuke could not help but facepalm. He had anticipated such a response. Kakashi's habitual lateness was simply an echo of Obito's life. He mirrored Obito in many ways, including his penchant for tardiness and the excuses that accompanied it. However, the truth behind Kakashi's delays often lay in his moments of remembrance before the memorial stone for Obito. Observing Naruto's disgruntled expression, Kakashi coughed lightly, feigning seriousness. "Well, it is as it is." He produced a preset alarm clock, placing it atop a wooden stump. Fixing his gaze on the trio with an added measure of gravity, "I've set the time for 12 o'clock. Your task is to seize these 2 bells from me before noon." With this declaration, I raised the only 2 bells in my hand, causing them to glimmer in front of the 3 of them. A gentle breeze swept through, and the melodious chime of the bells echoed throughout training ground number 7. Chapter 8. The exercise commences. Those who fail to obtain a bell shall forfeit their lunch. Kakashi spoke in a nonchalant tone, gesturing towards 3 wooden stakes situated at the corner of the training ground, where they would be bound while I enjoyed my bento. He also mentioned that we were not allowed to eat breakfast, and it became clear why. Sakura, feeling the pangs of hunger, clutched her stomach, swallowing hard, her face reflecting her discomfort. She looked up at Kakashi and earnestly inquired, "But, Sensei, why do I only see 2 bells?" The implication of having only 2 bells was that at least one person would be tied to the stake, signifying their failure in the task. Those deemed unfit would have to return to the academy for retraining. As Kakashi hung the bells at his waist and relaxed his shoulders, he suddenly recalled something. At least one must fail, but it's also possible all 3 could fail. Using shuriken is permissible, but if one lacks the resolve to eliminate me, they will surely be unable to seize the bells. Sakura was momentarily taken aback and quickly exclaimed, "But that is far too dangerous, Sensei." "Exactly," Naruto chimed in, resting his hands behind his head. Sasuke remained silent, his left hand instinctively gripping a kunai, his facial muscles tense, the line of his back taut beneath his blue t-shirt, like a drawn bowstring. Such is the nature of humanity. Those with the least strength often boast the loudest, especially the perennial underachievers. Kakashi's gaze remained fixed, his deadpan eyes lingering on a certain individual, his tone laced with veiled sarcasm. Naruto, consistently ranked last, felt his mind explode with indignation. The echoes of Kakashi's taunts of perennial underachiever resonating in his ears. Enraged, Naruto swiftly drew his kunai and charged at Kakashi without a second thought. In the face of the oncoming assault, Kakashi merely smiled, sidestepping Naruto's attack, one hand pressing against the back of his head, while the other seized his wrist, directing the sharp point of the kunai towards himself. "No need to rush. I haven't even said start yet." The kunai was mere centimeters from the back of Naruto's head. He shivered, a chill running down his spine, beads of cold sweat forming as he opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to speak, but Kakashi interrupted him. It seems you harbor intentions to kill me. I think I might just like you all a bit more. Let us begin. Ready, set, go? No sooner had he finished speaking than Sasuke vanished from sight, only to reappear amidst the lush trees, crouched atop a branch. Parting the dense foliage to survey the vast training ground, now seemingly deserted save for Kakashi. The rustling of leaves accompanied by the whisper of the wind created a soothing melody. Sensing the chakra around him, Sasuke paused momentarily, then lifted his gaze to scrutinize Naruto concealed among the trees, his expression betraying unmasked astonishment. Realizing the imminent events about to unfold, a wave of dread washed over him, causing his body to shudder involuntarily. He quickly formed hand seals, invoking the shadow clone technique. With a resounding pop, two identical figures of himself appeared beside him. The three stood in a calm formation. Sasuke retrieved a scroll inscribed with mysterious symbols, placing it into the hands of one of his clones. They exchanged knowing glances and nodded before the clone leaped away into the distance. Meanwhile, at the training ground, Kakashi remarked, "Indeed, everyone is well hidden." His gaze shifted from the Ika paradise in his hands to the bold figure standing before him. "You." Naruto crossed his arms over his chest, a confident smile illuminating his face. "Kakashi-sensei, let us settle this once and for all." As he spoke, his eyes sparkled with an unwavering determination, as if nothing could hinder his advance. Kakashi fell silent for a few moments, 3 lines of tension forming on his forehead. Looking down at the fervent young man before him, "I must ask, do you have some sort of issue?" "I think the issue lies with your hairstyle," Naruto retorted. In an instant, he launched a powerful punch toward Kakashi's cheek. Kakashi effortlessly caught the blow with his palm. "You scoundrel! Witness my spinning kick." Failing to connect, Naruto retreated and maneuvered around Kakashi, delivering a swift kick to his abdomen. Kakashi, in the midst of reading, suddenly ducked to evade the spinning kick, while Naruto, undeterred by his setbacks, unleashed a flurry of punches, kicks, and grappling attempts, desperately trying to land a hit. In the next moment, Naruto's pupils dilated in shock as he realized Kakashi had vanished from sight. A ninja should never leave their back exposed to an enemy, you fool. Kakashi's nonchalant voice rang in Naruto's ears, causing alarm bells to ring in his mind. His lips trembled as he struggled to find words. Kakashi declared, "The ultimate secret technique of the Leaf Village, 1,000 years of death." Sasuke chimed in, "Fire style. Great fireball technique." Their movements were nearly instantaneous, erecting a wall of flames between Naruto and Kakashi. Kakashi squinted, momentarily halting his actions, surprised that a genin should possess such a jutsu, given their chakra was typically insufficient for such techniques. What a colossal fool, Sasuke muttered under his breath, exasperated at Naruto, who stood there bewildered. With an exasperated sigh, Sasuke appeared beside him, seizing his collar and swiftly vanishing from the clearing. Even from behind the wall of flames, Kakashi observed their actions with keen interest. Just as he stood up, he heard a whistling sound behind him. A kunai whizzed past his ear. Before he could react, a second kunai followed, aimed directly at his chest. In a split second, Kakashi's expression shifted, and he spun around, delivering a swift kick that sent the kunai flying. Observing his agile movements from the shadows, a faint smile graced Sasuke's lips. It was time for action. Now was the moment. A flurry of white light surged forth as Kakashi ducked to dodge a kunai, only to feel a sudden pain in his chest. Looking down, he furrowed his brow, realizing he had been struck by 2 kunai, embedded several inches deep. With a loud crash, 2 wooden stakes, each pierced by a kunai, were sent tumbling to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Was that a substitution technique? Sasuke pondered, scanning the now empty training ground for Kakashi's presence. Realizing his position had been compromised by the kunai attack, he understood that Kakashi had intentionally allowed himself to be hit, falling into his trap. Sasuke darted through the forest at breakneck speed, suddenly halting as he sensed a presence behind him. With a steely gaze, he swiftly turned and thrust his blade backward, the clash of swords igniting sparks that illuminated Kakashi's face. With a smirk, Kakashi asked, "Sasuke, were you looking for me?" Chapter 9. The exercise concludes. The rustling of foliage accompanied the footsteps of the approaching figure. Sasuke turned to the sound, and before Kakashi could speak again, he delivered a powerful kick to the person advancing toward him, the sound of impact echoing as he toppled a massive tree. Kakashi turned his face away, evading the gaze of the colossal tree that had taken the brunt of the blow for him. Instinctively, he suppressed his smile. "It seems you are fully prepared to kill me." Sasuke remained silent, offering no respite. With a flick of his wrist, he sent the shuriken flying, transforming into several streaks of light that hurtled towards Kakashi's face. This was serious. Sasuke dared not be careless, for the individual before him was none other than Kakashi. The copy ninja, renowned for having replicated and mastered thousands of jutsu with his Sharingan. He had to conceal his true abilities while ensuring that his peculiarities went unnoticed. Especially in the presence of this Jonin, every precaution was warranted. The cold glimmers of the shuriken sliced perilously close to Kakashi's face. Seizing the opportunity, Sasuke lunged forward, delivering a powerful kick aimed squarely at Kakashi's forehead. This strike was executed with such force that it would surely incapacitate anyone unfortunate enough to be struck. Kakashi's previously nonchalant demeanor shifted slightly. A fleeting glimmer of sharpness flashed in his eyes as he raised his hand to block the attack, while simultaneously gripping Sasuke's ankle with a vice-like hold. With his ankle firmly ensnared, Sasuke twisted his body, channeling his strength into a single punch, which sliced through the air with a gust of wind, aiming directly at Kakashi's face. With a resounding smack, Kakashi caught Sasuke's wrist, prompting Sasuke to grit his teeth and swing his right leg. Delivering a fierce blow aimed at Kakashi's head, the speed and intensity of which stirred up a tempestuous wind. In the blink of an eye, Kakashi countered, deflecting the tremendous shockwave with a light chuckle, stepping back slightly as he raised his gaze to meet the young ninja's. This child's prowess exceeded his expectations. Impressive. Sasuke replied with a humble smile. Then Kakashi-sensei should be cautious moving forward. With a loud bang, a thick cloud of smoke enveloped the area, leaving only Kakashi standing. He paused momentarily, realizing a body double technique? A sense of unease crept over him, but the speed of the exchange had been too swift. Just then, from the smooth earth, a hand erupted, swiftly grasping the bell that hung from his waist. The bell rang out, its clear, melodious chime echoing. Kakashi, reacting in the fraction of a second before the bell rang, struck at his waist, only to hear another loud bang as the arm's owner transformed into a cloud of smoke, leaving a deep crater in the ground where it had been. Earth release. Decapitation technique. In the midst of the swirling dust, stones and dirt flew past his scalp. Moments later, Sasuke observed Kakashi, nearly buried in the earth with only his head exposed, as he waved the object he had just snatched. Well, it seems you managed to get the bell after all. Kakashi remarked lazily, with his eyelids drooping. Sasuke maintained his calm demeanor, waving his hand as he walked towards the distant woods, not bothering to look back. I must thank you, sensei, for going easy on me. Kakashi remained stationary, watching as Sasuke departed. Fire release. Great fireball technique is a C-rank fire technique. Earth release. Decapitation technique is a B-rank earth technique. He anticipated that Sasuke had mastered them to such a degree. It exceeded his expectations, both in ninjutsu and taijutsu, reaching a formidable level. Testing the mobility of his limbs, Kakashi silently rolled his eyes heavenward, feeling the constraining force emanating from all directions. With a resigned sigh, he muttered to himself, what a hassle. In the distance, hidden within the thicket, a girl with cherry blossom pink hair pressed her back against a tree trunk, retracting her binoculars. Pondering, Sasuke, where are you? Surely, you haven't been defeated by the teacher. No, that could never happen. Harano Sakura dismissed her initial thoughts, carefully parting the bushes before leaping stealthily towards the massive tree, concealing herself amidst the dense foliage. Casting a glance at the empty training ground, Sakura stowed away her binoculars. But when she looked up again, she froze momentarily. There stood Kakashi-sensei. In the fleeting second that passed, Kakashi's figure appeared beneath a nearby tree. Sakura's first instinct was to scan her surroundings, and as her heart sank, various possibilities flooded her mind. Why is the teacher here? Has he discovered my presence? Does his coincidental appearance imply that Sasuke and Naruto have failed? Sakura rose to her feet, but before she could make her escape, she suddenly felt a tap on her shoulder from behind. Sakura, watch out behind you. A voice, neither warm nor cold, rang in her ears. She spun around abruptly, finding herself mere inches from another person. The rustling of wings erupted as birds fled the trees. Sasuke halted in his tracks, lifting his gaze towards the distant woods. He couldn't have misheard. That was undoubtedly Sakura's terrified scream. Simultaneously, on the other side of the woods, Naruto also heard the piercing cry that shattered the sky. He turned towards the sound, greeted by a lush expanse of trees and the retreating flurry of birds. Clutching his stomach, a look of dejection crossed his face. Damn it, I'm so hungry I can hardly muster any strength. Suddenly, Naruto's steps faltered, and he stumbled back a few paces, first in shock, then disbelief. As the astonishment faded, his eyes widened with excitement as he glanced around to ensure no one was watching before he strode eagerly towards an ancient tree. Its gnarled branches were devoid of life. The once vibrant leaves now yellowed and fallen, leaving only desolate twigs trembling in the wind. There, nestled upon the carpet of leaves, lay a bell, quietly shining. Naruto erupted with joy. Ha ha, this must be the bell that Kakashi-sensei dropped in haste. Overwhelmed with delight, Naruto completely disregarded the possibility of a trap. He rushed forward in a flurry, bending to touch the bell when suddenly, his feet were ensnared by something elastic, and in an instant, the world spun around him as he was flung uncontrollably backward. The sound of bells ringing filled the training ground. Minutes later, Kakashi bound Naruto to a wooden post, glancing back at Sasuke and Sakura with a cheerful grin. By the way, regarding the results of this exercise, you all needn't return to the Ninja Academy. Upon hearing this, Naruto, who believed he had successfully passed the exercise, was overwhelmed with joy, his face lighting up with surprise. In stark contrast, Sakura was left with a head full of questions, blinking in confusion, pondering if merely fainting constituted passing. She bit her lip, gazing at Kakashi, words caught in her throat. Chapter 10, Qualification. Gazing up at the azure sky, sunlight streamed through the clouds, casting a golden glow upon the grass. In the distance, the chorus of insects serenaded the air, and the fragrant summer breeze swept over mountains and rivers, tooling the hair of the young. All three of you, Kakashi stated flatly, need not pursue a career as ninjas anymore. The training ground fell into a brief silence. Upon hearing Kakashi's evaluation, Naruto felt as though thunder had erupted in his mind. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Kakashi, his expression a tumult of disappointment, confusion, and frustration, overshadowed by a sense of helplessness. Sasuke inhaled deeply, leaning back against the post, anticipating this answer. He turned to look at the still somewhat naive Naruto and Sakura, reflecting on who would have imagined they would grow to such heights in the future, while for now, they were merely fledgling genin. Do you know why we conducted this exercise in teams? Kakashi asked after a moment of silence. Upon hearing these words, Sakura Haruno fell into contemplation, instinctively clenching her fists as she raised her gaze to meet Kakashi's eyes. What does that mean? Kakashi arched an eyebrow, looking down at the three before him. It means you all have utterly failed to grasp the answer to this test. Naruto, bound to a wooden post, furrowed his brow. Answer? Indeed. It's the answer that determines whether you can pass this test. Sakura, puzzled, interjected, that's the question I've been wanting to ask since earlier. Kakashi replied, honestly, do you lack common sense? Can't you comprehend the meaning of working in teams? Teamwork, Sasuke stated plainly, surely, our teacher expects us to collaborate. Kakashi's face turned serious, his gaze piercing like a sword into their hearts. Moments later, he finally averted his gaze and conceded, Sasuke is correct, though it's not too late to realize it now. Had the three of you worked together from the start, perhaps it wouldn't have been solely Sasuke who grabbed the bells. But what a pity. Wait, Sakura exclaimed, her eyes widening as she anxiously questioned, but there are only 2 bells. How can we cooperate? If all 3 of us desperately try to snatch them, one will inevitably be left without a bell, leading to internal conflict. Sasuke crossed his arms over his chest, staring intently at Kakashi. Sacrificing oneself for others was something he, Uchiha Sasuke, could never do. Whether selfish or indifferent, ultimately, it stemmed from his unwillingness. In this harsh and frigid world of ninjas, while kindness is rare, excessive kindness can be foolish, especially for someone like Naruto. He would fiercely hold on to what was his, and anything that wasn't his would never cross his mind. No one owed him anything, but if someone owed him, they could forget about escaping unscathed, even if it meant dragging them to hell alongside him. Thoughts raced through his mind, but in reality, it was just a fleeting moment. As Sasuke was about to voice something, Kakashi interrupted him. This test is intentionally designed to incite internal conflict. The objective is to select those who can prioritize teamwork over personal interests in such situations. But look at yourselves. Sakura, you are utterly disregarding Naruto. Your mind is solely on the elusive Sasuke. Naruto, you only charge ahead on your own. At this juncture, the previously quiet Sasuke interjected, since it's teamwork, it's only natural that I would be deemed unqualified. Ding ding ding. The melodious chime resonated as Kakashi reached out to take the bell thrown by Sasuke, his expression suddenly darkening. Are you certain? Yes, Sasuke replied, gazing into the distant, ethereal wind, his eyes calm, yet occasionally flickering with a subtle glimmer, fleeting and nearly imperceptible. Just wait a little longer, it's coming. What? Sasuke, you Naruto gasped, staring at him in disbelief. You've already obtained a bell, why would you give it up? There are some things that, unless truly experienced, a boy filled with hatred like him should not understand. Sasuke cast a sideways glance at Naruto, but did not directly answer his question. Sakura clenched the hem of her clothing, knowing that becoming Kakashi's student and receiving his guidance would greatly benefit her future. However, if even someone as formidable as Sasuke acknowledged his own unworthiness, how could she claim otherwise? After a moment of internal struggle, determination filled her gaze as she deeply bowed to Kakashi. Teacher, I am the weakest among us 3. I should be the one returning to the Ninja Academy. Sakura, Naruto exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock as he beheld the Sakura bathed in sunlight, so different from her usual self. In that moment, He realized that something was quietly changing, and he felt powerless to stop it, nor did he wish to. After finally having someone recognize his existence. Though he didn't want to let Iruka-sensei down, he truly did not wish to betray his own heart. He too looked at Kakashi, his usual boisterous demeanor replaced with seriousness. I want to return to the Ninja Academy, even if it means remaining a genin for life. Kakashi's eyes turned cold, akin to the frigid waters of a winter lake. Deep and unfathomable. He merely watched the three with a calm demeanor, yet within that indifference lay a hint of a bloodthirsty madness. As if it could erupt at any moment, sending shivers down one's spine. Do you have anything else to say? The instant Kakashi emitted a murderous aura. A heavy pressure enveloped them, instilling fear and dread. Sakura's expression turned anxious. Her heart raced as she clenched her fists, meeting his gaze as if facing a fierce beast. Sweat trickled down her forehead, dampening a few strands of hair at her temples. However, Naruto, his lips paling, averted his gaze in panic, stumbling over his words. The once clear sky rapidly darkened with ominous clouds, revealing the true nature of their experience. Sasuke, having been through the harrowing trials of life, faintly detected the scent of blood in the air. Caw-caw-caw. A flock of crows circled above, emitting a series of eerie calls that sent chills down their spines. Watching Kakashi approach step by step, Sasuke's previously stoic expression finally shifted. He instinctively tightened his grip on the kunai at his waist, lowering his head, allowing his bangs to obscure his sharp eyes. Even though he knew Kakashi would not strike them, he still felt a sense of threat. Time passed, and when the frozen atmosphere reached a freezing point, Kakashi's voice, rich with mirth, echoed in their ears. You all passed. Huh, what? Naruto stood frozen, eyes wide, disbelief etched on his face. His mind was racing. He had passed. He truly had passed. Why? Sakura sighed in relief, her curiosity piqued. Because the little brats before me were all obedient children who lacked their own thoughts. Chapter 11. Dreamscape. A ninja must remain calm and composed in judgment. Those who break the rules and ironclad laws of the ninja world are deemed worthless. However, those who fail to value their comrades are even more worthless. With that, Kakashi raised his gaze to the horizon, his eyes still filled with a smile. As if lost in thought or enveloped in boundless affection. Suddenly, the gray sky cleared, sunlight streaming through the clouds and warming the earth. Sasuke lay back on the grass, clicking his tongue in acknowledgement. A smile graced his lips, and he seemed to soften, no longer so cold and distant. Taking a deep breath, Kakashi solemnly announced to the three, the exercise ends here. All of you have passed. Team 7 will commence missions starting tomorrow. Yes. Sakura exclaimed, elated. I did it. I'm a ninja, a ninja. Naruto, his eyes brimming with joy, shouted with glee. With a soft chuckle, Sasuke closed his eyes, feeling the gentle breeze brush against his face, bringing a refreshing coolness. His once weary soul seemed to be revitalized. And he turned to gaze at the youth basking in sunlight, some like flowers, thriving towards the sun. Time to go, Kakashi said, turning to lead them away. His voice, when he spoke, was low, rich, and gentle, akin to a soothing breeze that leaves one feeling slightly tipsy. Sakura, as if enchanted, felt a surge of courage welling up within her. She stepped forward suddenly, lifting her chin as she trembled. All right, teacher. Kakashi smiled, gesturing for her to follow. And as they walked side by side, Sasuke rose, hesitated for a moment, and then joined them. Beneath the radiant sun, the three figures gradually receded into the distance. As if time itself had frozen at that moment. All sounds were drowned in a warm tranquility, leaving only the interplay of light and shadow, reminiscent of a magnificent oil painting. Suddenly, a resounding roar erupted from behind, as Naruto exclaimed, I knew this would happen. Darn it, hurry and untie me. In the vibrant streets of Konoha, after bidding farewell to Sakura and Kakashi, Sasuke strolled alone along the bustling thoroughfare, not yet ready to return to his apartment. He felt a stirring in his heart as he ambled, his pace neither hurried nor slow, contemplating something in his mind. Abruptly, he halted, lifting his gaze towards the dango shop on his left. It struck him as ironic that Itaki, who had an undeniable fondness for sweets, had endured a lifetime of suffering, while he himself, who detested being controlled, was ultimately governed by a singular truth for most of his life. After lingering for a moment, Sasuke stepped inside the shop, pushing the door open as the wind danced through, causing the wind chimes at the entrance to emit a cheerful jingle. A warm, sweet aroma enveloped him. Welcome, said a girl adorned in a charmingly laced apron, momentarily taken aback by Sasuke's entrance, only to swiftly recover and greet him with a gentle smile. What would you like to have? Let me take a look first, he replied calmly, nodding slightly. Standing before the glass counter, he scrutinized the array of dango, falling into a contemplative silence. It was well known that the Uchiha clan had an insatiable craving for sweets, yet Sasuke, a member of this lineage, preferred the savory taste of dried bonito rice balls and tomatoes. After a moment of indecision, he finally resolved to order the three-color dango. Could I please have a serving of three-color dango? Certainly, the girl responded cheerfully. Shortly after, she presented the neatly packaged dango to Sasuke, softly thanking him. After completing the transaction, he turned and departed the dango shop, making his way back to the apartment. As night descended, a veil of twilight enveloped the surroundings. With stars twinkling against the serene night sky, lying on his bed, Sasuke closed his eyes. The bustling life below the apartment faded into silence, and in an instant, he found himself submerged in a dreamlike state, where space and time subtly reconfigured, surfacing fragments of memories long buried in his heart. In a daze, he realized the familiar houses had vanished, replaced by an endless expanse of forest. Everything here was both familiar and strange. Undeniably, he had been here before. Towering trees with lush foliage allowed only a few faint beams of sunlight to filter through the gaps. He was in pursuit of someone, and suddenly, light broke through ahead, revealing a tall, elegant figure with their back turned to him, hastily moving away. It felt as if a past event was replaying itself. He leapt gracefully into the air, darting through the trees, and heard his own voice, now more mature and slightly hoarse, echoing, "You said that once I possess eyes like yours, I would come to find you. Why are you running away? Is it out of guilt for lying to me? Or do you simply lack the courage to speak the truth? I know everything about you, which is why I intend to destroy Konoha." The figure continued to sprint forward without turning back, responding, "When we battled, I must have mentioned that everyone lives within their own obsessions, often unaware of it. The reality you perceive might merely be an illusion. As for my truth, I will no longer dwell in fantasies. I have unraveled your genjutsu, and my eyes are now your eyes." Upon encountering Itaki, resurrected through the impure world reincarnation, the once stagnant lake of his heart stirred with ripples. Yet all his anger and resentment reignited at Itaki's words. "Your stubborn tone hasn't changed a bit. However, I've heard about your situation and that you've changed significantly," Itaki stated calmly. Sasuke could not recall how he had responded or how he pursued Itaki's shadow, though he should have felt fury. An unexpected sense of secret joy welled up within him at Itaki's presence. Then, he found himself witnessing that scene once more. Among all the dreams that blurred the line between reality and illusion, this particular memory pierced his heart with a clarity as vivid as if it had transpired just yesterday. He stood at the threshold of light and darkness, watching the figure on the verge of dissolution. Yet, he could not approach, could not draw near. Even the mere act of gazing from afar felt like an unattainable luxury. "Farewell, brother." As the impure world reincarnation technique was dispelled, those resurrected began to detach their souls from their bodies. Itaki, his vision hazy, gazed longingly at Sasuke, struggling to steady his faltering body as he staggered toward him. "There is still time. I can feel my consciousness fading. Before we part, I want to share the answers you seek. There is no need for me to lie any longer. On the night we parted, what I did was, as Akatsuki and Danzo suggested, to reveal the truth to you." Suppressing a whirlwind of emotions, Itaki slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, they had transformed into his kaleidoscopic Sharingan, drawing Sasuke into a realm of genjutsu, allowing him to witness all that had transpired in the past. After what felt like an eternity, upon grasping the truth, a single crystalline tear silently slipped down Sasuke's cheek. Chapter 12, Awakening from the Dream. "I have laid bare all truths, leaving nothing concealed," Itaki declared. "I have always lied to you, seeking your forgiveness, pushing you away with these very hands. I never wanted to entangle you in this, but in hindsight, perhaps you possessed the power to change our parents, to alter the fate of the Uchiha. If I had faced you from the beginning, standing alongside you as equals in our quest for truth, it wouldn't matter how much I, a failed individual, spoke now, you would never truly listen. So this time, at the very least, I will let you understand more of the truth. It is of no consequence if you never forgive me." With a gentle touch, Itaki brushed his fingers across Sasuke's reddened eyes, his calloused palm cradling the back of Sasuke's head, forehead pressed against Sasuke's. Itaki offered a silent smile before lifting his gaze slightly, their lips nearly brushing against his brow. "No matter how you may change in the future, I will always love you." Sasuke stared blankly at Itaki, as if the person before him was just as he remembered. It felt as though his feelings of hatred or love were inconsequential. He sought only to clear his conscience, leaving others in a state of unease in the world. Whether Itaki was alive or dead, he taught more to hate than to love. Despite his eyes glistening with unshed tears, Sasuke's countenance remained calm as he fixated on Itaki, suddenly finding the situation absurd. For so long, he had harbored hatred over the deaths of his clan, and for Itaki's deceit and manipulation, his resentment had deepened. This hatred had persisted for a decade, yet one day, he learned the truth. Itaki concealed the truth of the Uchiha clan's massacre to protect him. To safeguard Konoha and himself, he chose to annihilate their clan. Itaki was justified in all his actions. What about him? Clueless, he had been the fool, dancing like a marionette, using his hatred to mask the fear and pain inflicted by that fateful night. What had his prolonged hatred amounted to? In that moment, he clearly understood that while anyone could hate Itaki, he, as the beneficiary, could not. Sasuke tilted his head back and suddenly noticed a white light enveloping Itaki. At that moment, an overwhelming sorrow surged within him, and his fingers trembled as if to reach out to the person before him. However, before he could raise his hand, the farewell approached silently. With a sudden hum, the white light intensified, and paper fragments swirled about as Itaki broke free from his corporeal bindings, floating in the air as a spiritual entity. His expression softened as he gazed at Sasuke, his eyes filled with reluctance, longing, and emotions that Sasuke, at his age, could not fully comprehend. Sasuke's heart pounded like a war drum, his eyes chaotic as he beheld the gradually translucent figure. He understood that this time, it was truly a final farewell. Helpless, he could only watch as Itaki departed, embarking on the path of the departed souls. A gentle breeze caressed him, lifting the stray strands of hair from his forehead, swirling them around him. His vision blurred momentarily, and then a brilliant light emerged, enveloping Itaki's soul in a milky white energy as it ascended slowly, drifting towards the azure sky. Brother. Sasuke stood frozen in place, his outstretched hand suspended in midair, gazing at the luminous speck merging with the heavens. He clenched his chest, a profound sorrow flooding his heart. Tears streamed down his expressionless cheeks, and with Itaki's departure, it felt as though a part of his heart had hollowed out. Regret, resentment, helplessness, and confusion entwined to form an impenetrable web, ensnaring him within. The place where those who missed him resided became his only refuge, yet he found himself bereft of a home. As night deepened and tranquility enveloped the world, the moonlight cascaded like water, casting a silvery veil over the earth. The clamor of the day had faded into silence, and the village of Konoha lay in a brief stillness, broken only by the occasional rustle of the wind and distant barks of dogs. Sasuke half sat up, his gaze falling upon the familiar apartment, the room enveloped in quietude. The curtains fluttered with the breeze, and the moonlight spilled onto the floor, leaving bright patches of luminescence. He covered his face, tears slipping through his fingers, each drop sinking into the bedding, carrying with them boundless sorrow and longing, gradually saturating the fabric. He could not comprehend why he wept. After all, Itaki still lived somewhere in this world, albeit in silence. Before him, a visage emerged, cold as ice. Yet those eyes bore an infinite affection and reluctance, gazing at him unwaveringly. Though reborn in the form of a youth, Sasuke's soul was that of a 25-year-old, accustomed to the cycles of life and death, having tasted the bitter sweetness of existence. Life encompasses 8 sufferings: birth, aging, illness, death, the inability to obtain desires, the presence of resentment and hatred, the pain of separation from loved ones, and the overwhelming nature of the 5 aggregates. Of these 8 sufferings, he had tasted 7, which rendered his emotions since his resurrection somewhat muted and veiled, as though concealed beneath a mask. Yet at this moment, the confusion and anguish etched across his face were raw and unfiltered, revealing him as a tender youth bereft of kin, without parents or even a single clansman, utterly alone. Caw, caw. Outside the window, the moonlight fell softly, and a pitch-black crow perched on the balcony railing, emitting a series of hoarse caws. Whether by coincidence or fate, it had remained there since the crimson sunset, quietly observing the occupant of the room through the curtain's gap. Sasuke turned towards the sound. Under the hazy moonlight, the crow seemed to meld with the night, a shadowy silhouette, save for its striking eyes. In that moment of eye contact, Sasuke's grip on his shirt tightened. The crow possessed blood-red pupils. The two, a boy and a bird, locked gazes for what felt like an eternity, until Sasuke averted his eyes first. He could not decipher his feelings for Itaki. Was it hatred? Certainly, but intertwined with that hatred were myriad other emotions. When he glanced back into those blood-red eyes, he murmured something, his voice barely audible, whisked away by the gentle night breeze. Time slipped by like a fleeting shadow. A month passed in the blink of an eye. At a training ground in Konoha, the sound of slicing air echoed throughout. Sasuke stood several meters away from a human-shaped wooden post, his left hand grasping a kunai, his right hand wielding a shuriken, both launched simultaneously. Thud, thud, thud. The weapons struck true, embedding themselves in the center of the post. With a soft exhale, Sasuke raised his head, sweat trickling down his cherubic cheeks, each droplet kissing the grass below. He wiped the perspiration from his forehead and cast his gaze towards the distant Hokage rock. In his first month as a genin, Aside from utilizing shadow clones alongside Naruto and the others for daily missions, he spent his time either training or on the path to training. As in his previous life, the tasks assigned to them as Genin were largely mundane, consisting of trivial matters in daily life. Chapter 13, New Mission. As in his previous life, the missions available to them were primarily D-rank tasks, involving everyday chores such as finding lost pets, babysitting, investigating the whereabouts of animals, conducting character assessments, collecting litter, assisting in harvesting sweet potatoes, or caring for children. Though somewhat tedious, these tasks afforded Sasuke ample room for growth. Oh, my adorable little tiger. Your mother is worried sick. A woman in her 30s, dressed in glimmering attire and somewhat plump, cradled a large orange cat adorned with a bright red bow. Meow. Woe is me. The cat's mournful and slightly panicked cries resonated throughout the Hokage building, its tears flowing as it flailed helplessly in the woman's embrace. Sasuke averted his gaze. For aside from summoned beasts, it was the first time he had witnessed such a profound sense of despair etched onto a cat's face. With such a master, it was no wonder it wished to escape. Sakura Haruno murmured softly, her expression filled with sympathy and reluctance as she observed the large cat. Although her voice was low, the others present, all ninjas except for the visiting woman, were keenly perceptive, and Sakura's words reached their ears clearly. Naruto nodded in agreement, clutching the cat's claw-inflicted wound, letting out a small hiss as he grimaced at the squirming creature in the woman's arms, his heart brimming with a sense of vengeance. Stupid cat, you deserve it. Alright, moving on. The next mission for Kakashi's Team 7 is to help an adult with childcare, otherwise, we'll be sent to the neighboring village for errands. Or assist in harvesting sweet potatoes. The speaker, with a kindly demeanor, donned a red and white hat, his tone calm, yet serious. It was the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. No. Before Hiruzen could continue, Naruto leaped up, fervently shouting, no, I don't want such a task. I want to undertake something more challenging. Give us other missions. Before anyone could respond, Irako Amino, who had been observing, slammed his hands on the desk and leaned forward, scolding Naruto. Naruto, you fool. You are all inexperienced novices. Everyone must start from the simplest tasks to accumulate experience. But, teacher, the missions we've been doing lately are quite boring, Naruto protested. His usual fervor dimmed in the presence of Iraka, who had always offered him warmth and recognition, his gaze evasive and his voice softened. Yet, before he could finish, a sudden force struck the top of his head, sending a sharp pain coursing through him. In a daze, he stumbled forward, and amidst the blur, he heard Kakashi's calm voice. Naruto, know your limits. Seeing this, Sakura wore a familiar expression, internally lamenting, Tisk, he truly is a troublesome brat. With Naruto's outburst leading the way, silence enveloped the room, until a deep male voice broke it. Naruto. All eyes turned towards Hiruzen Sarutobi, who tapped his pipe. It seems I must clarify the true significance of this mission for you. Hiruzen's serene gaze fell upon Naruto, who looked up, his blue eyes filled with confusion and uncertainty. Listen closely, for each day brings forth a multitude of assignments that we are tasked to undertake, ranging from child-rearing to assassination. The work orders meticulously document the various tasks we accept, categorized into 4 distinct levels of difficulty. A, B, C, and D. The ninjas of the village, myself included, are classified according to their abilities into 4 ranks: Hokage, Jonin, Chunin, and Genin. The higher-ups distribute the assignments to ninjas whose skills correspond to the requirements of each task. And upon successful completion, the clients will reward us with compensation. In summary, Sarutobi Hiruzen paused momentarily, lifting an eyelid, stating, you have only recently become Genin. Thus you are limited to executing D-rank missions. Do you understand? What shall we eat? Naruto whispered, yesterday we had pork bone ramen, so today let's have miso ramen. Naruto. Eating ramen every day lacks nutrition, Sakura reminded him helplessly. The two engaged in their discussion about lunch, completely disregarding his words as mere background noise. Sarutobi Hiruzen, frustrated, struck the desk with his smoking pipe, expressing his dissatisfaction with the duo. Listen to me, Hiruzen said, his brow furrowed, his tone tinged with irritation. Observing this, Sakura straightened up, adopting a serious demeanor. Meanwhile, Naruto sat cross-legged, hands on his knees, puffing up in indignation as he retorted. The old man only ever lectures from a lofty position, but I've grown up, don't think I'm still the mischievous little brat I used to be. After saying this, he turned his back, pouting petulantly, his childishness unmistakable. A moment of silence enveloped the room, yet adults often extend a measure of tolerance towards children, especially one like Hiruzen who has witnessed Naruto's tumultuous journey of growth. This silence lasted but a few seconds, akin to a bubble bursting under sunlight, as the onlookers regarded Naruto with expressions of fondness and anticipation for his future. As the teacher of Team 7, Kakashi scratched the back of his head, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he sighed quietly. Oh dear, I'm certain he will be reprimanded later. The boy who only expresses himself through pranks has unwittingly matured, and if Minato-sensei were to see this version of Naruto, he would surely feel a sense of pride. Gazing at the sulking Naruto, Hiruzen chuckled, conceding, very well, since you insist, I shall assign you a C-rank mission. He paused, glancing through the haze of smoke at the group. You are to protect a certain individual. Really? Naruto turned eagerly. Who is it? A lord or perhaps a princess? There's no need to rush. I shall introduce you now, Hiruzen said with a smile, raising his voice to call out. Could you please come in? As the words left his mouth, Team 7 turned towards the door, which was pulled open to reveal a bottle of sake. Why are there only little ninjas here? A drunken man stumbled into view, his face flushed, his eyes cloudy and unfocused as he leered at the three minors, lingering his gaze on Naruto. That short kid looks rather foolish. Could he really be a ninja? Chapter 14, Dazna. Aha! Who is this short and foolish fellow? Naruto laughed heartily, looking left and right. But his laughter abruptly halted as he glanced at Sasuke and Sakura standing on either side of him, leaving him utterly speechless. The trio stood in a line, with taller figures on the sides and a shorter one in the middle, creating a conspicuous dip above their heads. The glaring reality dawned upon him. The very individual he mocked for being short and foolish was none other than himself. An unspoken sense of shame began to rise, only to be swiftly replaced by anger. Growing up malnourished had left him significantly shorter compared to his peers. Now, with the client publicly pointing it out, he imagined Sakura would surely find him lacking. Damn that old man. I'll kill you, Naruto shouted, raising his fist recklessly. Sasuke grabbed the back of Naruto's collar, dragging him back despite his protests and fury, and discreetly coughed to regain composure, softly chiding him. Why would you want to kill the person we are supposed to protect? You idiot? This conflict sparked by the client's words did not sway the judgment of those present. Aside from Naruto, who was still shouting threats, the others were predominantly focused on the client. Under the curious and scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, Dazna's eyes flickered slightly. His alcohol-fogged brain began to function again. Lowering his gaze, he concealed his emotions, and after taking a sip of his drink, he disregarded the still ranting Naruto, and with a serious demeanor, introduced himself. I am the renowned bridge builder, Dazna. Until I return to my homeland and finish constructing the bridge, please ensure my safety with your lives. Observing this scene, which mirrored conversations and developments from his past life almost exactly, Sasuke felt a tinge of disinterest. His gaze drifted out the window, where the afternoon sun bathed Konoha in its usual warmth and tranquility, oblivious to the darkness that lurked beneath this serene facade. He half-heartedly listened to Dazna detail the mission, surveying the expressions of those around him. As expected, Naruto's fury had dissipated, replaced by youthful enthusiasm, while Sakura appeared earnest in her attention. Kakashi, with his characteristic deadpan expression, stroked his chin in contemplation, and Hiruzen, smoking his pipe, retained a benevolent demeanor, leaving one to ponder the thoughts of these cunning old foxes. Sasuke felt he had never truly understood these politicians, but he realized he did not need to, for they were ultimately on parallel paths. Once he eliminated Danzo, everything concerning Konoha would no longer pertain to him. Casting a glance at Hiruzen, he recalled the role he played on the night of the massacre, lowering his gaze to conceal the dark glimmer in his eyes. In the world of ninjas, where the strong prey on the weak, power, though not everything, was essential for survival, especially for revenge. He still had ample time to grow stronger. One day, he would bring this to an end himself. A multitude of thoughts raced through his mind, yet in the realm of reality, it all transpired in an instant. After Dazna finished speaking, a prolonged silence enveloped the room. Hiruzen surveyed the surroundings before addressing Kakashi, the Jonin leader of Team 7. Kakashi, do you have any questions regarding this mission? Kakashi shook his head. None. All right, Hiruzen replied, pausing before adding, I leave it in your hands. Understood. Third Hokage. Kakashi bowed respectfully before leading the client and the three young ninjas away. Once they departed, Irika, who had remained silent, could no longer contain himself and inquired, Hokage-sama, the three members of Team 7 have only recently become Jonin. Given that the mission in the Land of Waves evidently involves foreign Jonin, should we reconsider the personnel? Hiruzen, facing away from Irika, adjusted his hat and gazed at the diminishing figures of the two adults and three youths below, taking a puff from his cigarette before responding after a moment of silence. No need. With Kakashi present, they will be fine. Yes. At noon, with a gentle breeze blowing, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows upon the ground as if stars had fallen. In the sway of flowers and grass, fragrant aromas wafted through the air. At the entrance of Konoha, all right, let us set off. With a pack slung over his shoulder, Naruto raised his fists high, facing the gates of Konoha, his expression brimming with enthusiasm. Hey, Naruto. What on earth are you so happy about? Sakura Haruno crossed her arms, gazing at Naruto's overly fervent demeanor and the curious glances from onlookers. Feeling a mix of exasperation and a desire to distance herself from him, fearing she might inadvertently catch his infectious excitement. It's because I've never left the village in my entire life, Naruto exclaimed, his excitement rendering him impervious to reason as he darted left and right, exploring every nook with the lively exuberance of a monkey set free. Hey, is it really wise to send this kid? Tajana pointed at Naruto, turning to Kakashi with a look of skepticism. Well, with me, a jonin, accompanying him, we needn't worry about such trifles, Kakashi replied, hands in pockets, offering a sheepish smile. Faced with Tajana's doubtful gaze, Naruto crossed his arms and rolled his eyes, internally grumbling about the old man's irritating demeanor, deeming him the worst client and wishing he could give him a good lesson. Hey, you old geezer, don't underestimate ninjas. I'm incredibly strong. One day, I will become the Hokage, an outstanding ninja, and my name is Uzumaki Naruto. Remember it well. As his words hung in the air, a gentle breeze swept through, causing the leaves to rustle, and for a moment, silence enveloped the scene. Tajana took a sip from his flask, lowering his gaze as he scrutinized Naruto from a height that belied his age, skepticism evident in his eyes. You must be joking. The Hokage is the most formidable ninja in your village, and I highly doubt this little brat possesses the qualifications to become one. How annoying. Naruto clenched his fists, resolute in his determination to endure any hardship to achieve his dream of becoming Hokage. Once I do become Hokage, you'll have no choice but to acknowledge me. Humph. Tajana replied nonchalantly, I won't, even if you do become Hokage. At his words, Naruto's eyes blazed with fury, his expression darkening as he prepared to confront the old man, only to be halted by a firm grip on his collar. Weren't you told not to act that way? No, Kakashi-sensei, at least let me land a punch. Sasuke interjected, shrugging in resignation as he stepped forward. In truth, Naruto was already doing quite well, both as he was now and as the Hokage he would eventually become. In youth, one often believes they can change the world, but as one matures, they come to realize that merely remaining true to oneself amidst the world's alterations is a remarkable feat, particularly in a ninja world rife with conflict. Chapter 15, The Assault. On a scorching summer day, the five of them ambled along a shaded path, the familiar sounds of cicadas and birdsong easing the oppressive heat of summer. The gentle sound of flowing water echoed through the dense forest, amplifying as they walked, creaking and cracking. The sound of footsteps on a wooden bridge filled the air as Sasuke and his companions traversed the dry, decaying leaves, winding through a narrow gorge and crossing a swaying wooden bridge. They had been walking for an undetermined time when Kakashi lifted his eyelids, his gaze falling upon a puddle in the middle of the road. As if foreseeing something, he shook his head and continued forward, his expression impassive. Sasuke, hands in pockets, walked among them, silently suppressing his presence. Suddenly, he looked up at the puddle ahead, his senses alerting him to the presence of two chakra-bearing ninjas within it. His gaze darkened, his body instinctively entering a combat-ready state. With a flick of his fingers, a kunai appeared in his palm, which he gripped tightly. Slowing his pace to walk alongside Kakashi, the group continued to walk leisurely, passing the puddle one step after another, their backs turned to it. Unbeknownst to them, the once tranquil surface of the water began to ripple, creating circles that spread outward. Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, the chilling sound of air being cut through shattered the silence. Two chains, bristling with barbs, shot forth with blinding speed, ensnaring and binding Kakashi tightly. Two figures descended from above, one on either side, wielding the chains, ready to constrict and strangle him. In an instant, as the chains tightened, the barbs tore through fabric and pierced flesh. Kakashi was ambushed, surprise and fury coursing through him. Before he could utter a word, he convulsed violently and, in the blink of an eye, exploded into a cloud of crimson mist before the horrified eyes of his companions. Thud, thud, thud. The scattered, charred remnants of flesh rained down like droplets, stirring up a cloud of dust. The gruesome scene unfolded before them. The shock of facing death causing Sakura's eyes to widen as she stumbled back, struggling to comprehend the reality of the situation. Kakashi-sensei was renowned as Konoha's top technician. He couldn't possibly be dead. Kakashi-sensei, Naruto exclaimed, about to rush forward, but he suddenly froze in place as if an invisible weight bore down upon him, rendering him immobile. His senses heightened and alert to his surroundings. You are the second. A chilling voice seeped from behind him. As Naruto turned, he saw two shadows closing in, chains whirling, the air-slicing sound following swiftly, their barbed ends aimed directly at him. Naruto, duck! Sasuke shouted. Whoosh, whoosh. The terrifying sounds of slicing air rang out from the sides. Clang, clang. The shuriken met the chains with unstoppable force, sparks flying as they collided, the sharp sound echoing throughout the area. With immense inertia, the shuriken pinned the chains firmly against a tree. Thud, thud. The arrows struck deep into the wood, and the two figures staggered back. Sasuke let out a cold snort. Seizing the moment, he propelled himself forward, launching a swift kick that landed squarely on the face of the assailant rushing toward him, sending the foe crashing backward. Seizing the opportunity, Sasuke flicked his wrist, releasing the kunai from his grasp, which flew like a comet, piercing the enemy's throat. The warm, crimson blood splattered as the individual fell, unable to utter a sound before collapsing. Impressive, Naruto exclaimed instinctively, but as he lifted his gaze, he noticed another assailant had severed the chains and was charging towards Sakura and Tajuna. Sakura! The unspoken alarm cut through the air. In that instant, Sakura immediately positioned herself in front of Tajuna, gripping her kunai tightly. As the enemy drew within 5 or 6 meters, she shouted, "Old man, get back." Sasuke swiftly turned, dodging and positioning himself on the enemy's left side, executing a spinning kick that swept the adversary's legs out from under them, sending them crashing to the ground. Whoosh! A shuriken zipped past Tajuna's ear, striking the enemy's chest, blood erupting and soaking into the earth. The assailant clutched their chest, stumbling forward in agony. But before they could respond, their body uncontrollably toppled forward. Rustling, the foliage swayed with Kakashi's steps, and the group turned at the sound. Upon seeing the newcomer, Sakura momentarily froze, her hand trembling around her kunai, her eyes sparkling with uncontainable joy. "Kakashi-sensei, you're still alive." Kakashi inclined his head slightly towards Sakura, his gaze briefly shifting from Dasna before returning with an air of calm detachment. "This old man truly possesses an audacity that is unfathomable," Naruto exclaimed. "Huh? So, Kakashi-sensei just used the body replacement technique." He turned to survey the dismembered remnants, severed by chains, and as he watched, the vibrant hues of flesh gradually faded, transforming into mere pieces of wood. As the dust settled, Dasna, having narrowly escaped death, sighed with relief not far behind them. "Naruto, I apologize for not rescuing you sooner. I caused you harm by not anticipating that you would simply stand still," he continued. "In any case, Sasuke performed admirably." Kakashi stroked his chin, adding, "Sakura, you did well too." The atmosphere became distinctly peculiar as Kakashi scrutinized each individual present. None could decipher what this upright, solemn jonin was contemplating. Naruto felt a bitter taste in his throat, rendered motionless in confusion. Sasuke, maintaining a nonchalant demeanor, acknowledged Kakashi's praise with a subtle accepting it with a sense of deservedness, though he was still merely a fledgling youth. "All right, gather your things. We are returning to Konoha." Kakashi approached the corpses, his fingers deftly weaving through signs as he declared, "Earth style, ant hell." The ground beneath the bodies softened and swirled, swiftly engulfing the two corpses. After completing this task, he dusted off non-existent debris from his hands and turned to leave. "Let us go." Sakura was engaged in conversation with the client when she heard, her expression one of surprise. "Oh, Kakashi-sensei, we're leaving for Konoha?" "Hey, Ninja-san," Dasna exclaimed, instinctively reaching out to halt Kakashi. "What do you mean?" Chapter 16, The Mission Continues. Kakashi replied coldly, "You failed to inform us that you were being targeted by ninjas." Dasna felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Suddenly confronted by Kakashi's penetrating gaze, a fine sheen of cold sweat emerged on his forehead as his voice trembled, stammering, "What do you mean?" In other words, you did not disclose that you were under ninja surveillance. The nature of your request should have pertained solely to protection against organized crime or bandit groups. This situation falls under a B-rank mission or higher. He continued, "Your request was merely to ensure the safe construction of the bridge, but with ninjas involved. This mission will undoubtedly be classified as a high-value B-rank task. You seem to have your reasons for withholding information, yet your misrepresentation of the task is troubling for us. This situation has exceeded the scope of our mission." Kakashi waved dismissively, no longer addressing Dasna, as he strode back the way they came. "Sasuke, Sakura, Naruto, follow me." Each word struck at Dasna's vulnerabilities, causing his face to flush crimson as he anxiously wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Realizing that Kakashi was resolute in his departure, he felt a pang of dread. This was the last hope for the land of waves. Only ninjas could turn the tide against the enemy, or else his family and nation would fall, erasing everything he held dear. Overwhelmed by this thought, his eyes welled with tears as he cast a sorrowful glance at Sasuke and the others, his gaze filled with anguish and desperation. Sakura, shoulders sagging under the weight of his plea, felt pity yet remained powerless. After all, a mission of this caliber was far too perilous for them as low-ranking ninjas. "I'm sorry, Mr. Dasna, but this task is too much for us at this stage." After speaking, she turned to her companions. "Let us go back." Sasuke nodded. ignoring Dazna's pleading gaze as he walked past Naruto towards Kakashi. Naruto stood frozen, watching Sasuke leave without so much as a glance in his direction, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Why was there such a disparity? Why was he always at a disadvantage? How infuriating. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air, an object piercing flesh. The group turned to see Naruto, and they were met with expressions of shock. What are you doing, Naruto? Sakura rushed forward, horrified at the sight of his grievous wound. Naruto clutched his injury, blood seeping through his fingers, each drop sinking into the earth. He faced away from the others, fixating on his toes. He should be stronger than before. He had been working tirelessly to complete the mission, practicing ninjutsu alone at home every day. He would no longer rely on others for rescue. He would handle things calmly and would not shy away. He would never lose to Sasuke again. After a moment, he took a deep breath and declared loudly, I swear on the pain of my left hand, I will learn from this lesson and protect the old man. The mission continues. Naruto, while your bravery is commendable, Kakashi said, hands in his pockets as he assessed his student, if you continue to bleed like this, you risk losing too much blood and dying. A brief silence enveloped the area, no one speaking, the only sound being the rustle of leaves in the wind. Suddenly, Sasuke's voice broke through, you could actually die. Naruto exclaimed, no, no, no. His face drained of color, turning pale and ashen, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He instinctively raised his left hand, his body trembling as he flailed his arms desperately. I can't just die like this. Sakura's expression was one of exasperation. Naruto, you really do have a tendency towards self-harm. Kakashi approached, crouching down. Let me see your hand. No, I don't want your help. Kakashi grasped Naruto's wrist, his gaze fixating on the wound. In an instant, he felt a tremor in his own pupils as the injury began to heal before his eyes. The once deep gash closed at an astonishing speed, leaving only a white scar and dried blood on the surface. Such unparalleled healing ability. Could this be the power of the Nine Tails? Sensei, I should be fine now, right? Naruto's voice quivered, his eyes darting to gauge Kakashi's reaction, fearing a dreadful response. Kakashi replied with a non-committal pausing briefly before retrieving bandages to carefully tend to the concealed wound. You should be all right now. Great. I'm okay. The previously despondent Naruto, upon receiving this assurance, bolted away like a wild stallion, only to turn and wave back at the group. Hurry up, Kakashi-sensei. We still have to complete the mission. Kakashi sighed. Let us go. Upon hearing this, Sakura hesitated for a moment before following suit. In the distance, birds chirped in various tones amidst the trees. The air perfumed with the fragrance of summer blooms, brushing past the plains and rivers, tooling Sasuke's short hair. He glanced at Kakashi, their eyes meeting for a fleeting moment. In that instant, Sasuke discerned his reflection in Kakashi's light-colored pupils, realizing that his jaw was tense, instinctively betraying his wariness. At his age, he should not harbor such feelings. The person before him was his teacher. He should not be on guard. Suddenly, Naruto's distant voice called out, urging him onward. Sasuke averted his gaze first, stepping forward. And as he brushed past Kakashi, the latter spoke in a tone only Sasuke could hear. Do not allow hatred to cloud your vision. Your heart should not be filled solely with thoughts of your clan, nor should it harbor only resentment. Sasuke's movements faltered momentarily, a fleeting flash of crimson igniting within his gaze, only to resume his stride as though nothing had transpired. In a concealed corner, his hand clenched into a fist, knuckles whitening from the pressure. How familiar this sentiment was. He had once imparted such counsel to himself in a previous life. Yet what of it? While he held a measure of gratitude for Kakashi, indebted to him for the guidance bestowed during his vulnerable youth, he harbored no interest in the man, nor in his thoughts or past. Kakashi's tragedies, his magnanimity, his willingness to relinquish all hatred in favor of reconciliation with both Sasuke and Konoha, these matters were his own and bore no relevance to the Uchiha. The higher echelons of Konoha wielded the blade that annihilated the Uchiha clan, and his beloved elder brother bore the indelible stain of infamy for the sake of the village. Meanwhile, they brandished the banner of the will of fire, urging him not to let hatred cloud his vision. What logic exists in such a doctrine? The simplest truth is that one must pay with life for murder and settle debts with currency. Sasuke understood all too well that the world is not a realm of absolutes, where black and white exist distinctly. Sometimes, black can transmute into white, and white may harbor darker sins than the shadows. After all, those who ascend to the pinnacle of power invariably tread upon the blood of the fallen, mounting their thrones atop heaps of bones. Chapter 17. Entering the Land of Waves. In the midst of a gentle midday rain, a fine mist arose the moment raindrops kissed the tumultuous sea, enveloping the horizon in an ethereal shroud. The fog lingered over the entire expanse of water. A small boat glided across the shimmering surface, leaving behind delicate ripples. Sasuke leaned against the side of the vessel with closed eyes, the sound of oars slicing through the waves filling his ears. Opposite him, Sakura bit her lip, her pale green eyes gazing into the distance. A look of concern etched upon her face. What a dense fog. I can scarcely see ahead, she remarked. Dasna, we are on the cusp of seeing the bridge. If we follow that bridge ahead, we shall reach the land of waves. As he spoke, the small boat forged ahead through the layers of mist. And soon a colossal structure began to materialize in their line of sight. Beneath the veil of fog, the unfinished bridge emerged like a dragon rearing from the earth, poised to span two realms. Shadows danced upon the bridge, and the sounds of laughter and chatter occasionally drifted into their ears. What a magnificent sight! Exclaimed Naruto, his eyes sparkling with awe at the sight of the bridge, never having encountered such grandeur before. Dasna quickly hushed him, reprimanding, "Hey, kid, you'd best keep your voice down. If they catch wind of us, it will all be over." At this, Naruto's eyes widened in alarm, and he promptly covered his mouth, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as he cast furtive glances at the others. Kakashi inquired, "Although we are nearing the shore, I must ask you something first. What are the identities of those you fear, and what are their intentions? If you refuse to answer, our mission will cease upon your arrival ashore." Silence enveloped the boat, no one daring to speak. After a few moments of hesitation, Dasna's lips curled into a bitter smile. His voice dry as he managed to utter, "You are correct. This task may indeed be beyond your purview. In truth, a truly terrifying individual has set his sights on my life, the wealthy magnate of a shipping company, a man named Gato." Upon hearing the name Gato, Kakashi's eyes widened in shock. Gato? The Gato Enterprises? Sakura and Naruto exchanged puzzled glances, unable to comprehend Kakashi's intense reaction. Sasuke remained silent, contemplating that Gato was not a formidable figure in the realm of ninjas. Rather, he was merely rich, one of the few wealthy magnates in the ninja world. If he desired, many ninjas would readily risk their lives for him. Throughout history, wealth has stirred the hearts of men. It would be more accurate to say that Gato had his sights set on the entirety of the land of waves, with Dasna merely serving as an obstacle in Gato's path to domination. Before anyone could respond, Naruto raised his hand eagerly. Who is he? What's going on?" Dasna confirmed Kakashi's assertion, continuing, "On the surface, Gato is the president of a shipping company, but clandestinely, he engages in smuggling with the mafia and ninjas, trafficking contraband, and even encroaching upon other nations. He is nothing short of a villain, driven by greed." According to Dasna, approximately a year prior, Gato had set his sights on the land of waves. Utilizing both wealth and violence, he swiftly exerted control over all transportation on the island. For an island nation like the land of waves, controlling its maritime transportation equates to seizing its wealth, politics, and the lives of its people. The bridge currently under construction, linking the continent to the land of waves, if completed, would shatter Gato's blockade, allowing trade to resume uninterrupted. It was no wonder Gato sought to eliminate Dasna, even resorting to employing ninjas. As for why Dasna had misrepresented the mission's risk level, it boiled down to a lack of funds. Sasuke understood that the land of waves was an exceedingly impoverished nation. Even the feudal lords scarcely possessed wealth, let alone the common folk. A B-rank mission's remuneration was substantial, far beyond what the land of waves could afford. Unable to afford the price and unwilling to succumb to Gato's rule, the only path left was to exaggerate the mission's danger, a gamble of desperation. At that moment, Dasna's expression was calm as he earnestly stated, "If you decide to terminate the mission upon reaching the shore, I shall surely be killed on the way home. You need not concern yourselves, even if I die. The only one who would mourn for me is my grandson, who is not yet 10 years old. Oh, and my daughter will harbor a lifelong hatred for Konoha Ninja, living out her days in solitude." Sasuke, upon hearing this, felt a ripple of emotion within him, silently lamenting the calculated strategy at play, exploiting the compassion that lingered within Sakura and the others. To him, Dasna was gambling, wagering on the flicker of kindness that had yet to extinguish in their hearts. The youthful fervor of the inexperienced, filled with aspirations of soaring high, remained blissfully unaware of the world's malevolence, harboring a certain goodwill toward the weak. Unlike Kakashi, who, with his vast experience, navigated life with smoothness, adept at manipulation to serve his own ends, and often shunning the weak. Sakura sighed. Hey, Naruto, his gaze unfocused, shook his head as if trying to gather his thoughts. Sasuke closed his eyes, choosing silence, for in his view, the journey to the land of waves was imperative. As anticipated, Kakashi lightly tapped his forehead protector, pondering for a considerable time before finally relenting with a resigned shrug. Very well, there's no other option. We shall escort him to the end. Having prepared himself for rejection, he contemplated how to evade the ninja's assassination, perhaps dragging Gato along to a mutual demise. However, to his surprise, Dasna, taken aback, could only manage a stiff expression, muttering, "I am immensely grateful." The waves crashed relentlessly, each layer colliding against the boat's hull, sending sprays of water into the air before they fell back down. The vessel swayed gently as it traversed the dark, spacious passage, the thick fog dissipating. Dasna pointed ahead to a cluster of yellow brick houses with gray roofs. "We are almost there." A few minutes later, they stealthily approached the dock. Sasuke exhaled deeply, observing the four figures ahead, two large and two small, before letting out a soft laugh. The road ahead is still long, navigating through the dense buildings. They entered a tree-lined grove where the leaves whispered in the wind, casting a gentle green hue. The sound of babbling water filled the air and under the sun's rays. The stream sparkled, resembling a ribbon that connected the verdant hills to the azure sky. Sasuke moved swiftly, seamlessly arriving beside Naruto, the two walking side by side in silence. Naruto silently rolled his eyes and turned his head just in time to see the sunlight cascading over Sasuke, whose raven hair contrasted sharply with his porcelain complexion. His posture was impeccably straight, hands tucked into his pockets, and his long legs resembled those of a stately pine tree. A wave of confusion washed over Naruto, mingled with a quiet resentment. He clenched his teeth inwardly, realizing that it was this very visage that attracted Sakura's attention. How infuriating. He vowed not to allow this brat to steal the spotlight any longer. Suddenly, he halted in his tracks, abruptly turning around. There, in an instant, Naruto drew a kunai with astonishing speed, his wrist flicking deftly as the weapon sped away, transforming into a streak of light that darted into the bushes. The rustling of leaves erupted, startling 5 or 6 birds into flight. The sequence of actions left the others momentarily stunned as they stood frozen in place. Chapter 18, No More Decapitation. Sasuke parted the foliage and discovered a rabbit frothing at the mouth, a kunai embedded in its head, his lips twitching slightly at the chaos Naruto had unleashed. Grasping the rabbit by its ears, he turned to the group, revealing that it was merely a false alarm. Naruto's heart, which had been suspended in anxiety, now relaxed as he observed Sasuke posing dramatically, exuding an air of self-importance, inciting irritation among the others. It was nothing more than a rabbit. With his back to the group, Naruto tossed his hair and let out a resigned sigh. Sasuke's eyes flickered momentarily, and he hesitated, retreating his foot, listening quietly as the others berated Naruto. "Why are you pretending? There was nothing there to begin with. Naruto, for heaven's sake. Please don't throw kunai recklessly. It's genuinely dangerous. Hey, shorty, could you refrain from acting all mysterious? It seems like there's a shadow over there." Naruto glanced around, uncertainly muttering, "No, wait, is it over here?" Sakura smacked him on the back of the head, yelling, "Idiot, are you done yet?" "Yes, there truly is someone hiding, intending to ambush us," Naruto retorted, clutching his head. "Nonsense. You should know when to stop." Sasuke observed the bickering duo, about to step forward when he suddenly noticed the rabbit he was holding was white. It was evidently a snow rabbit. Its fur typically reserved for the brief daylight of winter, suggesting it had been raised indoors away from sunlight, specifically for use in substitution jutsu. Swish. A sound sliced through the tranquil forest like a bolt of lightning, tearing apart the stillness and hurtling toward everyone with overwhelming force. "Everyone get down," Kakashi shouted. Just as Sasuke ducked, a shadow shot past him like an arrow, accompanied by a chilling gust of wind that ruffled a few strands of hair before settling back down. With a resounding thud, a massive blade cleaved through the trunk of a giant tree, firmly embedded within it, as a figure suddenly appeared at the hilt. This was a muscular man, bare-chested and with his face wrapped in bandages, seemingly around 25 years of age. He stood with his back to the group, a scarf fluttering around his neck, his gaze sharp and condescending as he surveyed everyone present. "Excuse me, could you hand over the old man?" Sasuke looked up and recognized the infamous Thabuza Mamakai, along with the boy named Haku. Sasuke steeled himself, suddenly catching a glimpse of something out of the corner of his eye. He turned slightly to see a gaze that couldn't be retracted in time, locking eyes with Kakashi. As their gazes met, Naruto shot him a fierce glare, as if to declare, "This time, it's my turn to shine. I won to lose to you, Sasuke." After a moment, he took a deep breath, choosing not to engage further. "Well, if it isn't the rogue ninja from the Mist Village, Zabuza Mamakai," Kakashi remarked, his tone casual, akin to an old friend reuniting after a long separation, even as the tension between them hung palpably in the air. He lazily stepped forward, hands in his pockets, shielding his students and the client behind him. "A rogue ninja?" Naruto's smile faltered, his eyes darting uncertainly as he stole a glance at the composed Sasuke, shaking his head and dismissing any wavering thoughts. It didn't matter who Zabuza was. All that mattered was defeating him. His resolve solidified, Naruto silently vowed he would succeed. However, before he could make a move, he felt a firm grip on his shoulder from behind. The grip was strong, pinning Naruto down with just one hand. "Calm down," Sasuke whispered in Naruto's ear, urging him to avoid causing trouble for those around him. At that moment, Kakashi blocked Sakura, his voice cold. "Step back." Sakura hesitated. "Why? This guy is on a completely different level than the last two. Fighting him might prove challenging. You all arrange yourselves in a defensive formation to protect Mr. Tejuna." As the tension escalated, Kakashi pulled back the forehead protector covering his left eye, revealing a scar that ran the length of his face. The sealed eye slowly opened, unveiling the legendary Sharingan to the astonishment of the onlookers. Clap, clap, clap. Zabuza applauded, devoid of any mirth, his eyes brimming with malice. "I didn't expect to see the famed Sharingan so soon. When I was part of the Mist Assassination Unit, I had your information documented in the handbook I carried, which stated this: a man capable of copying over 1,000 jutsu, the copy ninja, Kakashi." Hearing this, everyone turned their gaze to Kakashi, a mixture of awe and skepticism in their eyes, yet they collectively chose to observe, recognizing that such a battle was beyond their capabilities. Sasuke restowed the storage scroll he had just drawn, watching as the two men exchanged glances, neither making a move. After a moment of contemplation, Sasuke closed his eyes briefly before reopening them. Zabuza's lengthy monologue was merely a stall tactic, confirming the adage that the early bird catches the worm while the latecomer suffers. The saying never goes out of style. A gentle breeze swept through the trees, shrouding the area in thick fog. As the wind blew, the mist dispersed, transforming the once clear trees into an indistinct blur, resembling an ink-wash painting. The scenery was beautiful, yet Sasuke had no time to admire it. He understood that this fog was the result of a hidden mist jutsu. The concentrated chakra mist could obscure the environment, allowing the user to hide within it and ambush opponents, even blurring the vision of the Sharingan. With a kunai held before him, Sasuke positioned himself beside Naruto, the three forming a protective triangle around Tejuna. Trailing behind, Naruto instinctively shot a glance, ready to retort, but Sasuke interrupted him. "Listen, no matter what you see or hear, do not panic. Just follow my lead." "Sasuke," Naruto opened his mouth, feeling a sense of unfamiliarity with Sasuke's calm demeanor, his eyes eerily tranquil. As still as a stagnant pond, void of panic or fear, only composure and indifference remained. Shaking his head, he hesitated for a few seconds before resolutely nodding. On the other side, Zabuza interrupted. "Enough chit-chat." He drew his large blade, appearing in the center of the stream, walking on water with one hand raised to the sky and the other forming hand seals, summoning a whirlwind that radiated outward from his position. Ninja art, hidden mist technique. Chapter 19, The Battle. Leaves danced in the air, gently falling into the stream, while the dense fog enveloped everything like a cage, obscuring mountains, rivers, flowers, grass, trees, and people alike. The thick fog enveloped the surroundings, casting an ethereal dreamlike quality where everything became indistinct, and the figures of people and objects faded into mere silhouettes. Kakashi stood at the center of the clearing, his posture relaxed, yet his body was taut like a bowstring, for Zabuza's prowess was not to be underestimated, particularly given his expertise in assassination. As he scanned the area, searching for hidden foes within the mist, Kakashi advanced with deliberate calmness. "Sensei." Sakura's face was etched with concern, her gaze fixed on him, watching his receding figure with a flicker of unease and anxiety, leading her to call out instinctively. Kakashi paused momentarily. Well, it seems I've made my students worry about me. I must truly be lacking. Rest assured, even if I perish, I will safeguard your safety. I shall not allow my comrades to fall." With that, he formed hand seals, and from his being, blue chakra coalesced into a swirling vortex, sweeping away the surrounding fog with the force of a tempest, revealing a substantial clearing in an instant. "Not necessarily," Zabuza murmured from behind the group. "The facts and outcomes often diverge from expectations, don't they, kids?" His massive blade gleamed ominously as it sliced through the air, aimed directly at Sasuke and his companions, intent on cleaving them asunder. In that critical moment, Sasuke turned and thrust, striking Zabuza's midsection, the tremendous shockwave forcing Zabuza to stagger back a step, his eyes widening in astonishment. Tick-tock, tick-tock. As Sasuke exerted force, his kunai began to seep water, revealing that he had struck a water clone. Suddenly, he felt a chilling presence lock onto him from behind. "Sasuke, behind you!" Naruto exclaimed, alarmed. Just as Sasuke was about to pivot, Zabuza lunged forward, brandishing his weapon, the blade spinning in an arc, slicing through the air with an overwhelming force aimed at Sasuke's vital points. Die, clang. The sharp sound of metal clashing echoed as the kunai met the blade. A figure, not imposing yet resolute, interposed itself before Sasuke. Kakashi intercepted Zabuza's ferocious strike. "Your adversary is me." He sank slightly, stepping back, leaving a distinct footprint in the earth. As he moved, Zabuza retaliated with greater speed and ferocity, forcing Kakashi back, the two locked in a stalemate for a brief moment, neither able to gain the upper hand. Then, a rustling sound approached from behind. Zabuza turned to see his sinister grin vanish, surprised to find himself encircled by three young ninjas. Intensifying his grip, he forcefully pushed Kakashi aside, leaping out of the trio's circle and landing on a branch with poise, his scarf billowing in the wind. From his elevated position, Zabuza looked down upon them, but before he could launch an attack, a kunai was suddenly pressed against his throat. "Do not move," Kakashi declared coldly. "This ends here." "Impossible." Zabuza's previously calm demeanor shifted slightly as he glanced back at Kakashi's original position. Now only a puddle remained. He had utilized the water clone technique. "Impressive," Naruto exclaimed, swallowing hard, his eyes wide with awe. Sasuke, however, remained vigilant. Unlike Naruto's optimism, he understood that Zabuza was a man renowned for his silent killing techniques within the Mist's assassination organization. Defeat would not come easily. Never underestimate your opponent. Even a lion uses its full strength to catch a rabbit. Never lower your guard, especially against a man of Kakashi's caliber. Gripping his kunai tightly, Sasuke's dark eyes remained fixed on the two. As anticipated, the next moment, Zabuza erupted into a chilling laughter. "Ha!" The sound reverberated, deafening, as he taunted. "Is it truly over?" Hearing his laughter, Kakashi felt a shiver run down his spine. Despite having left the assassination unit for years, the instincts honed from a lifetime of bloodshed rang alarm bells, prompting him to hastily attempt to slice Zabuza's throat. However, it was too late. With a splash, the figure before him transformed into a spray of water. Seizing the opportunity as Kakashi dispersed his shadow clone, Zabuza swung his arms, his blade aiming fiercely at Kakashi, swift, precise, and ruthless, the blade whistling through the air. With the wind howling in his ears, Kakashi acted without hesitation, crouching down as the tremendous force grazed his scalp. With a resounding crash, he landed heavily on the ground. Dust swirling around him as stones flew, the blade carving a deep pit in the earth. Failing to land his blow, Zabuza pivoted on the blade's tip, delivering a fierce kick toward Kakashi, sending him crashing into the stream below. "Sensei!" Naruto's eyes widened in horror as he cried out. "Kakashi-sensei has been sent flying." Sakura's mind went blank, buzzing with disbelief. In the distance, the water rippled, and soon after, Kakashi emerged, his body encased in chakra as he struggled against the water's grip. But to his dismay, he found himself immobilized. "What is happening? Why is this water so heavy?" Kakashi's expression shifted to alarm as realization struck him. "Oh no, fool." Zabuza appeared behind Kakashi, his massive blade poised as he formed hand seals, water prison technique. At that critical moment, a shuriken zipped through the air. A hair's breadth from him, Zabuza turned to evade, the shuriken grazing his scalp. Before he could react, a flurry of white projectiles followed. And as he ducked to avoid one, he suddenly spotted a black-haired boy in the distance, one hand brandishing a handful of shuriken while the other formed seals. In a flash, Zabuza made a snap decision to retreat, his left foot forcefully pushing off the water as he propelled himself towards Sasuke, like an arrow released from its bow. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Sasuke's chest expanded as he expelled a multitude of fireballs the size of fists, simultaneously hurling a handful of shuriken towards Zabuza. As the shuriken pierced through the flames, the fire clung to them like a parasite, transforming the projectiles into fiery projectiles that rained down upon Zabuza. "What a troublesome little brat." Zabuza gritted through clenched teeth, gripping his sword tightly, his muscles tensing as the blade traced a silver arc in the air, colliding with the shuriken, producing a cacophony of metallic clinks. Chapter 20, Approaching the Climax. Failing to land a hit, Sasuke felt no surprise. Swiftly drawing another kunai, he aimed a piercing strike directly at Zabuza. Too slow. Zabuza, having clawed his way up from a sea of corpses, recognized the boy's youthful naivete. The boy's attack was riddled with openings, and several glinting kunai nearly grazed his face. After evading them all, Zabuza took a half step back, seizing the moment to extend his left hand toward Sasuke's throat. With a resounding clap, Sasuke seized Zabuza's wrist, a flicker of lightning sparking at his fingertips. Seizing the opportunity, Sasuke lunged forward, the tip of his blade aimed viciously at Zabuza's throat. Zabuza felt a sharp pain in his wrist, followed by a surge of electricity coursing through his body, drawing in a sharp breath as his body momentarily stiffened. The kunai now perilously close, merely half an inch away. With a determined grit, he clenched his teeth and desperately tilted his head to evade. The blade's tip grazed his throat, slicing his chin. In an instant, blood splattered, blooming like scarlet plums upon the earth. Though this man was a seasoned ninja accustomed to pain, as he sensed the revival of his mobility, Sasuke showed no inclination to linger in battle. He swiftly executed a sweeping kick, sending Zabuza staggering. Seizing the opportunity, he scooped up a handful of dirt from the ground and hurled it fiercely into Zabuza's face. In the face of imminent danger, Zabuza shut his eyes, propelled himself into the air with a powerful push of his legs, and landed gracefully while casting a wary gaze at Sasuke, his left hand trembling slightly. A flicker of apprehension passing through his heart. He had initially perceived the boy as a mere novice, only to discover he was a wolf in sheep's clothing. Having spent his days hunting geese, he was now pecked at by them. The fiery pain radiating from his chin momentarily darkened Zabuza's expression with a ruthless glare. With his eyes fixed on the battlefield, Naruto, having formed seals but not yet unleashed his jutsu, wore a serious expression. He seized the moment and called out, "Shadow Clone Technique." Just as Zabuza narrowed his eyes in anticipation of an attack, he was taken aback as the blond boy suddenly multiplied into hundreds, then thousands of figures. A dense mass overwhelming him and sealing off all possible avenues of escape. The Shadow Clone Technique, and with such a formidable number of clones. Realizing evasion was futile, Zabuza resigned himself to the confrontation, drawing forth the massive sword strapped to his back. The two locked gazes for a fleeting second, time seeming to freeze. The air thick with the faint scent of blood. "Let us go." The multitude of Narutos declared in unison, each brandishing kunao as they charged forward. Leaping high into the air, a veritable mountain of humanity cascading towards Zabuza, threatening to engulf him entirely. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. This human mountain quivered slightly, appearing to swell and contract like an inflated balloon. After 2 cycles, it erupted in a violent explosion. A dazzling arc of light sliced through the air as Zabuza, wielding his sword with overwhelming force, shattered the oncoming clones with merciless brutality. Even as the clones experienced the searing pain, their cries of anguish could not be contained. Indeed, it was all too much. You cannot hope to defeat him. Listening to the chorus of agonized screams, Tajuna felt a chill run down his spine. His thoughts spiraling into disarray, his hands and feet growing cold. Would he forever slumber in this place? Gazing at the youthful, unblemished faces of Sakura and her comrades, and thinking of his grandson who was not yet 10, he could not help but smile bitterly, feeling he had entangled them in his own troubles. At that very moment, Naruto, along with his remaining clones, was sent flying backward, skidding uncontrollably across the ground for dozens of meters due to inertia, leaving a long trail in his wake. Gritting through the pain, he managed to sit up, noting that Zabuza was still occupied by the other clones, and he let out a sigh of relief. To defeat him, he would have to resort to that method. Removing the backpack he carried, Naruto unfastened the chain and rummaged inside, retrieving a dark object, which he promptly tossed. "Sasuke." At this call, Sasuke looked up, catching it deftly. The originally dark and knife-like object unfolded into a grand windmill shuriken, far larger than a typical shuriken and boasting 4 enormous blades. Meanwhile, Zabuza continued to swing his great sword, growing increasingly impatient as he faced wave after wave of shadow clones. He thrust his sword fiercely into the ground, using it as a pivot, and executed a powerful roundhouse kick, clearing a large area around him. Water style, great waterfall technique. Zabuza's chest heaved as he gathered chakra in his throat, unleashing a massive water sphere that surged towards the multitude of clones. The torrent forced them to retreat, each dissipating into smoke, briefly obscuring the view of the others. Sasuke awaited this precise moment, gripping the windmill shuriken tightly. Utilizing the body flicker technique, he vanished and reappeared mid-air, launching the windmill shuriken at Zabuza with the force of a tempest. Unfazed by the oncoming windmill shuriken, Zabuza extended his left hand in a swift motion, catching the high-speed projectile with a scoff. "Even the windmill shuriken is ineffective against me." Yet, as his words fell, another hidden windmill shuriken pierced the water surface, striking at Zabuza from an unexpected angle. In a precarious moment, Zabuza's expression tightened, shock flashing across his face. The shadow of the shuriken concealed yet another shuriken. Was this the shadow shuriken technique? Just as he believed he had dodged the attack, the evaded windmill shuriken abruptly altered course, seemingly controlled by an unseen force, and veered back towards him. With a resounding thud, the windmill shuriken transformed back into Naruto, who swung his right arm, sending another shuriken hurtling towards Zabuza's back. "Take this." Accompanied by a piercing whistle, it surged directly for Zabuza. "What is this?" A fleeting expression of disbelief crossed Zabuza's face as he attempted to evade. But his body froze, every hair standing on end as a surge of electricity coursed through him, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Sasuke smirked coldly. Being unable to move was precisely what he wanted. Seizing the moment, he closed the distance, his left fist glowing with lightning as he struck without hesitation. The force of the punch created a deafening explosion in the air a terrifying momentum. Caught off guard by the sudden assault, Zabuza was engulfed by a whirlwind of emotions, fear, and rage. Before he could utter a word, brat. The sound of a weapon piercing flesh echoed as he felt a sharp pain in his back. Simultaneously, an unprecedented blow struck his abdomen, accompanied by a dull thud. His eyes widened, mouth agape, as bile mixed with blood erupted from his lips. His body propelled backward due to inertia, crashing heavily against a tree trunk. Chapter 21, Arrival. As the mist, shrouded like gossamer, gradually dissipated, the surrounding scenery began to sharpen into focus, the distant mountains emerging through the thin fog. Bathed in sunlight, Sasuke allowed the gentle breeze to tousle his bangs, kunai in hand, skillfully weaving a beautiful pattern in the air. This battle has come to an end. His face remained impassive, his pupils reflecting a cold indifference as they captured Zabuza's current state of disarray, stepping toward him with measured strides. Cough, 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 gripping his side in agony. Zabuza staggered to his feet, leaning against the tree for support. His eyes glowed crimson as he coughed violently. Brat, I truly underestimated you. Sasuke offered no reply, launching himself forward, the cold gleam of his kunai flashing, reflecting Zabuza's wide, startled eyes. In the brief instant they were less than half a step apart, Sasuke felt a sudden gust of wind from behind. Without time to think, he dove forward just as two needle-like shuriken whizzed past, severing a few strands of hair while maintaining their lethal momentum, plunging deep into Zabuza's throat. Blood sprayed forth, raining down like a multitude of stars scattered from the heavens, as Zabuza collapsed with a thunderous crash, raising a small cloud of dust. Sasuke utilized the body flicker technique, instantly appearing beside Sakura, shielding Tajino within. As the breeze swept through, the onlookers barely registered a blur before a figure suddenly materialized beside Zabuza, clad in a mask. His clothing billowing in the wind, icy eyes scrutinizing the group without a hint of concealment. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The leaves swayed gently in the wind as Sasuke and the others remained vigilant, their gazes fixed on the approaching figure. A momentary silence enveloped the scene. With Naruto frozen in place, his eyes locked onto Zabuza's lifeless body, not daring to blink. How could this be? No one answered. All eyes were trained on the newcomer. After what felt like an eternity, the individual finally knelt amidst the intense scrutiny, staring intently at Zabuza, his expression devoid of emotion. He then reached two fingers towards Zabuza's throat, pausing for a brief moment before rising and slightly bowing to the gathered crowd, saying, I am truly grateful to you all. I have long awaited the opportunity to eliminate Zabuza. You are from the Hunter Nii of the Mist Village. A voice interrupted the stranger before he could continue. The group turned in unison, and upon seeing the newcomer, they gasped collectively. Kakashi-sensei. Mr. Kakashi. At that moment, Kakashi stood drenched, appearing somewhat disheveled yet maintaining an upright posture. Hands in pockets, his deep, shadowy eyes piercing through the crowd to lock onto the stranger effortlessly. Impressive, you recognize me at a glance. The stranger lifted his head, displaying no hint of panic at being exposed, his tone steady and calm, devoid of any trace of anger. The Hunter Nii? Naruto looked bewildered, desperately racking his brain for understanding, but to no avail. Sensing his confusion, Sakura quickly explained, the so-called Hunter Nii are those who, like Zabuza, have defected from their respective villages for various reasons, becoming rogue ninjas. The Hunter Nii are tasked with assassinating such renegades to prevent leaks of village secrets. As she spoke, Sakura smacked Naruto gently on the back of his head, exclaiming, this is common knowledge. You should study harder. Indeed, my mission is to hunt down rogue ninjas. The stranger stated flatly, resembling an emotionless puppet, even though his hands were stained with blood, showing no compassion for those before him. Naruto's gaze shifted from Zabuza's fallen form to the masked figure, an inexplicable pang tugging at his heart, a murky flood of emotions washing over him. Just as he was about to speak, Sasuke reached out to halt him, shaking his head to indicate that Naruto should refrain from acting impulsively. Sasuke quietly observed the unfolding events, aware that their group consisted of the elderly and the injured. Engaging in conflict with the stranger could prove perilous without revealing their full strength, especially since, in critical situations, a one-for-one trade was not uncommon in the shinobi world. It seems your battle should conclude here, the stranger remarked, kneeling to lift Zabuza's body single-handedly, one hand supporting the upper half, while the other formed a hand seal. I must take my leave. With that, a gust of wind swept through the area, leaves swirling into the air before settling, leaving only Sasuke and his companions behind. Kakashi stood beneath the shade of a tree, gazing up at the yellowing sky, a hint of fatigue crossing his youthful, handsome face. He lowered his forehead protector to conceal his Sharingan and steeled himself, declaring, our mission is not yet complete. We must ensure that Mr. Tajuna returns home safely. Sasuke showed no surprise, merely responding with a noncommittal "Ah, everyone, I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. Please, come to my home and rest comfortably." Tajuna, the beneficiary, chuckled heartily, adjusting his fisherman's hat with a beaming smile, warmly inviting them in. Naruto, squatting on the ground with a dejected expression, ignored Tajuna's enthusiastic words, poking the earth with his fingers while muttering incoherently. Observing Naruto's mood, Kakashi gently patted his head, encouraging him. "All right, let's pick ourselves up and move on." At this, Naruto resembled a wilted plant, rising reluctantly with his head down, trailing behind Kakashi. Chirp, chirp. The forest filled with the sounds of birds singing. After a few steps, Kakashi abruptly halted, his pupils constricting as a wave of weakness washed over him, his legs buckling and his vision darkening before he collapsed forward. "Kakashi-sensei." In that crucial moment, Sasuke swiftly caught him, watching Kakashi slip into unconsciousness, fully aware that it was a consequence of chakra depletion and the strain of his Sharingan. Sakura and Naruto were taken aback, rushing forward, while Sasuke knelt to hoist Kakashi onto his back, turning to Tajuna. "Please lead the way, Mr. Tajuna." "Why yes," Tajuna stammered, forcing himself to take a deep breath and compose himself as he led them forward. Throughout the journey, Sasuke and Naruto took turns carrying Kakashi, hurrying onward through the wearying trek until they finally reached Tajuna's home as night fell. The two-story wooden house stood by the sea, with an expansive ocean in front and a lush forest behind. The sun dipped below the horizon, its remnants twinkling like stars across the sky. Tajuna pushed open the door and called into the house, "Tsunami, I'm home." As his words echoed, the sound of dishes crashing to the floor was heard from within, followed by hurried footsteps approaching. The door burst open, revealing a lively woman in her late 20s rushing out. "Father, you're back," she exclaimed, grasping Tajuna's arm. Her eyes reddened as she murmured, "It's good to have you back. It's good to have you back." Chapter 22. Departure as night descended. The clamor of the day gradually faded, darkness enveloping the land like velvet, silence reigning, broken only by the distant chirping of crickets and the rustling of leaves in the night. Tajuna introduced his guests to Tsunami, and after a brief exchange of pleasantries, he noticed Naruto still carrying an unconscious adult and hurried to prepare a bed, arranging for Kakashi to rest in the guest room on the second floor. After a shared dinner, the group retired to their assigned rooms, given the modest size of Tajuna's home and Kakashi's need for quiet recovery. Sasuke and Naruto squeezed into one room together. At midnight, the outside world was an abyss of darkness, with insects chirping in the grass. Naruto sprawled across the tatami mat, occasionally emitting snores of varying lengths. In a state of semi-consciousness, he suddenly felt a chill envelop him, the wind whistling as a draft seeped through the window. His eyelashes fluttered as he reflexively reached for the blanket, just as a warm quilt was draped over him, providing a comforting source of heat. His lips parted and murmured incoherently in his sleep, before he rolled over, turning his back to the window, scratching his rear before sinking back into a deep slumber. Sasuke, with an expression of indifference, tucked Naruto's blanket snugly around him, adjusted the straps of his backpack, and neatly arranged the bedding and pillow he had just used. Finally, he removed his forehead protector. The metallic surface glimmered coldly in the dim room, the spiral engravings deeply etched into the center of the metal. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Sasuke swallowed hard, releasing a soft sigh that echoed within the cramped space. It felt like a moment of self-mockery as he lifted his gaze, focusing intently on his dear friend. The young Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails appeared to be sleeping soundly, although Naruto presented an outward appearance of being carefree and boisterous in Konoha. He had continually endured disdainful glares from others and lived in the shadow of misunderstanding and exclusion for far too long. This individual has remarkably matured into a figure of optimism and resilience, relentlessly flourishing even in the face of discrimination and isolation. The golden-haired youth lies asleep on his side, a trickle of white liquid escaping the corner of his mouth. Witnessing this scene, Sasuke's lips twitch involuntarily. Truly, you never fail to impress, Naruto. He gently taps 2 fingers against Naruto's forehead, a hint of a smile flickering in his eyes. "Hey, Naruto, let's call it a day?" He is acutely aware that Naruto's dreams are destined to materialize in the near future. He will gather a loyal band of companions who never abandon him, a nurturing teacher, a girl who has cherished him for a long time, and a bright, radiant future. Meanwhile, Sasuke is about to embark on his own journey, even if it leads him in opposition to everyone in Konoha. From the moment of his parents' demise, the tragic slaughter of his clan, and Itake's betrayal of Konoha, he was inexorably bound to tread the path of vengeance, even if it meant living another life. A window on the second floor clicked shut silently in the darkness. At this moment, the world fell into silence, devoid of life. It was arguably the safest time, with the darkened streets utterly deserted. Sasuke navigated through the rows of houses with practiced ease, his steps unceasing, meticulously searching along the coastline. He halted, standing atop a two-story building. Suddenly, two horse calls pierced the night sky. Sasuke looked up to see a raven with crimson eyes soaring towards him, diving swiftly like an arrow and landing on his shoulder. Its rubies gazing intently at him. The eyes of man and bird met, and Sasuke felt as though two blazing fires burned within those orbs. An intense gaze that made him acutely uncomfortable. That creature truly shows no inclination to disguise itself. Is it so certain that I would not recognize it? Confronted with the raven's unabashed stare, Sasuke held no anger, nor did he betray any signs of displeasure. He reached out to scratch the raven beneath its beak. If you enjoy it so much, then you shall accompany me from now on. Perhaps the affection was too soothing, for the raven bobbed its head, half closing its eyes and emitting a series of contented coos, even rubbing against his fingertips. Having received the answer he sought, Sasuke shifted his gaze toward a distant, brightly lit house, the temporary residence of Kato in the Land of Waves. He bit his finger, tracing a line of blood on his right hand, invoking the summoning technique. Hai, Inu, Tori, Saru, Ushi, with a single hand upon the ground. A flurry of runes radiated outward from his form. After a puff of white smoke, a medium-sized cat donning red attire, with long pointed ears and fur resembling a raccoon, bearing the symbol of a ninja on its forehead, appeared at his feet. Master Sasuke, the cat spoke, rising to its feet and taking a few steps closer to its summoner. It has been a while. Have you been well? I am well. Thank you for your concern. Sasuke replied flatly, producing a storage scroll and handing it to the feline. I must trouble you once more, Kyo. Upon saying this, he presented another scroll, specially prepared for the cat. The feline eagerly opened its scroll, and amidst a cloud of smoke, several bottles of catnip beverage materialized in its paws. Sniffing one bottle, it took a sip, immediately donning an expression of bliss akin to that of indulging in mint. Rest assured, I will handle it with utmost care, meow. Kyo reluctantly sealed all the catnip beverages back into the storage scroll, licking its paw before solemnly addressing Sasuke's previous words, its tone imbued with gravitas. I have always trusted you to handle matters. Sasuke nodded, his voice low. Receiving this acknowledgement, Kyo nodded its small head, feigning modesty, yet its tail stood upright, swaying lightly from side to side, betraying its owner's delight. Master Sasuke, if there is nothing further, I shall proceed with my mission, meow. As the words left his lips, the ninja cat transformed into a puff of smoke and vanished. Sasuke cast one last glance at the house before turning to depart. The raven perched upon his shoulder, leaving behind all that had transpired, including this night. 2 months later, in a tavern, Sasuke sat in a corner, staring vacantly at a cup of alcohol while the sounds of boisterous laughter filled the air. Did you hear that the last scion of the Uchiha clan defected from Konoha? He's merely a child. Does he possess the strength to defect? Indeed, just a child. I heard he was on a C-rank mission when he seized the opportunity to flee after suffering severe injuries in battle against his superior. Truly an Uchiha. So reckless from a young age. With their bloodline limit, the bounty must be substantial. Of course, being an Uchiha, the reward should be higher than yours. Enough with the jokes. Chapter 23, Stagnation. This is a small town located at the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Sound. After departing from the Land of Waves, he navigated through various routes, personally eliminating the pursuit of Konoha's Umbu, evading wave after wave of bounty hunters, ultimately finding refuge in this town bustling with mixed crowds. After resting for a day, he tasted the renowned tricolored dumplings said to be a specialty at the border, and they were indeed as delicious as rumored. Initially intending to leave without delay, he hesitated upon passing a particular izakaya and decided to enter for a drink, savoring it slowly. Inside the izakaya, the atmosphere was lively, illuminated by dim, warm light. Unknown ninjas and men finishing their work engaged in animated conversations, their voices rising and falling, occasionally punctuated by the playful banter of women. Discussions revolved around the Uchiha orphan's defection, questioning his loyalty, and whether it was connected to the sudden betrayal of Itaki years prior, or if Konoha coveted their bloodline limit, which the young Uchiha had discerned, forcing him to flee amidst his mission. Others speculated about the Chunin exams taking place in Konoha, with results imminent, involving nations such as Konoha, Tsunagakure, Omegakure, Kizugakure, Takigakure, and Odagakure. Tales about which daimyo of a certain country had married a beauty or sightings of tailed beasts somewhere were prevalent. Sasuke, gazing into his cup with only a thin layer of alcohol remaining, felt a twinge of bitterness as he heard that name mentioned again, slightly intoxicated. He found the evening's drink particularly bitter. Pushing open the door of the izakaya, a breeze swept through, the wind chimes at the entrance ringing with a crisp sound, and a gentle wind dispersed the lingering scent of alcohol clinging to him. standing beneath the eaves, the raven still perched on his shoulder. He heard the respectful farewell of the staff. Please visit us again. As the last rays of the setting sun faded beyond the horizon, the town's lights began to twinkle, resembling stars scattered upon the earth. Donning a straw hat, Sasuke exited the shadowy alleyway where the izakaya lay, merging into the stream of returning townsfolk. Before him stretched a bustling marketplace, and he walked forward with the crowd, surrounded by the sounds of calls, sales pitches, and conversations. In this vibrant throng, he encountered well-dressed, affluent individuals, merchants engaged in spirited discussions, innocent children still untouched by the world, and the ordinary people caught up in their mundane lives. Such is the tapestry of life. Despite being amidst this clamor, Sasuke never contemplated lingering. A single life is far too extensive, allowing memories, emotions, and psychological imprints to fade and become beautified with separation, even to be elevated repeatedly. Suddenly, amidst the crowd, a sound distinct from the usual din emerged, akin to a refreshing spring flowing into a cacophony of noise, subtle yet piercing through the existing hubbub. The melodious strains of a lute approached from afar, soon accompanied by the poet's recitation. There was a time when I contemplated finality, for the black-tailed gull cried out mournfully at the dock, rising and falling with the waves, pecking at the past as it soared into the distance. Standing before the hearth at the wooden station, I found my heart devoid of any destination. Today mirrored yesterday, and if tomorrow is to bring change, action must be taken now. I am acutely aware, yet I once considered finality. My heart has long been an empty vessel, and the tears born from dissatisfaction are surely a reflection of an inner yearning for richness and fulfillment. Sasuke's steps slowed progressively until he halted in a spacious square where a throng of people surged around him. In a solitary corner, an elderly man, over 60 with wispy white hair, clad in a light gray kimono and adorned with a samurai sword, sat upon the ground, his expression one of wistful emptiness. His hands gently plucked the strings of a lute, his intermittent singing seemingly recounting a bygone tale, or perhaps reminiscing about something cherished. Sasuke remained oblivious to the essence of it all. His fingers trembled slightly, tears welling in his eyes, and the calm he endeavored to maintain felt fragile amidst the minstrel's song. If only everything could have been frozen in that moment before he killed Itachi, becoming a fleeting glimpse of ephemeral beauty, perhaps life would not be laden with such regrets. In the darkest times of his past, the most unbearable torment was the revelation of truth and the solitary passage through interminable nights. His hatred and obsession spiraled on for decades, only to discover one day that it was all a farcical illusion. When he gained these eyes, it symbolized the multitude of losses he had endured. These eyes incessantly reminded him of the painful reality that the other was no longer present. The haunting words of Itachi echoing in the sleepless nights, "No matter how you may change in the future, I will always love you." In dreams, he would repeatedly race toward Itachi, as if attempting to leave behind a decade's worth of misunderstandings, longing to reclaim those absurd years, to catch up with the man who had left Konoha alone, yearning to utter, "Take me with you, Itachi." Yet upon awakening, he was left with nothing but absurdity and an insatiable void, a stark contrast to reality that threatened to drive him to madness. Eventually, he learned to temper his desires. Regardless of the dream's outcome, he could brace himself to accept the truth of Itachi's absence. Sasuke tilted his head, gazing up at the vast moonlight, and in that moment, he realized he should perhaps be grateful for the opportunity to start anew. A gentle breeze swept by. The bells and flowing ribbons beneath the straw hat chimed in the wind. The hem of his black and red garb fluttered lightly, the crisp sound of the bells rising and dancing in the air, only to be swiftly drowned by the cacophony of the crowd. A man donning a black straw hat paused momentarily, casting a sidelong glance towards a certain direction, his deep, shadowy eyes penetrating the throng, effortlessly locking onto the youth who stood motionless beside the minstrel. In that instant, the man seemed to hear his own ragged and hurried breaths, the bright lights illuminating the lonely silhouette of the boy, standing quietly with a crow, his figure radiating an overwhelming sense of solitude, as if he were standing at the very precipice of existence. The man inexplicably felt a tightening in his throat and a frantic flutter in his heart. Yet, he could not approach, could not draw near. Even the mere act of observing from afar felt like an extravagant luxury. "Mr. Itachi, it appears you have encountered someone familiar, and he bears a striking resemblance to you. Who is he?" "He is my brother. I heard that all members of the Uchiha clan were slain, and by your hand no less. Should I bring that fellow to you?" "Kisame, there is no need to complicate matters. Let us depart." "Mr. Itachi, you remain as ever, so cautious." The rogue ninja from the mist, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Kisame Hashigaki remarked, retracting his gaze from the boy. Itachi Uchiha offered no reply, pressing his fingers against the brim of his hat, allowing the layers of fabric to obscure his countenance, and strode forward without hesitation. Chapter 24, Pursuit. At that same moment, the crow perched upon Sasuke's shoulder stirred, emitting a sharp cry. Sasuke looked up in astonishment as a familiar, yet unfamiliar silhouette flashed before his eyes, vanishing before he could react, leaving him in pursuit of an elusive trace. His heart skipped a beat as he hurried through the crowd, his searching gaze scanning the many faces that brushed past him, desperately seeking that figure etched in his memory. Sasuke wove through the throng, grabbing hold of every passerby to inquire. "Excuse me, have you seen a young man with a furrowed brow, a stoic expression, and a fishy-faced older man? They wear black garments adorned with red clouds and carry an air of danger, as if they are merciless killers. I'm sorry, I haven't seen them. Excuse me, have you seen a young man? Are you referring to the two clad in black and red? I think I might have seen them. Oh yes, just ahead at that dumpling shop. Pardon me, did two individuals dressed in black and red come through here? Black and red, you say? Are they here or not? I believe I saw them during the shift change, but they left shortly after." The more inquiries he made, the more responses he received, all echoing ignorance, claiming not to have seen them, that they had departed, responses of that nature. Sasuke gritted his teeth, piecing together the two's movements from the fragments of information gleaned from the crowd. Yet, as the throng thickened, his shorter stature rendered him vulnerable, and he was jostled out of the mass. Observing the surging tide of people, he quickly regained his composure, shaking off the excitement of spotting that person. He seized a burly man at the edge of the crowd and asked. By sheer coincidence, he finally received an unexpected answer that ignited a spark of hope within him. I think there were two such individuals, but they left just a moment ago. Do you know where they went?" Despite his urgency, Sasuke maintained his composure, striving to appear as normal as possible. "I don't know. I only saw them head towards that alley to the south, and they never came back." Before the man could finish, Sasuke raced towards the alley indicated. The narrow, dimly lit path twisted and filled with a foul odor. After walking roughly 100 meters into the dark alley, he suddenly heard a rustling sound, numerous and chaotic. He halted abruptly, confronted by a thick wall. The path reaching its end. Taking a deep breath, he turned around and struck the wall with his fist. Damn it! Memories surged back to a distant morning. The gentle breeze carrying a hint of chill within the Uchiha residence. Young Sasuke, with his hands clasped behind his back, fidgeted anxiously. Watching Itachi change his shoes at the entrance, and cautiously spoke. "Brother, will you train with me on shurikens after school today?" Itachi paused, half hidden in shadow, rendering his expression unreadable, casting a glance at Sasuke. "I have matters to attend to. You may seek guidance from father." Little Sasuke paused for a considerable moment before articulating. However, compared to father, brother's shuriken skills are decidedly more formidable. Even I can discern that. "Brother, why do you always perceive me as a troublemaker?" Upon hearing this, Itachi sat for a while on the shoe-changing bench, turning his upper body slightly to beckon the stationary little Sasuke forward with a smile. After a moment's hesitation, Sasuke found himself unable to refuse his brother's request and trudged forward, clearly discontent. As he approached, Itachi gently prodded Sasuke's forehead with his finger, saying, "Sasuke, forgive me. I shall teach you again next time." The anticipated pain did not manifest. Instead, upon being poked, Sasuke instinctively opened his closed eyes and took several furtive glances at Itachi, who remained the familiar figure he knew. The sense of strangeness he felt towards Itachi's transformation dissipated in the comfort of this familiar gesture. "I cannot practice with you today," Itachi stated, his face adorned with his usual smile, yet an inescapable sorrow enveloped him. His obsidian eyes bore the desolation of a desolate wasteland, devoid of any glimmer of light. After speaking, he rose and trudged towards the door, leaving behind a heavy silhouette for Sasuke. Sasuke remained rooted in place, watching as Itachi pulled open the door and exited, before rubbing his forehead and mumbling, "Every time you say forgive me, Sasuke, and then you poke my forehead. Besides, you claim you are unwilling to accompany me today." The cawing of a crow jolted Sasuke back to his senses. "It's nothing," he reassured himself, patting the crow's head, signaling for it to quiet down. At that moment, Sasuke still lingered in the dim alley, with little time to react, as sounds from the shadows grew closer. He looked up to see flickering lights in the narrow alley, illuminating the outlines of over a dozen figures, a group firmly blocking the exit, their greedy or yearning gazes fixed upon him, as these individuals halted about 7 or 8 steps away from Sasuke. The leader among them hurled a mass of white powder into the air. The moment this white substance was released, a pungent odor assaulted Sasuke's senses. Quicklime. However, contrary to the expectations of the 5 assailants, Sasuke did not evade. He merely shook his head and closed his eyes. Lightning release. 1,000 birds. A surge of lightning erupted within the alley, and as the smoke cleared, only Sasuke stood unharmed, while those who had attempted to encircle him lay sprawled on the ground, their bodies charred and naked, intermittently flickering with electrical sparks. The air was filled with piercing screams and muffled groans, yet on Sasuke's taciturn visage, there was no trace of compassion for these individuals, only indifference. He cast a fleeting glance at the 10 or so fallen figures before resolutely striding towards the alley's exit. As he was about to pass the group, a battered hand trembled and grasped the corner of his robe, struggling to utter, "Help, help me." Sasuke offered no reply, his emotionless gaze locking onto the person before him, dark, cold, and profound, akin to an invisible net, intent on dragging anyone who met his eyes into the depths of despair. Time slipped away, and the Uchiha with dark brows and hair emerged from the alley. A raven perched upon his shoulder, expressionless as he waved a hand towards the shadows behind him before turning to leave this place of conflict. Chapter 25, Danzo. 3 days later, in the Konoha Ninja Village lookout tower, the sun shone brightly outside, accompanied by the chirping of insects from the treetops. What terrible luck to be on guard duty on a day like this. I would much rather watch the Chunin exams. Stop complaining. The Chunin exams are held twice a year, so there will always be another opportunity to see them. True enough, if that little Uchiha hadn't defected, he might have participated in this Chunin exam. What a pity we cannot witness it. The duty officers, Kamizuki Izumo and Tetsuzo, stood atop the lookout tower, engaging in casual conversation. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted from the woods not far from Konoha village, and a mushroom cloud shot into the sky. Boom. In an instant, the ground trembled, and earth and stone crumbled, the shockwave sweeping across the land, obliterating everything in its path, accompanied by a terrifying roar that emanated from the mushroom cloud. What happened? Kamizuki Izumo grasped the railing tightly, raising his gaze towards the mushroom cloud rising in the distance, a growing sense of unease blossoming within him. Could it be that someone is attacking the village while the Chunin exams are underway? How absurd. Just as he was about to dismiss his thoughts, his pupils dilated in shock. He beheld a colossal creature emerging from the mushroom cloud, sporting 3 serpent heads. A giant snake. This is bad. We must immediately notify Lord Hokage. The summoning beast in the woods reared its 3 serpent heads, its size reaching a terrifying 200 meters. The villagers, previously enjoying their leisurely strolls, now ceased their activities, looking around in search of the source of the commotion. Many with keen hearing turned their gazes toward the booming sound, but their view was obstructed by the Hokage rock. Outside the village, a towering 200-meter summoning beast roared as it charged towards Konoha. Boom. The massive snake's head collided with Hokage rock, producing a thunderous sound, and a thick cloud of smoke billowed forth like a violent sandstorm, rising high into the air as the sturdy Hokage rock crumbled, creating a massive breach, debris of steel and concrete raining down like a meteor shower. Run for your lives. The ninja arriving for rescue shouted to the villagers, urging them to flee to safety. Hiss. The giant snake raised its head and let out a deafening roar, its cold, slitted eyes fixated on the panicked villagers below. It slithered through the collapsed Hokage rock, advancing into the village of Konoha. The cacophony of explosions echoed continuously, as houses crumbled one after another, the giant snake mercilessly trampling the fleeing populace. Scarlet blood splattered everywhere, staining the shattered tiles and wooden planks, flowing onto the broken stone pathways like blooming camellias, strikingly vivid. The chaos returned, as if the flames of war had been reignited, deep beneath the Konoha forest. In the root base, I shall bear the darkness of Konoha. A man, Danzo Shimura, stood calmly on a platform, proclaiming, to safeguard Konoha, certain sacrifices are necessary. My methods are all for the benefit of Konoha. Such phrases lingered on his lips. With his hands clasped behind his back, he listened to the intermittent explosions from the ground, a flicker of inscrutable emotion crossing his gaze. That fool Hayashi must have encountered his former student by now. After so many years, I imagine they have much to discuss. Do not disappoint me, Orochimaru, Danzo muttered to himself. Just as he finished speaking, a root ninja clad in black and wearing a mask knelt before him, asking, Lord Danzo, should we assist the villagers? Danzo pondered for a moment, surveying the hundreds of subordinates standing below, before responding in a deep voice, assist them. You may go now, but only act when the situation becomes perilous. People only remember gratitude when their lives are at stake. They will firmly etch this debt into their memories. After a brief contemplation, Danzo waved his hand dismissively. Go. Yes. Hundreds of root ninjas responded in unison, their voices resonating like a tidal wave before swiftly dispersing, leaving only a handful of unmoving figures behind. At the entrance of the root base, the duty officer gazed coldly at the departing throng of ninjas, his expression concealed beneath a mask, akin to a marionette methodically guarding the gate. The rustling leaves tumbled beneath Sasuke's footsteps, prompting the officer to turn, a question on his lips. only to be silenced as a frigid hand quietly clasped around his throat. Crack! The hand tightened with precision, and blood trickled from the officer's lips as he slumped weakly to the ground. Emotionless, Sasuke nonchalantly shook his hand and propped the lifeless officer into a seated position at the entrance, discreetly slipping a handful of explosive tags into the folds of his clothing. With a soft thud, the stone door of the root base swung open soundlessly. At this juncture, the base was vulnerable, patrols were sparse, and those on duty had been dispatched to assist others, rendering it the most opportune moment for an incursion. The darkened corridor lay deserted as Sasuke navigated it with ease, treading lightly as he meticulously searched through the rows of doors. Interrogation rooms, intelligence departments, Umbu training. Sasuke halted, concealing himself in a corner. In the hall, Danzo sat silently in a chair, fingers interlaced in a rhythmic pattern, his mind deep in thought. After a few moments of silence, he released a gentle sigh. Master Tobirama, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. All beings face the inevitability of aging, and Hiruzen has grown old. Nostalgia, deep sentiment, and a soft heart are grave flaws for one in power. Under his leadership, the village has steadily declined, and it will not be long before it falls to a state where even second-rate ninja villages can trample over it. Hiruzen is not the ideal candidate for Hokage. I, Danzo, am the one most suited for this role. Under my guidance, Konoha shall return to the zenith of the first Hokage's reign. Master Tobirama, I shall prove to you that your choice of Hiruzen over me was a grave error. Now, everything is in place. We merely await the final piece. My apologies, Hiruzen, but your era must come to an end. Lord Danzo, a ninja stationed beside him suddenly interjected, interrupting Danzo's reverie. The intelligence department reports that the third Hokage is trapped within the Four Purple Flames formation, but Orochimaru requires additional manpower from us. Indeed, Danzo replied, raising his gaze and instinctively stroking his cane, lost in contemplation. Orochimaru is truly a greedy individual. Very well, I shall trust him for now. You all proceed at once. And remember to keep a close watch on that individual. Lord, your safety. Danzo waved his hand, silencing his subordinates' concerns and gesturing for them to leave. Understood. The root ninjas responded in unison, vanishing from the hall in an instant, leaving Danzo seated alone. With a soft click, the vast hall returned to silence, illuminated only by the bright lights. Danzo absent-mindedly tapped his fingers against the armrest, mulling over a persistent sense of unease. Orochimaru, besides Hiruzen, must have ulterior motives, he pondered. Suddenly, the lights dimmed, and Danzo's expression sharpened as he swiftly rose to intercept a fierce assault. Earth-style, earth flow wall. A torrent of lightning erupted before him, and as the dust settled, the earth flow wall lay in ruins. Danzo was lifted by an invisible hand, which crushed him before he could react. Crimson blood gushing forth and staining the ground. However, the next moment, Danzo stood atop the ruins of the root base, blood spilling from his mouth as he felt the remnants of his chakra dwindling. Who are you? And why do you attack me? Shimura Danzo. Emerged a figure from the smoke, a black-haired Uchiha with heterochromatic eyes, expressionless as he raised his right hand towards Danzo. The debt you owe is due. Susanoo. Dark flames erupted around Sasuke, his Sharingan and Rinnegan spinning rapidly, chakra intertwining to form a colossal purple half-giant. The giant, from the waist up, enveloped Sasuke in its ribcage. And under his command, it raised its hand as if to draw a bow. The chakra string solidified in an instant, and with swift precision, he knocked an arrow, drawing back the string. Just before releasing, Sasuke inquired, how did you come by the eye on your left hand? Danzo immediately recognized the intruder, the orphaned Uchiha Sasuke. It seemed he had uncovered quite a few truths. Hiruzen had indeed shown too much leniency towards this boy from the Uchiha clan. Had he acted decisively when that traitor left Konoha, this child would not be standing before him, aiming a Susanoo arrow at him. While the Izanaga Danzo wielded could not truly be killed, it did require the consumption of a Sharingan to activate, a notable weakness. If he were to reveal the truth, Sasuke's arrow would surely pierce him. Sensing the palpable threat emanating from the Uchiha, Danzo closed his eyes, his emotions obscured. A great deal has transpired. Danzo replied in a flat tone, but it would take time to explain. Listening to your drivel will only fuel my anger, Sasuke retorted, closing his eyes before opening them again. Regardless, I've already resolved to kill you. As Sasuke prepared to strike, Danzo launched himself forward, testing whether his speed surpassed that of Sasuke's Susanoo arrow. In the split second of their encounter, Danzo clawed at Sasuke's throat, but before his fingers could reach their target, a Susanoo arrow shot toward him at a velocity that far exceeded his expectations. An arrow, like a white rainbow piercing the sun, descended from above, penetrating Danzo's throat. Boom. A tremendous explosion erupted, a colossal mushroom cloud rising as the earth trembled, rocks splintering, and an intense heat engulfing the mountains, consuming all in its path. The powerful shockwave radiated outward at an astonishing speed, obliterating everything in its vicinity, uprooting trees and tearing apart the landscape, extending for several kilometers. After a long while, the world fell silent. The mushroom cloud dissipated, the shockwave faded, and even the fierce winds ceased, as if everything that had transpired was merely a fleeting dream. The entire forest within the blast radius, the mountain range, and the southern district of Konoha were utterly decimated. None could discern what had transpired at the epicenter of the explosion. Farther away, atop Hokage Rock, Konoha ninjas stared in shock at the vast, dark pit stretching for over 10 kilometers before them. At the Uchiha ruins, Sasuke knelt, laying a bouquet before his parents' monument. He had gambled his life in a desperate wager, betting that he could eliminate his enemies before exhaustion claimed him. In truth, he had little hope. His youthful body could scarcely withstand the side effects of the Mangekyo and Rinnegan. Yet, against all odds, he had emerged victorious. His hand brushed against the gravestone as memories cascaded before his eyes, ultimately leading to the poignant image of his parents bidding farewell as Itachi took his hand. There were countless words Sasuke wished to share with them, yet all that escaped his lips was a resigned sigh. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a solitary caw echoed from the edge of the sky, and a crow emerged from the lush greenery of the forest. After circling above the graveyard, it alighted upon Sasuke's shoulder. He exhibited no signs of surprise. Instead, he affectionately stroked its head, murmuring, "Miyako." The crow responded with a series of caws, lowering its head to press against his face, its warmth seeping through his skin, enveloped in a faint aroma of sandalwood. Just then, distant explosions reverberated, followed by plumes of smoke rising into the air. Sasuke's hand, which had been caressing Miyako, stilled as his deep, shadowy gaze pierced through the layers of obscurity, effortlessly locking onto the Hokage Tower. After a prolonged moment, he withdrew his gaze, standing before the gravestone for a while. Sasuke was reluctant to remain ensnared in the sorrow of his family's departure. His thoughts were now consumed with how to avert such tragedies in the future. His foremost intention was to locate Itachi and find a means to heal him. Thus, it was time for him to depart. He tilted his head back, allowing the warm sunlight to bathe his face. The area was deserted, save for the solitary gravestones standing in silence. A lone man and his crow stood at the center, as if they were the only two souls amidst the vastness of the universe. In the bustling streets of the Land of Fire, on a summer morning adorned with vibrant dawn hues, sunlight streamed through the sheer curtains into the guest room. The pristine white walls reflected a soft glow, while a pot of pothos by the window still held droplets of dew, exuding a lively essence. The distant calls of vendors floated through the open window. Candy for sale, delicious treats, ramen, steaming hot ramen, tricolor dumplings, delightful and not overly rich. The calls came in sporadic bursts. Sasuke remained unresponsive. He maintained his usual stoic demeanor, arms crossed as he leaned against the windowsill, his eyes mirroring the throngs of passers-by and the azure sky beyond. The marketplace was alive with the vibrancy of humanity, yet it felt like a distant realm. Moments later, a series of 3 knocks echoed from the door, followed by a soft voice penetrating the slightly ajar door. "Guest, here is your ordered breakfast. Shall I bring it inside? Come in." "Very well, guest." As the words faded, the door gently opened, and a cautious figure entered. Without turning, Sasuke observed as the newcomer placed a tray on the table by the window, bowing slightly. "Please enjoy your meal, guest." The door closed softly behind them, restoring a brief tranquility to the room. Sasuke glanced at the neatly arranged food on the table, which included a small dish of nuts and wine, his expression easing as he stepped away from the window. Chapter 27, Orochimaru. 5 days had elapsed since the demise of Danzo. Following a visit to honor his parents, Sasuke had traversed far and wide, ultimately arriving at the bustling short book street, awaiting an old acquaintance long unseen. Miyako busily pecked at the nuts on the plate, her crimson eyes shimmering like 2 rubies set against a backdrop of glossy black feathers. She intermittently raised her head, casting glances at her master. "Eat your fill," Sasuke gently urged, his fingers rhythmically tapping the wine cup. "I must meet someone shortly." Miyako's focus returned to the plate. Caw caw caw. A few minutes later, Sasuke leaped from the window with Miyako perched upon him, his form vanishing into the air as he soared towards the distant rooftops. In the outskirts of the castle, the scene was chaotic. 2 men and 2 women engaged in fierce combat. The clashing of metal, the sound of collapsing structures, and the cries of the wounded filled the air. The most striking spectacle was at the center of the castle, where a colossal serpent, adorned with intricate black patterns and boasting a dragon-like head, reared its head and roared skyward. 10,000 snakes. It hissed ferociously, its tail sweeping to demolish nearby edifices, driving back the encroaching foes before it engaged in a violent struggle with an equally massive slug. Wherever these titanic beasts tread, buildings crumbled, the ground sank, flora withered, and the crowd scattered in terror. When the tumult subsided, the once magnificent castle lay in ruins, the remnants of its structures teetering on the brink of collapse. A gust of wind swept through, dislodging tiles, leaving behind only a dilapidated framework. A mere 10 meters away, the two factions faced each other across a small expanse. The atmosphere thick with tension, silence reigned, no words exchanged. Suddenly, a voice, laced with venom and inquiry, broke the stillness. Are you intent on destroying the Hidden Leaf Village? Orochimaru's lips curled into a sly smile, his serpent-like, slitted eyes fixating coldly on the speaker, Ino, but more precisely, on Tsunade standing behind her. Ino instinctively nudged Tsunade back a step. Orochimaru's gaze shifted in tandem, never truly resting on Ino. As Orochimaru remained silent, one of his loyal subordinates cleared his throat. His gaze locked on Tsunade. Rather than answering Ino's question directly, he posed another. What is your response? The speaker, a refined and handsome man donning black-rimmed glasses, spoke in a calm, yet unwavering tone, a trusted aide of Orochimaru named Kabuto. Despite the absurdity of the inquiry, both parties understood its implications. Tsunade's pupils dilated. Her lips pressed tightly together, and a fine sheen of cold sweat appeared on her forehead. After a prolonged silence, she closed her eyes. The world around her seeming to freeze in that moment, the clamor fading into oblivion as her thoughts drifted back to a distant past. That summer, the cicadas sang louder than ever, trees outside the training ground grew wild, yet could not shield against the blazing sun. Beneath a tree wide enough for three to embrace, Tsunade's expression softened as she gently stroked the head of a youth. On the expansive second-floor balcony bathed in sunlight, Kato leaned against the railing, gazing tenderly at his beloved, softly calling, Tsunade. Memories of warmth and happiness flickered past, ultimately freezing in the moment of their demise, filling Tsunade's heart with regret, pain, guilt, and self-reproach. Tsunade-sama. The vision shattered abruptly, and she awoke with a start to find Ino gazing at her with concern, her demeanor restless. Tsunade-sama. Ino urged urgently. You must not let those words deceive you. Your brother and uncle would never wish for you to act in such a manner. Their desires. Tsunade-sama. Have you forgotten your own wishes and dreams? Ino stepped closer, sensing the turmoil etched on Tsunade's face and the profound sorrow in her eyes, causing her to pause. Her gaze dimming as she murmured, I understand what you are thinking, though you seem this way now, in reality. Tsunade remained silent, her head bowed, leaving no one to fathom what the legendary Sunin, the princess of the Senju clan, truly pondered. Please, you must remain clear-headed. Ino, do not say any more. Tsunade interrupted, halting Ino's impending words. An oppressive silence enveloped the air. Ino appeared frozen in place, her eyes wide with astonishment. Tsunade-sama. No one spoke. Orochimaru chose to observe from the sidelines. Time stretched on, and as the two women remained locked in their standoff, Kabuto finally broke the silence. His voice soft and gentle, there is no rush for a response now, but I hope you can decide within a month. Also, this forbidden technique requires 2 living subjects. So please bring 2 when the time comes. With a frown, Shizen silently grappled with the reality that they were coercing Lady Tsunade into taking action against the weak and innocent. She would never permit such a travesty. Stepping forward, Shizen loosened the collar of her kimono and drew forth her weapon. Lady Tsunade, we should eliminate the 2 of them right now. This is an opportunity. If we join forces, taking them down would be effortlessly achieved. As she spoke, Shizen's voice trailed off abruptly, her silence suggesting tears. Lady Tsunade. An icy silence enveloped the clearing, the air thick with stillness, save for the occasional whisper of the wind. Shizen's bewildered gaze lingered on the taciturn Tsunade, and time seemed to stretch into eternity. Suddenly, Orochimaru, with a trembling left hand wrapped in bandages, raised his index finger to his lips, his sharp teeth swiftly breaking the skin, allowing crimson blood to seep through the wrappings. Plop! The droplets of blood fell to the ground, each sound resounding sharply, the metallic scent gradually permeating the air and saturating the clearing. At the sight of the blood, Tsunade's pupils constricted, her hands clutching her pendant tightly as she fought to suppress a cry, her body trembling uncontrollably, her mind blank, beads of sweat forming on her brow. Humph. I am indeed quite weakened at present, yet I am also aware of your vulnerability, Tsunade. Orochimaru chuckled softly, his malice unrestrained. It seems your fear of blood remains unchanged. Shizen clenched her teeth in silent fury, her glare fixed on Orochimaru. So that was it. He was indeed one of the legendary Sunin, just like Lady Tsunade. And thus he understood. The fear of blood. Kabuto, standing still, meticulously observed Tsunade's reaction to the blood, arriving at the astonishing conclusion that a renowned medical ninja had developed a phobia of blood, How ironic indeed. Chapter 28. The Meeting. Kabuto. It is about time we took our leave. Orochimaru turned and strode forward, not glancing back. Tsunade, I hope to hear good news from you. With that, his figure flickered and vanished from sight. Shizune remained rooted in place, her eyes wide as she watched Orochimaru depart, Kabuto following closely behind. Once they had disappeared, her gaze flitted anxiously toward Lady Tsunade, her eyes brimming with urgency and concern. Lady Tsunade, are you all right? Tsunade gripped her pendant tightly, remaining silent. Beneath the scorching sun, she hung her head low, her back slightly arched, trembling. After a prolonged silence, she rasped, I am fine, Shizune. In the narrow alley, sparsely populated, ancient and full of character, the wind chimes dangled from the eaves, swaying gently in the breeze, adding a touch of vivacity to the tranquil passage. Caw. A crow perched on the eaves cawed into the sky. Having followed for so long, it was time to reveal himself, wasn't it? Orochimaru halted, glancing back at the alley behind them, surprised at how closely they had trailed. Were they novices or merely plotting an attack? Orochimaru, Kabuto, walking behind, immediately drew his weapon, positioning himself protectively in front of Orochimaru. The surroundings were eerily quiet, a gentle breeze wafting through, the wind chimes ringing softly, the black fabric of Kabuto's attire fluttering. The melodious chimes echoing through the alley. How rare to see you in such a predicament, Orochimaru, Sasuke remarked, arms crossed and leaning casually against the wall, his tone laced with subtle astonishment. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, the lenses catching a glint of cold light, recognizing the newcomer, Uchiha Sasuke. Orochimaru's expression shifted, a palette of colors reflecting his turmoil. After a long silence, he finally spoke. Life is fraught with disappointments, and I am no exception. So, what is it that you wish from me, Sasuke-kun? I need you to heal someone, Sasuke replied. Orochimaru raised his gaze, scrutinizing Sasuke from his elevated position, his expression betraying skepticism. Sasuke-kun, given that you have followed me for so long, you must be aware of my current condition. My hands are nearly incapacitated, rendering me incapable of assisting you. May I ask how you concluded that I could heal this individual? After all, Lady Tsunade, one of the legendary Sunin, is far more adept at healing than I, a mere practitioner of human experimentation. Sasuke's chiseled features remained impassive. Why seek Orochimaru? It was simply because he required someone capable of saving Itachi. Tsunade would have been an excellent choice, but their opposing identities rendered that impossible. And soon she would return to Konoha as the fifth Hokage, for reasons of both status and loyalty to Konoha. She would never treat a rogue ninja who had fled for years. With Tsunade eliminated from consideration, Sasuke's gaze fell solely on Orochimaru. Despite his apparent shortcomings and a tendency to gaze into the distance, he possessed a brilliant mind, excelling in the research and development of ninjutsu, especially in sage techniques and human experimentation. Lost in thought, seconds slipped by unnoticed, and Sasuke suddenly snapped back to reality, appearing beside Kabuto in a flash. Without granting him a moment to react, Sasuke struck him at the back of the neck with a swift motion. Kabuto's kunai, raised midair, clattered to the ground as darkness engulfed him, his body collapsing forward, stirring a small cloud of dust. Navigating around Kabuto, Sasuke activated his Sharingan, stepping closer to Orochimaru. Seeing Sasuke wielding a Sharingan, with a purple six-pointed star embedded in his left eye, Orochimaru was taken aback. Truly unexpected, Sasuke-kun. Orochimaru attempted to break free from the Genjutsu, but soon realized his hands were nearly paralyzed, and chakra could not flow through his veins, rendering him incapable of performing ninjutsu. Sasuke wove a vision of a future he had experienced using his Sharingan. Orochimaru made no attempt to resist, while this Uchiha was somewhat surprising. Sasuke had sought him out for a reason, and it was unlikely to merely cast a Genjutsu. The first image he perceived was of himself, towering from the treetops. Layers of artificial skin peeling away to reveal his true visage, a grotesque grin plastered across his face, tongue lolling out. Before him, the black-haired, red-eyed Uchiha knelt, pressing desperately on his throat, a snake-like bite mark marring his neck, the dark three-tomo seal emblazoned on the back. Sasuke's gaze lifted, his eyes burning with unbridled resentment as they locked onto Orochimaru. Sasuke, what have you done to Sasuke? Speak. Orochimaru placed his finger to his lips, addressing a pink-haired girl nearby. I merely bestowed upon him a parting gift. Let me assure you, Sasuke will come seeking me in the future. He requires my strength. Orochimaru continued, this is my. Sasuke stood beside him, observing the same scene, noting that Orochimaru's suspicion was genuine, causing a subtle shift in his demeanor. Could it be that this man's mind was not intact? How else could he fail to recognize even himself? Orochimaru inquired, Sasuke-kun, do you think I have either succumbed to psychological distortion due to human experimentation or lost my sanity? Sasuke replied, how could I ever think such a thing of you? No matter the iteration of Orochimaru, Sasuke remained unfazed. After all, this was simply who he was. Orochimaru's limits were boundless. He was indeed the very epitome of abnormality. Who could possibly be more deranged than him? The scene unfolds layer by layer, with Orochimaru and Sasuke appearing as mere fleeting figures adrift in the river of time. Observing the unfolding events. After acquiring the cursed seal, Sasuke, in pursuit of greater power, betrays Konoha and aligns himself with Orochimaru, remaining in the shadowy base for 3 long years. Moments later, as the Jinjutsu is dispelled, Orochimaru, now fully aware of everything, finds his heart in turmoil. Gazing at the Uchiha before him, who barely reaches his shoulder, he struggles to believe that this is the very same boy who, alongside the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, once endeavored to save the shinobi world. Jiraiya, Kabuto, and Orochimaru let out a soft sigh. As dusk gradually recedes, the night silently envelopes the earth, streetlights flickering to life. When a gentle breeze stirs the alley, those lying motionless are quietly roused. Kabuto, leaning against the wall, slowly rises from the ground, a prickling pain coursing through his neck. Shaking his head to clear his vision, he looks up, and all motion halts in an instant. Not far away, at the mouth of the alley, Orochimaru stands quietly under a round lamp, his hands dangling at his sides, turning to gaze at the sound. The two lock eyes for a moment. The distant hum of the street fading in and out, moths fluttering against the lamp, producing a soft, rhythmic sound. Orochimaru's voice softens. Kabuto, we must take our leave. Yes, Lord Orochimaru, he replies. Chapter 29. The reunion with Naruto. As night descends, twilight envelopes the surroundings, and the twinkling stars illuminate the serene night sky. Sasuke returns to the inn where he is temporarily staying, carrying a box of dango. Upon opening the door, he finds the room eerily quiet. The familiar table and chair still in place. The window is wide open, the white curtains billowing in the night breeze, while moonlight spills onto the floor, leaving a bright patch of light. Closing the door behind him, he places the dango on the table and gently instructs the crow perched on his shoulder, go down, and I will call you for food later. Caw caw caw. The crow, named Yayoi, surveys the room, responding loudly before flapping its wings and landing on the windowsill. Calling out to Sasuke once more. Amused, Sasuke smiles, retrieves a change of clothes, and steps into the open-air hot spring, locking the door with a click. In the warmth of the spring, Sasuke sheds the burdens of the day, leaning against the smooth pebbles, covering his eyes with his palm. The sharp-wit Orochimaru truly is perceptive. Despite his own blurred memories, Orochimaru pieced together the complete truth from mere fragments. Indeed, he is one of the legendary Sannin. Yet, how will he choose this time? After filling a bamboo tube with water, he taps it lightly against the stone, the soft sound echoing in the vastness of the open-air hot spring. Lowering his hand back into the water, Sasuke relaxes his brow, contemplating that perhaps it is wise to temporarily seal his eyes, as being too conspicuous is not favorable, especially with those lurking in the shadows, ever eager to strike. In this tranquil night, immersed in the warmth of the spring, Sasuke gazes up at the starry sky, listening to the whispers of the wind through the trees, feeling as though his heart has been cleansed, leaving him in a state of profound tranquility. Days later, in the land of fire, at a Doff town. Hey, perverted sage, you must tell me what kind of jutsu you will teach me this time. Is it the water walking technique like before, or the flame walking, or perhaps walking in the air? In the fertile fields of a Doff town, where crops flourish and crystal-clear streams flow from the mountains, Naruto prattles excitedly around a white-haired, black-eyed elder. Come on, perverted sage, just tell me, please. Jiraiya halts, turning to face Naruto, and begins, you keep calling me perverted sage. You probably don't realize just how formidable I truly am. Ah, a very formidable perverted sage. Naruto instinctively exclaims, completely oblivious to the implications of his words, his bright blue eyes innocently fixed on Jiraiya. At that moment, Jiraiya grits his teeth, harboring resentment as he gazes at Naruto's visage, which bears a striking resemblance to his father, and lets out a soft sigh. How annoying. Listen carefully. The name Toad Sage is merely a guise to conceal my true identity. Why conceal it, you ask? It's because I am unmatched across the entire shinobi world. One of the Sannin, the white-haired boy, the Toad Messenger, a beautiful man capable of silencing even the crying child. I am Jiraiya, Naruto. His gaze shifts to Jiraiya, suddenly recalling their first encounter. Outside a steaming women's bathhouse, Jiraiya had crouched by the partition wall, peering through the slats with a dreamy expression, blood trickling from his nose, his hunched back revealing his dubious intentions as he leered at the bathhouse's interior, occasionally emitting chuckles and exclamations. It seemed not to be his first offense. With this thought, Naruto's smile fades, replaced by a flat O, as he strides past Jiraiya. Fool! 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 A passing magpie squawks, leaving behind a cascade of remarks. In the empty inn room, time slips away unnoticed. The wall clock's hands having traced nearly half a circle. On the bed, Naruto is unable to settle, plagued by the frustration left behind by Jiraiya. The piercing white light streaming through the window indicates it is now midday, and murmurs of other travelers checking into the inn can be heard. Yet there is no sign of Jiraiya's return. Naruto wonders why that pretty lady seems so fixated on the old pervert. To him, a man capable of peeping on women in the bath deserves to remain single for life. Really, does he even have any intention of teaching me? As Naruto forms hand seals, he mutters grievances while gathering chakra. However, the more he thinks about it, the angrier he becomes, feeling as though Jiraiya constantly brushes him off with welcome to the adult world, and that every time they are together, such incidents occur. He opens his eyes, glancing at the shadow clones he unintentionally created, all sprawled out on another bed, snoring peacefully in slumber, and his frustration boils over. Hey, why is everyone asleep? No one responds. Irritated, Naruto rises, suddenly noticing one shadow clone sprawled on the floor, mouth agape, drool glistening as it trickles down its chin, dampening a small patch of wood. Disgust flickers in Naruto's eyes, even though this clone is essentially himself. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking reverberates. Huh. Naruto immediately dispels the shadow clone. Knock, knock, knock. What's going on? Did he get dumped and come back? Knock, knock, knock. I hear you. Hearing the relentless knocking, Naruto strides over and twists the doorknob. I'm coming. Just hold on. With a click, the door swings open. To his surprise, the one knocking is not the lecherous Jiraiya, but a stranger at first glance. Instinctively, Naruto takes a half step back, only to recognize the visitor. His eyes widen in shock, nearly popping out of their sockets. Sasuke. Sasuke squints, studying Naruto for a moment before stating, "Long time no see, Naruto." As soon as the words leave his lips, he strides into the room and slams the door shut behind him. The two stand, one retreating and the other advancing, in a tense silence, the air thick with an inexplicable tension that seems to swirl around them. At this moment, Sasuke was cloaked in a black mantle, with strands of hair cascading naturally over his forehead, devoid of the customary Konoha forehead protector, and his eyes were veiled by a white-eye cloth. Gazing upon such a Sasuke, Naruto found himself momentarily entranced, an indescribable emotion enveloping his heart. He instinctively clenched his fists, the crescent-shaped mark embedding deeply into his flesh, all while remaining oblivious to his own turmoil. Echoes of Sakura's helpless yet pleading voice reverberated in his mind. I believe that alone, I cannot possibly bring Sasuke back. I feel that the only person who can retrieve him now is you, Naruto. Therefore, Naruto, this is my lifelong request. Please, bring Sasuke back. Chapter 30, Thoughts. The rustling wind swept past the window, and the cerulean sky remained brilliantly luminous. Memories seemed to transport him back to that afternoon. The classroom of the Ninja Academy was enveloped in silence, the sound of cicadas seeping through the slightly ajar window, harmonizing with Irika's earnest and impassioned speech on stage. Naruto sat obediently beside Sakura, completely disregarding the presence of the Uchiha to his right. His heart and mind solely focused on the fact that Sakura was sitting next to him, and perhaps, just perhaps, he still had a chance. At that moment, Irika uttered something that caused Naruto to furrow his brow, his emotions boiling over as he slammed his hands on the desk and pointed disdainfully at Sasuke, exclaiming, "Irika-sensei, why am I, someone as exceptional as myself, grouped with this guy?" Irika, taken aback, raised his head and, upon seeing Naruto, reluctantly explained, "Sasuke has the best grades among the graduates. Naruto, you are at the bottom of the class." As soon as those words left his mouth, a wave of unprecedented laughter erupted in the classroom. With his hands on his hips, Irika continued, "This grouping was decided to ensure balanced strength among the teams." Naruto's lips moved slightly. "Just listen, as long as you don't hold me back, I'll be fine being at the bottom." Sasuke leaned his elbow on the edge of the desk and stated bluntly, avoiding even a glance at Naruto. Compared to the trivial mockery, the fact that Sasuke completely ignored him was far more infuriating. Did he truly consider Naruto to be inconsequential? Memories flooded back to Naruto's mind. They had once playfully tussled and expressed mutual disdain, and had fought side by side, trusting each other with their backs. Yet, the memories ultimately crystallized on that fateful night upon arriving in the Land of Waves, the images fragmented and disjointed. Naruto understood that Sasuke had always been alone. Initially, he thought they were alike, which brought him comfort and joy, but deep down, he yearned for an opportunity to converse with Sasuke. However, Naruto found himself unable to speak to Sasuke. Nothing seemed to challenge him, and others admired Sasuke greatly. Due to the vast chasm between them, Naruto felt a sense of injustice, mentally designating Sasuke as his rival. He did not want to be outdone by Sasuke. especially after being labeled as the bottom of the class, which only intensified Naruto's resolve. Even though they became members of Team 7 together, the situation remained unchanged, as he kept his true feelings bottled up, driven by sheer stubbornness. In reality, Naruto truly wished to become someone like Sasuke, who had always been his idol. Though he never voiced it, they had already become good friends. Yet, Naruto couldn't fathom why he was so unwilling to see Sasuke leave Konoha and become a rogue ninja. It felt as if an invisible hand gripped Naruto's throat, stifling his breath within his chest, causing his hands to tremble as he nearly shouted, "Why? Tell me, Sasuke. Why did you leave Konoha? Just tell me." Standing face to face, Sasuke saw his own reflection in Naruto's azure eyes, despite the differing times and places. This guy uttered the same words. Sasuke did not respond directly, but instead remarked, "Naruto. What others desperately try to conceal is invariably something they do not wish for anyone to see. Thus, pursuing someone else's secrets inevitably means bearing the consequences of knowing them. Are you certain you want to know?" Naruto sank despondently onto the edge of the bed, instinctively covering his face with his hands, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity in the scene before him. Sasuke stood before him as he had in the past, as if they had confronted each other in another time and space more than once. Sasuke's transformation was visibly apparent, and Naruto opened his mouth, as if to say something, yet suddenly realized he was unable to articulate a single word. Those 2.5 months felt like 40 years. Time flowed like a river, gradually eroding the bond between them, ultimately forming an insurmountable chasm. It seemed that Sasuke bore an overwhelming weight upon his shoulders, and they could no longer interact as they used to, without the burden of consideration. Silence enveloped the room, both lost in thought, with only the sound of their breathing echoing in the stillness. "Hey, Uchiha Sasuke, tell me why you chose to betray Konoha? Just give me a reason, and I will believe you." This was the first time he had called him Uchiha Sasuke. "I want to save someone," Sasuke replied. "He is the only family I have left in this world." The weight of those words hung heavily in the air. He had to be strong enough to serve as an anchor for another, capable of bearing the weight of someone else's life. Yet Sasuke was certain that Itachi would stay for him. "I understand," Naruto said, lowering his gaze. "I hope you can achieve your wish." Sasuke was momentarily taken aback. "However, even as I say this, I cannot accept the departure of an important comrade. Therefore, I will become stronger, strong enough to protect those who matter, including you, who have left the village." Naruto spoke with unwavering conviction, a golden red flame burning fiercely in his eyes, illuminating the darkness like a flicker of hope amidst the night. Warm yet harmless. Outside, the cicadas serenaded softly, and a gentle breeze stirred. Sasuke averted his gaze, thinking to himself that this guy remained as insufferable as ever. It is often said that miracles occur at the last moment, yet this guy never seemed to lack such occurrences. "Uh-huh. I knew Sasuke would be moved by me, Naruto. Ha ha ha, just as I expected," Naruto declared, crossing his arms with a mischievous grin. Upon hearing this, 3 black lines appeared on Sasuke's forehead, his fists clenching instantaneously. Naruto could never maintain seriousness for more than 3 seconds. Taking a deep breath, Sasuke resolved not to dwell on this individual and abruptly inquired, "Are they doing well?" The question seemed absurd, yet Naruto comprehended Sasuke's underlying concern. The mere thought of Konoha's current state and their teacher Kakashi, who lay unconscious in the hospital, darkened Naruto's expression. Kakashi-sensei was injured by 2 rogue ninjas and has been residing in the Konoha hospital. Sakura has been taking care of him, and she is very worried about you. Damn it, those 2 are utterly arrogant. If I ever encounter them, I will surely break their legs. The anticipated answer did not surprise Sasuke. The rogue ninjas Naruto mentioned were undoubtedly Itachi and Kisame, and he hadn't anticipated their swift actions. "By the way, Sasuke, did you come specifically to find me?" Naruto asked, rising abruptly and striding towards Sasuke, his gaze fixed intently upon him. The distance between them was merely an arm's length, their breath brushing against Sasuke's face. Sasuke took a half step back, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender, his eyes, concealed beneath the eye cloth, narrowing slightly. "Regrettably, Naruto, I am merely awaiting someone." Chapter 31, Encounter. The sun outside shone brightly, and a gentle breeze caressed the face, bringing with it a refreshing coolness that momentarily alleviated the sweltering heat of summer. Huh. Naruto found himself at a loss for words, feeling a tinge of awkwardness. He took a few steps back, plopping down onto the bed, rolling around in frustration, and muttering petulantly, "Sasuke, you jerk. Sasuke." He chuckled softly, shaking his head. At this moment, Naruto was simply a fledgling youth. And what is wrong with being direct and forthright? Sasuke secretly chuckled, though his exterior betrayed nothing. Suddenly, he adopted a serious demeanor and spoke calmly. "Naruto, in the future, steer clear of anyone clad in black with red clouds. Their sole purpose is to capture tailed beasts." With that, He raised a finger and pointed it towards Naruto's abdomen, emphasizing, "Do not take this lightly. It could cost you your life." Naruto froze for a moment. "I advise you to stay close to Jiraiya and simultaneously hone your skills." Sasuke continued, "This world is far too intricate, with countless corrupt elements long buried beneath the surface, akin to an ailment that refuses to heal. Some believe that through suffering, the world will learn to cherish peace, and thus resort to capturing a formidable tailed beast as a means to wage war and obliterate the 5 great nations in order to quell the chaos within the shinobi world." Naruto's gaze flickered momentarily, instinctively pressing a hand to his abdomen, sensing the presence of the great fox demon within him. Sasuke's words seemed laden with implication. Why was he divulging this information? He lifted his head, only to meet the corners of Sasuke's mouth curving into a smile. Naruto abruptly fell silent, narrowing his eyes after several seconds. "Hey, Sasuke, do you know something?" Yet Sasuke remained unfazed under his scrutinizing gaze. Stepping past Naruto to open the window, allowing the fresh morning air to sweep away the stale scent that had permeated the room. Standing by the window, Sasuke remarked, "Indeed, I know quite a bit." Naruto had already risen, hesitating slightly at those words. "Does it relate to me?" "It does indeed concern you." Naruto pondered this. However, Sasuke abruptly changed the subject. "The person I am waiting for has arrived." "What?" Just as Naruto was about to inquire further, a sudden knock echoed through the door. Knock. 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 Footsteps could be faintly heard from the entrance. Sasuke turned, nodding subtly, indicating for Naruto to open the door. "Seriously, always making me do your bidding. How annoying." Naruto grumbled. He glanced at Sasuke, who leaned against the windowsill. Even with a blindfold over his eyes, Naruto was acutely aware that this guy was undoubtedly fixated on him. How infuriating. He silently cursed under his breath. "Knock, knock, knock." Naruto rolled off the bed, tooling his disheveled hair, and, dragging his slippers, wearily announced, Coming, coming. I'll open the door already, geez." Having confirmed that the visitor was indeed the person Sasuke awaited, Naruto stepped forward to crack the door open. To his astonishment, the figure knocking was a man in his early 20s, garbed in a black robe adorned with red cloud motifs, his collar obscuring the lower half of his face. The man possessed a strikingly handsome yet aloof visage, with long black hair and deep crimson, 3-tomo Sharingan eyes, accentuated by prominent tear troughs and a cold demeanor that exuded an enigmatic allure. Naruto's gaze locked with the figure, and it felt as though a thunderclap resounded in his mind, every hair on his body standing on end, as a primal instinct screamed to flee from this individual. Danger. Danger. Gazing at the face that bore an uncanny resemblance to the occupants of the room, he thought, who is this? What connection does he have to Sasuke? And why do his eyes resemble Kakashi's Sharingan? Itachi Uchiha narrowed his eyes, looking down at Naruto for a moment before speaking. "Uzumaki Naruto, please accompany us." Naruto remained silent. His facial muscles tensed, his shoulders taut beneath his clothing, drawn like a tightly strung bowstring. After a prolonged silence, footsteps approached from a distance, halting behind Itachi. Then a hoarse, low voice rang out. "I didn't expect that the Nine Tails would be housed within such a small child." Kisame surveyed the surroundings before fixing his gaze on Naruto, clicking his tongue. "Let us step outside." Naruto gripped the door frame tightly, his face a mask of wariness as he scrutinized the two men. Who were they? How could they possibly know about the Nine Tails? They were definitely not to be underestimated, and he must not allow them to discover Sasuke inside. Resolute in his promise to protect Sasuke, Naruto lowered his head and murmured, "All right." With that, he subtly secured the door frame and stepped out into the corridor. A smirk played on Kisame's lips as he reached for the weapon concealed at his back. "Ah, Itachi. Letting him run about could be quite troublesome. Perhaps we should just chop off one of his legs to ensure compliance?" Naruto looked up at him, a flicker of panic crossing his gaze. What was he saying? "I'm going to make my move." Kisame advanced, each step seemingly pressing down on Naruto's heart. His voice laced with amusement as he unsheathed his weapon. Bang! The door slammed violently against the wall, producing an ear-piercing thud. "Long time no see, Sasuke." Itachi lifted his gaze, his eyes drifting past Naruto to meet Sasuke's, his tone unwittingly laced with a tenderness that he himself had not perceived. A flicker of starlight accumulated from his darkest days. In the distance, a striking figure emerged into view, Sasuke leaning against the door frame, his eyelashes fluttering as if struggling to suppress the turbulent emotions within. Strands of hair fell across his forehead, obscuring his brow and eyes, leaving only his straight nose and tightly pressed lips visible. After a long pause, he inhaled deeply, then his honey-colored lips parted. "Long time no see, brother." Hearing this address, Itachi momentarily froze, as if time itself had come to a standstill. The familiar voice transcended the years, unearthing long-buried memories, gently unlocking the heart that had been sealed away. It had been many years since he had heard that name, Throughout this long stretch of time, he had envisioned countless scenarios in which he would again hear that voice. Yet never had he imagined it would happen at this moment. His heart swelled with a complex tangle of emotions. Sasuke seemed to have grown taller, more mature. He was no longer the child who had once cried helplessly. The air felt as though it had solidified, rendering the atmosphere between them exceptionally eerie. Naruto and Kisame. The once adversarial duo turned their gazes simultaneously towards the two brothers. Sasuke silently regarded Itachi. He understood that the man before him was undergoing an indescribable internal struggle, yet once he processed this moment, he would inevitably continue along the predetermined path he had set for himself. Some paths, once taken, cannot be retraced. A resolute person may sever their own feet, yet their heart will persist in moving forward. Chapter 32. Itachi Uchiha. Itachi had anticipated that Sasuke would rush at him with the same fervor as in their childhood. But this time, he remained remarkably composed, his beautiful eyes concealed in the shadows behind the veil. The two stood in silence, simply gazing at one another. Itachi could only silently observe Sasuke from the shadows, unseen by him. He witnessed Sasuke's relentless efforts, saw him bear an overwhelming hatred since his defection. Growing alone with gritted teeth, he saw Sasuke, despite being utterly exhausted, still dragging his weary body to practice ninjutsu, and he saw him awakening from nightmares countless nights. In the desolate Uchiha manner, voicing silent screams, longing for that familiar name. Once upon a time, Itachi had questioned himself in the same manner. Did he regret his choices? If given the chance to start anew, would he make the same decisions? The answer was elusive. Having chosen Konoha over his family, he had essentially forsaken his clan. He had become a sinner. Sasuke gazed at Itachi, noticing a resolute expression upon his brother's face, and an almost imperceptible sigh escaped his lips. Misunderstandings, when laid bare and discussed openly, could lead to clarity for all involved. Yet, in this world, there existed far more unsolvable dilemmas. Given this reality, he resolved to engage in battle first, and later find a time to converse with that man. With firm resolve, Sasuke recalled the moment he had encountered Itachi once more in his past life. Suddenly, he lifted his head, his eyes blazing with fury and hatred. A tempest of wrath igniting in his chest that threatened to consume him entirely. I have followed your instructions, and for all this time, I have harbored nothing but hatred for you. I have lived solely to kill you with my own hands. A blinding light illuminated the corridor as Sasuke unleashed a thunderous strike, the lightning crackling in his grasp, accompanied by the deafening chorus of birdsong. Sasuke. Naruto looked on at his nearly frantic friend. That man was the one he wished to save, was he not? So why engage in combat? Itachi's dark brows arched, fixating on the flickering lightning. Chidori, I shall kill you with my own hands. Sasuke's face tightened, concealing any emotions he should not reveal, appearing utterly deranged. With that, he struck his fist against the wall, a deep crater forming where his hand met the surface, sparks flying as he propelled himself towards Itachi. Die. The bonds of kinship transformed into a fierce intent to kill. In the instant they clashed, Sasuke's Chidori cried out like a lament. But just before he could land his attack, Itachi swiftly seized Sasuke's wrist, redirecting his assault with a deftness that far exceeded Sasuke's expectations. Boom. The sound of the explosion reverberated throughout the inn. In the distance, at a booth adorned with rings, a middle-aged man clad in a red and green kimono, wooden sandals on his feet, and a head full of white hair, withdrew his gaze, smiling at the charming woman in his arms. Pointing to a frog doll on the shelf, he whispered, "You want that frog, don't you?" The delicate woman leaned against him, playfully pouting as she nodded in agreement. The middle-aged man tossed a ring the size of a basketball, which perfectly encircled the frog doll. Upon witnessing this, the woman gasped in delight. "Sir, you are amazing. I love it." Seizing the moment, she nestled her head against his chest. "Ahaha, I never miss," he chuckled, as the dust settled, revealing a 100-meter deep trench etched by Chidori in the corridor. Sasuke remained silent, his head bowed. Itachi gripped Sasuke's wrist with one hand while the other grasped his collar, lifting him so their noses nearly touched. The lightning flickered in Itachi's hand until it faded, while Sasuke clenched his teeth, unable to meet that longed-for gaze, fearing the revelation of any other emotion. What was happening? Naruto felt a tense unease, his face grave, unable to believe what he was witnessing. Sasuke, so powerful, had been so effortlessly subdued. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Naruto bit his thumb, drawing blood as he swiftly formed hand signs, summoning jutsu. Yet it was too slow. Kisame swung his right arm, the blade in his hand slicing towards Naruto, the wind from the strike dispersing even the intangible chakra, leaving nothing in its wake. Naruto widened his eyes in disbelief, confusion washing over him. He felt a disconnection from his chakra. How could this be? Kisame smirked, saying, "Let me tell you. My same hata not only cuts chakra, but devours it too. If you try to pull any tricks, it would be better to sever your hands than your feet. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sasuke flipped his wrist, thrusting a kunai towards Itachi's throat. With a sharp crack, Sasuke's arm was dislocated as Itachi evaded the kunai, delivering a knee strike to Sasuke's abdomen. With a loud thud, the kunai fell. The unprecedented pain in his abdomen caused Sasuke's eyes to widen. His mouth agape as bile mixed with blood erupted from him. His knees buckled, and he fell uncontrollably into Itachi's embrace. Suddenly, everything around them fell silent. Sasuke caught the scent of the fabric stained with the fragrance of evening primrose, unique to the land of rain. Coughing, he found himself in an embrace that felt more like a hold than a hug. Itachi paused for a moment before abruptly grasping Sasuke's hair, yanking him upwards and pinning him against the wall, compelling him to meet his gaze. Their foreheads touched as Itachi leaned in, whispering in Sasuke's ear, "You are weak. Why are you so feeble? Because your hatred for me is not enough." Itachi extended his other hand to caress Sasuke's eyes, his calloused fingertips gliding slowly over the corners of his eyes, feeling the delicate eyelids and the firm, resilient orbs beneath. The white fabric obscured Sasuke's sight, but Itachi's cool fingers swept back his hair, delicately brushing against his ear before descending to rest on his vulnerable throat, tightening his grip. "You are not worth my effort. My foolish brother. If you wish to kill me, then harbor your hatred. Live on in this wretched existence, fleeing with every ounce of strength you possess." Driven by your loathing, pain and suffocation forced Sasuke's eyes open. The fabric could not obscure his vision. He tilted his head slightly, facing Itachi's face. His thin lips were tightly pressed, exuding a hint of coldness, his nose sharp and aristocratic, and his eyes, with their upward slant, conveyed an air of indifference. Most striking were the deep grooves etched into his youthful face, suggesting a life laden with hardship. Nothing has changed at all. Yet it feels as though everything has transformed dramatically. Itachi released Sasuke's hair and promptly removed the eye mask from his eyes, compelling him to confront him directly without any chance of resistance. A gentle breeze arrived unexpectedly, softly caressing Sasuke's cheek, causing the eye mask to fall away with the wind. As Sasuke opened his eyelids, a pair of unusual eyes was revealed. The right was a profound black, while the left displayed a violet Rinnegan with 6 tomo, framed by dark lashes that resembled clouds floating in a purple sky. The interplay of these two colors evoked an overwhelming sense of mystery and danger. At that moment, however, those eyes radiated a warmth akin to sunlight, twinkling like distant stars. A faint smile graced Sasuke's lips as he spoke in a tone only his counterpart could hear. Itachi, I believe it is time for us to sit down and have a proper conversation, wouldn't you agree?" Itachi's face remained as cold as ice. Yet upon witnessing Sasuke's Rinnegan, a flicker of change emerged within him, revealing a complex tapestry of emotions. Surprise intermingled with confusion, as countless thoughts seemed to flash through his mind in the blink of an eye. He then covered Sasuke's eyes with his hands, the grip that had previously constricted his throat now sliding to his nape, turning his back to Naruto and Kisame, silently offering a soothing caress. "I'm sorry, Sasuke." No one knew what Itachi had contemplated in those brief moments. Sasuke opened his mouth, seemingly about to speak, but Itachi interrupted him. "Come with me, Sasuke." As the words fell, Sasuke felt a sharp pain at the nape of his neck, followed by a sudden plunge into a warm embrace. He closed his eyes, his face pressed against Itachi's abdomen, the warmth of humanity seeping through his skin, enveloped by the faint scent of evening primrose. In the distance, the sounds of explosions grew louder, rapidly approaching with a clarity that could be discerned by the human ear. Yet, Sasuke heard nothing. It was as if his consciousness was trapped within this unconscious body. In a daze, he felt the ground tremble as he was gently lifted. It was Itachi. Sasuke wished to see clearly. He strained to open his eyes, but the corridor had undergone a cataclysmic transformation. The once concrete hallway had been breached by a great hole, and all the surroundings swayed violently within his vision. His lips moved, yet his awareness grew increasingly hazy. And in that moment of disorientation, a broad hand tenderly smoothed the furrowed lines of his brow. "Sleep now." Sasuke's fingertips trembled slightly before slowly falling limp, sinking into an endless abyss of darkness. "You all must know very little about me," a man declared, a robust figure carrying an unconscious woman over his shoulder, standing against the light, stepping on the collapsed bricks as he grandly introduced himself to everyone present. "I, the manly Jiraiya, am not one to be seduced by women. Rather, I excel at ensnaring them with sweet words." Everyone present responded with silence. Kisame, standing still, dug his toes into the ground, a bit dazed, while Itachi held Sasuke, quietly observing the newcomer. This space suddenly fell into an eerie quiet. After a moment, Naruto scoffed, crossing his arms and casting a sidelong glance at Jiraiya. scrutinizing him back and forth with a face full of disdain. Just because women throw you flirtatious looks, you're already so excited that you can't contain yourself. Yet you still shamelessly act all high and mighty, you lecherous sage. I told you not to call me that in front of others. Naruto bellowed, stop your rambling. That is not important. These two are not to be underestimated, and Sasuke is still in that person's hands. Lecherous sage, do you understand? We must rescue Sasuke. Stop calling me lecherous sage. Not far from them, Kisame, tired of the meaningless bickering, glanced at the woman draped over Jiraiya's shoulder and let out a cold snort. After all, you are still known as the legendary Sunin, Jiraiya. While I know you have a penchant for women, I didn't expect you to be so easily distracted. Naruto's eyes widened in shock, nearly bulging from their sockets. You even know the true nature of the lecherous sage. That preference can't possibly define my true nature, Jiraiya retorted, feeling exposed and vulnerable. It seems, Kisame replied calmly, that the illusion we cast on that woman has been lifted. Jiraiya remained silent, squatting down to position the woman, who had been placed under the illusion, against the wall. Stealing a glance at the boy cradled in Itake's arms before returning his gaze and stating plainly, you used a hypnotic technique on the woman to draw me away from Naruto. For a man, that is utterly despicable. Complex emotions flickered in Naruto's eyes. It appeared Sasuke was indeed correct, as their objective was the nine tails within him. The tall, dark-haired man held his brother as though cradling something precious that had been lost and found again, never once diverting his gaze from the one in his embrace. Sasuke lay quietly and obediently against Itachi, his slender eyes gently closed as if in slumber. In this moment, he was devoid of his usual aloofness, replaced instead by a serene tranquility, a faint smile gracing his lips as though he were immersed in a gentle, beautiful dream. Itake's gaze remained fixed, slightly turning towards Naruto. To take Naruto away is the paramount mission assigned to us by our organization, Akatsuki. Jiraiya's heart skipped a beat. I will not allow you to take Naruto. That may not be the case. Chapter 34, Confrontation. Quite the opposite. I shall take both of you down in the process. Jiraiya rose, his expression as solemn as water. The one cradled in Uchiha Itake's arms was undoubtedly his younger brother, a child of similar age to Naruto, and the last remaining member of the Uchiha clan aside from Itachi. Not long ago, during his travels across the lands, he had inadvertently heard whispers of this child's name, a ninja possessing a bloodline limit, who had betrayed his comrades and defected from Konoha during a mission. Having chosen to defect, why then would he seek out Naruto? Was it also for the sake of the Nine Tails? Oblivious to Jiraiya's thoughts, Naruto felt a surge of anger welling up within him as he gazed at the tranquil Sasuke, nestled in Itake's embrace. Even knowing that this was the person he had awaited, he could not shake the overwhelming sense of unease, as though a volatile flame was lodged within his chest, ready to explode. Without a moment's hesitation, he roared, "You despicable fiend, put Sasuke down this instant." His thunderous voice reverberated, shaking the very air around them. A display of fury from one who lacked the strength to assess himself, resorting to rage instead of devising a solution for a momentary predicament. Itachi chose to ignore Naruto's impotent wrath, carefully tightening his hold on the one in his arms, casting a distant glance at Kisame. That guy remains the same. Kisame scratched his head, accustomed to the scene, habitually nodding at Itachi. Outside, the sun shone brightly, the sky a flawless blue, as the streets bustled with life. In the corridor of the inn, the two sides stood in stark opposition, tension palpable. Naruto clenched his fists tightly. Without a trace of hesitation, he sprinted past Kisame. A punch aimed at Itachi at the end of the corridor. At the same moment, Kisame dashed after him. "You little brat, you're walking right into a trap." Ignoring the warning, Naruto charged towards Itachi like an arrow released from a bow. Kisame trailed closely behind, the two of them darting down the corridor in pursuit. Just as Naruto seemed poised to reach Itachi, the once smooth and even ground suddenly quivered, and in an instant, Naruto's left foot plunged into a warm, moist, and resilient wall of flesh. What? Kisame halted abruptly. The corridor, originally constructed of steel and concrete, underwent a dramatic transformation as writhing, crimson flesh erupted from all directions, swiftly invading and ensnaring the entire passageway, trapping its occupants in this confined space. What is this? Naruto gazed upward, only to be met with the sight of pulsating masses of meat, prompting his bewilderment. Ninja art, toad mouth binding technique, Jiraiya declared, pressing his hands to the ground. A confident smile directed at his adversaries. Itachi, Kisame, it is truly unfortunate. You have already found yourselves within my belly. I have summoned the esophagus of the great toad of Mount Myaboku. Since you are both wanted men, I shall simply turn you into food for the toad. Itachi's brow furrowed involuntarily. The once smooth surface transformed into writhing intestines, and as his feet sank slightly, the pulsating flesh, like a ravenous beast sensing prey, tightened its grip around him with alarming speed. Noticing Naruto's bewildered demeanor, Jiraiya offered a reminder. Naruto, stand still and do not panic. There is no need to worry. This is my ninjutsu. Kisame, follow me. Itachi's voice dipped slightly as he resolutely turned to leave. The information had inadvertently slipped to Jiraiya, and how he would inform Konoha or respond to the Akatsuki's incursion was no concern of this rogue ninja. At this moment, all thoughts of Sasuke occupied Itachi's mind. He sought to understand the mystery behind Sasuke's eyes and what experiences he had endured in his absence. Itachi was acutely aware that given Sasuke's current age, his strength and understanding of the world were limited. He could not easily defect from Konoha unless confronted with a problem beyond his capacity to resolve. Could it be that the higher-ups in Konoha intended to target Sasuke again? What could their motives be this time? Aside from himself, the only bloodline they coveted was that of the Uchiha clan, the Sharingan. Contemplating this, Itachi's eyes darkened, a cold aura emanating from him, his rage surging. Nii-san. Sasuke's eyelashes fluttered, and in his hazy consciousness, he felt an overwhelming chill. He curled himself into a tight ball, nestling quietly in Itachi's embrace. Yearning for that person's name like countless nightmares from a past life, lost and filled with longing. All of Itachi's negative emotions dissipated at that gentle call. Lowering his gaze, he beheld Sasuke's anxious, sleeping face, and upon hearing that soft utterance, an inexplicable flush tinted the corners of Itachi's eyes, his heart constricting suddenly, his throat tightening, on the verge of tears, as the once still waters of his heart stirred with ripples. That gentle call seemed to transcend lifetimes, bridging the long and solitary years, traversing the chasm between life and death, and Itachi appeared to have waited an eternity for it. I am here. I have always been here. Emotion surged within Itachi's eyes as he enveloped Sasuke in his arms, a sense of regained possession. Drawing a deep breath, he suppressed the tumult within and gently pressed a kiss to the space between Sasuke's brows. When he opened his eyes again, it was to calmly divert his gaze, focusing intently on the surrounding circumstances. At that very moment, Kisame let out a cold snort, shattering all restraints, and with a swift dash, he prepared to depart when suddenly he felt a force pulling at his hand. Glancing back, he found his head entangled firmly. What a nuisance! A flicker of determination crossed Kisame's face as he exerted a bit of strength. With a crack, the flesh was severed, and he hoisted the swordfish over his shoulder, rapidly turning to chase after Itachi ahead. Naruto could only blink in confusion as the scene before him blurred, the wind howling as Itachi and Sasuke vanished into the corridor, turning into another passageway, rendering pursuit impossible. It's pointless. Thus far, no one has managed to escape this place. Jiraiya gritted his teeth. The drawbacks of this ninjutsu became glaringly apparent as the user could not easily move while performing it. Watching the figures disappear around the corner, he channeled more chakra through his hands. In an instant, the pulsating flesh, like a cat catching a whiff of fish, swelled with vigor, morphing into tentacles as thick as arms, relentlessly pursuing the two fleeing figures. Kisame dashed through the corridor. The exit had vanished, replaced by a wall of flesh. At that moment, a rustling sound echoed from behind. He turned to see countless bloodied tentacles rushing toward them. Itachi, the tentacles are faster than us. If this continues. Even without Kisame finishing his thought, Itachi understood all too well, his once profound black eyes transforming into a sinister crimson kaleidoscope. Amaterasu! A thunderous roar erupted, shaking the very foundation of the inn, as walls crumbled under the force. As the sun dipped low in the sky, painting half the heavens a brilliant hue of red, a flock of geese flew in formation toward the distant horizon. Two silhouettes swiftly navigated between buildings when suddenly Kisame spoke. Itachi. It seems this little brat is quite important to you. He is my brother. Well, I already knew that. Chapter 35, Awakening. On a midsummer night, torrential rain poured down. The bright moon hung high in the sky, its light cascading upon the earth. The village beneath the night sky appeared shrouded in a delicate and mysterious mist, the rain falling incessantly like a curtain of pearls, dividing the world into indistinct fragments. In the courtyard, clusters of bamboo stood tall and uneven, their leaf tips glimmering with minute bioluminescence. A breeze swept through, causing the bamboo shadows to sway, as droplets of rain cascaded down the leaves. Itachi sat serenely in the corridor, his head slightly bowed, his eyelids half closed, casting shadows across his cool, snow-like visage. Tap! In the courtyard, a bamboo tube filled with water struck a stone, producing a crisp sound that echoed in the silent garden. Outside, the rain pattered softly, while inside, tranquility reigned. Here. Sasuke opened his eyes, unable to recall how long he had slept. A sharp pain pricked at the back of his neck. Shaking his head, he sat up halfway. His vision was blurred, and after rubbing his throbbing temple, his pupils gradually focused, revealing his surroundings, a strange tatami room, quiet and still, sheer curtains fluttering in the wind. Moonlight spilling onto the floor, leaving bright patches of light. Through the window, he could see the backyard, where a deep brown window frame contrasted the bamboo grove and hot spring. Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught something, and upon raising his eyes, all movement froze. In the corridor just a door away, Itake sat quietly beneath a round lamp, gazing up at the night sky, when suddenly, as if sensing something, he turned to look back. Sasuke's gaze faltered, and in a fleeting moment, their eyes locked. Itake had shed his robe adorned with red cloud patterns. Wearing a short black shirt and black trousers instead, his long hair cascading down, his figure tall and slender, obscured from view by the distance. Their glances merely brushed against each other for an instant before Itake, seemingly unfazed, rose and departed down the corridor instead of immediately entering the tatami room. Sasuke's eyes flickered slightly, his fingertips unconsciously clutching the bedding, an indescribable emotion enveloping his heart, his nose tinged with a bittersweet ache, leaving him feeling empty. The bedding was marred by deep creases as he withdrew his gaze and reclined on it, clad in a delicate light blue kimono, fixating on the ceiling as his thoughts drifted far away. Moments later, the sliding door of the tatami room was pulled open from outside, and Itake entered, carrying a tray. He bent down and placed the tray on the low table. At the instant Itake stepped in, Sasuke half sat up, as if time itself had come to a standstill. His eyes locked onto Itake illuminated by the light, while the sound of rain faded into the background, leaving only the hurried rhythm of his heartbeat. "Sasuke," Itake said, deftly tying his hair into a small braid, "you would do well to sit here and eat your meal. Once you've finished, we can have a chat. Should you dare to escape while my attention is diverted, I believe you would not wish to witness my wrath." He paused, turning back, his dark eyes transforming into a crimson kaleidoscope, revealing a cruel, sinister smile. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. "It seems you've been put on the black market with a bounty of 30,000 ryo, quite the accomplishment." Itake crouched slightly, observing Sasuke's youthful yet indifferent visage. He placed a hand on Sasuke's shoulder, leaning in to whisper in his ear, his honeyed lips moving silently. A heavy silence enveloped the small room. Ultimately, it was Sasuke who conceded first, rising to sit at the chair. On the modest low table lay a plate of bonito rice balls, a small dish of tomatoes, and a bowl of miso soup. Simple fare, yet it was his favorite, the firm texture of the bonito, infused with a briny savor, melded with the hot rice and soy sauce, creating a delightful umami. Accompanied by the steaming miso soup, it provided solace to his restless heart amidst the cool night air. As he ate, he remained attentive to Itake's movements. It is somewhat amusing to consider that the years have stretched long enough that he can no longer recall the nuances of their past interactions. He both forgets and reconstructs. Yet no matter how he attempts to piece together or hold on to those memories, they slip through his fingers like water in his palm, whether he opens or clenches his hand. In truth, every heartbreak has a warm beginning. Sasuke found himself reflecting on this, recalling his previous life, a brief tale that could be summed up in 4 words: tumultuous and wandering. Outside, the gentle rain fell incessantly. Itake noticed Sasuke staring blankly at the rice ball, his eyes glazed. Itake softened his movements, choosing not to disturb Sasuke. After tidying up the bedding and pillow that Sasuke had just slept on, he gracefully exited the tatami room. In the quiet of the rainy night, droplets cascaded from the eaves, forming a curtain of crystalline beads, their rhythmic patter echoing the slow passage of time in the stillness. Sasuke and Itake sat together in the corridor, separated by a square tea table. Sasuke cradled a steaming cup of tea, the vapor rising and enveloping his half-closed eyes in a mist. No words were spoken, and the space around them fell into an unusual silence, the duration of which was indeterminate. With a soft thud, Sasuke set down the teacup, his demeanor unnaturally calm. Aware of the potential presence of black and white lurking nearby, he pressed his palms together and invoked the Uchiha fire formation to prevent any eavesdropping on their discourse. The enclosing red barrier rose swiftly, ensnaring the two within. Itake appeared unfazed, patiently awaiting the unfolding of events. Within the barrier, Sasuke, no longer concealing his ocular anomalies, activated his kaleidoscope and Rinnegan, launching a preemptive Tsukuyomi against Itake. Itake's surprise was palpable upon witnessing Sasuke's possession of the kaleidoscope Sharingan. His grip on the teacup tightened abruptly, resulting in a sharp crack as it shattered into pieces, scalding tea splattering across Itake, who remained oblivious to the mess. As the Tsukuyomi took effect, the dark red barrier was suddenly illuminated by blinding white light. Itake felt his body immobilized, consciousness plunging into darkness, where he suddenly heard the restrained voice of a young boy. "Long time no see, Uchiha Itake." With the boy's words, the darkness began to brighten. And when it finally receded, Itaki found himself in a tavern in the town of Adolf. Familiar faces and surroundings surrounded him. Sasuke stood at the end of the corridor, leaning against the wall, still glistening with sweat from vigorous exertion. Itaki and Kisame stood a dozen meters away, observing him with indifference. Unlike before, this time Sasuke's strikes were fierce and unyielding, his chidori resonating like a lament, the ties that once bonded them transformed into lethal intent. Each clash left Sasuke at a disadvantage, while Itaki's kaleidoscope reflected the dark crimson of his three Tomo eyes. Sasuke shouted in anguish, "Why did you kill our parents and clan?" Their gazes locked for several seconds, and Tsukiyomi severed the remaining threads of familial affection. Chapter 36. The Truth. At 12 years old, Sasuke graduated from the Ninja Academy and formed Team 7 with Naruto and Sakura under the mentorship of Kakashi Hatake. During the mission to the Land of Waves, Sasuke fought valiantly to protect his dear friend, gradually building trust with his companions despite his outwardly indifferent demeanor, especially finding motivation for growth through competition with Naruto. At 12 or 13, Sasuke mastered A-rank ninjutsu such as Chidori and participated in the Chunin exams, where he encountered Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. After witnessing his companions being captured and sustaining severe injuries, he revealed his innermost thoughts to the battle-worn Naruto. "I have lost everything before. I cannot bear to see those most important to me perish before my eyes." After rescuing his friends, Sasuke was marked by Orochimaru, gaining dark powers while facing the risk of corruption. Witnessing Naruto's continuous growth intensified his insecurities and anxieties, ultimately leading him to betray Konoha. After ending the Valley of the End battle with his former friend, Sasuke sought power under Orochimaru's tutelage. At 16, driven by the desire for strength to kill Itachi, he trained under Orochimaru. 3 years later, he turned the tables on Orochimaru, forming Team Taka and joining the Akatsuki, culminating in a showdown with Itachi. The sky wept with a gentle drizzle, and the earth lay damp. The once mighty Uchiha clan had long since crumbled into the dust of history. The remnants of their former residence lay in ruins, thick layers of dust blanketing the desolate expanse, amplifying the sense of solitude. Amidst the crumbling walls, a battered boy leaned against the remnants, a red and white fan emblem etched upon the shattered wall behind him. Itachi, drenched in the misty rain and bearing the aura of battle, staggered forward like an aged candle flickering in the wind, each step bringing him closer to Sasuke. Observing Itachi's fatigued and fearful expression, Sasuke watched as Itachi shakily raised his bloodied left hand and, within Sasuke's wide eyes, made a feeble touch to his forehead. "Forgive me, Sasuke, this is the last time." A trace of relief graced Itachi's lips as he acknowledged that Sasuke had grown into an extraordinary adult, allowing him to depart with peace of mind. Even if Sasuke could never forgive him, it mattered not. Regardless of what Sasuke would become in the future, Itachi would forever love him. The scene accelerated. Dark clouds enveloping the city, torrential rain pouring down, the raindrops piercing the earth like arrows, splashing and forming a thin mist that blurred Sasuke's vision, merging tears with rain. Sasuke could no longer discern where the rain ended and his tears began, the world around him obscured. The world spoke of lies, yet only tears bore the truth. Itachi's departure, the transplantation of the kaleidoscope Sharingan awakening the eternal Mangekyo, unveiled long-buried truths. The tragic plot orchestrated in collusion with the higher-ups of Konoha shattered Sasuke's beliefs. Joined the Akatsuki to capture the Eight Tails, the five Kage convened to discuss the assassination of Danzo, aiming to obliterate the Hidden Leaf Village. At 17, the Fourth Great Ninja War erupted, and Sasuke reunited with Itachi, who had been resurrected through the impure world reincarnation. Engaging in the Fourth Great Ninja War, he awakened the power of the Six Paths, manifesting the Rinnegan with 6 Tomo. Following the climactic battle, he faced Naruto in a final confrontation, losing his right arm, resolving his inner turmoil, and reconciling with Naruto. Yet, in an effort to atone for the harm he inflicted upon the Leaf Village, Sasuke chose self-imposed exile from the village. At 18, he became a rogue ninja, investigating the remnants of Kaguya Itsutsuki's threats and gathering intelligence pertinent to the safety of the ninja world. At 19, 20, 21, and 22, he continued this solitary path. At 25, his once dark hair had turned white, his battered body returning to familiar ground after 8 long years. Visiting old friends and mentors, concluding on a snowy winter night. After a long while, the Genjutsu of Tsukiyomi was lifted, and the Uchiha flame formation shattered, dissipating into the air like scattered light. The rain ceased, the clouds gradually parted, and moonlight streamed through the gaps, cloaking the world in a silvery radiance. The atmosphere was imbued with the fresh scent of post-rain, mingling with the earthy aroma, pervading the entire courtyard. Itachi opened his eyes, tears cascading down his cheeks. his heart tumultuous with the knowledge of all that had transpired. He had always understood, deliberately leaving Sasuke behind during the massacre, inciting him to seek vengeance. Hoping that Sasuke could survive as a hero of the leaf. He believed that once Sasuke awakened the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan by defeating him and transplanting his ocular powers, he would become the guardian of the leaf. Itachi wished for Sasuke not to seek revenge, not to tread the path he once walked. Convinced that time would heal all wounds, and that Sasuke would eventually emerge from the shadow of Itachi, living courageously for himself. Yet, Itachi never fathomed that the once wrathful Sasuke would ultimately become a reflection of himself and die at such a young age. Reality pierced his heart like a merciless blade. And witnessing Sasuke, alive and thriving beyond his own achievements, brought Itachi to the brink of tears. He finally comprehended that his notion of doing what was best for Sasuke was, in fact, a dismissal of Sasuke's own desires and resistance. By forcing Sasuke to harbor hatred towards him and endure suffering, he had taken an extreme and cruel approach to compel him to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. The very essence of his misguided love, intertwined with familial bonds, had placed Sasuke's existence and growth above his own fate. As the night breeze caressed, bamboo leaves danced, and the chorus of frogs resonated, Sasuke approached, kneeling to embrace Itachi, whispering softly, "That is enough. Nii-san, this time, do not leave me again." Beneath the moonlight, their young, warm bodies pressed together, their hearts pounding fiercely within their chests. Itachi's breath caught momentarily, silence enveloping them for several seconds, before a barely audible sigh escaped his lips. "What am I to do with you, Sasuke? I seem to have erred in many ways, and even if I spent my entire life, I could never rectify the mistakes I have made." He bowed his head, his disheveled hair falling over his forehead, casting fragmented shadows across his face. Opening his arms, he embraced the youth tightly, resting his face against Sasuke's neck. After a long while, Sasuke heard Itachi's voice, heavy with emotion. "I am sorry. I have consistently harmed you. I promised that no matter what happened, I would protect you with all my might. Yet, I continually violate that vow." Despite this, he still wished to express how grateful he was that Sasuke could live again. Feeling warmth trickle down from his collarbone, Sasuke's mind involuntarily recalled Obito's words from long ago. To him, your life is more precious than the village. Since Itachi's passing in his previous life, Sasuke had forsaken all memories to be reborn, striving to become a reflection of that man, merely to prove that Itachi had once existed in this world, yet he found no happiness. Chapter 37, Nii-san. If Itachi had known that after his death, Sasuke would emotionally collapse, seek revenge, and ultimately face Naruto in battle, and then resolutely depart from the Leaf Village to secretly eliminate threats to the village as atonement for his sins, he would have fought to live on, ensuring that Sasuke would not follow in his footsteps. Sasuke's life could be described as tumultuous, wandering through this world, ultimately left without a home to return to, devoid of love, family, and the light of a lantern left burning for him. Time passed, youth faded, he was left with nothing but scars, feeling lost, and without a place to call home. And Itachi was the architect of this very tragedy, his throat constricted, nearly choked with emotion, tightening his embrace. The heat of his body pressing against the fabric, burying his head into Sasuke's neck, reflecting on what he had done over the years. The faint moonlight outlined the contours of their embrace, and even amidst the chorus of frogs, Itachi's voice, tinged with emotion, reached Sasuke's ears. "Nii-san." Sasuke lifted his head, gently calling out to Itachi. A tremor coursed through Itachi, halting his choked voice. He released Sasuke from his embrace, fingers curling, tentatively raising a hand to ruffle Sasuke's hair, feeling the vibrant warmth of the boy beneath his palm. In different locations, at different times, the same two individuals stood, yet their emotions were starkly opposed. Time had rendered them both familiar and estranged. Itachi suddenly realized what regret truly was, the unattainable and the unencounterable. The past seemed like a fleeting dream, as if he had undergone a dark and absurd nightmare. Now awake from that slumber, he was not the same as before. Yet, the person of utmost importance stood before him, and merely by being there, he surpassed 1,000 landscapes. "Forgive me, Sasuke, I will no longer leave you alone." Even if the road ahead was shrouded in chaos, walking alongside him would be the essence of humanity. Sasuke suddenly averted his gaze, avoiding Itachi's eyes. Yet he grasped the hand resting on his forehead. "Nii-san, you always say forgive me, and then poke my forehead, yet you repeatedly leave me behind, departing alone." Sasuke's emotions swayed like reeds in water, feeling unsettled by Itachi's history of transgressions, his words of forgiveness juxtaposed against the sorrow he caused. A sudden warmth enveloped his hand. A single, scalding tear fell upon it, and Itachi's eyes widened, his heart constricting painfully, sorrow flooding through him. "This is the last time, Nii-san." Sasuke did not wish for the atmosphere to plunge into sadness. He buried his head against Itachi's chest, listening to the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat through the fabric. He would hold on to Itachi, pull him back, and save him. Sasuke would not let go, but Itachi had to let himself be held. Itachi gently clasped his hand in return, emotions swirling within him, warm like water, leaving traces of both bitterness and joy. He recognized he could not disregard Sasuke, nor could he refuse the plea that spanned 2 lifetimes. Itachi embraced Sasuke once more, thinking, let it be this way. The night breeze rustled a bamboo leaf, brushing against his cheek, drifting away gracefully. Itachi's previously anxious heart suddenly found tranquility. Perhaps it was the weight of suppressed emotions or the long absence of such comfort in Itachi's embrace. The fresh scent of evening primrose enveloped him, providing an unprecedented sense of security. He felt like a solitary traveler in a desert who had finally discovered a place to rest. Sasuke lay nestled in Itachi's embrace, the croaking of frogs gradually fading into the distance, as everything around them transformed into a profound silence, and he soon slipped into a deep slumber. The air in the courtyard was tranquil, with Sasuke curled up in Itachi's arms, his breathing steady, eyelids firmly shut, lost in the depths of sleep. In this moment, he resembled the obedient and endearing child he once was. Itachi adjusted his posture, ensuring that Sasuke slept soundly, and gently stroked his hair. The thick lashes of Sasuke fluttered softly, as if sensing the touch in his dreams, and his lips parted slightly, instinctively calling out, Nii-san. Itachi's heart quivered, as though he were endeavoring to suppress the tumult within him. He inhaled deeply, his eyes reflecting not only tenderness, but also a hint of melancholy that swept over him. He lowered his head, bestowing a tender kiss upon Sasuke's forehead. A full moon hung high in the night sky, its light refracted through the rain-soaked bamboo leaves, casting a shattered yet dazzling glow. A jet-black crow flapped its wings, slowly descending onto the bamboo tips in the courtyard, tilting its head curiously as it surveyed its surroundings. Suddenly, the crow froze for a fleeting moment, its beak poised to call yet tightly shut, before folding its wings and gripping the bamboo stalk with its feet, shrinking its head and becoming a timid, motionless creature atop the bamboo. Itachi glanced at the crow for a moment, and the crow cautiously met his gaze. The man and the bird exchanged stares, and after a pause, Itachi placed his finger to his lips, signaling for silence, his scarlet eyes glimmering with a hint of menace. The moonlight enveloped them, serene on his shoulders, granting a night of tranquility. The following day dawned, the sun rising in the east, where the horizon glimmered with a pearly white hue, the clouds resembling fish scales in shades of gray, gradually turning transparent before drifting away with the wind. As the fiery sun crested the mountains, the morning glow painted half the sky with vibrant hues of red. Nii-san. As the light brightened, Sasuke jolted awake from his dream, greeted by the familiar yet slightly foreign sight of the tatami room. The room was silent. A corner of the white curtain fluttering in the breeze, sunlight pouring through the lattice door and windows, casting a mosaic of light upon the floor. Sasuke's eyes were slightly reddened, his chest rising and falling rapidly, the kimono hanging loosely on him, exposing half of his chest and collarbone, already soaked in sweat. Yet he paid it no mind. In his perception, the vast estate was now empty. Itachi had vanished, just like in his previous life, leaving no trace behind, disappearing from his existence as if he had never been. A shadow flickered across Sasuke's gaze as he tossed aside the blanket and stepped into the bathroom, cupping water in his hands to splash on his face. The icy mountain spring invigorated his skin, awakening him completely. A droplet cascaded down his elbow, landing on the floor with a faint echo that reverberated in the empty bathroom. As if responding to some unspoken cue, Sasuke slowly lifted his head to face the mirror, where his reflection revealed the tousled black hair, his attire rumpled from sleep, and a somber expression that rendered him somewhat disheveled. Yet, despite the face and demeanor, a faint smile tugged at the corners of his lips. To appear so weak and fragile before that guy, was it a wish for him not to leave? How utterly embarrassing. He resembled a lost puppy. Fixing his gaze in the mirror, he gradually narrowed his elongated eyes. At that very moment, the black-haired youth in the mirror mirrored his actions, narrowing his eyes and displaying a barely perceptible smile. He looked just like a harmless, vulnerable boy. Chapter 38, Daily Life. Itachi entered the room, carrying a bag of prepared food, and upon teleporting back, he discovered that Sasuke was no longer in the tatami room, but stood in the courtyard clad in a pristine kimono, gazing upward, intently observing the sky outside. His hair had been meticulously dried and styled, and his clothing was freshly changed, free of any creases. As he approached, Itachi caught a familiar scent that mirrored his own. Sasuke, are you planning to go out? The elder Uchiha placed the food on the tea table in the corridor, inquiring with genuine care. You're back, Sasuke replied. turning to look at Itaki with his unique purple-black eyes. The elder Uchiha noticed a subtle peculiarity in Sasuke's expression, but chose to remain silent. That gaze, that very moment, was one that Itaki had encountered in many others before. Some were passionate, some reserved, some mature, some youthful, some resolute, and some hesitant. Yet, how could it be? It was as if something that had long been suppressed had finally emerged. Itaki understood its significance, but before he could ponder further, he beheld the black-haired boy suddenly reach out to grasp a bamboo leaf, examining it closely in his palm, directing it towards his eyes. A hint of violet concealed behind the leaf, silently observing Itaki. "Nii-san, you one tea sneak away, will you? Let us eat first." Having nearly deciphered Sasuke's thoughts, Itaki decided to kneel beside the tea table, allowing Sasuke to gaze at him. He could almost envision Sasuke's eye color appearing profoundly deep against the vibrant green of the bamboo leaves, illuminated by the backlight. Picking up an overturned teacup, he gently lifted the teapot, tilting it slowly as the tea flowed smoothly. The fragrance wafted through the air, mingling with the rising steam, enveloping the entire space in the aroma of tea. The leaves in the cup danced, and Itaki offered no verbal response to Sasuke's inquiry, merely presenting a silent figure. Words could not adequately express the emotions swirling within him. At that moment, all Itaki could think was, he is still young, perhaps it is merely a fleeting whim. "Hey, Nii-san." Sasuke, unable to hear a reply, resembled a child deprived of candy, calling out to Itaki in slight frustration. He trod across the stone pathway in his wooden sandals, removing them before settling down opposite Itaki, separated by the tea table. A wave of enticing aroma wafted into Sasuke's nostrils, causing his stomach to rumble audibly. Though the sound was soft, a ninja's senses were highly acute, and the expansive courtyard offered no soundproofing. Sasuke's expression stiffened, discomfort washing over him, the remnants of embarrassment flooding his mind. He struggled to maintain a smile, yet his gaze had already drifted. The wave of frustration enveloped him entirely. Itaki blew away the steam rising from his cup, taking a delicate sip of tea, his peripheral vision catching sight of Sasuke's flushed ears and trembling lashes. His fingers absent-mindedly traced the bottom of the cup, a warmth blossoming in his heart that even he could not articulate. Indeed, such a little being was rather adorable. "Sasuke, wash your hands before you eat." With his stomach empty and growling, Sasuke responded with a soft "oh," attempting to mask his embarrassment. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved that washing his hands and filling his belly was more pressing. Wait. Just as he was about to head to the washroom, Sasuke abruptly halted, hands gathered in his sleeves, looking up at the vast, boundless sky. In the calmest tone, he declared, "Nii-san, will you accompany me to the summer festival tonight? I've always wanted to go with you." At that moment, the clouds parted, a ray of sunlight spilling onto the edge of the corridor, perfectly enveloping Sasuke in its glow. The radiant sunlight bathed the upright youth, making him appear as if he were basking in divine light, exuding an extraordinary brilliance. Itaki, who had been about to speak, found himself momentarily stunned by the vivid and lively image of Sasuke before him. Though he quickly regained his composure, some feelings are peculiar. The more one suppresses them, the more they surge forth. Like a cicada that has lain dormant for 17 years beneath the earth, yearning to break through the soil with a single cry, it mirrored a seed forgotten in time, clinging to emotions, feeding on them, silently gathering strength in the darkness for the day it would emerge. "Finish your meal first." Turning around, Itaki maintained his usual expressionless demeanor, his gaze fixated on the cup of tea in his hands. Yet, Sasuke sensed an unmistakable difference. "Nii-san," he observed intently. Although Itaki did not respond directly this time, Sasuke understood it to be a tacit agreement to his invitation, albeit somewhat more subtly conveyed. "Don't think about leaving me behind." With that, Sasuke gracefully made his way into the kitchen. Moments later, Itaki presented a steaming array of miso soup, grilled fish, tamagoyaki, and rice before Sasuke. Sasuke silently regarded him for a few seconds before slowly lifting his bowl and chopsticks, inquiring, "So, what about your partner, Kisame? You seem quite interested in that fellow." Itaki interjected unexpectedly. The remark felt oddly out of place, and Sasuke finally sensed something amiss. He lifted his eyelids, only to meet Itaki's piercing gaze. "What?" Sasuke retorted. "As partners, I assumed you would be living together." Just as Itaki was about to respond, a crow cawed from the distance, settling its wings upon Itaki's shoulder. It was news from the Akatsuki. He retrieved a note from the crow's leg. Unfolding it, he encountered a bold scrawl bearing Kisame's name. The letter detailed his recent circumstances, the state of the organization, and updates from various ninja villages, concluding with the confirmation of Shimura Danzo's demise and the impending appointment of Tsunade Senju, one of the legendary Sunin, as the fifth Hokage. Additionally, it contained a mission. Itaki remained silent over the letter until the sun dipped below the horizon, eventually retreating to find paper and pen, flowing effortlessly as he wrote a response. He lowered his gaze. Beside him, Sasuke lay peacefully asleep on the table, while outside, the sun set, and a gentle breeze wafted through the air. Time appeared to stand still, and the gap between him and Sasuke felt but a fleeting moment, within reach. "Sasuke, wake up!" The orange hue painted half the sky, and Sasuke was roused by a magnetic voice. With slightly heavy eyelids, he opened his eyes to see a tall figure in the bright corridor. "Nii-san." Without a moment's hesitation, Sasuke called out instinctively. A broad hand ruffled Sasuke's tousled hair, and the tender, resonant voice echoed above. "Did I not say I would accompany you to the summer festival? If we dawdle any longer, night will fall." The summer festival. Itaki searched his mind for relevant memories. A pang of indescribable nostalgia, accompanied by a bittersweet taste, spread from his tongue. Recalling that it had been ages since he participated in such an event, so long ago it felt like a past life. Chapter 39. The Summer Festival, Part 1. As the clamor of the day gradually faded, the sky donned a pale gray hue, and twinkling stars began to emerge. The two walked side by side along the cobblestone path, the familiar sounds of chirping insects and singing birds surrounding them. They exchanged tales of their years, with Sasuke speaking the majority of the time, while Itaki listened intently. Upon reaching the outskirts of the town, dusk had already surrendered to night, and a sea of lights stretched for miles at the horizon's end. The night breeze caressed the mountaintop, and the stars shone brilliantly, a gossamer Milky Way arching across the sky. The festival grounds were alive with vibrant activity, people clad in colorful yukatas, their wooden sandals clacking as they navigated the various stalls. The clear river mirrored the multicolored canopy above and the bustling crowd, while numerous lanterns hung from the Akita poles, forming a radiant forest of lights as they clustered together. Sasuke walked quietly beside Itaki, hands tucked within his sleeves, observing the throng of people and the laughter that filled the air. Suddenly, a group of children darted between them. "Haha, let's go over there." "Hey, wait. Hey, Koi, hurry up." All right. "Sasuke," Itaki suddenly called out to him. Sasuke halted and turned back. He saw Itaki standing amidst the flickering lights, the shadows outlining his tall figure. For a fleeting moment, as Sasuke gazed at Itaki, time seemed to reverse, as if they had returned to their childhood days. It was the same summer festival. Their father held their mother's hand as they walked ahead, 10-year-old Itaki carrying 5-year-old Sasuke on his back, weaving through the stalls while inquiring what Sasuke wished to have. The night breeze brought a refreshing chill, tooling the boy's dark hair. As the crowd hurried past them, Sasuke remained silent, choosing not to interrupt. After a while, Itaki's voice emerged, low and gentle, akin to the intoxicating night breeze. "I thought that if I said this, Sasuke would no longer worry about me slipping away." With that, he opened his right hand, poised and patient, reminiscent of a gentleman awaiting a confession in a film. His hand was fair and well-proportioned, the knuckles distinct and calloused from years of wielding weapons. Sasuke, who had every reason not to trust this man with a troubled past, found himself perhaps enchanted by the soft glow of the moonlight, or perhaps momentarily beguiled, as he lowered his hand from his sleeves, stepping forward to place his palm against Itaki's. Amidst the throng, Itaki firmly grasped Sasuke's hand, fearful of losing him in the crowd. Their fingers intertwined, and Sasuke's heart skipped a beat. Turning his head, he met Itaki's gaze, his calm and gentle demeanor reflected in those deep, dark eyes, capturing Sasuke and the luminous night beyond. It was like a timeless lake, crystal clear, welcoming him into its embrace. Sasuke chuckled softly, as in that moment, many of his long-held questions found their answers. Someday, time would separate them, yet even so, before that day arrived, they would remain together, shaking their joined hands playfully. Sasuke's smile blossomed naturally, filled with contentment as he reminded, "Shall we go?" Nii-san, what shall we do next?" "Let's go eat some cold noodles." "All right." They strolled along the street, flanked by an array of stalls, goldfish scooping, grilled squid, takoyaki, fried rice, soda stands, and skewers, an abundance of choices. Tourists held glowing firefly lanterns, excitedly clustering together. The sounds of playful children, laughing couples, and polite exchanges among adults formed a vivid tapestry of life. As they passed a mask vendor, Sasuke was captivated by a pair of fox masks displayed, one large and one small, the white base adorned with gray and blue lines. The contours of the fox's face exquisitely crafted, ears perked playfully, with gems glimmering under the lights, luxurious yet elegant. "Do you fancy these, sir? They are unique to my shop, crafted as a pair." The vendor, noticing the refined demeanor of the two patrons, approached eagerly to promote his wares. Sasuke nodded, reaching for the smaller fox mask to try it on. With a playful tug, he beckoned Itaki closer, and while under Itaki's curious gaze, he placed the mask upon Itaki's face. The world darkened momentarily, yet Itaki remained unfazed, allowing a soft laugh to escape his lips as he bent down, accommodating Sasuke's playful gesture. Once the mask was secured, Sasuke squinted slightly, unabashedly admiring him. "Nii-san, this truly suits you." As he smiled, his eyes crinkled at the corners, harmonizing beautifully with the fox mask. Itaki, with his other hand free, playfully poked Sasuke's forehead with 2 fingers. "It is also quite suitable for us, Sasuke." With that, Itaki slipped several notes of yen into the vendor's hand and continued to lead the way forward. The night was long, and they had ample time ahead of them. The 2 masked figures were not conspicuous among the vibrant crowd. They strolled leisurely, witnessing fire performances, catching goldfish, savoring vegetarian noodles, shooting targets, and tossing rings, activities they had never indulged in before. Beside a stand adorned with miniature windmills, Sasuke held Itaki's hand with one while grasping a candy apple with the other. He gently blew towards a red and white windmill, making it spin gracefully in the breeze. Itaki removed the mask from his face, revealing the lower half, and breathed softly onto the windmill as well, accompanied by the melodious sound of the wind. The windmill whirled, resembling a beautiful symphony of nature. At this sight, the 2 exchanged glances and shared a smile. A full moon hung in the sky, its luminous glow illuminating the earth. The towering vermilion torii stood silently at the foot of the mountain as they passed through it, ascending the steep stone steps, passing stone lanterns, cleansing their hands, tossing coins, and shaking the prayer bells, their crisp chimes dancing with the multicolored ribbons that floated upward with the wind. Before them lay the bustling main shrine, while the area where Sasuke lingered was tranquil enough to hear the soft hum of insects fluttering about. Though this was a place of such clamor, it felt as though a transparent barrier had divided it into 2 worlds. Even where they overlapped, neither could truly enter the other's realm. Not far from the main shrine, Itaki stood quietly beneath the prayer bell, swaying the multicolored ribbons in his hand. If deities truly existed, and if they were willing to heed his prayer, even if just once in a lifetime, may they bless Sasuke with happiness. Chapter 40, Summer Festival, Part 2. Sasuke descended the stone steps of the shrine, the summer night breeze greeting him, gently caressing his face and bringing a refreshing coolness. His peripheral vision remained fixed on Itaki beside him, as vivid images of Itaki earnestly praying in the shrine replayed in his mind. He had always known that Itaki never believed in deities. So why had he come to the shrine tonight? If he did not believe, then why pray, and for whom? Suddenly, a low voice broke the silence. "Sasuke, are you curious about what I was praying for just now?" Sasuke turned his head to find Itaki standing a few steps above him, a hint of a smile gracing his lips, illuminated by the warm yellow light that enveloped him like a soft glow. The expression on his face, often perceived as cold and distant, appeared tender in this moment, as he gazed intently at Sasuke. For a fleeting instant, Sasuke found himself momentarily entranced. The stars reflected in Itaki's eyes painted a paradise he had never encountered before. Itaki took deliberate steps towards Sasuke, bending down and gently extending his hand, his movements so delicate as if afraid to disturb something precious. His fingertips brushed against Sasuke's moving Adam's apple before sliding to the nape of his neck. His voice, hoarse and low, yet inaudible to anyone but the 2 of them, whispered, "Ah, if the deities are willing to listen to my prayer, even if just once in this lifetime, then may they bless Sasuke with happiness." He stood beside Sasuke, retracting his thumb from the side of Sasuke's neck, leaving behind a lingering warmth and sensation. Itaki continued, "Sasuke, do not feel uneasy. I will never abandon you. For you are incredibly important to me, so important that I would forsake myself without a second thought." Sasuke was completely taken aback. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. It felt as though the wind had picked up, fierce and wild, drowning out the chaotic rhythm of his heartbeat. He gazed into Itaki's gentle eyes and felt something within him erupt, a searing heat igniting his heart. Involuntarily, he raised his hand to shield his eyes. Unable to bear the intensity of that gaze, a flicker of hope, however small, could lead to unbearable pain. In the distance, the dark night loomed, their shadows intermingling clearly on the stone steps. Though mere illusions, they felt more real than anything. Suddenly, he found himself indifferent. Sasuke lowered his hand, clasping his hands within his sleeves, raising his gaze to meet Itaki's. The soft light accentuated the slender curve of his eyelids, earnestly imprinting Itaki's current form in his memory. It was as if he wished time could freeze at this moment, allowing longing and promises to be eternal, not scattered like sand in the wind. "Hey, Nii-san. Those who lie are destined to swallow 1,000 needles. I know. No matter what happens, I will always be by your side." The 2 walked side by side down the street, the moonlight casting elongated shadows behind them. Occasionally, their clothing would brush against each other, only to part slowly again. As if an invisible barrier existed between them, isolating them from the outside world, leaving no space for a third person. As they walked, Sasuke suddenly halted, looking earnestly at Itachi. Your life is intertwined with mine. Itachi gazed into Sasuke's resolute eyes, a warm current surging within him. He reached out and gently ruffled Sasuke's hair. Yes, I feel the same. Just then, a loud, excited scream erupted from nearby, near a cotton candy stall. Ah! Miyuki, Sawa, Naoko, look. This must be the Tsundere and his gentle, doting partner. Oh my goodness. This partner is so proactive. Ah, who understands? This isn't my imagination, is it? Novels have truly stepped into reality. They really exist in this world. Miyuki, quickly slap me across the face. Oh my god. They must find happiness. Otherwise, I will die with my eyes wide open. As soon as the words left her mouth, a cacophony of heavy objects crashing to the ground followed, accompanied by a flurry of panicked exclamations. Kaimi, what's wrong? Wake up. Don't scare me. Ah. Kaimi, please wake up. I'm begging you. Don't frighten us anymore. Kaimi, I'm fine. Sasuke and Itachi were drawn to the commotion and turned their heads toward the source of the noise. They saw several girls huddled together, one of whom lay on the ground, while the others anxiously called out. Sasuke frowned. He had heard similar remarks in his previous life and understood their meaning. But what absurd words were these? Itachi's lips curled slightly, a hint of a resigned smile appearing. He softly said to Sasuke, "It seems we have caught the attention of others." Sasuke huffed, finding it quite bothersome. At that moment, one of the girls noticed their gaze and instantly flushed, stammering. "I am so sorry. We didn't mean to disturb you. We were just too excited." The other girls quickly regained their composure and bowed in apology. Just as Sasuke was about to speak, Itachi interjected gently, "It's all right. I hope you all find your own happiness." Upon hearing this, the girls' eyes sparkled with joy as they nodded eagerly. Once the girls settled down, Sasuke and Itachi continued walking side by side toward the area designated for fireworks. "Hey, Nii-san. You understood what they were saying, right? Though I may not grasp every detail, I can surmise the general situation. Sasuke, they bear no ill intent. Perhaps due to some misunderstanding, they misinterpreted our relationship as something special. However, their blessings are sincere, of that I am certain. Speaking of which, the sentiments I share with that girl resonate deeply. We both sincerely wish for your happiness, Sasuke, regardless of the paths that may unfold in the future. We hope you will always wear a smile and walk forward with resilience." Sasuke pressed his lips tightly together, as if suppressing some intense emotion within. And after a brief silence, he turned his face away. "I too hope that Nii-san can find happiness." Itachi was momentarily taken aback, but then his expression softened, and a barely perceptible smile graced his lips. He regarded Sasuke earnestly and said, "Having you by my side brings me immense joy. Some misunderstandings can be clarified. Past grievances can be rectified, but wounds take time to heal." At this moment, the area ahead, where fireworks burst forth, was alive with excitement. Vibrant colors exploded in the night sky, illuminating the faces of the two. Suddenly, a wave of jubilant cheers erupted from the crowd. Some danced with exuberance. Others embraced and wept with joy, while still others shouted their heartfelt feelings aloud. Amidst this cacophonous sea of humanity, Sasuke and Itachi stood side by side, their figures blending into the throng, appearing like every other ordinary person in the world, both unremarkable and profoundly real. Chapter 41, The Summer Festival, End. With a resounding bang, fireworks ascended into the sky, blooming into a kaleidoscope of colors, some resembling shooting stars traversing the night, others flourishing like marigolds, and yet others cascading like ethereal blossoms, trailing long streams of starlight that lit up the entire night. Suddenly, a firework exploded above them, showering them in brilliant light. Instinctively, Itachi shielded Sasuke behind him, and when the brilliance faded, he realized how close they stood, nearly feeling each other's breath. Their gazes locked, and time seemed to stand still. The surrounding clamor gradually faded, the bustling crowd in the distance appearing shrouded in a veil, becoming indistinct. In that moment, both understood that their feelings had transcended familial bonds. It was a forbidden connection, an encroachment that would never be recognized by the world. Under the illumination of the fireworks, Sasuke suddenly stepped back, avoiding Itachi's gaze, and with calm composure, he looked up at the sky and spoke. "Nii-san, shall we attend the summer festival together again next year?" Itachi's expression remained unchanged, though a glimmer of amusement danced in his eyes. Of course, the elder Uchiha could easily perceive the affection harbored by the youth, sentiments that the boy believed he had concealed well, but were all too clear to the older Uchiha. Sasuke, typically confident, now appeared insecure and lost in the presence of Itachi. His experiences and understanding were insufficient to guide him through such a complex emotional landscape. Perhaps he had lost too much in a past life, making it difficult for him to alter certain beliefs even in rebirth. After all, he had long been haunted by the adage that any valuable pursuit in life, once attained, is invariably shackled by the specter of loss. At that moment, another firework burst in the distance, its radiance illuminating Sasuke's face. The sky was adorned with fireworks, resembling the most exquisite tapestry of treasures, suspended above the flickering lights of countless homes. It was a sight Sasuke had rarely witnessed, magnificent and dreamlike. He momentarily lost himself, softly murmuring, "The fireworks are truly beautiful." Itachi followed his gaze to the heavens, a tumult of possessiveness churning within him, yet he eventually closed his eyes and exhaled deeply. Indeed, they are splendid. While the crowd's attention remained fixed on the fireworks, he found it impossible to divert his gaze from Sasuke's profile. The thudding of his heart drowned out even the sounds of the fireworks. In the ensuing moments, they continued to walk side by side along the festival street, deliberately maintaining a slightly greater distance than before. Occasionally, their eyes would meet, and they would calmly avert their gazes. As the summer festival neared its conclusion and the crowd began to disperse, they walked together on the way back home. The distant chirping of insects rising and falling among the grass, while the moonlight cast long shadows of the two upon the ground. Sasuke felt as though he were lost in a dream, his body instinctively guiding him forward, while his thoughts drifted far away, consumed by Itachi's every word and action. And the distinct contours of his face, his pale lips, and those deep, dark eyes that seemed to hold a universe of stars whenever they beheld him. In different times and places, the same person continuously played in Sasuke's mind. Suddenly, he stepped forward, and as his fingers inadvertently brushed against Itachi's hand, his body moved before his mind could catch up, driven by an overwhelming desire, and he grasped Itachi's hand. When Sasuke regained his senses, he looked in shock at the hand he was holding, feeling as though everything was unreal. What had he just done? He clearly remembered the entire sequence of events. Yet it felt as though the person who had acted was someone else entirely. The moment Itachi's warmth enveloped him, something stirred within Itachi's profound gaze, and he swallowed hard before returning the grip. Each approach from Sasuke was a significant test for Itachi. He continuously reminded himself to remain composed, to not let emotions cloud his judgment. No one understood better than him that during the years of his defection from Konoha, longing had become a habit. From the spring breezes to the summer rains, autumn frosts, and winter snows, he had thought of Sasuke in spring, summer, autumn, and winter. When yearning becomes habitual, the boundaries of kinship blur, and a frenzied possessiveness grows like wild grass. Humans are inherently insatiable, and he was no exception. Sasuke, wishing to discreetly withdraw his hand, as if it were merely an accident, was unprepared for Itachi to pull him back more quickly and tightly. They faced each other in a moment of tension. Sasuke faltered first, tilting his chin forward and raising an eyebrow to signal that it was time to move on. Neither spoke a word. They quietly traversed the stone path, feeling the warmth of each other's palms, their heartbeats accelerating uncontrollably, silently conveying unspoken affections. The night breeze gently swept by, bringing a hint of coolness characteristic of summer nights, while the emotions concealed within their hearts lingered like the fleeting traces of fireworks in the night sky, leaving behind faint marks that would never fade from their minds. After a considerable time, the entire house was illuminated by the glow of firelight. With a resounding thud, the courtyard door closed behind Sasuke. Itachi stood under the round lantern, arms outstretched, his eyes shimmering with the vastness of the starry sky. "Welcome home, Sasuke." They locked gazes for a moment, the distant sounds of insects rising and falling, moths fluttering against the lantern, creating soft, muffled sounds. Sasuke was momentarily taken aback, then his eyebrows lifted, his eyes shimmering with light, and his lips involuntarily curved into a smile. Why would this guy say such things at this moment? It felt a bit unfair. In that instant, as the night deepened and he pushed open the door to his home, those simple words, "welcome home," felt like warm soup in the depths of winter, guiding a wandering heart back to its sanctuary. Sasuke felt a prickling sensation in his nose, nearly choking back the lump in his throat. As he turned his gaze toward the courtyard, unable to bear looking at that person even for a moment, he had drifted alone for many years, and the passage of time was so great that he had almost forgotten that he once had a home. He forced a smile, his voice hoarse and dry as he said, "Yes, I have returned." The elder Uchiha seemed to radiate light, and a sudden surge of emotion welled up in Sasuke. He yearned to reach out, to grasp that person and see him. Yet, before he could fully comprehend, he found himself enveloped in Itachi's embrace, one hand around his waist, and the other grasping Itachi's wrist. Itachi stood in the courtyard, and Sasuke could faintly discern the outline of his jawline. The hand that had been grasped seemed to move slightly, as if it intended to embrace him back. Suddenly, the bamboo grove in the courtyard swayed twice. "Oh dear, Mr. Itachi, I hope I haven't interrupted anything." Chapter 42, Kisame. The air felt almost suspended. Itachi and Sasuke simultaneously turned their heads. Their gazes locked for several seconds. Itachi inhaled deeply, slowly retreating to conclude the hasty embrace, only to step forward and shield Sasuke behind him, inquiring, "What is it?" Sasuke released Itachi's hand, unhurriedly opened the door, and walked into the room, maintaining his composure throughout, as if nothing had transpired moments before. Kisame furrowed his brow. That must be Mr. Itachi's brother. Countless unspeakable images flashed through his mind until Itachi called out to him. "Kisame." "Ah, yes," Kisame replied, immediately adopting a serious demeanor. "The organization has decided to dispatch the two of us for this significant mission. Our objective is to escort a particular individual and ensure his safe passage from the land of sound to the land of water." Itachi inquired, "Are there Jonin involved in the assassination?" "Indeed, and not just one. That fellow has a bounty of 40,000 ryo on him." Kisame exclaimed, "That's no trivial sum. The bounty hunters drawn to this will surely be countless. Moreover, following the failure of the previous plan to capture the Nine Tails, the organization has expressed considerable dissent towards Mr. Itachi. Thus, this troublesome and tedious task has naturally fallen upon us." "Very well then." Itachi interrupted Kisame's forthcoming words, squinting at the sky and pushing the door open. "Please, come in." Most individuals would feel a twinge of annoyance or even anger at being abruptly interrupted, yet Kisame exhibited none of these reactions. Their dynamic had always been characterized by playful banter, and interruptions were commonplace, so he had grown accustomed to it. Furthermore, for Kisame, collaborating with Itachi was the greatest honor of his life. Not only was Itachi immensely powerful, but his intellect was also unparalleled, and Kisame held him in profound admiration. In Kisame's eyes, Itachi resembled an unattainable peak, difficult to reach yet inspiring longing. Thus, even when his words were cut short by Itachi, Kisame harbored no discontent. Instead, he perceived it as a unique form of communication between them, a manifestation of their tacit understanding. Extracting the same hata from his back, Kisame sauntered into the room. Everything remained in its original place. As Itachi loosened the sash of his kimono, he gestured, "I have kept your room well preserved. As for any new developments, let us find a moment to discuss them later. Oh, and one more thing to emphasize. Do not, under any circumstances, bully Sasuke when my back is turned." Kisame raised an eyebrow, seemingly taken aback by Itachi's response. After a moment of silence, he slowly replied, "Mr. Itachi, I merely wish to stay here for a few nights." Itachi paused, turning back with a gentle smile gracing his lips. "I apologize, Kisame, but little Sasuke is still young and adorably naive. As his elder brother, I cannot help but worry about him being bullied when I am not watching." Kisame blinked, appearing somewhat perplexed. He recognized each word Itachi spoke, yet could not comprehend their meaning when strung together. His confusion escalated, and he found himself momentarily at a loss. After a few seconds of silence, a flicker of understanding crossed his face, as if he had suddenly grasped something. Yet this realization was swiftly overshadowed by an even greater shock, his mouth agape. Eyes widened as if he had witnessed the most incredible sight in the world. "No." Seeing this, Itachi smiled and turned, entering the bathroom with a fresh kimono in hand. A few minutes later, Sasuke emerged, enveloped in steam, his damp black hair tousled in disarray. As he toweled off his hair, he walked back into the guest room, where the uninvited guest sat calmly on the tatami mat, leafing through a book he had inexplicably found, with 2 steaming cups of tea and several plates of snacks arranged on the low table. "Kisame," Sasuke called out casually. Kisame closed the cover, tossing the hardcover book onto the coffee table. "Little brat, it's been a while. It seems Mr. Itachi treats you well." Sasuke glanced at the pink cover, recognizing Jiraiya's Ika Paradise, and promptly lost interest, shifting his attention away. He draped the towel over his shoulder, sat down, and took a sip of the tea Kisame had prepared, stating, "You needn't worry about this." In response, Kisame did not argue. He scrutinized Sasuke for a moment. Even from a male perspective, the boy was undeniably handsome. His facial features bore a striking resemblance to his elder brother's. Eyes, nose, mouth. Yet he lacked Itachi's distinctive smile lines. Sasuke's index finger absently tapped on the table, and he met Kisame's gaze, his tone flat. "Have you finished looking?" Kisame chuckled. "You truly do resemble Mr. Itachi." Sasuke let out a cold huff, choosing not to reply. At that moment, Itachi emerged from the bathroom, steam wafting off him, his long hair cascading loosely, the kimono hanging loosely and revealing his well-defined abs. Upon seeing Sasuke and Kisame seated across from each other, he raised an eyebrow. "What are you two discussing?" Kisame promptly stood. "Nothing much, just casual conversation." Itachi approached the table and poured himself a cup of tea. "I need to gather more details about the mission, Kisame. Please elaborate." Kisame resumed his seat and began recounting the specifics of the mission, including the identity of the person to be escorted and the potential dangers they might encounter. As Kisame spoke, Itaki rubbed his forehead with his fingers, and when he raised his hand, Sasuke noticed that the ring on his ring finger had been removed, leaving behind a stark, white indentation. Kisame continued discussing the mission, while Sasuke's thoughts drifted far from the topic at hand. He couldn't help but fixate on that white mark, finding it exceedingly distracting, and a multitude of thoughts surged within him, each one swiftly quelled. As if sensing Sasuke's gaze, Itaki discreetly lowered his hand and pushed a plate of red bean cakes toward Sasuke, his fingertip lightly tapping the edge of the plate, forming an expression that conveyed not sweet. After the mission briefing concluded, Kisame felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him. Despite having consumed nothing, he felt a sense of fullness in his stomach. He rose to excuse himself, stating he would go organize his belongings, and left the room without hesitation. Once he departed, only Itaki and Sasuke remained, and the atmosphere shifted to something subtly tense. "Why don't you simply sever ties with the Akatsuki?" Sasuke suddenly asked. Itaki paused for a moment, then replied slowly, "It is not yet the right time." Sasuke scrutinized Itaki, attempting to decipher something from his expression, but found himself unable to glean any insight. "This mission is quite perilous. You must stay home." Itaki shifted the topic. Sasuke's expression remained indifferent as he lifted Itaki's teacup, unbothered, and took a sip. "I want to go too." Once he set his mind to it, as long as Sasuke was willing, he could traverse the entire ninja world, be it bustling cities or remote villages, towering mountains or tumultuous seas, freely coming and going. Itaki was acutely aware of this. With a sigh, Itaki seemed to concede to Sasuke's resolve, extending his hand to gently ruffle the damp hair atop Sasuke's head. "Are you so unable to part from me?" Chapter 43, The Mission, Part 1. Sasuke remained silent, merely gazing at Itaki with his dark eyes, pure and obsessive. Perhaps in the world that Itaki had left, he had long since become nothing more than an empty shell. In this world, tattered and torn, the malevolent desires and avarice of humanity have corroded countless beauties, leaving chaos and war in their wake. Life is fleeting, and the world is rife with turmoil. Sasuke, unwilling to engage in discord with Itaki, yearns to avoid separation, dreading even a moment of regret with his brother. Outside, the moonlight deepens, casting shadows of swaying trees. The ethereal glow blankets the stillness, interrupted only by distant crickets and the whispering bamboo leaves swaying in the gentle breeze. In this tranquil space, the only sound is the rhythm of their breaths. Finally, Sasuke speaks slowly. "I once heard that the place where those who long for you reside is your true home. Nii-san, you are my home." The boy's candid and sincere words resonate clearly in Itaki's ears, like a gentle stream flowing into his heart. Itaki lifts his hand, drawing Sasuke into his embrace without hesitation. He turns his head slightly, burying his nose in the soft, fluffy hair, his voice husky and heavy, tinged with barely perceptible restraint. "This is truly unfair, Sasuke. I would argue that you, Nii-san, are the one who is most unjust. Is that so?" Itaki's tone is filled with confusion and self-mockery, as if he feels a deep sense of helplessness regarding his actions. "Perhaps it is because I am not a worthy older brother." He lowers his gaze slightly, his eyes dimming as memories of the past flood back. "After all, the words I have always excelled at saying to you are, 'Please forgive me.'" Sasuke, within those words lie not only regret for his past actions, but also a profound guilt towards his younger brother. He is acutely aware of the pain he has inflicted upon Sasuke, both physically and emotionally. Those transgressions are like deep scars etched into Sasuke's heart, as well as into his own soul. "I certainly know that. I despise you the most." "Ah, I know. Our Sasuke truly loathes his Nii-san." "Hey, I never said that about you." Yes, I understand." Outside, the crescent moon hangs like a hook, summer insects chirp, and myriad stars twinkle alongside the cold moonlight. Kisame leans against the wall, arms crossed, peering through the dark brown window frame at the two embracing figures, his eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. At that moment, the sound of large wings flapping suddenly fills the courtyard. He looks up to see Deidara, riding on the back of a Garuda, having silently appeared out of nowhere. "Hey, Kisame, what are you so engrossed in?" Deidara calls out, waving curiously. Meanwhile, Garuda folds its massive wings and tilts its body downwards, landing steadily in the courtyard. Uninvited and intruding upon another's home, Kisame is evidently displeased by this person's actions. He furrows his brow, turns his head aside, and mutters, "Nothing, just admiring the moonlight." Deidara is not convinced by this excuse. He dismounts from Garuda, dashing under the eaves in a few swift steps, following Kisame's previous gaze to the two embraced figures inside. A knowing smile creeping onto his lips. "Oh ho, isn't that Itaki? Seems there are some deep feelings involved." The true relationship between the two inside is something this fellow is unaware of. How could he not know? Kisame shoots a warning glare at Deidara. "Don't speak carelessly." Deidara waves his hand dismissively. I'm not speaking carelessly. It's obvious to anyone with eyes what is going on. But, given our circumstances, it's hardly anything new. The conversation from the courtyard drifts through the slightly ajar door. Inside, Itachi sits upright, placing a steaming cup of tea before Sasuke. Take your time eating, he gently advises. You needn't pay any mind to those two outside. His voice exudes a sense of calm and composure, as if the clamor and disturbances of the outside world could not touch his inner tranquility. Sasuke leisurely enjoys his red bean cake, harboring a grudge against the interruptions that prevent him from spending time with Itachi. Yet his demeanor reveals nothing of his discontent, as long as they are not enemies. It's fine. The red bean cake boasts a crisp outer layer and a soft, sweet filling, neither overly sweet nor bland, as Sasuke savors each bite, his tongue teasing the remnants clinging to his lips, though a few crumbs remain. Itachi discreetly coughs to clear his throat, his gaze inadvertently falling upon Sasuke's lips, his throat instinctively tightening. He reaches out, gently brushing away the crumbs from Sasuke's mouth, his movements tender and natural, as if this were the most ordinary of actions. Sasuke pauses for a fraction of a second, then swallows the morsel, a faint blush tinting the skin beneath his hair as he bows his head, continuing to eat the red bean cake, albeit at a slower pace than before. In the courtyard, after a brief exchange, Deidara waves his sleeve and departs with a playful laugh, as if he had merely chanced upon a long-lost friend and paused to share a few pleasant words. Garuda takes to the sky, soaring high and tracing a graceful arc before vanishing into the vast moonlight. What felt like an eternity in mere seconds comes to an end. Once the figures have departed, Kisame stands rooted in place, the taut muscles of his arms finally relaxing. He leans against the wall, casting a sidelong glance at the dim light and shadows within the house, the complexity in his gaze gradually softening. The night passes with the gentle sounds of chirping insects, and all sleep soundly as usual. The following day dawns bright and clear. The three of them share breakfast in the living room before retreating to their respective rooms to prepare for the tasks ahead. At 11 in the morning, a middle-aged man dressed in a gray kimono and carrying a katana follows Kisame, bowing slightly upon seeing them. I am the retainer of Lord Iton. You may call me Koino. The man is tall and handsome, with deep-set, resolute eyes and a weathered complexion that speaks of countless trials. Yet he exudes an unwavering strength and courage. Koino's gaze sweeps over the brothers, pausing momentarily on Sasuke's face, revealing a flicker of unusual expression before he recollects himself. Nodding towards Sasuke and retracting his scrutinizing gaze. What is your name, my lord? Sasuke, now clad in a simple black high-collared long-sleeve shirt and black shorts, shows no displeasure. Replying coolly, Uchiha Sasuke. Ah, an Uchiha. Truly, a young hero has emerged. Itachi, maintaining his composure, subtly blocks Koino's view of Sasuke. He has donned the original long robe adorned with red cloud patterns, the signature ring still perched on the ring finger of his right hand, his brows slightly furrowed, and his thin lips pressed into a straight line, clearly displeased with this retainer. I apologize, I mean no offense. As a retainer, Koino is adept at reading the room. Sensing the palpable tension, he tightens his grip on the katana, taking a step back while offering Sasuke an apologetic smile. Chapter 44, The Mission, Part 2. Kisame raises an eyebrow, scrutinizing Koino with suspicion. Under this scrutiny, Koino offers no further explanation, evidently letting out a sigh. This brief interlude does not impede the progress of their mission. They are a bit distant from the residence of Lord Tenbei, and this middle-aged man has brought along a carriage and driver. The four of them squeeze into the carriage, which, fortunately, is spacious enough to avoid feeling cramped. In truth, traveling in such a swaying carriage is less expedient than a ninja's swift journey. Yet, Koino expresses his regret, stating that he is merely a swordsman. No matter how sharp his swordsmanship or how brilliant his achievements, his stamina cannot match that of a ninja for long-distance travel. Thus, they ultimately decide to ride in the carriage, which allows Koino to elaborate on the specifics of their mission during the journey. Konohamichi, Lord Toby plans to depart from the Land of Sound in a day's time. However, prior to his departure, it is certain that some ninjas will attempt to assassinate him. I hope that you all will lend your assistance at that time. Kisame inquired. Has someone leaked his whereabouts? Konoha caressed the hilt of his sword and sighed. Indeed, Lord Toby has always conducted himself with meticulous care and has never allowed his movements to be easily discerned. Logically, a leak of this nature should not have occurred. Yet, not long ago, a servant who had been attending to him attempted to climb into Lord Toby's bed, only to be discovered by me and subsequently dismissed. Unfortunately, merely days after being cast out, that individual's mother fell gravely ill and required a substantial sum of money for her treatment. Faced with the imminent peril of his mother's life, he harbored the thought that if he could not have Lord Toby, then neither should anyone else. and thus he expended considerable effort to divulge Lord Toby's information. As he spoke, his gaze dropped, his ears tinged with crimson, and his words were punctuated by noticeable pauses. Sasuke glanced at him, feeling a stir of emotion within. His dark visage bore an expression of solemnity, yet his gaze frequently flitted toward Sasuke, lingering momentarily before swiftly averting. Itachi remarked, "What is this? You seem rather concerned about my younger brother." Konoha's hand faltered on the hilt, and he coughed lightly, as if to mask his embarrassment. "I mean no offense, but I beg your pardon for my rudeness." At this point, his previously stern countenance softened instantly, his tightly pressed lips forming a gentle smile. His eyes radiating warmth and joy. "I have a beloved, and this lord's demeanor bears a resemblance to him in his youth, inadvertently prompting memories of long ago. When I first fell in love, I momentarily lost myself. I hope you will not take offense." Kisame noted that when he spoke of his beloved, he referred to him rather than her, and an unexpected numbness washed over him. Names such as Deidara and Scorpion, Kakuzu and Haiden surfaced in his mind, and those once seemingly commonplace gestures now appeared tainted with an ambiguous aura. Shaking his head, he hastily dispelled the myriad of unspeakable images, and, upon witnessing Konoha's blissful demeanor, felt a flicker of something unusual, yet chose to remain silent. In stark contrast to Kisame's shock, Sasuke maintained an air of unusual composure, as if such matters were commonplace to him. After all, in his previous life, he had witnessed an array of bizarre scenes far too numerous to count. He leaned against the windowsill, casting his gaze beyond, where the trees in the sunlight flourished and wildflowers of unknown origin bloomed in abundance. A gentle breeze ruffled the stray hairs on his forehead. At that moment, Itachi grasped Sasuke's hand, his calloused fingertips gently stroking his pinky. Noticing Sasuke's ears had turned a shade of crimson while he feigned calmness gazing out the window, Itachi couldn't help but let a subtle smile grace his lips. A barely perceptible arc. Oddly enough, his typically stoic face appeared to soften, the contours of his features momentarily revealing gentleness. Kisame, seated with his arms crossed, suddenly noticed the silent yet intimate exchanges between the two, his cold poker face faltering, his inner turmoil almost roaring. "Where is my calm and wise Itachi?" Though his silent outcry went unheard, Itachi seemed to sense Kisame's scrutiny, lifting his eyelids to quietly meet his gaze, while still toying with Sasuke's hand, not relinquishing his hold. Though Kisame felt a flutter of unease, he maintained a composed posture, giving Itachi a slight nod before turning to Konoha. Breaking the silence. "What shall we do upon reaching the client?" He was not oblivious to the strange atmosphere. Konoha had observed the interactions among the three without questioning. Their survival method has always been to see no evil and hear no evil. He collected his thoughts and replied, "When the time comes, I implore you all to conceal yourselves first. Once the assassins appear, strike them down." "Very well." Kisame and Itachi exchanged a glance and nodded in agreement. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, its rays mercilessly illuminating the land, casting flickering shadows as the cicadas chirped from the branches, narrating tales of heat. The carriage jolted along the rugged path, and silence enveloped the interior momentarily. Sasuke curled one leg, arms crossed, eyes closed, leaning against Itachi's shoulder as if in a light slumber. Suddenly, he lifted one eyelid, surveying the expressions of those inside the carriage. As expected, Kisame sat firmly, reclining against the wall, with his bandaged sword resting across his knees. He appeared relaxed, yet remained ever vigilant, his hand resting on the hilt, never straying far. As a retainer, Konoha clutched his katana, choosing not to rest, instead staring out the window, a frown of concern etched on his dark face, his eyes reflecting the shifting landscape of mountains and trees. Abruptly, the carriage shook violently, and Itachi instantly opened his eyes, swiftly securing Sasuke's shoulder with one hand while the other clasped his waist, drawing him protectively into his embrace before executing a body flicker technique to escape the confines of the cramped carriage. In the tranquil forest, where ancient trees towered and vines intertwined, he appeared on the path, gazing down at the person in his arms. Sasuke, having taken a step back, hesitated slightly at his words. "I am a strong warrior as well." He paused, slightly diverting his gaze from Itachi's. "There's no need to protect me at every turn, especially against those few weaklings. They are hardly to be feared, are they, brother?" "Itachi, my dear brother, you are here." Before Itachi could respond, Kisame and Konoha emerged from the shadows. Upon seeing the two, Konoha inclined his head slightly to the elder Uchiha, then drew his katana, eyes glinting with murderous intent as he surveyed a particular spot, his deep-set eyes flashing with a cold light. "Come forth, you wretches." Chapter 45, Mission, Part 3. Before them lay a massive boulder that had appeared out of nowhere, firmly blocking the carriage's path. The surroundings were eerily silent, save for the chirping of insects and the distant calls of birds from the thicket. Whoosh! Shadows darted from the forest, launching attacks on the four. Sasuke, slightly stepping out of Itake's protective circle, observed an approaching ninja. With his hands casually tucked in his pockets and an air of relaxation, he awaited the enemy's advance. As the adversary drew near, Sasuke sidestepped, his blade gleaming momentarily, reflecting the face of the attacker, which bore an expression of sheer terror. In the instant their forms intertwined, the muddy ground erupted in a spray of dirt, warm and steaming blood arcing gracefully through the air, accompanied by the sound of a heavy object striking the ground. Pure white wildflowers were stained with droplets of crimson, creating a strikingly beautiful yet eerie sight under the sun's gaze. Simultaneously, Kisame swung his sword, causing a spatter of blood, while Itachi unleashed a fire jutsu, engulfing several foes in flames, and Konoha's swordplay was swift and lethal, with enemies falling to the ground in quick succession. A lopsided massacre unfolded in mere minutes. As warmth splattered against the corner of his eye, Sasuke grimaced, reaching up to wipe it away, but midway through, a familiar presence enveloped him. In an instant, steady and powerful hands tenderly cupped his face, as if cradling a handful of clear water, with a thumb brushing over his eye's corner, erasing the crimson stain. His earlobe was gently pinched, leaving Sasuke's legs weak with an uncontainable rush of warmth, the blush on his ears spreading rapidly like red ink diffusing in water, tinting his entire face with a delicate hue. "Don't move." Itachi's large palm cradled the back of Sasuke's neck, his voice laced with mirth as he scrutinized Sasuke's face. The distance between the two was exceedingly close. So close that Sasuke merely had to lift his gaze to press his lips against Itachi's resolute cheek. Momentarily taken aback, the once domineering and unflinching Sasuke now displayed a fleeting glimpse of confusion and clumsiness in his eyes. Upon regaining his composure, he turned his face away, stammering out a few words through gritted teeth. "Nii-san, please, not like this." Gazing at the side profile of Itachi, who inadvertently revealed his flushed ears, Itachi withdrew his hand from Sasuke's neck, still retaining a trace of warmth and sensation. The corners of Itachi's lips, which had been pressed tightly, slowly arched into a smile, his eyes radiating evident affection and satisfaction. "What is it? Has Sasuke begun to dislike Nii-san?" Sasuke stammered. "I would never dislike Nii-san." His voice was soft and barely audible, dissipating like a whisper in the gentle breeze, yet the conviction in his words was unquestionable. At that moment, a resounding crash echoed down the path as Kisame executed a ninjutsu, burying a dozen corpses underground. Sasuke's gaze flitted to Itachi's upturned lips, and he awkwardly added, "I will never hate Nii-san." Simultaneously, a voice could be heard from afar, belonging to Kawaii. "Hey, is everything all right?" "It's manageable." Kisame hoisted the same hata onto his shoulder, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes as he turned to the two standing in the distance, exclaiming, "What a surprise. Itachi, we've actually been ambushed. I never expected these individuals to be so audacious. Indeed, but we ought to leave. If we linger too long, our client may be assassinated." Itachi took Sasuke by the hand, the crimson cloud pattern of his cloak billowing in the crisp wind as they proceeded towards the carriage. As they passed the obstructing boulder, Itachi did not avert his gaze, but slightly tilted his face towards it. Beneath the sunlight, the boulder seemed to spontaneously combust, weathered to reveal the original path. Itachi lifted the carriage curtain and, bending down, whispered a few words into Sasuke's ear. Under the astonished gazes of Kawaii and Kisame, the youth turned his face, his lips moving silently before forming a resolute fist that lightly tapped Itachi's chest, delivering a fierce declaration. "This shall not be repeated." Itachi, devoid of any anger, instead grasped Sasuke's fist and brought it to his lips, bestowing a gentle kiss upon it. The boy shot a glare at the elder Uchiha, swiftly withdrawing his fist as if scalded, only to shove it into his pocket. Then without a backward glance, he dove into the carriage, completely disregarding the two living beings standing in the distance. As the carriage curtain fell once more, Itachi straightened his posture. "Kisame, take Kawaii away, and let the other two hidden ones vanish." As soon as the words left his mouth, Kisame's figure flickered and vanished into the woods like a specter. "Ah, ah." The forest echoed with two terrified cries, startling a multitude of birds into flight. Kawaii halted, turning back to glance at the woods behind him, gripping his katana tightly at his waist. Was this the disparity between ordinary people and ninjas? The rustling of leaves accompanied Kisame's swift movements, prompting Itachi to lift his gaze. "The difference in skill is too vast. Even if we were to increase our numbers, the outcome would remain unchanged. Indeed, however, regardless of one's prowess, every individual possesses vulnerabilities. Do not let your guard down, Kisame." "But, Mr. Itachi, let us proceed." "Yes." As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky darkened. The last rays of twilight flickering weakly, akin to an elder candle teetering on the brink of extinguishment, yet remaining resolute. The client's residence was perched atop a small hill. In front of the entrance stood trees, maples, larches, beeches, and cherry blossoms, both cultivated and naturally grown, forming a lush, verdant thicket of ancient trees. Outside the wall, larches were planted in neat rows, whispering softly in the breeze. From the exterior, one could vaguely glimpse the gate and rooftops, while the surrounding greenery was enveloped in a serene silence. Kawaii drew back the curtain of the carriage and stepped down first, meeting a servant who had been waiting for some time. The servant, of unremarkable appearance, upon recognizing Kawaii as the Lord's retainer, bowed slightly. "Welcome back, Lord Kawaii." Noticing the unfamiliar face, Kawaii nudged the hilt of his sword, revealing a segment of the blade. "A newcomer?" "Yes," the servant replied calmly. "I have been here for just a month. Why have I not seen you before?" Kawaii inquired, narrowing his eyes thoughtfully. "I have primarily been responsible for internal affairs and rarely made an appearance," the servant answered. Kawaii nodded, contemplating, and suddenly asked, "Haven't we met before?" The servant met his probing gaze, trembling slightly, his voice quivering and expression bewildered. "I have never encountered you before, my lord." Kawaii's face was obscured in the shadows cast by the setting sun, leaving no one to discern what this favored retainer of the Lord was pondering. The servant, under the intense scrutiny, stood frozen, overwhelmed by unease. Not far behind them, Sasuke and the others disembarked from the carriage, all casting their gazes in this direction. "Good afternoon, my lords." Upon seeing the three, the servant trembled under Kawaii's unabashed scrutiny, yet managed to bow slightly, addressing the trio. "The Lord requests your presence. Please follow me." As the daylight waned, lanterns beneath the eaves flickered to life, one after another. Sasuke and his companions followed the servant along the winding corridor, where wooden eaves connected various rooms, leading to the main hall. Traversing a courtyard adorned with deep brown pillars that framed the scenic interplay of maple trees and tranquil waters. A tranquil pond mirrored the moonlight and cloud shadows, with a few sleeping lilies and fish weaving through the water, sometimes still, sometimes darting about. A gentle breeze caressed the surface, causing ripples to dance, as if time itself had slowed. Upon crossing the courtyard, two samurai adorned with swords stood vigil at the entrance. Upon the arrival of the group, accompanied by the Lord's retainer, the two bowed respectfully, sliding open the shoji doors on either side. Kawaii, accustomed to such formalities, nodded and led the way inside the traditional room, the shoji doors closing with a soft thud behind them. What unfolded before their eyes was a vast tatami room, furnished with shoji paper windows and doors, ukiyo-e art, alcoves, and various storage compartments. The alcove was central, where a man in his 40s, clad in a light gray haori, knelt at the foremost seat. His demeanor bore the weight of recent assassination attempts, manifesting in his weary and tense expression, fingers tightly interlaced upon the table, and faint dark circles under his eyes. Upon hearing their entrance, the man rose to welcome his esteemed guests, introducing himself as the client, Taben Koi. Once the group settled into their designated seats, Itaki occupying the primary position, followed closely by Sasuke and Kisame, Kawaii took a seat beside his lord, with a low table separating them. Taben Koi gestured, and soon the shoji doors were drawn open once more, allowing several maidens to enter, carrying trays laden with teapots and cups. The maidens skillfully poured tea into the cups, the delicate sound of droplets filling the vessels echoing softly. With a gentle thud, a steaming cup of tea was placed before Sasuke, the leaves unfurling gradually in the hot water, releasing a refreshing aroma that enveloped the entire room. "Please enjoy." The maidens set down the cups, bowing slightly while holding the trays, departing the room with graceful footsteps. After the crowd dispersed, Taben Koi cast a sweeping gaze over the remaining individuals, ultimately resting his eyes upon Itaki and Sasuke, a flicker of astonishment illuminating his gaze. Filled with an appreciation for beauty, perhaps owing to a prolonged lack of rest, a wave of pain surged through his brow, prompting him to massage the area with his knuckles, fatigue evident in his voice. "The purpose of summoning you all here is to escort me to the land of water. The journey is fraught with peril, as bandits abound on the high roads. Although I have preemptively dealt with some threats, there remain numerous adversaries lurking in the shadows. While open attacks can be evaded, the hidden dangers are far more insidious. Recent assassination attempts have caught me off guard, and it seems there are those who are eager to claim my life. Therefore, I earnestly implore you to ensure my safety along this journey." Taben Koi knelt, his hands pressed to the ground in a gesture of profound submission, his forehead touching the floor as he bowed deeply before Itaki. "My lord," he murmured. Koya, taken aback by such a display of reverence from his master, instinctively moved to help him rise. However, Before Koya could reach him, Tabenkoi lifted his head, shaking it gently to signal his refusal. Koya paused, a flicker of sorrow flashing in his eyes, rendered speechless by his lord's insistence on such a grand gesture. He had witnessed Tabenkoi in his prime, brimming with ambition and vigor, now reduced to a seasoned warrior weathered by the trials of life. Facing relentless foes who sought his demise, even the blade that had stood by him for years faltered. With a soft sigh, Koya realized that alone he could not safeguard his lord's life, hence the necessity of this delegation. He would rather perish in battle than allow his master to fall due to his negligence on this path home. Koya refrained from attempting to lift Tabenkoi again. Instead, kneeling with his knees together, raising his head and puffing out his chest, placing his hands on his thighs, leaning forward until his forehead touched the ground, making a fervent plea. I implore you, please ensure Lord Taben's safety. As his words echoed, a profound silence enveloped the room. Tabenkoi opened and closed his mouth before finally turning his face aside. Itaki interlaced his fingers rhythmically, pausing for a moment before responding. Having accepted this mission, we shall see it through to the end, you need not worry. Their eyes met, and a shared relief washed over them. The master and servant resumed their seats. Tabenkoi holding the cup by its base with one hand while the other supported the lower half, sipping his tea. Reclining slightly as he exhaled a deep sigh. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. Money can resolve 99% of issues, and the remaining 1% typically demands even more riches, of which I happen to have in abundance. Itaki fell into contemplation, silence stretching for several moments before he finally replied, 100 million. The room fell into a stunned silence. Tabenkoi confirmed, 100 million? Your life is worth that much. The air thickened with unspoken thoughts as everyone pondered, the only sound being their synchronized breaths. Very well, Tabenkoi acquiesced. Then I kindly ask you all to rest well tonight. We shall set forth to the land of water at dawn. Rising with his hands pressed against the table, he announced, shortly, someone will escort you to your quarters. Please wait a moment while I attend to other matters. As Tabenkoi passed Koya, he paused, his gaze dropping, hesitating momentarily before stepping towards the door, sliding it open and closed behind him. Koya bowed his head, his spine rigid, hands clenched tightly beneath his sleeves, his knuckles turning pale as an inexplicable thought surfaced. Why did he not call for me? Have I displeased him in some way? Just as this notion took root, a familiar voice drifted through the door's crack. Koya, how long will you remain inside? Ah, yes, I shall be out shortly. The previous musings vanished. Koya grasped his sword at his waist, rising to kneel, maintaining a composed expression as he nodded slightly to the three remaining individuals before steadily making his way to the door, though his hastened pace betrayed his urgency. Chapter 47. The Mission, Part 5. In an instant, only Sasuke, Itaki, and Kisame remained in the room, exchanging silent glances. In the stillness, Sasuke took a sip of tea and leisurely remarked, to reach the land of water, the quickest and least strenuous route is to travel to the land of iron. Then take a ship to sea, passing through the land of hot water before finally arriving. Itaki gently tapped the rim of his cup with his index finger, lost in thought, before suddenly speaking. The land of iron is perpetually blanketed in snow, enduring harsh winters, yet the coastal towns enjoy a temperate climate year-round, making them ideal ambush points. Sending subpar ninjas in greater numbers would yield little success. Kisame's fierce visage broke into a terrifying smile, one that could silence a child's cries. As he chuckled ominously, after a lengthy silence, Itaka finally said, that is difficult to ascertain. Knock, knock, knock. An elderly voice called from outside the door, esteemed lords. Please follow me to your quarters. Sasuke stood and opened the door. The visitor, a man nearing 70, donned a traditional black kimono. Upon seeing Sasuke, he instinctively bowed deeply, respectfully saying, Good day, my lord. Sasuke nodded in silence. This way, please. The elder stepped back, revealing the corridor behind him, gesturing for them to enter. Minutes later, Sasuke stretched languidly, seated at the edge of his guest room, his feet dangling as he quietly admired the garden's scenery. As night fell, the courtyard bathed in the silvery glow of the moonlight. A gentle breeze stirred the maple leaves, and the round lantern swayed softly under the eaves, adding a touch of mystery to the tranquil night. With his hands propped behind him, he gazed upward at the starry sky, the bright moon casting a serene light. The world around him silent, evoking long-buried memories. The distant chirping of insects filled the air as Sasuke sat at the edge, comfortably leaning back, his long, straight legs swinging freely. This posture felt reminiscent of his childhood, reminiscent of sitting on the edge of his home, so much so that he remained oblivious as Itaki approached. What are you doing here? Just gazing at the full moon. Sasuke paused before continuing. It allows me to recall that night. I can now remember details that had long been forgotten. Nii-san was crying then, and I assumed I had misread the situation, failing to notice. In his memory, It was also a full moon, the night deep and still, as if the entire world had succumbed to slumber. The moonlight cascaded like water over the earth, cloaking everything in a veil of mysterious silver. Itachi, clad in a black turtleneck paired with a gray vest, his long hair tied back in a braid, lowered his head, raising his hands to his forehead, deftly fastening the Leaf Village headband. In that moment, as he turned, the clouds parted, and the moonlight enveloped his solitary figure. A gentle night breeze stirred, lifting the stray strands of hair from his forehead as he gazed into the distance, his expression seemingly lost in thought. 2 tears slipped down his pale cheeks, glistening like shattered silver in the moonlight, whispering tales of sorrow. Sasuke, that is all in the past. Itachi draped a cloak over Sasuke's shoulders, interrupting his reverie, lowering his gaze to the soft, warm light of the lantern illuminating Sasuke's hair and cheek, akin to a delicate veil of pale gold. From love arises worry, from love arises fear. He found himself in a state of confusion, pondering what kind of conclusion in this life would be worthy of the tumultuous existence Sasuke endured in his previous life. After all, it was Itachi himself who transformed him into such a person. The night breeze whispered through the air, and the falling leaves danced gracefully. The fiery orange maple leaves brushing against his cheeks, his body, and settling into the tranquil pond in the courtyard. Sasuke raised his head and smiled. I know. He had always known. It was merely a habit to reminisce. Since Itachi's departure, apart from that singular eye, the only thing he had left were memories. It was, in truth, a lamentable state. Even those scattered memories, through the passage of countless days, gradually wore away, becoming indistinct, even forgotten. Sasuke curled one leg beneath him, resting his chin on his knee, the cloak draped over his shoulder cascading down in layers upon the floor. The light in his eyes flickered, and without turning his head, he said, Brother, after we complete this mission, will you accompany me to see our parents? Upon hearing this, Itachi offered a faint smile, yet sorrow lingered in his gaze. In an instant, he returned to a tranquil demeanor, his voice cool and slightly hoarse. All right. Suddenly, he coughed twice, a surge of blood rising in his chest, a sweet metallic taste filling his mouth. He clenched his fingers into a fist against his lips, feigning another cough, concealing his hand behind his back, gripping it tightly, his nails gradually embedding into his palm, utterly oblivious to the pain. The night breeze carried a faint hint of iron, and Sasuke, keeping his head bowed, fixed his gaze on the floor, seemingly unaware of any anomalies, his tone unchanged. Brother, I'm tired. Itachi replied, ruffling Sasuke's hair, his brows relaxing, a smile gracing his lips. Go to sleep. I want you to stay with me. All right. The guest room featured an ensuite bathroom, the air imbued with a subtle sandalwood fragrance, the pillows and toiletries neatly arranged. After a long journey, he had washed up and laid down without delay. Sasuke reclined on the tatami mat, the window open, a light blanket covering him. Itachi had long concealed his illness, and the frequent use of his Mangekyo Sharinan had led to a decline in his physical condition. Techniques like Susanoo consumed vast amounts of his life energy, compounded by the psychological trauma from the massacre and his dual identity as a spy, which had caused significant emotional repression that further deteriorated his health. He had claimed he would never abandon Sasuke, which surely was not a falsehood. Yet, how many of his other fleeting words were genuine, and how many were mere facades? Sasuke held no secrets from Itachi, but did Itachi not trust him fully? Was he not enough to warrant Itachi's complete faith? Various thoughts swirled in his mind as he turned over. The sound of running water from the adjacent bathroom abruptly ceased, followed by the creak of the bathroom door opening. The guest room was enveloped in silence, and any sound was strikingly prominent. Sasuke could almost visualize Itachi with his hair down, barefoot on the floor. The footsteps grew nearer, and Sasuke closed his eyes. Itachi, still carrying the moisture of his shower, gently sat down on the tatami mat. Sasuke, lost in sleep, had his finely sculpted features softened by the night, his curled eyelashes distinctly framing his eyes. They fluttered slightly, like a butterfly poised to take flight, casting delicate shadows upon his face. Itachi raised his hand, carefully brushing over Sasuke, tucking stray strands of hair behind his ear. Chapter 48. Mission 6. The night was deep. The shadows of the trees outside gently swaying, and moonlight seeped through the lattice of the shoji door, casting web-like patterns upon their pillows. With shallow breaths near his ear, Sasuke opened his eyes. The hazy moonlight filtered through the thin curtains, lightly illuminating Itachi's pale face. He gazed at Itachi, complex emotions flickering in his eyes. The light blanket slipped away gently as his hand unconsciously lifted, only to halt in midair, tightening and loosening slowly, ultimately failing to graze Itachi's cheek. His fingertips lingered a mere half-inch away, tracing the contours of Itachi's face, the pronounced brows, the sharp, narrow eyes, the 2 slight tear grooves. the high bridge of his nose, and the subtly pressed lips. Sasuke toyed with the strands of Itachi's hair hanging by the pillow for a while. Propping himself up with his left hand, his lips parting slightly as he leaned closer to Itachi, his hair brushing against Itachi's cheek, their foreheads nearly touching. Warm breaths mingled, the chorus of frogs and birds in the courtyard fading into the background, while the sound of his own strong heartbeat grew ever clearer. Beneath long eyelashes lay layers of shadow, and a glimmer of clarity shone in his deep-set eyes. He lifted his head carefully and pressed a soft kiss to Itachi's forehead. "You fool. Just stay where I can see you." After this, Sasuke withdrew silently, retreating back under the covers. This time, he refrained from any superfluous movements. Lying quietly beside Itachi, his hand beneath the blanket, a short distance away, lightly grasping the broad sleeve of Itachi's cloak. A gentle breeze rustled the treetops outside, the leaves whispering like a lullaby from nature. Sasuke's eyelids grew heavier, the surrounding sounds gradually faded, and before he knew it, he slipped into slumber. As dawn broke, the sky ablaze with hues of morning, sunlight streamed through the cracks in the window frame, casting mottled shadows within the room. Itachi's eyelashes fluttered, shielding his eyes with his palm, squinting slightly before gradually adjusting to the brightness and finally opening his eyes, devoid of any post-sleep confusion. Only clarity and calmness remained. As he moved his head, a tugging sensation coursed through his scalp. Turning, he sought the source of this disturbance and was met with an unexpected sight. The young Uchiha was not nestled in his own pillow, but rather tightly squeezed beside him. The boy's cheeks, round and soft with the remnants of baby fat, bore the marks of the pillow where he had slept. Strands of black hair fell haphazardly across his face, rising and falling with his breaths. As if instinctively sensing a gaze upon him, he reacted without hesitation, launching a punch towards Itachi. The punch narrowly missed Itachi's nose, who effortlessly dodged it. In the same instant, Itachi seized Sasuke's wrist in a manner that neither harmed him nor allowed him to escape, his voice low and hoarse. "Sasuke." In his sleep-induced haze, Sasuke lunged at Itachi like a reflex. Crash. Clang. Minutes later. "Ouch, brother, that hurts." When Sasuke finally emerged from his dreams, he realized Itachi had once again poked him on the forehead. Rubbing his slightly reddened forehead, he puffed out his cheeks in mild protest. However, as his words faded into the quiet of the room, he suddenly became acutely aware of the intimate position they found themselves in. Itachi was seated on the floor, his back against the wall, legs splayed apart, one leg extended while the other was bent. Sasuke knelt between his legs, straightening his back, one hand resting on Itachi's shoulder to prevent himself from leaning entirely onto the older Uchiha. Sasuke froze for a moment, his ears heating up, feigning calm as he withdrew his hand and stood up, turning his head to the side, extending his hands towards Itachi seated on the floor. "Brother, I'm hungry." A chuckle escaped Itachi's throat, and he took Sasuke's hand, rising with the motion. Glancing at the disarray of the tea table and the bedding, he silently covered his eyes, as if trying to conceal the evidence of their untidy morning. "The client has prepared breakfast for us. Let us first change rooms." In the room of Kisame, the maid gracefully set down a tray laden with food before turning to leave, allowing Itachi to finish his earlier thought. "Sasuke, you look quite adorable when you wake up in a daze. If only you could lean on me a little more, brother." Sasuke picked up a towel, meticulously drying each finger. "Nii-san," he gritted his teeth, "do not call me cute." "Oh, but you are undeniably cute." "Idiot. I've told you not to praise me like that." "Ah, yes, little Sasuke. You rascal." A laugh escaped Kisame as he stirred the natto and rice with chopsticks, his expression impassive, focused on chewing his food. No longer bewildered or confused, he accepted that Itachi was simply Itachi. Soon, he set down his chopsticks and gestured for someone outside to clear away the remaining food from his table. Itachi, are you finished eating? Was it not to your taste?" "No, I am full." "Full. You usually." As his words trailed off, the room fell into an unusual silence. Kisame remained expressionless, while Itachi nudged a small dish of tomatoes towards Sasuke, casting a questioning glance at Kisame. After a long pause, Kisame finally spoke. "Itachi-san, do you think I am somewhat superfluous?" "What? No, do not think such things." Itachi's tone was calm, his face still indifferent, but when he glanced at Sasuke, a subtle smile graced his lips, revealing that he, too, was capable of joy. "You are my partner. How could you be superfluous?" "Are you sure? Why does it seem that among the three of us, I do not even merit a name?" "That is merely your misconception." Kisame pressed. "A misconception, you say?" Sasuke paused, chopsticks suspended in midair, and after a moment of contemplation, regarded Kisame with a nuanced gaze. "You seem rather fatigued lately. Perhaps you have not been resting well." Is that so?" "Indeed." Itachi nodded in affirmation. Kisame blinked, confusion etched across his shark-like visage. Was it truly due to his lack of rest? Thoughts swirled in his mind. Yet he had no time to ponder further. Knock, knock, knock. A voice, aged and authoritative, called out, "Gentlemen, the main hall requests your presence." As expected, the one knocking was the elderly guide from the previous day. Chapter 49. The Mission, Part 7. Sasuke set down his chopsticks, casually wiped his mouth with a napkin, and stood to follow Itachi, leisurely making their way to the location of the client. The room of Tamabi Katsuhai was not far from where they were, separated by several tatami rooms and a courtyard, positioned at the heart of the estate, likely to showcase the owner's sophistication. Every design within the estate was meticulously crafted. Even the inconspicuous flowers and stones were thoughtfully arranged. With stone cascades and powdery walls, each step revealed a new sight. After traversing approximately 100 meters, they arrived at the tatami room of Tamabi Katsuhai. Upon their entrance, they found Katsuhai and Kawano engaged in tea tasting, seated on thick cushions with a low dining table between them. As last night, the room contained no one else. The three of them took their seats in succession, and upon seeing that his awaited guests had arrived, Katsuhai politely nodded and beckoned the elderly man behind them. The man promptly approached Katsuhai and knelt down on one knee. Katsuhai leaned in to whisper a few words, and shortly thereafter, the man departed with a serious expression, hurrying away. Once he was gone, Kawano stood up and personally poured them tea. Sasuke expressed his gratitude as he accepted the cup and took a small sip, scrutinizing the two men before him. He mused that calling them over, rather than preparing important items, suggested that some unexpected situation had arisen. In his perception, the expansive estate, apart from the master and his attendant, now contained only a handful of individuals. It was as if overnight, everything had turned upside down. Katsuhai rubbed his temples with his fingertips, his wide kimono sleeves slipping down to his elbows. Sasuke noticed faint red marks and bite marks on the inner side of his forearm. Kawano, after a brief silence, finally lowered his hands and addressed the three. "Kawano, please explain." "Ah, yes." Kawano nodded, quickly unfurling a map and laying it out on the tea table, pointing to a specific location with a serious demeanor. "In the land of water, comprised of numerous islands, ships are the sole means of transportation. However, I have learned that recently, vessels have been frequently attacked, leading to a series of thefts." Katsuhai leaned on the table, intertwining his fingers, and remarked, "It seems that the passengers who have suffered damage all report consistent accounts, claiming that sea monsters are to blame. Is the purpose of our summoning to protect you from this sea monster?" Kisame interjected, pulling himself from his thoughts to pose the question directly. "Yes, that is indeed the case," Katsuhai sighed, sincerity in his voice. "We are counting on you." "Very well," Itachi replied in a monotone. "It is our duty." Outside the room. Knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed again, and Kawano made an apologetic gesture to the three before hastily stepping outside. Moments later, he re-entered, and Katsuhai turned his head, inquiring with his eyes what transpired. "Master, we are ready to depart." "Then let us make haste," Katsuhai urged, rising first and patting Kawano on the shoulder. "Once we are all prepared, let us gather at the front entrance." "Understood." Half an hour later, at Katsuhai's command, 4 large carriages began to move, gradually departing from the decades-old estate. Sasuke sat cross-legged atop the first carriage, flipping through a green booklet titled Characteristics of Sea Monsters. Reading, "The appearance resembles both fish and human. A hybrid creature? I say, little demon, it is evident that this is mere fabrication by those individuals. Such things cannot exist unless what they encountered were not sea monsters, but tailed beasts." Kisame, appearing somewhat exasperated, wedged himself alongside the two brothers atop the same carriage. Even the skin he bore on his back drooped listlessly, and he exhaled a phantom breath, gazing skyward as the deep blue spikes swayed weakly in the breeze. Itachi remarked, "Do not underestimate the situation. It is quite possible that fallen ninjas have turned to piracy, employing transformation or illusion techniques to accumulate wealth." Sasuke rested his elbow on his knee, stating matter-of-factly, "Regardless, all work must commence with intelligence gathering." At that moment, a raven soared into view from the horizon, drawing closer, circling once in the sky, cawing before gracefully landing on Sasuke's shoulder. Sunlight illuminated the raven's feathers, reflecting a rainbow-like metallic sheen. It tilted its head, nudging Sasuke's cheek with its head, its crimson eyes curiously surveying Kisame and Itachi, displaying no signs of wariness towards unfamiliar humans. "Caw, caw, caw." The raven flapped its wings a couple of times, shifted its claws, hesitated for a few moments, then detached from Sasuke and fluttered closer to Itachi, ultimately landing before him. It tilted its head, its ruby-like eyes fixated on Itachi, as if in anticipation of something. Observing this, Itachi's gaze flickered slightly, unreadable emotions swirling within. After a moment of hesitation, he tentatively extended his fingertip and poked the raven's head. Unexpectedly, the little creature did not resist. Instead, It nuzzled against his fingertip with its soft feathers, seemingly quite pleased. This little one seems somewhat familiar? Kisame scrutinized the raven intently, particularly its crimson eyes. He absently stroked his chin, sifting through relevant memories in his mind. Suddenly, he struck his fist against his palm, exclaiming, "It's not. It's Kisame." Itaki called out Kisame's name with an emphasis that elicited a slight shift in Kisame's typically impassive expression, albeit only for the briefest moment. He then donned a more serious demeanor, akin to that of a teacher imparting wisdom, and remarked, "Indeed, Kisame, while the client has eliminated immediate threats, we cannot dismiss the possibility of a master of disguise posing as someone else. After all, this bounty amounts to a staggering 100 million. Kisame opened his mouth as if to respond, but Itaki interrupted him. "I understand how much you value this assignment, to the point of losing your appetite. The closer we get to the land of water, the greater the danger. How about this? You focus on safeguarding the client while Sasuke and I handle reconnaissance. Wouldn't you agree?" Kisame retorted, "Didn't you just say I was imagining things?" Itaki simply replied. Kisame then asserted, "Itaki, you've changed." With a swift motion, Kisame leaped off the roof of the carriage and, after a few agile jumps, landed inside the third carriage. Sasuke gazed at Itaki with a perplexed expression, while Itaki could distinctly feel his gaze. Clearing his throat discreetly, Itaki reached out and took the green booklet from Sasuke's hands. Feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him, Sasuke remained silent, his tongue pressed against his cheek, the muscles in his face swollen as he lay back, resting on the roof of the carriage. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the azure sky, dotted with fluffy white clouds. And beside him sat the one he longed to keep close. In that moment, Sasuke felt an overwhelming sense of contentment. Chapter 50, Mission, Part 8. The midday sun blazed fiercely, casting a brilliant golden hue across the landscape, while a gentle breeze rustled the leaves beneath the shade of the trees, creating a soft symphony interlaced with the sound of cicadas. The scorching rays filtered through the foliage, dappling Sasuke's face with light as he yawned, moisture gathering at the corners of his eyes. With his hands cradling his head, one leg stretched out while the other bent. The scenery around him appeared both near and distant. Suddenly, a massive shadow obscured the sunlight on Sasuke's face, and a familiar voice resonated from above. "Hey, brat. Where's Itaki?" As the oppressive sunlight was blocked, a human-shaped shadow was cast, prompting Sasuke to stretch languidly and remain sprawled on the roof, lazily waving his right hand towards Kisame. "Hi, Kisame. If I'm not mistaken, he is probably dealing with some minor nuisances." He gestured toward the grove ahead, continuing, "There are a few more people this time, all quite skilled, at the Jonin level. What a shame." He left the rest unsaid. And Kisame did not press for details. Everyone has their privacy, and there is no need to force a conversation on matters someone prefers to keep unspoken. A gust of wind swept by, carrying with it an almost nauseating scent of blood that swirled around Sasuke's nostrils. The previously lazy expression on his face vanished, replaced by a grave countenance as he abruptly sat up, sharing Kisame's gaze toward the distance, worry flickering in his eyes. Itaki's strength was indisputable. Yet even the mightiest can possess vulnerabilities. They bleed, grow weary, and ultimately succumb to death. Countless formidable ninjas have fallen prey to the ravages of time or illness. If that man were to frequently employ the Mangekyo Sharingan, he would only hasten the deterioration of his body. Sasuke's heart raced, a cacophony of urgency flooding his mind, leaving no time for contemplation as he dashed past Kisame. "Hey, brat." Kisame reached out, but grasped nothing but air, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. By all accounts, with his current strength, he had the upper hand against Jonin and was evenly matched with those above that rank, if memory served him right. That brat was still a fledgling genin. His mind was awash with doubt, but Sasuke was already far ahead, unable to offer any clarifications. The wind howled past his ears as he relentlessly pursued the source of the blood scent, leaping forward without pause. With a powerful stomp of his left foot, he propelled himself into the air, weaving through the trees with the aid of their sprawling branches. He sensed Itaki's chakra not far ahead, the unique flame of that person's life burning brightly, soothing Sasuke's anxious heart. He pressed a hand to his chest, feeling the rapid thumping of his heart reverberate throughout his being, as if affirming the intensity and reality of this moment. Suddenly, he sensed something and looked up. The source was a mere 400 meters away. The journey did not take long, and with a series of quick jumps, Sasuke utilized the body flicker technique, vanishing in an instant from the treetops. Upon arriving at Itaki's location, he found the area around Itaki had been transformed as if a small explosion had occurred, creating a deep crater. The once deep brown earth had vanished, replaced by orange soil, with large rocks and remnants of trees piled at the periphery, forming a natural barrier. From a bird's eye view, the landscape resembled a colossal bowl, A gentle breeze swept through, caressing the ravaged ground, stirring up clouds of fine dust that drifted like flowing golden waves under the sun's glow. The wind picked up, lifting Itachi's long black hair, and his dark robe adorned with red clouds billowed in the fierce gusts, lending him an almost ethereal appearance. Opposite him stood a seemingly ageless figure clad in a black high-collared shirt and gray vest, black trousers, wielding a katana. With short black hair and a fox mask concealing his features, he stood quietly, his left elbow at an unnatural angle, blood seeping from beneath the mask, each drop falling with a clear, distinct sound. The sound of footsteps echoed across the desolate expanse, each step resonating like a ticking clock. Sasuke made no effort to conceal his approach, striding purposefully toward Itachi without a hint of hesitation. The arrival of an unexpected guest abruptly interrupted the standoff between the two. The clearing fell into silence, no words exchanged, until a low, deep voice broke the stillness. Truly a man worthy of those eyes, but the masked figure's voice faltered as his form dissipated with the wind, only to be replaced by an icy, chilling declaration from behind Sasuke. But no matter how formidable one may be, there will always be a chink in their armor. Sasuke paused, hands in his pockets, turning slightly to glance back, where he beheld a shadow drawing near. The smooth blade reflected Sasuke's calm visage, the sound of slicing air trailing behind it as the sharp edge lunged toward his vital points. Sasuke! Itachi's pupils constricted in alarm. Though he knew Sasuke would not be harmed, his heart tightened as if gripped by an invisible hand, each beat laden with profound anxiety. Uncle, when out in the world, it's best not to judge someone solely by appearances and first impressions. As the words left his lips, the red tomo in his black eyes began to whirl. The Mangekyo Sharingan activating instantaneously, Amaterasu. On the battlefield, circumstances shifted in the blink of an eye, rendering predictions futile. Thus, one must never underestimate their opponent. A lion uses its full strength even when hunting a rabbit. Beneath the sunlight, a dark flame ignited from the masked man's form, gradually engulfing his entire being. With a resounding clang, the tightly gripped sword fell to the ground, and as the masked man opened his mouth to utter a plea for mercy, the flames consumed him entirely. In an instant, Sasuke felt himself once again cradled in that familiar embrace, an indescribable emotion coursing through his heart. Almost immediately, he felt someone tugging at his jaw, and a voice filled with barely restrained anger echoed from above. Sasuke, did we not agree that you would stay by Kisame's side and wait for my return? Itachi's cold gaze scrutinized Sasuke, whose usually serene and handsome features were now marred by concern. Your actions have caused me great worry. Sasuke waved a hand dismissively, feeling the pull on his jaw as he mumbled, I am quite worried about you too, Nii-san. The mere thought of you facing numerous foes alone fills me with dread. My greatest concern is that, without me, you might recklessly wield those eyes of yours. Chapter 51, Mission 9. Itachi, it seems I have arrived too late. A voice interrupted the previously warm atmosphere. At that moment, Kisame stood atop a massive boulder, his back to the sun, clad in his sharkskin attire, standing tall with arms crossed. All that was visible were his eyelashes casting shadows upon his slate-gray face. His golden pupils pierced through the swirling sands, effortlessly locking onto the embracing duo. Sasuke lowered his head, his outstretched hand pausing mid-air as he gazed at the figure merging with the sky in the distance. Although his smile remained unchanged, the light in his eyes chilled to the frost. Again and again, this intruder seemed relentless, igniting a tempest of anger within Sasuke, though he concealed it well. In truth, his age was greater than Kisame's when combined with Itachi's, yet he prided himself on being an adult. Emotional maturity and stability were hallmarks of adulthood, and his less than pleasant expression stemmed not from being interrupted with Itachi. An eerie silence enveloped the air, and it appeared that Kisame finally sensed something amiss. Freezing atop the boulder and blinking, I apologize. No response came. All eyes remained fixed on his face. After an indeterminate time, Kisame finally spoke amidst the two ominous stares, his voice soft and ethereal. We are nearing the harbor. The client has no issues, but they wish to stay at the dock for a night. Is that absolutely necessary? Sasuke inquired for confirmation. At the same moment, Itachi stepped back, increasing the distance between them. His left hand descended, gently grasping Sasuke's hand, fingers intertwining with his. Meeting Sasuke's puzzled gaze, he offered a faint smile, akin to the morning sun, subtle yet sufficient to dispel the shadows gathering in Sasuke's heart. With their fingers entwined, Itachi glanced up and met Kisame's eyes from afar, narrowing his own as a dangerous glint flickered within. Luring the snake from its hole, this might work. Minutes later, atop the carriage. Hey, I say, little brat. Could you refrain from looking at me with that grim expression? Kisame's eyelids twitched, an odd sensation creeping over him, as though he were being stalked by a beast. The distant breeze rustled the leaves, creating a soft murmur, while the carriage ambled along the tree-lined path. He felt uncomfortable under Sasuke's gaze. That Uchiha boy with one leg stretched out and the other bent, appearing obediently to rest his head on Itake's shoulder, yet his eyes were sharp as blades. Silent. He simply stared, the pressure emanating from him overwhelming, akin to a rising tide, suffocating. Kisame had no doubt that, had Itaken not been present, this little brat would have attacked him without hesitation. His stark black and white eyes, though yet to awaken their clan's sharing on, exuded a sense of danger that rivaled Itachi. Indeed, it surpassed it. That raw, piercing gaze was akin to scrutinizing a sheep, igniting his anger while simultaneously enveloping him in an unspoken sense of crisis. He tightened his grip on the shark's skin, realizing that a thin layer of sweat had formed in his palms. Noticing Kisame's tense demeanor, Itachi raised his right hand, gently covering Sasuke's eyes, shielding him from gazing at Kisame. Sasuke, do not bully Kisame. In the ensuing darkness, with only a sliver of light filtering through Itake's fingers, Sasuke had merely intended to frighten Kisame. Upon hearing Itake's words, he responded with a nonchalant, understood. The atmosphere, charged with tension, shattered like a fragile dream. The sunlight remained bright as ever. In the grass, atop the trees, and even in the sky, the summer cicadas and birds sang their melodies, weaving a vibrant symphony with their unique voices. Kisame's heightened vigilance eased as he watched the two brothers closely knit together. As the elder Uchiha Itachi observed his younger sibling, a mixture of helplessness and indulgence danced across his lips, conveying the delight of a master. Kisame withdrew his hand, feeling a bead of cold sweat trickle down his fingertip, plopping onto the carriage roof and leaving a faint wet mark. The more he observed their interaction, the more he felt like an intruder. He should not be here. He ought to be beneath the carriage. They say, like attracts like, one should not force themselves into unsuitable circles, but rather know when to step back. Realizing this, Kisame stood, relaxed his shoulders, and gave Itachi a knowing look before gracefully leaping into the air, utilizing his body flicker technique to leave the group. Itachi. As partners for many years, even a glance or a gesture carried profound meaning. The unspoken understanding between them was indispensable. However, true harmony was vividly manifested in this moment. As Itachi effortlessly grasped Kisame's intention, yet what had he understood? Sasuke, hands folded, leaned his head against Itachi's leg and remarked softly, Nii-san. The saying money can make the devil push a millstone is not just mere words. Those bounty hunters will come flocking here, and it will certainly be a lively scene. You should know what that implies. Silence enveloped the carriage roof. Itachi's mind went blank, as if frozen in place. A current surged from his thigh throughout his body. He did not blink as he stared at Sasuke, reaching out to ruffle his slightly tousled hair. Do not worry, I am here. Though brief, his words resonated with strength. A sentiment befitting Itachi. Sasuke smiled in acknowledgement of Itachi's capabilities, yet a fleeting moment of concern flickered in his eyes. He knew that some matters could no longer be postponed. Itachi brushed his fingers along Sasuke's furrowed brow, inquiring, Sasuke, are you troubled by something? You always seem so pensive. As if you were desperately chasing after something. No, Sasuke replied calmly. I was merely thinking of you, Nii-san. Itachi suddenly interrupted. You are lying. Sasuke offered no response. It is true, but more of it relates to my own affairs. Sasuke was not adept at deceit, not unlike his younger self. Finally, Sasuke sighed, shedding all pretense. Exhausted as he rested his head upon Itachi's knees, burying his face into his abdomen, murmuring softly, your promises are like dandelions. Whether I spread them wide or clutch them tightly, they will drift through my fingers. Itachi's hand paused in its motion of stroking Sasuke's hair. At this moment, Sasuke had buried his face entirely in Itachi's midsection, leaving only the back of his head visible. Had he inadvertently caused Sasuke's unease? At no moment had Itachi's heart felt such an intense turmoil. His lips parted as if to articulate something. Yet he suddenly realized that what Sasuke sought all along was not his promise, but rather his companionship. Chapter 52, Mission 10. How utterly disheveled. Sasuke mused, not lifting his gaze but instead burying his head quietly in Itachi's embrace. Deep within, an uncontrollable sense of forbidden emotion surged. Akin to a solitary traveler wandering across an expansive desert, having finally discovered a sanctuary that does not rightfully belong to him. Various perilous thoughts flickered through his mind, only to be forcibly suppressed and retracted. Nii-san, this is actually quite wonderful. Sasuke's voice carried a long-lost lightness and mirth. Had he not lived a second life, he and Itachi could never have shared this moment of closeness. Although Sasuke appeared as a youth, within him resided the soul of a 25-year-old. Accustomed to the cycles of life and death, having tasted the bittersweet essence of humanity, his emotions, previously a fleeting torrent, had gradually settled. Sasuke, Itachi attempted to articulate. But Sasuke interjected, "Nii-san, there is no need for unease." He raised a finger to attack his lips, and in that instant, their lips and finger almost touched, halting Itachi's impending words. Itachi, with a resigned sigh, gently caressed Sasuke's hair with his dry palm, his dark eyes reflecting the distant azure sky. The two remained silent, quietly basking in each other's warmth, maintaining the posture of Sasuke's head resting upon Itachi's knee atop the confined carriage roof. From a distance, their stance resembled that of intimate lovers. Kisame averted his gaze, refraining from intruding further, as Itachi's longtime partner. He had long sensed Itachi's peculiarity, his unusual possessiveness and scrutiny towards his younger brother, as well as the crow that accompanied Sasuke. After each mission, upon returning to their temporary base, Kisame had witnessed Itachi personally feeding that crow, only to release it afterward. Periodically, the crimson-eyed crow would vanish for a time, and when it reappeared, it often bore signs of distress, its once lustrous feathers now disheveled and sometimes marred by injuries. Surprisingly, the crow consistently returned with various items clutched in its beak, such as a worn shuriken, a chipped kunai, a tattered piece of blue fabric, a half-used pen, shriveled cherry tomatoes, and a dust-covered string of dango. During such moments, Itachi's pervasive loneliness seemed to dissipate, as if swept away by an intangible force. His eyes would gleam with a quiet joy as he meticulously collected the items. At that time, the courtyard of the temporary base was adorned with towering trees that shielded the sun, with rays of light filtering through the leaves, casting dappled shadows. Itachi stood by the window, a subtle smile gracing his lips, his gaze akin to shattered starlight. Kisame had always perceived Itachi as a solitary wolf upon a vast, desolate snowfield, alone in the expanse of the world. However, in that moment, he came to a profound realization. Itachi had someone he cherished. And as long as that person existed somewhere in the world, Itachi would never truly be a lone wolf. His enduring curiosity birthed a notion within Kisame. He yearned to meet the owner of those items, to uncover the nature of the individual who had captured Itachi's thoughts for so long. Yet, when that person did appear, the mere presence of Sasuke elicited Itachi to walk towards him step by step, regardless of any action taken. Many thoughts raced through Kisame's mind, but in reality, it transpired in an ephemeral moment. Just as he contemplated shifting his focus, a sudden rustle of the carriage curtain announced the emergence of a head. "Kisame-sama, if there are no other matters, please come inside and sit for a while," came the somewhat hoarse voice of Kawano. "Thank you, but no," Kisame replied, maintaining an unperturbed demeanor as he declined Kawano's invitation. Though he had little interaction with this group, he was not naive. The speckled scars adorning the client's arm were evident to anyone with their eyes open. While a triangle offers stability, he was not keen on remaining nameless. Several hours later, at a coastal town in the Land of Iron, the carriage rolled over the withered, decaying leaves, departing in a cloud of dust, leaving the foliage far behind. As they traversed the lush, sun-deprived forest, the path suddenly opened up to reveal a refreshing gust of salty sea breeze. On the distant horizon, the sun slowly descended, painting the sky in golden hues, while the tumultuous sea gradually basked in the warmth of the sunset. Houses with yellow bricks and gray tiles lined the coast. And at the dock, fishing boats and cargo ships were closely arranged, their masts towering high, with colorful fishing nets hung out to dry, creating a unique scenic vista. Bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun, carriages gradually entered the town, eventually coming to a gentle halt before an inn. Tumkenai lifted the carriage curtain, and from both sides, 4 or 5 robust men leaped down, drawing the curious gazes of passers-by and guests alike. He stepped down from the carriage, momentarily staggering, and Kawano, who had been observing him closely, promptly steadied him. Tumkenai cast a glance at him before surveying the surroundings, nodding in satisfaction. He spoke earnestly to Sasuke and the others. "Gentlemen, I have arranged for the boats to set sail. I entrust the matter to you tonight." Itachi reassured him, "Rest assured, we shall be there." Receiving the affirmative response, Tumkenai wasted no time, hastening towards the inn, followed closely by the burly men. Kawano awkwardly withdrew his gaze. As he turned, he inadvertently met the scrutinizing stares of 3 pairs of eyes, a faint flush coloring his dark complexion. Pretending to clear his throat, he coughed lightly and distributed 3 keys to the trio, saying, "I must attend to some matters. Farewell." With that, he grasped the hilt of his sword and strode toward the inn, his steps imbued with urgency. Only Sasuke, Itachi, and Kisame remained, exchanging glances in silence for a few seconds. Kisame scratched his head and sighed. "I truly find you lot perplexing." Without giving the other 2 a chance to respond, he immediately activated his body flicker technique and vanished. The sea breeze gently wafted by as the street bustled with activity. Sasuke quietly asked, "Do you wish to take a stroll with me?" Itachi lowered his head, catching only a glimpse of Sasuke's dark hair. his expression lightened by a hint of a smile as he extended a hand. Sasuke stepped forward, and together they walked under the sunset, casting elongated shadows. Itachi shook his hand holding Sasuke's. "Let us go." Strolling along the soft sandy beach, watching the sun gradually sink, they walked one behind the other. The waves lapping against Sasuke's feet, bringing a refreshing dampness. Suddenly, he released Itachi's hand, crouching down, and in the next moment, a splash of water erupted. Chapter 53, Mission 11. Sasuke crouched there, scooping a handful of seawater and splashing it towards Itachi, sending droplets soaring into the air like countless sparkling crystals. The sunset pierced through the water droplets, refracting into a kaleidoscope of colors, and Itachi's retreat halted momentarily. In that instant, the briny sea water cascaded down, streaming from his nostrils and rolling onto his cool, closed lips. The damp hair clung to his face, leaving long wet streaks. Itachi wiped his face and swept his soaked hair back, a light chuckle escaping his throat. He strode towards Sasuke, his slender fingers leisurely unfastening the top button of his long robe, revealing a dark mesh garment beneath. Sea water trickled down his neck, forming a crystalline line. It was a picturesque scene, yet Sasuke was too preoccupied to appreciate it. His heartbeat quickened, and he sensed the palpable tension in the air. Upon hearing a breathy exhale, an inexplicable chill surged through his spine, raising the hairs on the back of his neck, as if something ominous was imminent. He rose, instinctively retreating 2 steps, leaving deep and shallow footprints on the sand. His body felt rigid, ensnared by an invisible web, and he realized that any further retreat could ignite a tempest. Sasuke. In the end, one must pay the price for their actions. Itachi's voice was low, laced with a barely perceptible hoarseness. He stepped closer to Sasuke, leaning down to gaze deeply into his eyes, and whispered, "You must have sensed it long ago, which is why you repeatedly tested my feelings for you, did you not? When people speak, they instinctively look at those they care for. In your past life, you were unable to accept such an ending. So you chose to bury it deep within your heart, did you? I have always been mistaken about one thing. When I was reincarnated in this world, many things left their mark, did they not?" Their foreheads nearly touched, and Itachi suddenly seized Sasuke's wrist, pulling him closer, while his free arm encircled Sasuke's waist, holding him tightly as if to seal off any escape. Itachi leaned in, his breath warm against Sasuke's ear as he softly bit the tip. His voice husky and uneven. A crow spends its life paving the way for an eagle because the fledgling lacks the strength to survive and must rely on others for protection. The eagle, however, is robust and fierce, capable of safeguarding others, living independently, and fully aware of its desires and intentions. Sasuke, I have never been indecisive. What makes you think I would hesitate to take that step? Or are you afraid of something? The gentle caress against his ear sent a tingling sensation through Sasuke, causing his fingers to curl and his legs to weaken, almost collapsing under his own weight as he leaned against Itachi. He lowered his gaze, the beach only revealing their 2 pairs of open-toed sandals, blurred in his vision. Sasuke remained silent, gripping Itachi's clothing, his head bowed. Was he afraid? Not truly. It was merely that his heart hesitated in the presence of Itachi, who resembled a dandelion. He pondered whether, had he been a bit bolder, his gaze would not have faltered, and perhaps the outcome of their previous life would have differed. Yet, the past was a fixed reality, and the future could not be rewritten. The Uchiha eyes do not lie. Sasuke never believed his feelings for Itachi were mere whims. Itachi had penetrated his very being, seeping into his bones bit by bit. He longed to remain by Itachi's side, a desire that had never wavered. Sasuke parted his lips, seemingly poised to speak. But Itachi interrupted him. The cries of seagulls filled the air, waves surged and crashed upon the shore, sending forth countless sprays, and amidst this symphony of sound, Sasuke heard Itachi say, "Sasuke, I love you, not in the familial sense, but in a way that yearns to possess you entirely. For a relative would never kiss you like this." Before his words could fully settle, Itachi grasped Sasuke's chin, compelling him to look up, and in the next instant, he descended, planting a kiss at the corner of Sasuke's mouth, gentle yet restrained, as if eager to prove something. They were so close that the faint scent of evening primrose lingered between them. Sasuke's eyes widened, his lashes fluttering, and before he could process the moment, Itachi had pulled away. The proximity allowed their warm breaths to entwine, and Itachi's Adam's apple bobbed just above Sasuke's line of sight, gazing at his older brother. Sasuke felt as if he was teetering on the edge of a dream. The final barrier between them shattered. Sasuke heard something breaking through the surface, drawing nourishment and growing wildly. He swallowed hard, his fingertips unconsciously brushing over the kissed corner of his lips, his voice hoarse as he called out, "Nii-san, I'm here." Itachi replied, lowering his gaze. Sasuke tilted his head back, pulling at Itachi's collar to kiss him. Initially a gentle touch, it escalated into light pecks. followed by the tentative flick of his tongue against Itachi's lips. The older Uchiha's breath hitched, and under Sasuke's deliberate teasing, a strong hand gripped the back of his head, tilting it as Itachi leaned in, reclaiming the kiss with a gentle yet commanding tongue that sought his essence. The heated entanglement of their lips was drowned out by the crashing waves, and as the sun began to set, casting a crimson hue across the sky, they cast long shadows on the sand. "Ah, Nii-san," Sasuke murmured softly, calling Itachi's name, their tongues intertwining as strands of silver light glimmered in the waning sun, stretching and snapping apart. Their foreheads touched, breaths mingling, creating an atmosphere thick with intimacy and allure. Sasuke's cheeks were already flushed, a deep crimson spreading to his ears, and a fine sheen of sweat glistened on his neck. He raised a hand to wipe the moisture from his lips, breathless, his eyes shimmering with a hint of redness. Itachi cradled Sasuke's face in his hands, his gaze lingering on the flushed cheeks, pausing at the slightly swollen lips. After a moment of hesitation, he tenderly brushed away a tear from Sasuke's eye with his thumb, and, with utmost reverence, placed a chaste kiss on his forehead, devoid of desire. Chapter 54, Mission 12. Ah, the two brothers are doing something naughty. In the setting sun, a small boy of short stature, with a ruddy complexion and a cap atop his head, stood a short distance away on the beach, his mouth comically forming a gnaw shape as he pointed at the embracing pair, exclaiming to his companion. Hearing this, a slightly stocky child put down his bucket and shovel, glancing at the two with wide eyes, exclaiming in awe, "How impressive!" The beach fell into a brief silence, the only sound being the relentless waves crashing against the shore, creating layer upon layer of frothy splashes. The heightened senses of ninjas meant that even with the sounds of the sea drowning out most noises, the words still clearly reached the ears of the two Uchiha. Sasuke's fingers trembled slightly, and with all his might, he resisted the urge to flee, taking a deep breath as the flush on his face gradually faded, reason returning. In his normal state, Sasuke appeared clear-minded, aside from his slightly reddened and swollen lips, as if nothing had just transpired. He pushed against Itachi's chest, urging, "Let's go back." "Nii-san." "All right," Itachi replied, deliberately leaning closer to Sasuke's ear, his lips brushing lightly against the flushed skin of his earlobe. Sasuke jumped, catching a glimpse of the two children squatting nearby, their innocent and untainted gazes curiously fixed on him and Itachi. "Sasuke." With a gentle motion of his knuckles, he rubbed his brow and pushed away Itachi's face that had drawn near, feeling the unmistakable warmth radiating from his palm. Unable to resist, he lifted his gaze to meet Itachi's, their eyes locking in a moment that shimmered with emotion, a reflection of the heat in his heart. Sasuke bit his lip, the initial shyness fading slightly, replaced by a rush of warmth. He realized that he had unwittingly appeared somewhat vulnerable before his elder brother. Itachi's damp bangs clung to his forehead as he swallowed, his throat moving subtly before he lowered his gaze, concealing the fervor beneath. Just as he intended to release Sasuke, a sudden tug at his collar caught him off guard, the warmth of a moist sensation brushing against his earlobe. Sasuke, how he adored his brother. For they shared a mutual affection, an unspoken bond. "Itachi, I love you," he thought, the kind of love reserved for a beloved. Sasuke retracted his tongue, feeling the embrace around his waist loosen. With a swift flick of his brow, he broke free, moving so quickly that Itachi was momentarily stunned, yearning to pull the boy back into his arms, only to find that Sasuke had already turned and was casually departing. Hands tucked into his pockets, Sasuke strolled leisurely, casting a nonchalant remark over his shoulder. "I'm leaving. I don't want to be the center of attention for children." In a secluded spot, his brows relaxed slightly, his demeanor languid, and his mood appeared quite pleasant. Itachi's jaw tightened, as if suppressing something, before he let out a soft chuckle. "Oh, that boy, truly." As the city lights flickered to life, the night descended, lanterns hanging from eaves glimmered like fallen stars, illuminating a corner of the house. On this warm, tranquil summer night, the steam from a cup of tea wafted gently, as the two sat side by side on the edge, almost touching. The courtyard was deep and silent as water. Enveloped in stillness, only the sound of the wind could be heard. Sasuke yawned, setting his cup aside, leaning his weight fully against Itachi. "I'm tired. I'll sleep here tonight." "All right," Itachi replied with a tone of indulgence, and to avert any unforeseen circumstances, he asked once more for confirmation. "Sasuke, you promised to be with me forever, right?" Sasuke, relaxed against Itachi, half closed his eyes, appearing drowsy. Upon hearing Itachi's words, his eyelids fluttered open, clarity shining within, devoid of any trace of fatigue, and he answered earnestly, "Yes, I've said it before, Itachi is my home. That has never changed." They had once embraced and kissed in the glow of the setting sun, the cries of seagulls echoing, waves crashing upon the shore. Yet they could not tear their gazes from each other's faces. The sound of their heartbeats drowned out all else, enveloped in the moment. Heh. Itaki couldn't help but let out a joyous laugh, quickly masking it with a cough. Sasuke, have I ever told you how much I love you? I know. As a member of the Uchiha clan, it was somewhat absurd. In his past life, his proud Sharingan had failed to perceive all that Itaki had done for him. It was only then that he began to understand. One should not listen to the words of an Uchiha, but rather observe their eyes. For the eyes of an Uchiha do not lie. Sasuke nuzzled his head against Itachi's neck, and to this day, Itaki remained his guiding light. Sasuke, don't look at me like that. The softness of Sasuke's hair brushed against Itachi's sensitive neck, igniting a wave of unbearable heat. Itachi's breath hitched slightly. Feeling warmth rising from his core, he awkwardly turned his head, gazing towards the garden's stone water feature. Just then, the clouds parted, and a beam of moonlight cascaded down, enveloping them in a thin veil of silver. Sasuke looked up, catching sight of Itachi's countenance, his throat subtly moving with emotion. A mischievous smile crept onto Sasuke's lips as he straightened, capturing Itachi's soft lips in a tender kiss, clumsily drawing him closer. The unexpected kiss brought forth a wave of warmth and softness, and Itachi's pupils dilated in surprise at Sasuke's boldness. As he gazed at the boy before him, whose eyes were filled with a hint of challenge, Itachi slowly raised his hand to caress Sasuke's cheek, his voice low and slightly husky. Why are you being so unfair? Itachi's breaths grew heavy and rapid, a smile dancing in his eyes as he parted his lips, reclaiming dominance and deepening the kiss that was both simple and profound. In the depths of the courtyard, under the hazy moonlight, their shadows lengthened and intertwined, projected against the wooden door, merging into one. A night without dreams was an impossibility. Itachi jolted awake, startled from his slumber, as moonlight filtered through the lattice of the door, casting spiderweb-like patterns upon the tatami mat. He rubbed his aching temples and turned to gaze at the peaceful Sasuke lying beside him, softening his expression. The room was tranquil as he watched the young Uchiha, his dreams haunted by parental accusations, each word cutting deeper than the last, questioning how he could have given birth to a child like him, even willing to harm his own brother. He had never once defended himself, simply observing his parents with calmness. No explanations, no regrets, no compromises, silent and resolute. Some matters. Before taking that step, he would hesitate, falter, and waver, but once taken, he would have no regrets. Chapter 55, Mission 13. The corridor at night was more serene than during the day. Itachi leaned against a pillar, arms crossed, the night deepening, moonlight spilling like water, stars twinkling above. After a night filled with nightmares, he resolved to forego sleep and stepped outside for a stroll. He spotted a figure in the courtyard and softly called out, "Kisame, Itaki-san." "The Stoic you, what are you pondering now?" "From my perspective, it seems you're smiling," Kisame quipped, jumping down silently from the eaves, positioning himself a short distance away, also leaning against the pillar to admire the courtyard's scenery. "I should congratulate you," Kisame remarked. Itaki paused, momentarily taken aback. "You know?" Kisame's lips twitched, finding it hard to articulate. While he may not be the sharpest, he wasn't oblivious either. Although he had never experienced love, he had seen enough to recognize its undeniable presence, realizing that even the composed and perceptive Itaki was not immune to its effects. Their eyes met, and Kisame raised a finger, gesturing to his lips, the meaning clear. In the corridor, Itaki hesitated, instinctively touching the wound Sasuke had inflicted, his gaze flickering with fervent affection and indulgence as he spoke. "It's time to offer congratulations." He fixed his gaze on Kisame. "After the mission, will you leave with us?" Itaki fiddled with the ring on his right hand, staring into the distance, lost in thought, as if Kisame's response mattered little to him. The question seemed absurd, yet as longtime partners, certain words needed no elaboration, a nod sufficed. Kisame acknowledged, noting the night was upon them, and Itaki was likely enjoying the moonlight. He continued, "Itaki-san, it seems I'll be relying on you for quite some time. And be sure to find happiness, Itaki." "Yes, I will." The night wind howled, the moonlight swayed, thoughts adrift as Kisame gazed up at the night sky. A leaf caught in the breeze brushed against his cheek, floating away into the distance. His thoughts gradually drifted back to that afternoon, where the waves gently caressed the shore, sunlight spilled across the ocean's surface, creating ripples of golden hues, and distant seagulls cried, their calls mingling with the breeze. Dressed in a long robe adorned with red clouds on a black background, he walked leisurely along the pier, carrying the blade of a shark's skin on his back. Towering behind him were steep mountains, with a shrine perched atop a cliff, silently overlooking the vast expanse of the sea, while 123 interlinked crimson torii gates meandered upwards from the coastline, seemingly reaching for the heavens. At the end of the pier, a boy just over 16, clad in the same attire, sat upon the wooden planks. his obsidian eyes reflecting the azure sky and the glistening waves. Kisame halted behind him, stating, "From this day forth, we shall be partners. I am one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, Hashigaki Kisame. I look forward to working with you." Itaki, with one foot suspended and the other bent, rested his hand on his knee, his expression neutral as he sat there, seemingly blending into the surroundings. Upon hearing this, his gaze remained fixed ahead, turning slightly toward Kisame. "You must be Uchiha Itaki of the former Leaf Village. I've heard tales of your exploits, how you left no kin alive among the Uchiha clan." Itaki remained silent, his demeanor unchanged, showing no emotion at the mention of his clan. He turned his head back to the distance, his impassive expression rendering his thoughts inscrutable. "In truth, I know you quite well, which is why I chose to partner with you in Akatsuki. The feeling of slaying one's own kin is truly indescribable, Mr. Itaki. You do seem quite loquacious. You appear to think you understand me well. Do you understand yourself?" Kisame's words, light yet piercing, unveiled the secrets he harbored deep within. His pupils constricted, and in the next moment, he pressed the sharp blade against Itaki's neck, malice evident in his tone. "Let me share an interesting fact. Some sharks are ovoviviparous, allowing their eggs to hatch within their bodies before giving birth. However, sometimes the number of pups that hatch from the eggs does not match the number born from the mother shark. Do you know why that is?" Below the pier, the sea churned violently, a massive shadow swiftly darting beneath the surface, stirring a tumultuous wave. A colossal shark glided through the water, like a bolt of lightning slicing through the tranquil sea. Kisame stood firm behind Itaki, his sharp teeth glinting coldly in the sunlight. He did not expect Itaki to respond, but continued. "Due to infighting, the newborn sharks immediately begin to devour each other within their mother's womb, starting their cannibalistic ways from the moment they are born. Everything but themselves is merely food. From this day forward, as partners in Akatsuki, you would do well to keep a wary eye on me." As his words fell, Itaki's dark pupils instantaneously transformed to a crimson hue. The 3 tomos spinning rapidly to form a complete pattern, the 3 curved shapes encircling a central black dot, his tone calm. Likewise, Kisame, somewhat taken aback, narrowed his eyes. A chilling light flashing within, a smile creeping across his face that bore no joy, only a sense of foreboding. He withdrew the sharp blade from Itaki's neck, resting it on his shoulder. "Then let us coexist amicably. I pray we do not become each other's final adversaries." Itaki closed his eyes, stating, "Those who have raised their hands against their partners ultimately meet a grim fate. You must accept this." "Haha." Kisame's laughter echoed from his throat. "Does that imply that both you and I are already doomed?" Itaki retracted his leg, rising to his feet, casting a silent gaze at Kisame. After several seconds, he replied, "No, we are not fish, we are human." He stepped forward, passing Kisame without a glance back, declaring, "No matter who one is, until the final moment, one cannot truly understand oneself. It is only in death that one can perceive the truth of their existence, is it not?" Kisame remained rooted in place, watching Itaki retreat into the distance. At one moment, the wind stilled and the clouds parted, yet the words Itaki had spoken lingered in his mind, etched indelibly within him. His thoughts raced, but in reality, it was but a fleeting instant. He gazed at Itaki through the moonlight, intending to speak, when suddenly, a gust of night wind rustled the edges of his clothing at the corridor's end. Chapter 56, Mission 14. Sasuke, with his hands in his pockets and a hint of weariness in his demeanor, nodded toward the 2 figures in the distance. "Good evening, you two." Itaki turned in surprise, noticing Sasuke casually leaning against the wall. His usually cold brow bore a trace of mirth, his gaze crossing over Kisame to settle directly upon Itaki, unwavering. "Why aren't you sleeping more?" Sasuke replied, "I can't sleep when Nii-san isn't here." His unexpected candor caught Itaki off guard, a flicker of surprise crossing his face before he softened, gazing at Sasuke for a long moment. Lowering his voice deliberately, he extended his hand toward him. "Sasuke, come here." The playful lilt in Itaki's tone was gentle, as if a feather were softly brushing against Sasuke's heart. Sasuke sighed, a hint of resignation coloring his features. He knew all too well that he could not refuse Itaki's request. He withdrew his hand from his pocket, tooling his wind-tousled hair, and without hesitation, approached. His lover and elder brother was half-shrouded in shadow, obscuring his expression, yet Sasuke knew he was likely smiling at this moment. Moonlight filtered through the delicate clouds, casting a soft glow upon the corridor. As Sasuke reached Itaki, he stood half a step away, raising his gaze to meet his dark, brooding eyes, the corners of his lips lifting slightly as he called out, "Nii-san." Itaki acknowledged him with a gentle hum, his dry palm brushing through Sasuke's hair before he removed his dark robe, draping it over him. "It's too late, and the wind is strong. Wearing so little will make you sick." Itaki lowered his gaze to Sasuke's face, Noticing the faint dark circles under his eyes, his brow furrowed with concern. As if he wished to say something, yet held back, merely smiling as he said, "Stay with me for a while longer." Sasuke nodded in a token agreement, slightly tilting his face, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. Just as he was about to speak, a sudden tension gripped him. He lifted his gaze to a particular spot, his brows knitting together with a palpable aura of lethal intent. At that same moment, Itake's previously lifted smile faded, his eyelids lifting to survey the area with indifference, his expression darkening with a fierce intent. The corridor fell into a profound silence, the only sound remaining the relentless chirping of insects in the courtyard. Moonlight, like fine threads, softly penetrated the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows. A group of ninjas clad in black, their faces obscured by masks, stood atop the treetops, hands on their hips, gazing down arrogantly at the seaside town below. "At last, I've found you, Toby," the leader exclaimed. "Since I've located you here, do not blame me for settling old scores from years past." A derisive look flickered in his eyes, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he muttered to himself. Just then, an impulsive subordinate raised his hand to ask, "Boss, what do you mean by settling old scores?" The leader slapped the back of the subordinate's head with irritation, barking, "Fool, have you already forgotten? I can never forget." As he spoke, he gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, his fingers whitening from the pressure, while the murderous intent in his eyes deepened, grinding his teeth in fury. It was an event that transpired 5 summers ago. The heavy curtain of night enveloped the world, with stars adorning the profound sky. A girl clad in a floral kimono was sprinting ahead, breathless and wide-eyed with trepidation, her sharp voice piercing the stillness of the night. "No." The sudden sound startled a flock of birds, sending them hastily soaring into the heavens. Just 5 meters away, 2 figures clad in black stood with their hands stuffed in their pockets, their muscular frames taut beneath their fitted attire, casually trailing behind the girl. One of them gruffly remarked, "There's truly nothing to be afraid of." "No," she cried. "Please, don't. Our big brother has something to say to you." As she found herself cornered, a sheer cliff loomed ahead, and with one misstep, she could plummet into an abyss. The girl halted abruptly, turning to face her pursuers. Her face as pale as parchment, arms wrapped tightly around her chest. With danger before her and peril behind, she was ensnared with nowhere to flee. Her limbs felt icy. Her heart raced to her throat, and with a hint of dread, she swallowed hard and retorted, "Your big brother." Before she could finish, crimson rose petals began to cascade from the darkened sky, drifting gently down upon the treetops, the grass, and settling upon the girl's brow. In an instant, a man garbed in a ninja outfit, his face obscured by a half-mask, materialized before her, kneeling with a rose clenched between his teeth. Extending a hand towards her, "I adore you. Will you marry me?" The girl's pupils constricted, her mind blank. She collapsed onto the ground, gripping the earth tightly, trembling uncontrollably, tears streaming down her cheeks. The 2 burly men, more animated than the girl herself, gaped with mouths agape, their necks craned, faces flushed, eyes sparkling with admiration as they exclaimed in unison, "Big brother, you're so cool." The man's gaze entwined with hers like delicate threads, every inch of her skin quivering in the air. She leaned back, one hand bracing against the ground, the other over her heart, resembling a startled bird, and vehemently rejected him. "No." The masked man, momentarily taken aback, displayed no inclination to retreat, a smirk gracing his lips as he misinterpreted her refusal as shyness. Believing she was reluctant to admit her affection for him, "There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Simply throw yourself into my embrace." He stepped forward, only to suddenly twist his left ankle, exclaiming in pain as he tumbled to the ground, yet the rose remained steadfastly raised towards her. "No," she continued to refuse. "Rest assured, despite my appearance, I do possess some wealth." The rose in his hand shimmered, transforming into a cloud of smoke, and when the mist cleared, it revealed 2 gleaming gold coins that clinked to the ground, spinning before finally settling down. Perhaps her fear had reached its zenith, and the strings of reason snapped, unleashing a tremulous cry from her lips. "I've already said I don't want it." The masked man, sprawled on the ground, widened his eyes in disbelief. "What?" He quickly sat up, his expression despondent as he fixed his gaze upon her, a flicker of malice crossing his face as he questioned, "You still refuse me under such circumstances?" With that, he lunged towards her. "I said no means no." Despair filled her eyes as she instinctively shut them, her legs flailing. And by sheer happenstance, she kicked out fiercely at the advancing man. The masked man was met with a forceful kick to the chest, sent reeling backward, a sweet, metallic taste erupting in his mouth, splattering like raindrops upon the wildflowers and grass. "Big brother you." The words trailed off as the 2 burly men stood, mouths agape in astonishment, their expressions comically frozen in an O shape as countless images of their big brother being spurned flashed through their minds. Until the masked man covered his mouth, half sitting up, a look of sorrow etched upon his face as he lamented, "I meticulously arranged this romantic scene." "No means no," the girl resolutely stated, swallowing hard as her fists clenched tightly, nearly howling at the heavens, venting her fear and anxiety. Throughout, she remained merely a victim. The self-absorbed affection of the masked man had brought her nothing but harm and terror. No one should be chased to such a desolate place in the dead of night. With a cliff ahead and two ill-intentioned men behind, the so-called wolves before and tigers behind left her with nowhere to hide, no escape, as she watched them close in, only to suddenly be confronted by an inexplicable man, the very source of her plight, who dared to profess love and propose. It was utterly unforgivable. The four of them stood, three upright and one seated, in a tense standoff, the atmosphere palpably strange. Silence enveloped the scene, the three men's gazes fixed upon the girl's face. An oppressive stillness filled the air. Facing three pairs of unabashed eyes, she felt as though she were frozen in place, scarcely daring to blink. Time stretched on, and she felt her limbs grow numb, her mind clouded, and her heart plummet. Unpleasant visions flooded her thoughts, and as her sanity teetered on the brink of collapse, a deep male voice broke the silence. "It's about time this came to an end." All four were startled, turning in unison towards the source of the voice. The underbrush rustled with the approach of a man in his mid-30s, clad in a dark kimono, his gaze sharp as a blade. He stood still, the surrounding air seeming to congeal, an unmistakable weight of pressure emanating from him. He surveyed the four of them, his eyes finally resting upon the girl. Her dirty shoes, the tattered hem of her kimono, her frantic eyes, hair damp with cold sweat clinging to her forehead, her trembling form, and her pleading gaze. After a few moments of contemplation, he cleared his throat and addressed his companion. "It appears that the young lady is unwilling, and the suitor looks remarkably like someone who has just been rejected. Kawaii, go assist the poor lady." The girl bit her lip to suppress her tears, nodding in agreement, clearly aligning with the newcomer's assessment. "You audacious fool," the masked man retorted, springing into action, one leg bent, the other extended. One finger pointed at the newcomer while he placed a hand on his hip, flashing a confident smile that revealed 8 gleaming teeth. "What do you take us for? We are the fearsome trio of rampaging ninjas. Even a grandpa crossing the street would steer clear of us. You dare to provoke?" With that, the two burly men flanked the masked figure, forming a triangle. One spun around dramatically, then halted, standing tall on one leg in a posture of golden rooster stands on one leg, while the other stood rigid, feet together, chest out, arms crossed, embodying a figure of righteous justice. They faced the masked man, their expressions filled with admiration, eyes sparkling with fervor, their bodies utterly still, fixated on their big brother. The scene held a moment of silence, with no one daring to speak. The girl's face was frozen, her expression rigid, her toes digging into the ground. Her cheeks flushed red, too apprehensive to utter a single word. "Fool, fool, fool." At that moment, a magpie flew by, leaving behind a cacophony of chatter. The two parties exchanged glances in silence, the stillness extending for over 10 seconds, until suddenly, Tobin Koi broke the quietude. "I have never heard of the rampaging ninja." "Huh?" The masked man appeared somewhat astonished. "You've never heard of the rampaging ninja? How dare you underestimate us? You are truly unaware of your own peril. Who exactly are you?" "Well, it's not yet time for me to reveal my name. I am but an inconsequential passerby," he replied. "However, my name is Tobin Koi." Upon hearing this, the rampaging ninja trio erupted in a cacophony of indignation, collectively pointing at Tobin Koi and launching a barrage of insults. "Haven't you already introduced yourself? You old fool. You shall come to regret this. How dare you interfere with our leader's romantic pursuits?" Tobin Koi retorted, "Romantic pursuits? I see it more as unrequited love evolving into harassment." The masked man chuckled in response, as if he had heard the greatest joke in the world. With a disdainful scoff, he stepped forward, hands on his hips, and pointed his index finger at Tobin Koi's nose, commanding, "Brothers, let us all attack together. Tonight, I wish to see just how audacious this fellow is, daring to obstruct our leader's path to love." "Yes, boss," the two burly men replied in unison. The masked man nodded, clearly satisfied with their response, and spread his fingers, counting down, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Surprisingly, the rampaging ninja trio did not immediately strike. Instead, they each positioned themselves with their feet apart and knees bent, assuming a horse stance, fists raised high as if to rally their spirits, collectively shouting, "Full of vigor! Full of vigor!" Their voices were deafening, instantly shattering the tranquility of the night as the impending battle loomed. At the masked man's command, the trio leapt into action, but the opponent merely chuckled, swiftly drawing the hilt of his sword, its cold gleam flashing as it descended upon them. Bang! What in the world? Ugh! Bossa! Please! Don't hit the face! Whoosh! Ah, save me! Crack! I was wrong. You're the boss, brave warrior, spare me. Clang! No, please. I have an elderly parent and children to care for. I'm truly a good person. Ugh! Minutes later, the 3 members of the rampaging ninja, bound and gagged, dangled high from a tree, swaying in the night breeze, their eyes vacant and expressions blank, frothing at the mouth. Help! Someone, please save me. I have acrophobia. Tob and Koi regarded their dismal state with a smirk and turned to the girl beside him, asking, Do you need me to escort you back to your village? The girl, wielding a thick wooden stick, energetically struck the suspended trio, relishing her revenge, her cheeks flushed with exhilaration as she struck harder with each blow. Upon hearing Tob and Koi's words, the girl immediately straightened up, facing her benefactor, bashful yet shy, with her hands behind her back. The stick discreetly discarded into an unknown corner. Under the moonlight, the 3 figures gradually faded into the distance, time seemingly freezing at that moment. All sounds dissipating into the gentle night. Suddenly, the rampaging ninja trio, in a state of panic, shouted, No! You can't do this. You can't just abandon us. Chapter 58, The Mission, 16. As the recollection concluded, the man gazed up at the night sky, tears streaming down his weathered face as he choked out. This is how it was. His first subordinate hesitated, retracting his neck, but ultimately spoke up. Boss. As the saying goes, a gentleman avenges himself. 5 years is not too late. Do not underestimate the middle-aged and impoverished. Besides, after 5 years, with your enhanced strength, seeking justice from those past rascals is quite the tale of grassroots resurgence. The man swiftly delivered a sharp smack to his subordinate's head, scolding, Bah, fool! Who would undertake such a perilous endeavor? At this, the man crossed his arms, coldly declaring, If one were to act, it must be done in secrecy, clandestinely. Ha 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 ha. Boss is brilliant. Boss is mighty. His 2 subordinates lavishly praised him, exalting him as the paragon of contemporary ninjas. The man, beaming with humility, replied, Very well, Mao. Inform all the brothers to gather and discuss strategy. Also, summon the new recruit. I wish to see what he is capable of. Boss. My name is Bawang. With a thunderous boom, a massive fireball plummeted from the sky. The 3 men widened their eyes, unable to evade, and were engulfed by the surging flames. The explosion was deafening, and the fierce fire and smoke billowed high, filling the air with an acrid, burnt scent. Minutes later, as the flames subsided, the trees lay charred, leaving behind only a 2-meter-deep crater. Cough, cough. From within the deep pit, a pitch-black hand broke the surface, followed by a charred head emerging, his entire body enveloped in a thin layer of chakra, struggling to clear the debris from himself, staggering to stand. At that moment, the man's hair was singed, his clothes tattered, his body blackened, exuding a faint scent of burnt flesh. He surveyed the desolate area around him, devoid of any subordinates. And in anguish, he clutched at his hair. Suddenly, he stumbled, crashing heavily to the ground. Thud! Crimson liquid began to trickle down his forehead. The man seemed oblivious to the pain, obsessively tugging at his hair. With each heave, crystalline tears surged from his eyes, plummeting like pearls onto the scorched earth. His vision blurred, shoulders shaking uncontrollably, his body curled up, mouth agape yet unable to utter a sound. When one reaches the pinnacle of anguish, they can produce no sound. Not even a cry. Uncle, perhaps you are weeping too early. A cool, youthful voice echoed from above. The man, curled up and sobbing, abruptly halted his tears. He blinked in confusion, hurriedly sitting up, and upon lifting his gaze, he was met with a pair of eyes as profound and clear as a tranquil pool. Unlike those of a boy of his age, Sasuke, hands in pockets, gazed at the man's soot-stained face, silently turning away, clicking his tongue. He then gestured with his chin towards the crater's edge, raising an eyebrow, as if to say, Look over there. The man paused, then shakily rose to his feet, wobbling slightly before stabilizing himself with his hands on his knees. He glanced in the direction Sasuke indicated, and upon spotting a familiar figure, his pupils dilated, tears flowing freely down his cheeks. Oblivious to his own condition, he staggered toward the distant figure. Itaki held a rope, at the end of which were 2 burly men bound tightly, curled up and trembling, their terrified eyes fixed on Itaki, as if he were some monstrous beast to be avoided at all costs. Thud, thud, thud. A series of footsteps echoed from the pit, followed by a dark figure whose features were obscured, limping urgently toward them. He disregarded his own dignity and lunged at the 2 bound men, embracing them in a fervent display of emotion. Upon witnessing their beloved leader still alive, the faces of his subordinates trembled with excitement. Even though their limbs were bound, their eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy. Boss, little brothers, boss, Little brothers. 3 men huddled together, tears cascading down their faces like a relentless waterfall. In a modest clearing, the hazy moonlight enveloped the scene, while the incessant buzzing echoed through the tranquil woods. Sasuke, pained by the incessant cries of big brother and little brother, raised a hand to massage his throbbing temples. He approached Itachi, naturally intertwining their fingers, resting his head against Itachi's brawny arm, his gaze downcast, eyes shut in weariness. His body recognized the familiar presence before his mind could catch up. Itachi made no move to resist, quietly savoring the warmth of the boy's hand clasped in his own, the head resting upon his arm. As Itachi looked down at Sasuke, the night breeze tousled the boy's hair, and the laughter in his eyes mirrored Sasuke's obedient figure. The trio's cries of sorrow suddenly dissipated, and Itachi's brow twitched with a hint of irritation. He lifted his gaze, his eyes sharp as a blade, resembling a predator poised to pounce, ready to vanquish any obstruction in its path. Merely his stare conjured an overwhelming sense of dread, leaving the 3 men trembling in fear. The leading man, flanked by his 2 subordinates, retreated repeatedly, nearly stumbling in their haste, their hearts racing in their throats, voices trembling as they stuttered, "Master, let us speak civilly. I assure you, I will speak nothing but the truth." Itachi replied curtly, "I ask you not to interfere with my mission, for I have no desire to take your lives." "Why yes, the man gasped, relief washing over him. Although a ninja, he was not affiliated with any village and had spent years navigating the underbelly of society, learning the art of observation through countless experiences. Itachi's words did not echo those of a typical ninja on a mission, yet the man believed him. He rubbed his hands together, forcing a sycophantic smile, cautiously untying the ropes binding his companions, swiftly vowing, "Rest assured, I will lead my men far away and will not hinder your mission." After a brief pause, the man added, "I wish you both a lifetime of happiness together." As soon as the words left his lips, he grasped both burly men and sprinted away, kicking up a cloud of dust, vanishing into the dense forest within mere moments. Sasuke, slightly taken aback, inquired, "Nii-san, do you know them?" Itachi replied, "I have encountered them once." He tightened his grip on Sasuke's hand, a smile dancing in his eyes, guiding the boy through the serene, shadowy woods towards their inn. His voice softening, "That was a tale from my childhood. If you wish to hear it, I would be more than willing to share." "Well, since you insist, I shall listen," Sasuke responded, a playful tone evident. "Huh, Sasuke, you remain as contradictory as ever," Itachi remarked with a chuckle. "No, Nii-san, please do tell." "Very well. I understand. At that time, you had not yet been born. I treaded upon the battlefield, stepping over the bodies of allies and foes alike." Chapter 59, Memoirs. As night descended, stars twinkled above, and the moonlight draped the earth in a shroud of mystery. The sound of splashing water accompanied a series of footsteps, causing ripples to traverse the surface, echoing across the desolate battlefield. The once clear stream was now saturated with blood, its dark red waters meandering away, while bodies floated in a macabre dance, clad in standard ninja battle attire, their faces swollen and marred, limbs covered in gruesome bruises. A boy, barely 4 or 5 years old, donned in a black turtleneck and gray shorts, with ninja bandages and gear strapped around him, waded through the water, seemingly numb to the horror surrounding him. His youthful visage bore no trace of emotion, an expression as still as stagnant water. Itachi furrowed his brow, lips pressed tightly together as he hurried forward. The earth lay in ruins, fissures gaping wide, debris strewn about, rivers obstructed, a landscape marred by devastation. Broken weapons and bloodied shurikens lay scattered across the battlefield. The corpses of former comrades and enemies alike lay intertwined, lost in eternal slumber. The boundary between friend and foe blurred, the youngest not more than 3, the oldest barely 40. In the distance, smoke billowed skyward, and the cacophony of battle cries resounded. He stood atop a modest cliff overlooking a scene akin to a slaughterhouse, smoke swirling in the air. Ninjas from both sides, armed with various weapons and clad in distinct attires, charged recklessly towards their adversaries. The sounds of explosions, shouts, and cries of anguish intermingled. Each person found themselves ensnared in this gruesome arena. Individual strength paled against the overwhelming tide of numbers, rendering them small, fragile, and utterly powerless. In the chaos, one moment a killer, the next a victim, the cycle of violence persisted, merciless and bloody, filled with helplessness and despair. Each moment, lives were extinguished amid the relentless gunfire and the thunderous explosions, painting a harrowing tableau of humanity's fragility in the face of war. As dawn approached, the darkness of night slowly yielded to the gentle light of morning, the brutality of the conflict far exceeding Itachi's imagination. The battlefield lay silent, drenched in blood and scattered limbs, a grim mountain of flesh rising from the carnage. The air reeked of smoke and the metallic scent of blood, as if one were trapped in the depths of hell. There were no victors in this war, only mutual destruction. When the first rays of sunlight pierced through the thick clouds, illuminating the earth, Itake diverted his gaze from afar, suddenly noticing a movement on a low slope nearby. Initially dismissing it, he soon observed a trembling hand emerge, followed by a hoarse voice pleading, "Water, water." Itake rushed forward, crouching beside a slightly portly figure lying on a small platform at the base of the slope. A rock ninja. He cradled the man's head, unfastened a bamboo tube from his waist, bit down on the cork, and carefully poured water into the man's parched mouth. The long-awaited water flowed down, and the man gulped eagerly, furrowing his brow as he slowly opened his eyes. Despite the blurred vision, he managed to murmur his gratitude. "Thank you, thank you." As time passed, his pupils regained focus, and the surroundings came into view. The moment he recognized the ninja gear on Itake, shock and anger flooded his features. Ignoring the pain, he staggered to his feet, swiftly drawing a kunai, its sharp tip glinting ominously as he aimed it at Itake's head. In a flash of red, a loud clang resonated, followed by the sound of a heavy object crashing to the ground, the kunai falling alongside it. Vivid crimson blood splattered the air, slowly seeping into the charred earth. Itake stood frozen, gripping the bloodied kunai. His lips moved, but not a word escaped his mouth. He remained silent for several long seconds until footsteps approached from behind him. Surrounded by billowing smoke, he staggered to his feet and asked, "Father, why did that ninja suddenly attempt to kill me?" "I did nothing." "Because of war." Itake was perplexed. "War? This is not merely a dispute between individuals, but a conflict between nations, leading to meaningless clashes among strangers." Upon hearing this, Itake cast his gaze downward, seemingly lost in thought, murmuring to himself, "So that is how it is." Uchiha Fugaku surveyed the devastated battlefield and spoke slowly. "This is the world of ninjas, Itake. Pay heed and do not forget the scene before you." In the morning light, the father and son stood amidst the ruins, with thick smoke billowing in the distance. While before Itake lay an endless sea of corpses and blood, he merely acknowledged with a sound, falling silent thereafter. Days later, before the memorial stone, people clad in uniform black attire bowed their heads in silent tribute to the fallen heroes. Itake held his father's hand, staring blankly at the monument, while the voices of his father and subordinates drifted above him. The war had finally concluded, yet the toll of sacrifice was staggering. Rumors circulated that the third Hokage was to step down in shame, and suggestions arose to nominate their captain as the fourth Hokage, among other matters. Uchiha Fugaku suddenly interjected, "Let us put this matter to rest." Observing this, another individual promptly shifted the topic, inquiring, "What should be done about Kakashi Hatake? He is not of the Uchiha clan, yet he possesses the Sharingan. It is said that Uchiha Obito died heroically." Uchiha Fugaku wearily replied, "Let us respect his wishes. Captain, it would be best for the Sharingan to be retrieved by the Uchiha." The war had only recently concluded. It was prudent to avoid unnecessary complications. Though Fugaku's tone was not harsh, every word bore a warning, resonating in the ears of his subordinates. "Yes." After a long pause, both responded in unison. Uchiha Fugaku lifted his head, assessing the newly erected memorial stone. The hard-won peace, even if fleeting, must be preserved. This was the duty of the Uchiha. Itake listened in silence, when suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he seemed to catch a glimpse of something. Turning to look, he blinked in surprise. Chapter 60, Recollection, Part 2. A young man stood among the gravestones, his profile directed toward them, gazing skyward. The memorial was densely packed with mourners. The grief of losing loved ones and comrades reached a crescendo at that moment. Just then, the clouds parted, and a beam of light descended upon the solitary figure, highlighting his jet-black hair, striking features, pallid complexion, and an aura that seemed starkly out of place. The man's lips moved, murmuring something that, though carried by the wind, Itake could still discern. Mourning for the deceased is devoid of meaning. If death holds any significance, it is only when it can be wielded. Devoid of meaning? Itake scrutinized the man for a moment before resolutely releasing his father's hand and striding toward him, fixing his gaze intently upon him, suddenly asking, "Then what is the meaning of life?" "It is meaningless," Orochimaru answered calmly. "If it possesses any meaning at all, it is only when life achieves eternity." Itake, in a haze of understanding, turned to observe the crowd before the memorial. It was as if he grasped something, yet it remained elusive, like a mirage, visible yet unattainable, dreamlike in its intangibility. Orochimaru lowered his gaze, a faint smile gracing his lips as his eyes briefly flitted over Itake before returning to a placid demeanor. Without uttering another word, he turned and departed. As the footsteps faded into the distance, Itake snapped back to reality. Catching sight of the man's retreating figure, his steady gait and upright posture suggested a resolute determination. never casting another glance at the memorial. Life is meaningless. Unbeknownst to him, Itaki had wandered to the edge of the cliff by the Southie River, where the roaring waters could not wash away the emptiness within him. In the next instant, the wind howled in his ears, the surroundings swiftly ascended, while he plummeted downward at an alarming speed. Caw! A crow's cry echoed across the sky. Startled, Itaki's muddled consciousness instantly sharpened, realizing he was free falling from the mountainside. He quickly flipped over, adjusting his posture, and with the ground approaching rapidly, he swiftly drew a kunai strapped to his thigh, gripping it tightly and driving it into the cliff face. With a resounding slice, the kunai embedded itself into the rock, carving a long gash as white smoke billowed from the friction between the kunai and the cliff. The immense force nearly overwhelmed the kunai under his weight, let alone allowing for any deceleration through friction. He withdrew the kunai, returning to free fall, and with his left hand, extracted another kunai from his thigh, spreading his arms wide and plunging it deep into the cliff, leaving 2 long scratches in its wake. Minutes later, Itaki knelt at the bottom of the cliff. A stream a mere 10 meters away, winding like a jade ribbon through the mountains, sometimes as tranquil as a mirror, other times rippling, reflecting the blue sky, white clouds, and verdant trees. By the stream, a solitary crow stood upon a pebble. Its black feathers shimmered with a slight metallic sheen under the sunlight. It tilted its head, quietly observing the human before it. I think, regardless of who it is, no one wishes to die, Itaki said, his arms hanging limply at his sides, gazing down at the crow. Caw! The crow let out a piercing call, spreading its wings and soaring upward. Suddenly, a flock of crows erupted from the lush trees, calling to one another, swirling up and down, surrounding Itaki like a swarm of shadowy phantoms. Caw, caw, caw. You all. Faced with this breathtaking scene, Itaki pressed his lips together, nearly moved to tears. Slowly, he raised his left hand, and soon, the flock of crows scattered in a flurry. The original crow descended from the air, landing on the back of his hand. Seeing this, Itaki cupped his hand, beneath the azure sky, with fluffy clouds, shaded trees, blooming wildflowers, and the babbling stream, with fish frolicking in the water. So what is life truly? The question floated lightly, devoid of weight, scattering with the gentle breeze. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, at the Kana hospital, outside the examination room, Itaki sat in the waiting chair, head bowed, silent, his exposed toes and sandals the only indication of his presence. Suddenly, the examination room door swung open, revealing 2 figures emerging one after the other. Uchiha Mikato, with her waist-length black hair and brown dress, carried a cloth bag, her belly slightly rounded. Facing her was a somewhat plump nurse, hands clasped over her abdomen. Speaking to Uchiha Mikato, please take care. Thank you very much. Uchiha Mikato tightened her grip on the bag and nodded slightly in gratitude. A moment later, the pair walked along a tree-lined path, Itaki deliberately slowing his pace ahead, suddenly calling out to Uchiha Mikato, Mother, what is it? She asked. Are you feeling unwell? Uchiha Mikato appeared somewhat taken aback. Then suddenly recalling something, she placed her fist against her lips, a smile dancing at the corners of her mouth. It's not like that. Stopping in her tracks, she instinctively placed a hand on her belly, her eyes sparkling with happiness as she looked at Itaki. Listen to me, soon. You will have a little brother or sister. Itaki felt as though thunder had struck in his mind. His eyes widened in shock. His steps halted abruptly as he turned back to face his mother, astonishment etched across his features, as though he suspected he had misheard. The boy stood in the sunlight, his slightly chubby face etched with disbelief, his eyes as round as saucers, and his thick black hair gently swaying in the breeze, utterly adorable. Uchiha Mikato stepped forward 2 paces, her gentle hands cradling Itaki's face as she pressed his ear against her belly, her expression softening as she spoke. Listen closely. Soon, you shall become an elder brother. The tender and nurturing aura of their mother enveloped Itaki entirely, instilling in him a profound sense of security. The tension that had gripped him for days gradually dissipated as he nestled against her, softly murmuring, Mother, I hope it's a little brother. In response, Uchiha Mikato tilted her head and smiled. Oh dear, a little sister would be just as adorable. Itaki pursed his lips, lowering his gaze, his cherubic face slightly puffed, as he clutched her sleeve tightly and insisted, I believe it will be a brother. As he spoke, delicate snowflakes began to drift from the sky, gently falling upon rooftops, grass, and right before Uchiha Mikato. It's snowing, she exclaimed, raising her gaze to the swirling flurry, instinctively reaching out her hand to catch a snowflake that gracefully landed in her palm. As she felt it slowly melt, she whispered to Itaki, the due date is in summer. Chapter 61, Reminiscence, Part 3. When the summer of the following year arrived as anticipated, sunlight streamed through the transparent glass of the hospital room, casting a halo upon the pristine white walls. A bouquet of lilies stood before the bed, still adorned with dew, releasing a subtle fragrance, while the cries of a newborn echoed within the room. "It's a boy, your little brother." Uchiha Mikoto maintained a cradling position, leaning against the soft headboard, enveloped in the joy of motherhood once more, her gaze filled with affection as she looked down at the tiny being in her arms. Gently placing a kiss upon his forehead, Itaki hesitated for a moment before stepping closer to the bedside, leaning forward slightly, his dark eyes sparkling with anticipation as he gazed at the child cradled by his mother. The little one's face was plump and rosy, his eyes tightly shut in peaceful slumber. Unable to resist, Itaki poked at the chubby cheek, causing the infant to emit a soft, cooing sound, his tiny fists moving gently, before opening his small, pudgy hands, almost like tiny cuffs, firmly grasping Itaki's finger. The warmth of this human infant radiated through his skin, vibrant, real, and alive, symbolizing a new life. One that belonged solely to him, a unique brother, irreplaceable in every sense. Itaki felt an overwhelming swell of emotion, his heart brimming with fulfillment. What had once been an empty void in his heart, filled with an insatiable longing, was now nourished by a torrent of love, transforming the barren landscape of his soul into a flourishing sanctuary. At that moment, footsteps approached from behind, brushing past Itaki. As Uchiha Fugaku carefully took the child from Mikoto's arms, cradling him tenderly within his own embrace, gently swaying him to soothe. Uchiha Mikoto watched this heartwarming scene unfold, a tender smile gracing her lips, her eyes shimmering with maternal warmth as she inquired, "Have you chosen a name?" "Yes," Uchiha Fugaku mused for a moment before declaring. "Let us name him Sasuke, Uchiha Sasuke." A flicker of concern crossed Mikoto's face as she hesitated. "It's a lovely name, but..." Seemingly aware of her unspoken worries, Uchiha Fugaku quickly reassured her. "Indeed, it is the name of the third Hokage. I have already discussed it with him." "Oh, I see." Uchiha Fugaku turned his face gently towards Sasuke, who was peacefully asleep in his arms, carefully lifting him. In the morning light, Sasuke slept quietly, his black hair and round, pale cheeks rendering him utterly adorable. "Sasuke, do not live in vain. Grow up swiftly, ha ha ha." The hospital room was tightly sealed, and within the spacious suite, only 4 individuals remained, 2 adults and 2 children. Aside from Uchiha Fugaku's joyous laughter, only the sound of their breathing filled the air. Just as Itaki raised his head, he beheld the image of his father lifting the infant in his embrace. The room fell silent, the curtains billowing with the breeze as sunlight poured in, casting a golden outline around the father and son. A sense of déjà vu washed over Itaki, as if he had witnessed this moment before. Suddenly, vivid memories surged forth, flooding his mind like a torrent unleashed from a dam. He recalled a scene strikingly similar to this one, where, as a young child who could barely walk, he was hoisted high by his father, while his mother smiled tenderly beside them. They stood in the courtyard, the Uchiha clan's fan emblem emblazoned behind them. "Fly high." "Oh, Itaki, you're so good." "Indeed, Itaki." After a lengthy pause, Itaki's expression remained inscrutable, his gentle gaze fixed upon the scene before him. In his past, he too had been like Sasuke. However, he soon concluded this visit, bidding farewell to his serious father, and departed the hospital alone, crossing the entirety of Southeast Street. Near the cemetery area, he walked amidst the evergreen pines, each step filled with a profound contemplation of life. Birth, death, birth, death. At that moment, a clear, melodious voice called out from a distance, "Wait a moment." Itaki hesitated for a brief instant before halting his steps, raising his eyes to look back. A girl, of a similar age to him, donned in a light purple outfit and brown shorts, stood in an open space, a group of boisterous boys frolicking behind her. Perhaps she too was surprised to encounter a well-known figure from school here. "You are Uchiha Itaki, from our year, right? Come play with us." The girl clasped her hands behind her back, gazing at him with a cheerful smile. Suddenly, the noisy boys behind her chimed in. "What shall we play today?" "Let us play kick the can." "Hey, we played kick the can yesterday too." To everyone's astonishment, Itaki, under the girl's perplexed gaze, paused only briefly before changing direction and striding past her, his path intersecting with the group of boys. In the eyes of boys his age, such indifference appeared arrogant, igniting their inner fury as they felt utterly disregarded. "Hey, why are you ignoring us? Speak up." Itaki abruptly halted, and after a moment's contemplation, he replied, "I am going to practice shuriken." "Oh," the boys shrugged nonchalantly, but then a mocking smirk crept onto their faces as they squatted down, picking up pebbles from the ground. With a drawn-out tone, one of them said, "Then let us all practice shuriken together." With that, they scattered, each grabbing a pebble at their feet, stretching their arms before launching them maliciously towards Itaki. The lone girl in the group displayed concern, frozen in place, hands clasped before her chest, her voice trembling as she cried out, "No, stop." Despite the looming threat, Itakis stood resolute, continuing forward, when suddenly a sharp whistling sound sliced through the air, and a white projectile narrowly zipped past his face. Unfazed, Itaki maintained his pace, not glancing back, as if the group behind him were mere insignificant pests. "That guy is so pretentious, way too arrogant. Let us all teach him a lesson." A missed strike sent a ripple of astonishment through the group. Their gazes fixed upon the figure that stood unwavering, offering not even a glance in their direction. The impulsive boys, their teeth clenched in suppressed animosity, felt a surge of malice welling up within them, prompting them to hastily gather pebbles and hurl them towards that distant figure without a moment's hesitation. "Hey, you lot! Cease this at once!" A girl shouted in alarm. "Enough! This is a contest between men." The sound of projectiles slicing through the air pierced the heavens as a torrent of white stones surged towards Itaki. He neither turned back nor faltered in his stride, walking in silence, and with each projectile that approached within mere inches of him, he merely swayed slightly, allowing the stones to zip past his head or cheek. Chapter 62, Reminiscence, Part 4. Life will be born. Itaki's mind conjured the image of his father tenderly cradling Sasuke under the sun's warm embrace, where joy and affection danced in his father's eyes, embodying the very essence of the name he bore, a name steeped in familial aspirations and personal dreams. Life will fade away. The memories of that fateful battlefield flooded his mind, where blood stained the streams and lifeless bodies lay strewn about, some sprawled, others kneeling, amidst the carnage, with blood flowing freely. Flesh torn asunder. The acrid scent of gunpowder and the stench of death hung in the air, while vultures circled overhead, calling their kin, drawing forth throngs of their kind, feasting upon the remains of humanity with raucous cries of delight. The boys behind him wore expressions of ferocity, radiating a palpable malevolence. Their hostility towards Itaki was unabashed, as if a profound enmity separated them, compelling them to seek his demise. Their assault continued unabated. One boy swung his right arm, launching a stone with ferocious speed, the air whistling sharply in its wake. Itaki remained unperturbed, his gaze cast downward, silently traversing the graveyard. "Life will fight. You little brat, you won't escape." Came a piercing roar from behind, followed by a boulder the size of a man's fist hurtling towards Itaki's skull at breakneck speed. In a split second, Itaki raised his hand to intercept, his left hand grasping the stone firmly. Perhaps weary of their incessant harassment, he leaped into the air, and before they could react, with a flick of his wrist, he sent the stone flying like a shooting star, colliding with the incoming projectiles. The stone struck the first, then the second, third, and fourth, each blow unyielding, forcefully smashing into one boy's stone just as he was about to release it. The immense inertia sent him stumbling backward, clutching the wound inflicted by the stone, blood trickling from his fingertips into the grass, his face a mask of horror. An eerie silence enveloped the graveyard. No one dared to speak. The boys who had been so boisterous moments ago fell silent, stepping back in trepidation, regarding Itaki as if he were a formidable beast. The tension hung thick in the air. The boys appeared like startled birds, sweat beading on their foreheads, faces pale, bodies trembling. Terror flickered in their eyes as they watched Itaki's figure recede, fading into the depths of the graveyard, until they crumpled, knees giving way, collapsing onto the ground. Hands braced on the earth, their heads bowed, gasping for breath, vividly embodying the essence of the weak fearing the strong. The sound of the stream cascaded gently, as Itaki sat with one leg extended and the other bent, perched upon a massive pebble. Before him, the stream gurgled, a silvery ribbon weaving through the mountains, shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight, crystal clear, with ripples dancing across its surface, a sight of unparalleled beauty. He tossed a stone into the tranquil waters, the splash echoing softly, sending ripples that gradually faded away as the current washed over them. He sat in contemplative silence, thoughts swirling in his mind, yet feeling as if he contemplated nothing at all. He remained there, alone, for an eternity, long enough for his legs to grow numb, long enough to feel ensnared by the very world around him. The rustling of bushes heralded the arrival of newcomers, but Itaki remained oblivious, his gaze vacant as he stared ahead. In the distance, the contrasting calls of cicadas and birds echoed through the treetops, a gentle breeze brushing against his hair. After several moments, voices reached his ears. "Brother, I'm so hungry. Indeed, my stomach's been grumbling. It's all that gang's fault. They resorted to underhanded tactics, leaving us walletless and forced to sleep in the wild. All right, there's a small stream ahead. You, Balong, gather some firewood, and Aotian, come with me to catch some fish." "Yes. All right, brother. Hey, brother, is that a child over there?" As the last words were spoken, 3 men in their 20s, clad in black attire and shorts, emerged from the woods, evidently surprised to find a living being, let alone a child, in such a secluded spot. The leader of the trio stood at a distance, arms crossed, appraising Ataki for a moment. Focus on your tasks. Do not concern yourselves with the child. Just leave him be. Understood, brother. His two subordinates nodded in unison, swiftly dispersing, one retreating back into the woods while the other, hands crossed and tugging at his shirt, stripped it off to reveal his muscular arms and abdomen. Tossing the shirt onto a low tree, he approached the stream, squatting down to cup water in his hands and splash it on his face, exhaling a contented sigh. The man then flexed his limbs before launching himself into the stream with a splash. Observing this, the leader's lips twitched in irritation, smacking his forehead in disbelief at the two dimwits. Could they not think? There was a child present, after all. Why strip off their clothes? Minutes later, a campfire blazed brightly, crackling as it burned, with Bawang and Aotin seated across from each other, both wearing expressions of awkwardness. Meanwhile, their leader squatted by the stream, muttering curses under his breath. Clearly frustrated, yet his hands remained busy, deftly filleting fish, removing the innards and scales, washing them in the water before skewering them on a wooden stake to roast over the fire. He settled beside the fire, retrieving a cigarette from his pocket, expertly pinching it between his fingers and holding it to the flames until it ignited, leisurely placing it in his mouth, exhaling plumes of smoke with a relaxed demeanor. At that moment, Bawang approached, offering a shoulder rub, ingratiatingly saying, "Brother, it's been over 10 minutes. Look at that child. He hasn't moved a muscle. Is he?" As he spoke, Bawang theatrically clutched his throat, rolling his eyes back, mouth agape, tongue out, mimicking a dying gesture. The man sighed, exasperation evident in his eyes, biting down on his cigarette, twisting Bawang's ear in reprimand, gritting his teeth. "What nonsense are you spouting? The child is perfectly fine. Can you rein in your wild imagination and stop scaring yourself?" "Ah, is that so? Ouch, ouch. Brother, be gentler," Bawang pleaded, wincing under the grip, immediately raising 3 fingers to the azure sky, swearing, "Brother, I swear I'll never do it again. Please let me off the hook." Chapter 63, Reminiscence, Part 5. After enduring a prolonged roast, the fish, with its tender flesh, intertwines with the fervent embers to release an alluring aroma of deep brown hues. A mere whiff is enough to make one's mouth water. Bawang's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed hard, nearly overwhelmed by desire. He rubbed his face vigorously with both hands and, after a moment's hesitation, muttered in a low voice, "Brother, can we eat now?" As he spoke, his stomach let out a loud growl. An oppressive silence filled the air. The man appeared frozen beside the fire. Even the smoke wafting from his lips lost its allure. "Could you not be so painfully earnest?" No one responded, and both Bawang and Aotion's gazes were fixated on his face. After an indeterminate time, the man exhaled a puff of smoke, his visage slightly warped in the swirling haze. Finally, under the weight of 2 piercing stares, he spoke in a gravelly voice, "Eat. Just make sure to fill your bellies, and don't hold me back. And for heaven's sake, don't look so pitiful with that hulking frame of yours. I need grit, do you understand?" However, Bawang timidly raised his hand. "Brother, what does grit mean?" Aotion nodded in immediate agreement. "Yes, what is grit?" The man was on the verge of extinguishing his cigarette when he nearly choked on his breath. "Haven't you been educated?" Bawang and Aotion exchanged glances, both astonished. Education was a concept they had never dared to imagine. They then turned to the man, slightly averting their eyes from their elder brother, and confessed with a hint of shame, "We never received an education. Since childhood, our family has been in hiding. Our father died, and so did our mother. With war raging around us, Aotion and I could only scurry from place to place, living day by day, occasionally running errands for others in exchange for food. Until we met you, big brother." The man cursed under his breath. "Damn it. Why did you have to ask that?" Taking a deep breath, he realized it was time to change the subject. Without further ado, he seized the fish and the sharpened branch, stuffing the fish meat into their mouths while gruffly insisting, "Eating should silence your mouths. Hurry up and fill your bellies so we can get back to work." "Yes, big brother," they replied, "you're the best." With that, the two gripped the ends of the branch and began to devour their fish with fervor, occasionally emitting sounds of delight as if tasting some celestial delicacy. The man quietly diverted his gaze, a melancholic expression washing over his face. Well, he thought, since they VE returned, raising one is as good as raising 2. No education. Huh. He chuckled to himself. He would make sure to teach them well. He pulled out a perfectly roasted fish, took a bite, and his eyes widened in disbelief. The fish, imbued with the essence of the charcoal, was crispy on the outside and tender within. A mere taste revealed a delightful crunch of the skin, the succulence of the meat, and a unique flavor that mingled together, each bite a sensory delight. Though not quite ravenous, the man consumed the roasted fish with a fierce determination, and after feeling moderately sated, he leisurely wiped the crumbs from his lips. He picked up another fish and strolled over to the young girl, Itaki. As he approached, he halted a few meters away and casually said, "Here you go, little sister." Without a moment's thought, he tossed the branch with the fish towards the child, not considering whether she could catch it. Itaki's eyes flickered, revealing no discernible emotion. In the instant the object was airborne, she raised her hand and deftly caught the branch, as an alluring aroma surged into her nostrils, awakening her taste buds. Her stomach growled audibly, and though her expression remained stiff and composed, her eyes betrayed an eagerness for the food. The atmosphere was laden with an awkward tension as they stood in silence. "Little sister," the man chuckled, seemingly sensing her discomfort. "Don't be shy. Eat up. I've got plenty more, and it's getting dark. You should head home lest your parents worry." Itaka nodded, cautiously bringing the roasted fish to her mouth. She hesitantly took a bite, and her eyes lit up instantly. After chewing and swallowing, she politely expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, uncle." The man raised a hand, about to say no need to thank me, it's just a fish, but was struck dumb by the term uncle. Here he was, a young man in his 20s, being addressed as such. He opened his mouth, seemingly ready to respond, only to be interrupted by Itaki. "Did you just call me little sister? But I'm a boy." The man was taken aback. "What?" Itaki continued, "I'm not deceiving you." With a push against a pebble, he sprang down with a grace that was almost silent, standing before the man and tilting his head to reveal his youthful features. "The fish you roasted is delicious." "Thank you, but I must go home now." A slight smile graced Itaki's lips as he turned to leave. The man was initially stunned, then found it hard to believe. His lips trembled, and he felt an overwhelming urge to dig a hole in the ground and bury himself. What on earth had he done? However, his internal turmoil went unnoticed as Itaki had already dashed away towards the Uchiha residence. After a considerable time of standing in place, the man remained motionless until he heard footsteps approaching from behind. Suddenly, Ba Wang's dopey voice broke the silence. "Brother, if there's nothing else, could I take a nap?" The man abruptly reached out, seizing Ba Wang's collar, and without allowing him a moment to react, pulled him close, a smile spreading across his face. "Not a chance. You're going to help me build a shelter. Do you really want to sleep on the ground under the stars tonight?" Ba Wang stumbled, scratching his head in confusion. "But brother, the thing is, I don't know how." The man sighed, finally releasing Ba Wang. He slapped his shoulder heartily and turned his gaze to the silent Ao Tian. Yet, miracles seemed far from this fellow, as he was met only with a light shake of the head. A thunderbolt of despair struck the man. His once mighty stature felt as if it had crumbled, leaving him utterly drained of strength and resolve. "Well done," he remarked wryly. Even the slow-wit Ba Wang and Ao Tian sensed a shift in the man's mood. Recalling their earlier conversation that had painted them as incompetent, the epitome of those who excelled only at eating, their faces stiffened, panic rising as they watched the man turn to leave. Were they to be abandoned? The brothers' hearts raced, eyes wide with alarm as they lunged, each wrapping their arms tightly around the man's legs, their voices breaking with sobs. "Brother, please don't leave us." Chapter 64, Reminiscence, End. The sound of their cries shattered the heavens, startling countless birds into flight. Their nails dug deep into their palms, unable to stem the flood of tears. As the two towering men clung to their elder brother's legs, their faces smeared with tears and snot, terrified of losing the hard-won sense of belonging. The man stood rooted to the spot, his expression as grim as a stormy sea, veins throbbing at his temples, his hands at his sides clenching and unclenching in a futile dance of restraint. He had nearly reached the zenith of his patience, watching in dismay as the two imps prepared to smear their snot across his trousers. Enough was enough. There was no need to endure any longer. With a sharp crack, he delivered two resounding slaps to the back of their heads without a hint of mercy. To his astonishment, the proud one immediately relinquished his hold, his knees collapsing inward as he curled into a ball, hands braced against the ground, gazing up at the man with a fierce determination not to let any whimper escape his lips, only large tears cascading down to the earth. What a picture of innocence and unpretentiousness he made, akin to a pear blossom drenched in rain. The man's resolve hardened further. A 2-meter-tall behemoth was contemplating sending him off right then and there, was he not? With one hand on his hip and the other dangling by his side. He furrowed his brow and let out a weary sigh, knowing that once again, the brothers had let their imaginations run wild. He reassured them. "I have no intention of abandoning you. I will seek some wood to construct a shelter. Now, stand up for me. It doesn't matter if you can't build. Just lend a hand." Upon hearing this, the brothers' tears ceased in an instant, and they confirmed, "Are you certain? You won't leave us behind?" "Absolutely," the man replied. "Oh, I knew it. Big brother, you still love us." Yes, you're absolutely right. Big brother, I am here. Big brother, yes, I am here." Thus, this lengthy tale draws to a close. As Sasuke nestled back into the warmth of the hotel bedding, he found himself caught between laughter and tears, blinking hopefully at Itachi, longing for him to continue the story. No, Sasuke, it's time for bed. Itachi, under the assault of Sasuke's pleading gaze, felt himself retreating, a delightful shiver coursing through him. He inhaled deeply, his throat tightening, and gently placed a kiss devoid of desire upon Sasuke's forehead. He then lay back, enveloping the boy in his embrace, resting his chin atop the soft, tousled hair, feeling the warmth of humanity radiate through their skin. The faint scent of evening primrose filling his nostrils, despite their shared use of the same bathing products. Sasuke always possessed a unique fragrance that seemed to emanate from his very bones. How unfortunate, Nii-san, Sasuke mused. A warm breath brushed across Sasuke's scalp, causing his hair to stir and a tingling sensation to wash over him. He did not lift his head but instead nestled quietly against Itachi's arm, burying his face into the crook of his neck, grasping the fabric of his brother's shirt tightly. In the comfort of that familiar scent, Sasuke's eyelids fluttered, slowly closing as he listened to the powerful rhythm of Itachi's breaths and heartbeat, which instilled in him a profound sense of security. At that moment, Itachi felt as tangible as the earth beneath his feet, no longer an elusive dandelion in the wind. Outside, the crescent moon hung like a hook in the sky. The summer cicadas chirping, and the myriad of stars twinkled alongside the cold moonlight. A gentle breeze stirred, lifting a corner of the curtain as the two remained silent, nestled together, surrendering to slumber in the tranquil confines of their shared cocoon. The following day dawned. The sun ascended in golden splendor, casting its rays across the earth. At the ferry terminal, seagulls soared in the morning light, their calls crisp and clear. A group boarded the ferry, gazing upon the vast expanse of the ocean, where the morning light danced upon the water's surface, sparkling like a sea littered with embers. As the ferry embarked, the sun swelled before them, its rays akin to delicate silk, illuminating Itachi's figure. Standing upon the main deck, Sasuke leaned against the railing, just about to speak when the breathtaking panorama before him rendered him momentarily speechless. Unbeknownst to him, as he marveled at the scene, Itachi was quietly observing him with the same awe. The youth, eyes wide against the sunlight, possessed orbs as dark and smooth as black onyx, shimmering with a captivating brilliance. Even though his true eye color was obscured by illusion, Itachi could easily envision the exquisite hues within, reflecting his own form as if they housed precious jewels. Those were the emotions and affections that had accumulated in the boy during his most fervent years, both restrained and passionate, pure yet obsessive, willingly offering a heart filled with devotion. One cannot conceal their affections. Even if one were to cover their mouth, their eyes would betray them. Itachi's lips curled into a soft smile, reminiscent of a predator before the hunt, his hand at his side instinctively tightening. He truly was no good older brother. Sasuke, you were the one I have called upon countless times in my heart, the one I have longed for yet hesitated to mention. At these words, Sasuke's heart skipped a beat, bewildered by the suddenness of Itachi's declaration. A flicker of concern crossed his gaze, fearing that his brother might spiral into another bout of wild thoughts. When he met Itachi's eyes, their gazes collided with a force that left him breathless. Gentle, fervent, and unwavering, Sasuke felt his heart race under the weight of that gaze, and he yearned to retreat, to escape the intensity of Itachi's stare, but was interrupted by a single question. Sasuke, may I kiss you? With that, Itachi stepped closer, pressing Sasuke against the railing, one arm securely encircling his waist, drawing him tightly into his embrace. Sasuke found himself against the railing, his chin gently lifted by a hand that bore the signs of labor, tender yet insistent. Avoiding Itachi's piercing gaze, Sasuke felt the calloused fingertips graze his jawline, trailing down towards his slightly pronounced Adam's apple, stirring a delightful tingling sensation within him. Why yes, Sasuke stammered, his voice trembling, eyes glistening with unshed tears, cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. Itachi's fervent love enveloped him entirely, making Sasuke feel as though he occupied Itachi's entire world. The elder brother's unreserved affection was intoxicating, drawing Sasuke into a conscious surrender. He closed his eyes, his lashes fluttering like a butterfly poised for flight, quietly awaiting the inevitable. With a soft chuckle, a warm sensation descended upon Sasuke's lips, infused with Itachi's signature scent of evening primrose. Warm breaths mingled between them, a gentle ache blossoming in Sasuke's jaw as he obediently parted his lips, allowing Itachi's eager tongue to slip inside, greedily savoring the essence that belonged solely to him, coaxing their tongues into a delicate dance. Warmth, wetness, entanglement. The temperature soared as crystalline droplets traced a path down Sasuke's chin, gliding over his prominent Adam's apple, delicate collarbone, before disappearing into the depths of his dark attire. Nii-san. Chapter 65. Mission 17. On the rear deck of the ship, Kisame sat hunched in a corner, his chest rising and falling like a solitary mushroom, forehead pressed against the ship's wall, eyes vacant. His right index finger incessantly scraped the deck, exuding an aura of desolation. The entire backdrop shrouded in gloom. Why did I leave the cabin? Had I remained inside, I would not have had to confront such a scene. Kisame's mind was plagued with the image of Itachi and Sasuke kissing, their lips and tongues entwined, the illicit sight sending shivers through him. Frantically, he thrust his hands into his hair, tugging and pulling as his head met the wall of the ship with a dull thud. Kisame had encountered a myriad of bizarre scenes throughout his life, treading upon mountains of corpses and seas of blood, embodying the very essence of mercilessness. Rather than being astounded by the sight of Itachi and Sasuke sharing a kiss, he found himself unexpectedly taken aback by the earnestness etched upon Itachi's countenance. A juxtaposition of lucidity and chaos. Sasuke, in turn, exhibited an astonishing capacity for acceptance, trusting wholly in Itachi. Nestled in his embrace as they exchanged a protracted and passionate kiss. Suddenly, Kisame's peripheral vision seemed to capture something, and he gradually shifted his gaze. Not far off, on the opposite end of the deck, Janaki lay sprawled on the ground, the bandages wrapped around him hanging loosely, his mouth agape as their eyes met. Kisame's expression flickered subtly before he surveyed the stern of the ship, revealing no outward sign of emotion. Moments later, the bandages lay scattered like confetti across the deck. While Janaki cowered in a corner, trembling, his sharp spines drooping limply and swaying gently in the sea breeze. Observing Janaki's pitiful state, Kisame couldn't help but chuckle. Reclining on the deck in a starfish pose, turning his head to gaze at the glistening sea in the distance, he sighed softly, seemingly pouring out his inner frustrations. His mind raced with thoughts, and after a long pause, he rested the back of his right hand against his forehead, sunlight cascading down, seagulls screeching, and the wind howling. Through the gaps between his fingers, he beheld the azure sky, a faint smile gracing his lips as he murmured, "Itachi, it seems you are deeply loved by someone. How wonderful that is." The ferry glided across the shimmering surface of the sea, leaving behind ripples that stretched long and wide. Sasuke leaned against the railing, eyes closed. The low roar of the ferry's engine breaking through the waves filling his ears. With one foot crossed over the other, he entwined his fingers with Itachi's, occasionally caressing the back of his hand, sending tingles coursing through him. With his other hand bent at the elbow, he rested his chin in his palm, a smile playing at the corners of his lips, his dark eyes gazing into the distance with delight. "Would you like to try your hand at sea fishing?" Sasuke subtly averted his gaze, biting his lip, letting out a soft hiss, and ignoring Itachi as he adjusted his collar, attempting to conceal his swollen, chapped lips. "Sorry." Itachi blinked slowly, leaning in to meet Sasuke's gaze, his eyes searching Sasuke's. "Next time, I'll be gentler." Sasuke tapped the railing lightly with his fingertip, raising his chin slightly, casting a fleeting glare at him as he inquired, "Where's the fishing rod?" "Huh." Itachi chuckled. "Wait here, I'll go fetch it." Sasuke nodded, replying, "I'll wait." Itachi released their intertwined hands, turning to leave, but as they brushed past one another, he felt a hand grasp his left hand swiftly, the palm cool and firm. Itachi halted abruptly, turning back. Sasuke delicately caressed his hand, and under Itachi's astonished gaze, his index finger brushed lightly along the inside of Itachi's middle finger, inching upwards before placing it near his lips, the two nearly touching. At that moment, Sasuke suddenly lifted his gaze, his eyes locking onto Itachi's with fierce intensity, and reverently pressed a kiss to Itachi's middle finger, declaring, "I really like you." Itachi's pupils constricted, his heart racing uncontrollably, as if it might leap from his chest at any moment. Just before his reason shattered, Sasuke unexpectedly released his hand, stepping back a few paces, casually stating, "Go on. How can we fish without a rod?" On the middle finger that had been kissed, the warmth and sensation of Sasuke lingered. Itachi's hand twitched at his side, his gaze uncontrollably shifting from Sasuke's faintly flushed lips to his hands, then back to his lips again, and finally to his throat. After several such cycles, he finally closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, and cast a lingering glance at Sasuke before wordlessly retreating into the cabin. Once Itachi had departed, only Sasuke remained, legs crossed, leaning against the railing with his arms spread wide across it, gazing skyward as he leisurely remarked, "Have you seen enough, Kisame? Little brat. I'm not in the habit of spying on others' affections. Stop making baseless accusations." "Oh, is that so? I wonder how many times you've peeked." Kisame leapt down from the upper deck, landing lightly on the ground, forcing a smile that seemed almost painful. Once could be deemed an accident, and twice as well. But what of the third or fourth? They say that 3 is a limit. Wouldn't you agree? The two maintained a long stare, and Kisame, growing slightly impatient, questioned, "What do you want?" "Assist me with a task." Kisame's facial muscles stiffened slightly. "What?" Are you truly one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist? The legendary Kisame Hoshigaki? Sasuke furrowed his brow. I said assist me with a task. I'm the mastermind here. You merely need to cooperate. Kisame was taken aback. Why me? It could be anyone, as long as I desire it. There's no chance for you to escape my grasp. Out of respect for my brother's partner, I extend this courtesy to inquire your opinion. Kisame questioned, are you threatening me? Sasuke lightly tapped the railing with his fingertip. You may interpret it as such. In the quiet space, only their breaths could be heard. Kisame's expression darkened, and after a few seconds of silence, he finally responded, fine, I'll agree. But tell me the specifics first. Sasuke didn't even lift his eyelids. All right. 5 minutes later, on the main deck, Kisame, having learned the details, regarded Sasuke with a complex expression, his knuckles white from gripping the railing tightly. His voice was hoarse as he struggled to say, does Itachi know? Yes. But he has kept it hidden. He nearly deceived me as well, Sasuke replied, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He turned, resting his hands on the railing, gazing into the distance at the vast, clear sky, the sea stretching endlessly, a seamless blend of water and sky. Kisame hesitated, casting worried glances at Sasuke before finally asking, you truly won tea in prison Itachi? He averted his gaze, I won tea. Kisame nodded at this response, neither affirming nor denying his trust. Suddenly, he spoke up, hey, Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke looked at him, the red-eyed crow. Kisame tightened his grip on the railing. Staring into the azure sky, Itachi has been feeding it for quite some time. Sasuke showed no surprise, merely responding with a soft Kisame inquired, aren't you curious why that crow's eyes are red? Sasuke replied, I've known since the first time it appeared beside me. Kisame was taken aback, incredulous. And those things? Sasuke did not answer directly but countered, what do you think? Kisame's pupils dilated, his eyes reflecting undeniable astonishment. He opened his mouth, seemingly about to speak, when a series of footsteps approached from behind. Tap, tap, tap. Itachi emerged from the cabin, carrying a bucket, fishing rod, and net. Noticing Sasuke and Kisame engaged in casual conversation, he raised an eyebrow. What are you discussing? Kisame's heart raced momentarily, nothing much. Just a few casual remarks about Itachi's past. Itachi scrutinized Kisame for a moment, sensing something was off, but before he could ponder further, Sasuke chimed in, brother, you promised to accompany me fishing. Indeed. Itachi set aside his belongings, leaving only a fishing rod in his hand. With practiced ease, he attached a bobber and bait to the rod, testing its balance with a smile flickering in his eyes, before passing it to Sasuke beside him. Unexpectedly, Sasuke did not accept it. Instead, he raised a finger, playfully waving it before Itachi, his beautiful eyes glimmering with anticipation. The sunlight illuminated Sasuke's profile, revealing a delicate, lustrous texture, as shadows accented his features with a tender yet sacred glow. Itachi paused, gazing at him. Did he desire his elder brother or the fishing rod? Kisame, observing the brotherly banter, clicked his tongue in amusement, retreating quietly into the cabin to grant the two a more spacious environment. The cabin door slammed shut behind him, and he clasped his hands above his head, stretching languidly as he stared at the ceiling. Thankfully, Mr. Itachi and that little brat had managed to discern each other's intentions in advance. Otherwise, given Mr. Itachi's intricate and convoluted schemes, combined with his relentless provocation of the boy's thirst for vengeance, the ultimate outcome would likely lead them further apart. In the end, they might even draw blades against one another, resulting in a tragic struggle to the death. Regardless of the eventual outcome, it would undoubtedly culminate in a bitter conclusion of loss and injury. Lies are destined to be uncovered, and the truth will eventually rise to the surface. The departed shall succumb to eternal slumber, while the living are left with mere shells. Yet, fortunately, none of this had come to pass. Meanwhile, on the main deck, the sea embraced the sky, blue intertwining with blue as the sea breeze caressed the ferry. In the distance, seagulls spread their wings, and clouds resembling fish scales traversed the heavens. Nii-san. The two exchanged glances, and Sasuke smiled, resolutely uttering those two words. Itachi coughed lightly into his fist, hastily concealing his embarrassment, the tips of his ears gradually flushing beneath his hair. A gust of wind tousled the strands falling over his forehead. Obscuring the gaze he directed at Sasuke, one rife with a morbid sense of possessiveness. Itachi could not deny that he had once entertained the thought of sequestering Sasuke away in a secluded realm, where only the two of them existed, free from war and external turmoil, devoid of any intrusions. They would rise with the sun and rest with its descent. And in such a world, Sasuke would belong solely to him, unlike in a past life where his heart harbored a certain individual known as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, leading to years of sorrow. Jealousy warped Itachi's visage. He yearned to possess Sasuke wholly, to have him beneath him, to savor every inch of his being. to leave traces of himself upon him, to listen to Sasuke's breath quicken in passion and his pleas when overwhelmed, filling him time and again. Such thoughts consumed him incessantly. And every approach from Sasuke, every intentional or unintentional tease, even a mere fleeting glance, was enough to set his heart aflame, making him tremble. Nii-san, lost in an endless reverie. Itachi was jolted back to reality by the call. He turned to see the youth crouched beside a black-eyed fish, his hair shining darkly, neck and profile pale as snow, lips curling into a smile, innocently adorable at first glance. He gazed down at the fish, one hand gripping the rod, while the other deftly retrieved the hook from its mouth. Itachi was unsure when Sasuke had caught the fish, and just as he was about to commend him, a sudden shift in Sasuke's demeanor darkened his expression, revealing a lethal intensity as he lifted his gaze to the horizon. At that moment, Sasuke set down the rod, rising to his feet, fixating intently on the tumultuous waves in the distance, lost in thought. After a brief silence, he spoke slowly. Nii-san, I want to eat braised ribbon fish tonight. Just as Itachi was about to respond, a thunderous noise erupted ahead, followed by a violent jolt that sent the entire vessel rocking, swaying not only side to side but also in an erratic fore and aft motion, akin to being cradled in a precarious cradle. Sasuke gripped the railing, instinctively leaning over to peer down at the ship's belly. However, before he could complete the motion, Itachi swiftly wrapped his arms around his waist, pulling him back gently. Don't take risks, I would worry. With one arm encircling Sasuke's knees, Itachi effortlessly lifted him until they were eye to eye. An indescribable emotion brewed within Itachi's eyes as he glanced at Sasuke. Then, with decisive grace, he leapt into the air, holding Sasuke securely as he stood steadfast on the upper deck, remaining unyielding amidst the ferry's chaotic swaying. Sasuke wrapped one arm around Itachi's neck and clutched his collar with the other, lowering his head to rest against Itachi's heart, feeling its strong, steady rhythm. From his vantage point, he observed Itachi's impassive expression, his eyes narrowed, a dangerous crimson glint flickering beneath the surface. Noting Sasuke's prolonged gaze, Itachi lowered his eyes and inquired, "What is it?" "Nii-san, I want to come down." "That is out of the question. I could never release Sasuke. Don't speak to me in that condescending tone. I want to fight alongside you. Even if you're extraordinarily capable, you're still just a child, so you mustn't act recklessly, Sasuke." Sasuke pursed his lips, crossing his arms, puffing out his cheeks, and buried his head in Itachi's chest. After a moment's hesitation, he murmured, "I can protect myself, and you, Nii-san." "Haha, I know. Sasuke, grow up quickly. I will wait patiently for the day you shield me from the storm, but until then, lean on me as much as you can." Chapter 67, The Mission, 19. "Fool, I understand." Unbeknownst to them, a fierce wind had begun to howl. Sasuke grasped Itachi's shirt with one hand while covering his mouth and nose with the other, looking up at the surging sea, a shadow passing through his eyes. "Itachi, it seems these people come with ill intentions. I've been feeling idle these past few days, just looking for someone to stretch my limbs. How fortuitous. I was just about to doze off when someone sent me a pillow. I must entertain them well." Before the figures arrived, a familiar voice echoed beside Itachi, and Kisame suddenly appeared on the upper deck. His dark cloak with red clouds billowed in the fierce wind, accentuating his imposing stature. Half embedded in the deck, Kisame knelt on one knee, his large hand gripping the hilt of his blade, fingers trembling with excitement. He grinned widely, revealing a row of sharp teeth, a sinister smile spreading across his face, battle fervor igniting within him. "It appears we cannot leave this sea in peace," Itachi remarked. "Kisame, this is your domain. I leave it to you." Kisame rose, shouldering his large sword, his gaze fixed on the distant waves, a malicious grin curling his lips. "No problem, leave it to me." The midday sun blazed, and the sea breeze howled. Sasuke scanned the entire expanse of water, his attention drawn to a massive tentacle breaking the surface not far away. His brow furrowed slightly as he cautioned, "Enough small talk." A light chuckle escaped Kisame's throat, masked by his collar, resembling a predatory shark's grin before it strikes. Itachi's eyes widened. I didn't expect them to act so swiftly, uncertain whether the foe was a sea monster or something else. Itachi knew that maritime battles relied on the creatures of the deep. As soon as he finished speaking, Kisame grasped his sword and leaped from the upper deck, executing a graceful flip in midair, his cloak billowing and landing silently on the water's surface like a feather. Sasuke's cherubic visage bore no expression. His eyes narrowed slightly as he emitted a soft hum. Itachi lowered his head and inquired, "What is it?" Sasuke's left hand, with his index and middle fingers, began to ascend along Itachi's chest, lightly pressing against his prominent Adam's apple and caressing his emerging stubble, drawing out his words. "Are you truly certain that we should leave this to Kisame alone, given that he is not the only elite shinobi available? Rest assured, Kisame can handle it well. Do you have such unwavering faith in him?" "Indeed, He possesses that capability. Huh. 20 minutes later, the wind ceased, and the ferry glided smoothly across the vast ocean. Just as Itaki had indicated, Nii-san had effortlessly quelled the disturbance. All settled, those fools remain as inept as ever. Nii-san returned to the ferry, drenched. The briny sea breeze mingling with the scent of blood wafting to his nostrils. He raised his arm to sniff, immediately wrinkling his brow before hastily exchanging a few words with Itaki and striding into the cabin. With the sound of the cabin door clicking shut, only the two of them remained on the main deck. Sasuke leaned against the railing, while Itaki's long robe hung loosely over his shoulders, giving him a gaunt and fragile appearance. Itaki, why don't you take a moment to rest? Sasuke, half closing his eyes to rejuvenate, shook his head. As long as they continued their journey, they were expected to reach the land of water by evening. Itaki extended his long, calloused fingers to ruffle Sasuke's hair. A hint of affection in his smile as he asked, would you like to stay a few more days in the land of water before returning? Not at all. Sasuke tightened his grip on the robe draped over him, gazing up at Itaki, who stood illuminated by the sun, radiating brilliance as if he were destined to bask in its glow. No matter how many years had passed, to Sasuke, Itaki had not changed since their farewell. His features had matured, and the lines of sorrow on his face deepened, suggesting transformation yet retaining an essence of familiarity. He lightly tapped the railing with his index finger, posing a tentative question. Itaki, you haven't concealed anything from me, have you? Itaki paused, studying him for a moment, then replied with a calm demeanor, no. I will no longer hide anything from you. Is that so? Perhaps I am merely overthinking. At this, Sasuke furrowed his brow, fingers resting on his temples, his expression revealing distress. I have been plagued by a recurring nightmare, awakening to find you missing, and the entire house devoid of any trace of your existence. Upon hearing this, Itaki's eyelids flickered, and he averted his gaze, his long, slender fingers clenching within his sleeves. After a moment of silence, he spoke. Dreams are often the opposite of reality, and how could I ever bear to leave you alone? I know, Sasuke replied helplessly. Yet I still fear. As if some ominous premonition whispers that you will abandon me. A brief silence enveloped the deck. Sasuke, Itaki murmured. Sasuke nodded silently, his unwavering gaze fixed on Itaki, as if awaiting something. It will not come to that day, Itaki reassured, resting his elbows on the railing. After a moment of silence, he seemed to recall something and abruptly changed the subject. Does Shimura Danzo's death relate to you? A barely perceptible grimace flitted across Sasuke's lips, silently branding Itaki a deceiver. Taking a deep breath, he declared, I was the one who killed him. A life for a life. Debts must be repaid. This is the natural order of things. Sasuke. Itaki sighed. You should not take such risks. Sasuke opened his mouth, seemingly about to say something, but his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of something, and he looked up. Not far away on the deck, a gaze met his unexpectedly. Kawaii stood quietly at the railing, holding a fish the width of 3 fingers. The two of them locked eyes for a moment, the distant cries of seagulls echoing in and out, waves crashing against the sides of the ferry. Kawaii gave a slight nod, waved the fish in front of them, and left with a beaming smile. Sasuke lowered his eyelids and tugged at Itaki's sleeve. Itaki, I am tired. Itaki gently patted Sasuke's head, murmuring, then go rest. I will call you when we arrive in the land of water. Sasuke remained unmoved, clutching Itaki's sleeve tightly, looking up at him with eyes full of dependence. Itaki, stay with me. Itaki hesitated for a moment before smiling. Very well, I shall accompany you. As they returned to the cabin, Itaki settled Sasuke onto the bed and pulled the thin blanket over him. Yet, Sasuke refused to release his grip on Itaki's sleeve. Murmuring in the dark, Itaki, stay with me a little longer. Sensing the unease in his tone, Itaki's heart ached, a complex array of emotions coursing through him. Yet he could not articulate them. Suppressing the myriad of thoughts, he sat on the edge of the bed and gently patted Sasuke's back, soothingly saying, I am here. Do not be afraid. Perhaps his comfort had an effect, for before long, Sasuke's eyes fluttered shut, sinking into a deep, sweet slumber. Itaki gazed at his sleeping brother, filled with tenderness and guilt. He understood that Sasuke harbored a knot within his heart, a knot that only he could untie. Chapter 68, The Mission, End. The ferry slowly approached the dock, emitting a long, ethereal whistle, akin to a low, mournful song resonating across the sea. Stepping out of the cabin, Sasuke leaned on the railing, a can of drink in hand. Descending the gangway, he beheld the bustling dock filled with numerous boats, with many vendors weaving through the crowd, peddling their wares. The wind blowing off the sea carried a hint of moisture. The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of twilight. As seagulls circled above, the summer sea merged seamlessly with the vast sky, a breathtaking panorama. Sasuke sighed deeply, flicking the pull tab of the can, pressing down on the top. And with a satisfying pop, the metal tab detached from the can. He took a sip, observing the throng of people nearby, a faint smile escaping his lips, as the vibrant life of the market enveloped him. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps approached, and Sasuke's keen senses caught on, calling out, Kisame. Kisame nodded, ambling over to Sasuke's side, also holding a can of drink. He pulled the tab and raised it in the air, lightly clinking it against Sasuke's, saying, The escort mission concludes here. When do you plan to make your move? Sasuke's gaze fell, fixated on the churning sea below, momentarily lost in thought. The sooner, the better, tonight. Kisame acknowledged with a nod, signaling his understanding. You seem more eager than I, the one directly involved, Sasuke remarked, lightly tapping the can. You must have been contemplating this for some time, haven't you? Kisame replied, Not quite. My admiration for Mr. Itachi is well known, as the sun and moon bear witness. And my heart can attest, unlike yours. What about me? Nothing. Kisame clicked his tongue, lamenting the decline of morals and the bygone era, leaning against the railing, raising his right hand, and shaking the drink can with a teasing grin. Soon, we shall discover who wears the pure white garb, you or Mr. Itachi, right? His low, mocking tone struck Sasuke like a thunderclap, shattering his composure. His mind went blank, and the can slipped from his grasp, falling with a splash into the tumultuous sea. The waves splashed, sending ripples dancing across the surface of the sea, only to be scattered by the successive surges. A single statement from Kisame stirred tumultuous waves within Sasuke's heart, the echo of Hakuna Matata resonating in his ears, lingering long after. He averted his gaze, feeling a sense of embarrassment for the first time in Kisame's presence, his ears, concealed beneath his tousled hair, blushing a vivid crimson, gradually spreading to his neck and collarbone. Turning his face aside, he pressed his fist to his lips and cleared his throat lightly, feigning composure. Ahem, that must surely be Nii-san's doing. It was Kisame's first encounter with the boy's flustered demeanor, making him take a few more glances, and he couldn't help but muse that regardless of how precocious, he was still just a child, reflecting on Itachi's fervent desire to devour this person whole, constantly wishing to tether him to his belt, taking him wherever he went. Kisame instinctively touched his non-existent conscience, realizing that Itachi was indeed the more beastly of the two. At that moment, Itachi, who had been sent to escort the client off the ship, returned. Sasuke seized his sleeve, unceremoniously dragging him down the ship, and with a feigned smile directed at Kisame, stated, Knowing you're quite free, could you kindly book us a hotel? We would be very grateful. Kisame's lips twitched as he raised a can to throw at them, only to be halted by a single glance from Itachi. Seizing the opportunity, Sasuke whisked Itachi away down the ship. Coconuts. Large and sweet coconuts. Mackerel. Freshly caught mackerel. Do you wish to become the most beautiful sight by the seaside? Still lamenting over a lack of attention from your beloved? XXX swimsuits. You deserve to own one. Sasuke halted amidst a bustling marketplace, his gaze fixated on a modest little shop, the sign reading Grain Abundance and Fragrant Flower. He stood still, quietly observing the shop for an extended period. Itachi ruffled Sasuke's somewhat tousled hair, a smile involuntarily creeping onto his lips. It was rare to witness the boy showing interest in something, so he bent down, his lips almost brushing against Sasuke's ear, warm breath caressing the earlobe as he affectionately inquired, Is there something you wish to purchase? Sasuke replied atypically, Nii-san, please wait for me here and do not leave. Without awaiting Itachi's response, he dashed into the store, as if convinced Itachi would remain waiting. Observing the slender figure, Itachi's eyes glimmered with indulgence, his brows smoothing, lips curving into a smile, patiently awaiting. Before him lay the bustling and vibrant marketplace, and he found himself at the center of the current, surrounded by throngs of people. Their proximity, both near yet distant. Amidst the crowd, he blended in, and from afar, he appeared as an ordinary individual, living a life as unremarkable as any. A few minutes later, Sasuke emerged from the Grain Abundance and Fragrant Flower shop, a paper bag in hand, silently locating Itachi amidst the bustling crowd. Itachi briefly glanced at the paper bag Sasuke held, then nonchalantly shifted his gaze, extending a hand toward the boy, asking, Would you like to explore a bit more? Sasuke, who typically despised crowded places, shook his head in response, naturally clasping Itachi's hand, and spoke softly, Let us head back. I have prepared a gift for you, Nii-san. This declaration, reaching Itachi's ears, was akin to celestial music, sending ripples across the once calm lake of his heart, as if a gentle rain had fallen from the heavens, causing waves to ripple through the water. He lowered his head and smiled at Sasuke. I eagerly anticipated. The two walked side by side, their fingers intertwined beneath their robes, as the sun gradually sank, painting the evening sky with fiery hues, casting a crimson glow across the horizon. By the way, Nii-san, you've always had a penchant for sweets, especially the soft, chewy, and sweet three-colored dumplings. Ahem, I only indulge occasionally, It's really not that exaggerated. You're lying. You still carry the sweetness on you. Ah, is that so? I must have accidentally gotten some on me. Nii-san, you must be kidding. Even you don't believe that. As they strolled leisurely along the tree-lined path, engaging in light banter, they felt the warmth exchanged through their clasped hands, providing immense comfort. Both smiling with uplifted corners of their mouths, their eyes sparkling with mirth. The evening breeze gently swept through, ushering in a refreshing touch of a summer night. Sasuke! Suddenly, a lively, boisterous male voice rang out from behind them. Sasuke and Itachi turned to see a golden-haired youth dashing toward them. His face illuminated with the joy of meeting an old friend, waving enthusiastically as he called out, Sasuke, Sasuke, Sasuke. Sasuke's temples throbbed. He recognized the voice immediately. Chapter 69, an unexpected reunion. With a rapid series of footsteps approaching, a figure burst onto the scene. In the next moment, Itachi stepped forward, firmly positioning himself between Sasuke and the oncoming individual, placing a hand on the golden-haired boy's head to halt his advance towards Sasuke. His expression betrayed no emotion. It's been a while, Uzumaki Naruto. Ah, I am sorry. Naruto halted abruptly. His excitement at seeing Sasuke dampened by the intensity of Itachi's dark gaze. His heart skipped a beat. He swallowed hard, instinctively taking a cautious step back. Eyeing Itachi with trepidation, he gasped, Why, you are Sasuke's brother, Uchiha Itachi. Itachi remained silent, countering with a question, What brings you here? Naruto, momentarily taken aback by the inquiry, stammered, I. Suddenly, the sound of slicing air filled the space, and as Naruto turned to look, he was abruptly struck. Sent flying by a powerful slap, crashing into a coconut tree with a resounding thud, breaking it. Enraged by the sudden attack, Naruto clutched his head, where a bump had formed, grimacing in pain as he struggled to rise, leaning against the tree. Damn it! Why did you hit me? What are you doing? How can you be so reckless as to shout and abandon your teammates without a word? Under the setting sun, a figure with flowing golden hair arced gracefully through the air, a slender silhouette appearing before Naruto, one hand on her hip, the other twisting his ear in reprimand. Her voice seething, Naruto, we've been searching for you. Caught off guard by the sudden scolding, Naruto could only blink in confusion, as rustling in the nearby bushes revealed another voice. You should at least inform us before leaving. The speaker was a serene and handsome individual, wearing round sunglasses. His tone calm and measured. It was Shino Abarame, one of Naruto's temporary teammates. I'm really sorry. Naruto scratched the back of his head. Realizing his impulsiveness had caused concern for his friends, his face flushing with embarrassment as he stammered an apology. You, Ino Yamanaka, let go of his ear. She released her grip, hands on her hips, slightly tilting her head, her eyes brimming with a mix of pride and stubbornness, reminiscent of their teacher, Red Bean. You just vanish without a trace. It's infuriating. As she spoke, her cheeks puffed up, casting a sidelong glance at the troublesome Naruto. Then closing her eyes and reopening them, she quietly mused. I suddenly have an ominous premonition. What? That is highly disrespectful. Naruto's face twisted in anger. His eyes wide with fury, his teeth slightly bared, reflecting his inner indignation as he growled. Do not compare me to that fool of a teacher. It causes me great distress. Who are you talking about? A flash of cold light sliced through the air, followed closely by the presence of a warm body behind him. A heavy weight settled on his shoulder, and a head rested there, soon accompanied by a damp sensation against his cheek. The chilling, sinister words of the newcomer were deliberately drawn out, reverberating ominously in Naruto's ears. The kunai pressed against his throat, gliding with a ghostly touch, threatening to spill his blood at the slightest misstep. Cold sweat trickled down Naruto's forehead. His complexion paling as a weary, grim smile slowly formed on his face. He immediately conceded, stuttering, I'm sorry. Faced with this unexpected scene, Shikamaru Ino and Oil Girl Shino could only exchange glances, a sense of trepidation blossoming within them as they simultaneously muttered, this person is indeed not to be trifled with. Yamanaka Ino, with a beaming smile, wrapped her arms around Naruto's shoulders as if nothing had transpired, exclaiming cheerfully, the mission is complete. Thank you for your hard work. But could you explain who these two are? As her words fell, her expression darkened abruptly. She pushed the three of them behind her, tightening her grip on the kunai. Her eyes brimming with vigilance and wariness, fixed intently on the imposing figures of Itachi and Sasuke Uchiha in the distance. There was no mistaking it. They were indeed Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke. Itachi and Sasuke remained silent, and for a considerable time, no one spoke. Suddenly, Naruto's urgent voice broke the stillness as he grasped Yamanaka Ino's hand, which held the kunai tightly. Ino, Sasuke is not a bad person. All eyes turned to Naruto. He gestured animatedly, seemingly eager to prove his point, yet under Ino's piercing gaze, he faltered, appearing almost petrified, his hands trembling. After what felt like an eternity, he finally spoke amidst the burning stairs, his voice barely above a whisper, hoarse and timid. Ino, Shino, he is Sasuke, my classmate from the Ninja Academy. Ino, you used to follow Sasuke around with Sakura every day, don't you remember? He is not an enemy. His gaze swept over his companions, but to his disappointment, Ino kept her head bowed, her fists clenched against her chest, biting her lip, turning away at the moment their eyes met. Shino, with his hands in his pockets, partially concealed by his collar and dark sunglasses, remained inscrutable, bluntly stating, Naruto, they are rogue ninjas from Konoha. Ino, Shino, Naruto swallowed hard, his expression troubled. Why are you two? Yamanaka Ino scrutinized Naruto from her elevated position, her gaze imbued with an unprecedented seriousness. She pulled away from his grip, her eyes drifting past him to the two figures in the distance, her voice cold and resolute. Naruto, you are no longer a child. You possess the ability to discern right from wrong. You well know what being a rogue ninja entails. Uchiha Itachi is an S-rank criminal on the wanted list, having committed numerous heinous acts, even slaughtering his own clan. But Sasuke, there are no buts, Naruto. Naruto lowered his head, as if to conceal his inner turmoil, his fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of his clothing. Teacher Ino, it's not like that. Clap, clap, clap. Sasuke stepped forward from behind Itachi, abruptly interrupting Naruto's impending outburst, speaking in a slow, deliberate manner. Yamanaka Ino, you were a student of Orochimaru in your youth. After Orochimaru betrayed Konoha, your relationship with him must have caused you much distress. The curse mark he left on you must still be a source of pain. The moment Sasuke uttered Orochimaru's name, Ino's breathing became rapid and heavy, her once sharp gaze now disheveled, revealing an unmistakable fear that loomed over her like a great mountain, suffocating her. How do you know that? Chapter 70, Separation. In an instant, Itachi's dark pupils transformed into a vivid crimson, the three tomos spinning rapidly to form a complete pattern, their curved shapes intertwining around a central black dot. He spoke in a calm tone. Miss Ino, please do not interfere with us, as I have no intention of killing any of you four. With your abilities, you cannot fully protect them. An oppressive silence enveloped the space, leaving Ino seemingly frozen in place, beads of cold sweat trickling down her jawline, the sound of one drop splattering onto the ground resembling a pure white flower blooming. She inhaled deeply, forcing herself to regain composure, her voice dry. That doesn't sound like something someone who has killed their kin would say? True, Itachi replied. So, Miss Ino, are you prepared to fight me? In the fading light of dusk, Ino hesitated for a moment, glancing back at the three youthful faces before her. Ultimately, she relinquished the kunao. Their lives had only just begun, and they had a long journey ahead. She should not jeopardize everything out of her impulsiveness. With her hands tucked into the long coat, she lifted her gaze to the two standing opposite her. A northern sea breeze tousled her hair, causing her coat to flutter audibly. In a flat tone, she said, I apologize, I hope I have not disturbed you. Indeed, Itachi replied succinctly, implying that Miss Ino would not go back on her word. Teacher Ino, Yamanaka Ino, witnessing this, hesitated, her gaze involuntarily lingering on Ino. A glimmer of concern and anxiety in her eyes, contrasting the girl's unease. Ino remained composed, reaching out to ruffle her fluffy hair and reassuring her. Oh dear. How could I make such a lovely little lady worry about me? That's quite disappointing, but there's no need to fret. I'm perfectly fine. The tension between the two parties gradually dissipated as they stood a short distance apart. The atmosphere that had been charged with hostility began to ease. The distant sounds of conversation on the street ebbed and flowed, while seagulls called out joyfully, circling in the air. As the sky darkened, streetlights flickered to life one after another. Itachi withdrew his gaze from afar, looking down at the yellow glow illuminating Sasuke's hair and cheek, akin to a delicate flow of golden sand. Though his expression remained unchanged, the hand beneath his robe was clenched tightly, his nails digging into his palm. Yet he spoke gently. Sasuke, would you like to reminisce with your former comrades? Sasuke stood with his arms crossed, momentarily taken aback by Itachi's words. He raised his head, accidentally locking eyes with Itachi's crimson gaze. They stood merely a foot apart, and he could see his reflection within the depths of Itachi's eyes. Sasuke lowered his gaze, hesitating to respond, lost in contemplation. After a few seconds of silence, he shook his head and murmured, Forget it, there's nothing to reminisce about. Different stances and beliefs had inevitably led to their divergence. The moment he resolved to leave Konoha, he had drawn a line under everything that had come before. As the saying goes, paths diverging means no collaboration. Itachi could not suppress a low chuckle that escaped his throat, a smile lurking in his gaze as he slowly relaxed his clenched fist, lifting his long, pale hand to ruffle Sasuke's hair. Come on. Kisame is waiting for us to return. Sasuke nodded and replied, I want to eat braised ribbon fish. All right, as you wish. Itachi took Sasuke's hand and turned to walk away. Hey, Sasuke. Naruto blinked, witnessing this unfamiliar side of Sasuke for the first time. Even with a stoic expression, his lips pressed tightly, his demeanor cold, there was a certain brilliance in his eyes that shone brightly, especially when directed at Uchiha Itachi. As if they were filled with stars, reflecting a smile. Sasuke, the one who could truly open your heart and bring forth your smile, turned out to be him. Naruto stood there, utterly bewildered, his heart brimming with joy for Sasuke, while another voice within him insisted that this was not how it should be. No. It should not be like this. But what should it be? The street lamp cast a warm golden halo, illuminating the two figures who walked away hand in hand. Their shadows elongating beneath the lamp, seemingly narrating an endless devotion to one another. Unbeknownst to Naruto, Sasuke uttered something, and Itachi, holding his hand, bent down, gently brushing aside the boy's stray hair, his scorching breath enveloping Sasuke's delicate, flushed ear. To Naruto and the others' astonishment, Itachi leaned in and bestowed upon Sasuke's ear a possessive kiss, his gaze filled with affection. Firmly fixed on Sasuke, one that a mature man might direct toward his beloved rather than a family member. This act shattered societal norms, crossing the boundaries of taboo, representing a love forever unacknowledged by the world. The onlookers from Konoha displayed a spectrum of emotions. Ino staggered back 2 steps, aghast at the revelation. How could Sasuke be in such a relationship? Her hands instinctively covered her mouth, her eyes wide with shock and disbelief. As if the scene before her were an illusion, and the boy she cherished could not possibly be like this. Shino adjusted his sunglasses, his hands shoved deep into his pockets, his expression a puzzling blend of shock, confusion, and an unexpected sense of relief. After all, he had no desire to confront a former classmate. In stark contrast to the emotional displays of the youths, Anko remained composed, her face betraying no emotion as she stood still, observing them fading away, unconsciously caressing the mark on the nape of her neck. A soft click of her tongue escaping her lips as she sighed at the inconvenience. Naruto rushed a few steps forward, instinctively extending his right hand to stop them. At that moment, his gaze flickered wildly, revealing a complex mix of astonishment. A strange sensation surged within him. They were together, but weren't they brothers? Though the distance was merely a few steps, to Naruto, it felt as if a galaxy separated them. Just as he was about to grasp the hem of Sasuke's fluttering garment, his hand fell empty. Before he could react further, he was met with a chilling glare. Itachi straightened his posture, casting a fleeting glance at Naruto, his piercing eyes sharp as a sword. That one look left Naruto feeling as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, rendering him utterly immobilized. The mere act of gazing was suffocating, an overwhelming pressure crashing over him like a tidal wave. Stiff and frozen, Naruto could only watch helplessly as Itachi led Sasuke away, gradually disappearing beneath the street lamp's glow. He stared blankly at the spot where Sasuke had vanished, instinctively placing a hand over his heart, contemplating Sasuke's resolute departure with Itachi, never once looking back. An inexplicable emptiness filled his chest, a vague melancholia enveloping him, hinting that he had lost something significant. The sharpness in his nose, the redness at the corners of his eyes, and the crystalline droplets that silently fell were testament to his turmoil. He parted his lips, as if to speak. But it was at that moment that Anko interrupted him. Naruto, that's enough. A warm hand rested atop his head, gently tooling his hair. Soothing words cascading from above, that was Sasuke's own choice. The boy lowered his head, biting his lip, ultimately falling silent. As only the pair of sandals left behind remained visible, Naruto's shoulders trembled slightly, and he kept his gaze averted until the sky turned pitch black. Chapter 71, The Tricolored Dango. Bathed in the warm light, Sasuke stood on his tiptoes at the kitchen counter. Outside, the shadows of the trees danced. A crescent moon hung like a hook in the sky, and beams of moonlight filtered through the clouds, weaving a lattice of cracks upon the floor. His expression was taut. Hands braced on the counter, staring at the 4 skewers of freshly made dango, steam rising from them. A gentle breeze slipped through the slightly ajar window, blurring his face with warmth. Moments later, the kitchen door creaked open, and a figure silently entered. Sasuke did not turn around. The newcomer paused beside him, speaking softly. Hey, kid. Kisame leaned against the cupboard, arms crossed, a languid posture that transformed into a smile upon meeting Sasuke's gaze. I see you're still hesitating. What's the matter? Reluctant? Or should we just forget it? Sasuke remained silent for a moment before shaking his head. All right, grab your things, we're leaving. This was a seaside inn with excellent conditions. Even for a single night, the rates were steep. Did you hear? That sea monster has been taken down. Right. I heard a ninja disguised as a sea monster got taken out by a passing strongman. Truly, evil begets evil, but it's a shame about the stolen wealth. Sasuke carried the dango, the door slowly closing behind him, isolating the whispers of the outside world. The room was quiet, the curtains fluttering in the breeze. Moonlight spilling onto the floor, creating bright white patches. Itachi sat cross-legged at the low table, where 3 sets of bowls and chopsticks lay. The table laden with an array of dishes: rice, miso soup, sushi, tofu, fried pork cutlet, braised fish, grilled chicken skewers, pickled radish, and rolled omelet. Itachi cradled a cup of tea, taking a delicate sip when a shadow fell over him. He did not shift his gaze, merely tilting his face slightly towards the newcomer. His lips parting as a familiar voice reached his ears. "Nii-san, your gift." Sasuke sat down beside Itachi, placing the dango in front of him. Elongating his final syllable with a playful lilt, a smile gracing his face, elbows resting on the table, displaying a rare cuteness as he tilted his head. His beautiful eyes sparkling with anticipation. Itachi forcefully diverted his gaze from Sasuke's face, plucking a skewer of dango and taking a bite. The texture was soft and chewy, with a hint of sweetness. After savoring it, he swallowed and lightly tapped Sasuke's forehead with 2 fingers, his eyes brimming with affection. "Sasuke, I really like it." The simplicity of the words felt like a stone cast into the still waters of Sasuke's heart, causing his lips to involuntarily curl upwards. He could scarcely articulate the emotions swelling within him, feeling a warmth and fullness that bubbled over, threatening to spill out. His ears flushed slightly, and he restrained the urge to touch his earlobes, meeting Itachi's gaze and finding himself enveloped in a sea of warmth, focused, fervent, and tender, his eyes brimming with a deep, lingering emotion that seemed to wrap him in love. He was cherished by Itachi, carefully held by this person. This realization elevated Sasuke to cloud 9. Each step feeling as if he tread upon soft, ethereal ground, as though in a dream. It was surreal, yet undeniably real. He raised his hand to shield himself from Itachi's intense gaze, and Itachi chuckled, offering no resistance but instead closing his eyes, his lashes brushing against Sasuke's palm. The mere touch sent a shiver through Sasuke, who thought, "How adorable," and Itachi's lips curled into an involuntary smile. "I'll make sure to savor every bit." An utterly ordinary statement laced with suggestive undertones left Sasuke momentarily blank, instinctively loosening his grip, fingers tingling and curling, lowering his head as his heart raced within his chest. Each beat deafening, as if it would burst forth. He remained frozen at the low table, 1,000 words caught in his throat, unable to utter a single one. The nature of relationships between men was an unfamiliar territory for him, leaving him feeling disoriented and unprepared. The room was enveloped in a profound silence. Kisame lowered his head, remaining taciturn, truly achieving a state of selective deafness. He savored a bowl of miso soup, then picked up his chopsticks, concentrating on devouring his rice. As for what the two had said, he regrettably had not heard. Oh, the meal was delectable, and he could certainly indulge in another bowl. After a few moments of quietude, Itachi deftly lifted a piece of fish and placed it in Sasuke's bowl. Personally witnessing the boy's face flush a deep crimson from his collarbone up, his earlobes glistening like ripe cherries. Sasuke's Adam's apple bobbed uncontrollably a couple of times. And Itachi's voice, tinged with a slight rasp, broke the stillness. "Sasuke, where do you think we should settle down in the future?" Sasuke, caught off guard by the abruptness of the question, found himself momentarily speechless, his expression blank. For a fleeting instant, he even doubted whether it was truly Itachi who had uttered such bold words. Should we explore them all? The land of fire, with its temperate climate and perpetual spring. The land of wind, situated in a desolate area, hardly suitable for habitation. The land of water, known for its cool, misty weather. The land of lightning, abundant in hot springs. Itachi appeared oblivious to Sasuke's reaction, fixated on the remaining dango in his plate. His cheeks slightly bulged as he chewed, articulating each word with a seriousness that captivated Sasuke's entire attention. His thoughts momentarily strayed. The land of lightning seemed appealing, especially with its first snow and open-air hot springs. Alongside his bear brother, shaking his head, Sasuke dismissed the distracting thoughts and noticed Itachi's intent to continue speaking. Beneath the low table, he tugged gently at Itachi's clothing. "Nii-san." However, just as he called out the other's name, he found his mouth stuffed with food. With a crunch, the outer layer was crisp and fragrant, while the tender fish within burst with unique flavor, causing his mouth to salivate instinctively. After chewing a few times, he swallowed the morsel and downed a cup of tea in one go. He opened his mouth, attempting to complete the thought he had abruptly halted, but Itachi interjected. His brow softened and his gaze indulgent as he looked at Sasuke. "As long as you are with me, anywhere is fine. We can watch the rise and fall of the sun, behold mountains and lakes, and admire the clouds as they drift." Kisame felt a shiver run down his spine, his hand holding the chopsticks suspended in midair, goosebumps prickling his back. Realizing something, he slightly raised his eyelids and discreetly observed the two for a moment, inhaling deeply. Just a mere light bulb, he reassured himself. He had done this before, and he must remain composed. Chapter 72. Suddenly, Nii-san, how about the land of lightning? Upon hearing Sasuke's question, Itachi blinked, instinctively opening his mouth to respond. At that moment, a sudden sound erupted beside them, and hot blood burst forth like a firework, cascading down like a gentle rain. Kisame's hands clutched his throat tightly, veins bulging, blood frothing from his mouth and trickling down his jaw, first staining his Adam's apple, then his collarbone, until it pooled in his garments, filling the room with a metallic scent of blood. The breath of death enveloped him instantaneously. Kisame felt an overwhelming sense of despair as he struggled to turn his face towards Itachi, his mouth moving in silent pleas, but the words would never escape his throat. His body trembled like a withered leaf swaying in the wind, his eyes gradually losing focus until his pupils dilated. With a resounding thud, he collapsed to the ground, stirring up fine dust. All these details unfolded in the blink of an eye. Itachi overturned the teacup and rushed towards Kisame, half crouching to gently shake his shoulder. Kisame. Kisame. No response came. The room remained eerily silent, Sasuke's face devoid of expression, while Itachi's visage reflected sheer shock. Everything transpired too quickly, so swiftly that Itachi could barely react before Kisame had already fallen. His usually steady hands trembled now, and there was no trace of chakra left, nor any sign of ninjutsu or jinjutsu. He gently touched Kisame's throat with his index and middle fingers, feeling through flesh and blood that the pulse had long ceased. His trembling hand slid down, finally resting over Kisame's heart. It took a full half-minute before Itachi, still crouched on the ground, lifted his head. Sasuke. Yet he could not even call out the boy's name before his knees buckled, and he could hear nothing. It was as if his ears were submerged in deep water, his consciousness beginning to blur, while the surroundings became increasingly hazy. He braced himself against the floor, shaking his head, struggling to maintain his composure. He could distinctly feel his body trembling weakly, as if on the verge of collapsing into a dark slumber. No, he could not fall here. His beloved would worry. His little lover always feared being abandoned, and how could Itachi bear to see him distressed and heartbroken? Itachi's chest rose and fell erratically, his breath coming in gasps. His pale fingers digging into his palms, his back rigid. He turned his head, and in the dim light, he saw a figure standing not far away, striding towards him. In a daze, he found himself gently pressed onto the floor, his head resting on the person's knees, a hand reaching for his forehead. Itachi did not flinch. Sasuke felt the body beneath his palm trembling intensely. He frowned subtly but quickly relaxed, letting his hand glide over Itachi's forehead, then softly tracing his cheek and lips. As light as a feather, Itachi strained to open his eyes, gasping for breath, but his consciousness was fading. As if invisible hands from an abyss reached out to grasp him, pulling him down, clinging to his very soul, dragging him into the depths. Drip, drip, drip. Warm droplets fell onto the back of his hand. Just as Itachi began to coalesce his scattered thoughts, recognizing what that warm liquid was, his breath hitched. A wave of pain surged from his heart, radiating through his limbs. He raised his hand, intending to wipe away the boy's tears, but it slowly fell before it could touch Sasuke's cheek, plunging him into an endless darkness. Sasuke, seemingly prepared, caught Itachi's slipping form, letting out a soft sigh. He lifted his hand to his lips, pressing a gentle kiss onto Itachi's middle finger, tender yet laden with desire, his eyes swirling with a morbid possessiveness. Careful not to disturb the fragile moment. Rest well, Sasuke murmured, his fingers lightly tapping Itachi's forehead, mirroring the gestures Itachi had once given him. Nii-san, when you awaken, everything will be resolved. Outside, the shadows of the trees danced, the moon hung at an angle, and the stars twinkled. The nighttime dock had shed its daytime clamor, leaving only a serene tranquility. In the tatami room, silence reigned, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. The once lifeless Kisame, long since dead, twitched his fingertips and slowly opened his eyes, propping himself up with his hands. He clicked his tongue, tugging at the corner of his garment with his thumb and index finger, a look of disdain crossing his face. I said, little brat, given how hard I'm working, fetch me a cleaner outfit. As he spoke, Kisame wiped his face, smearing the blood further across his features, the nauseating scent of iron filling his nostrils. Veins throbbed on his forehead as he rubbed his aching temples, his expression darkening as he stood, beckoning to Sasuke before shedding his black cloak adorned with red clouds. Striding purposefully toward the adjacent bathroom. From just a wall away, the sound of water splashing echoed. Sasuke rummaged through his ninja pouch, retrieving a sealed scroll. The 8 treasure ribbon fell away, fluttering in the air, and after a puff of smoke, he found himself holding a set of clothes and a cloak. He turned, opened the door, placed the garments down, and knocked on the bathroom door, no more than 5 minutes. In the bathroom, upon hearing the words, Kisame ceased the sound of water, his fingers weaving through his damp hair, pushing the wet strands from his forehead back. He tilted his head back, allowing droplets to cascade along his jawline, meandering downward. After a moment of contemplation, he inhaled deeply, his voice husky. Understood. Receiving the precise reply, Sasuke lowered his hands, turned, and departed, his hands tucked into his pockets, not raising his gaze as he casually remarked, "You've worked hard." The night was profound, and though his voice was soft, it resonated clearly into Kisame's ears, separated only by a single door. At first, he paused, closing his eyes, then reopening them, murmuring to himself, "Mr. Itachi, you truly resemble him." When Sasuke returned to the tatami room, he beheld Itachi's side profile bathed in a gentle glow from the lamp, his long eyelashes casting a delicate shadow beneath his eyes, rendering the serene visage of the sleeping man less rigid and more tranquil, instinctively softening his movements. Sasuke held his breath as he approached Itachi, half squatting down, his black cloak unfurled in the air, its hem tracing a wave-like line as it gently enveloped Itachi. After adjusting the cloak, Sasuke supported Itachi's waist, his large hand encircling his knee, steadily lifting him while carefully adjusting his posture to ensure no discomfort. A corner of the cloak fluttered in the gentle breeze, swaying as Sasuke took measured steps toward the door. At that very moment, Kisame stood with his arms crossed, enveloped in a mist of moisture, leaning against the door, witnessing the entire process of Sasuke lifting Itachi. As they brushed past each other, he turned, clearing a wider path. Chapter 73, Waiting. Despite the stark contrast in their sizes, with the tall man nestled quietly in the embrace of the youthful boy, the sight was both absurd and comical. Yet, Sasuke's demeanor remained serene, his starry eyes sparkling with joy, a smile gracing his lips as he cradled the man as if he were embracing his entire world. His happiness evident, as if blooming flowers surrounded him. Kisame remained stationary, gazing at the receding figure, aware that given Itachi's nature, once he awoke, he could foresee something. Shaking his head, he knew the inevitable consumption of his feelings could not be avoided. He merely hoped that the young one could exit the room unscathed. A thought he pondered as he stepped forward to follow. In the pitch-black corridor, Sasuke strode confidently into the darkness, resembling a lone wolf detached from its pack. Sharp and dangerous, unmasking his unusual demeanor. "Looks like you are ready." In the stillness, only the sound of their breathing was audible. Sasuke did not respond, but countered with a question. "How is he?" "His condition is worse than I anticipated." Sasuke remained silent for a long while before asking, "What are the chances?" With a click, Orochimaru turned on the lights, the warm yellow glow evenly illuminating the corridor. Sasuke leaned against the cold, dark wall, his eyes appearing eerie and perilous in contrast, their mere gaze sending shivers down the spine. 90%. During the surgery, I must ask you to wait, Sasuke-kun. Orochimaru gestured toward the bench with a smile. "Perhaps it won't be long before you see a healthy Uchiha Itachi." With that, he turned, his white coat tracing a graceful arc in the air as he pushed open the door to the operating room. Sasuke sat on the bench, leaning forward with his head bowed and his long legs slightly apart. Though he believed Orochimaru would undoubtedly heal Itachi, his anxiety and fear only intensified with the passage of time, to the point that he did not even notice when Kisame approached. Since Orochimaru entered the operating room, he had been anxiously waiting outside, each second dragging on like an eternity. Kisame observed him, and upon noticing the unusual intensity in Sasuke's eyes, his heart jolted. He suddenly recalled the eyes of pain from Akatsuki, a bloodline limit. Was it? Kid, Orochimaru is notorious in the ninja world for his human experiments. Merciless to others, and equally so to himself. While I am unsure of his medical ninjutsu, seeing that he is still alive and kicking, healing Mr. Itachi should not be a problem. He will surely succeed. Standing and sitting, Sasuke's brow furrowed tightly. He understood Kisame's words, perhaps even more than Kisame realized about Orochimaru. However, the person lying on the operating table was his beloved, his brother, the one he wished to entrust his life to. How could he not worry? Sasuke rested his elbows on his knees, his eyelids drooping, silent, his mind swirling between thoughts and reality. As if his brain were torn in two, one part sitting on the bench, while the other relived the moment after a fierce battle with Itachi at the family ruins. Itachi, wounded, calmly accepting his fate. At this thought, he clutched his chest, gasping for breath, tears unknowingly streaming down his cheeks, plopping against the empty corridor. Each drop echoing as it splattered onto the dark floor, forming large puddles. Sasuke could no longer bear the cost of losing Itachi. If Itachi were to die, he would not choose to live on alone. Kisame stood outside the operating room, observing Sasuke from his vantage point, catching only a glimpse of his slender shoulders, long white neck, and the swirl of his dark hair. Ninja possess heightened senses, and even the smallest sounds can be easily detected. The boy's silent weeping was like a heavy hammer, striking repeatedly in this quiet space. Kisame's lips moved, words of comfort lodged in his throat. Yet he found himself unable to utter a single word. What should he say? What could he say? Since his earliest memories, all he had known were war and bloodshed. With ninjas acting merely as tools, executing tasks day after day, no one taught him what love was, let alone how to console another. He stared down at Sasuke, seemingly lost in thought. After an indeterminate time, Kisame, feeling restless, scratched his head, the towering man now appearing somewhat frantic. He stepped forward, his hands hanging at his sides. Lifting and lowering them repeatedly, after countless iterations, he took a deep breath, his large palm gently but forcefully resting on Sasuke's head, rubbing it awkwardly and softly saying, "Mr. Itachi will be fine. He surely wouldn't want to leave you behind, so you can take your hand away now." Sasuke looked up, their eyes meeting for a fleeting moment, causing Kisame to almost bolt away in embarrassment, hastily retracting his hand and stepping back, his fierce visage betraying an awkwardness. The atmosphere fell into a heavy silence as Kisame feared the boy might say another word, pressing his fist against his lips, feigning a cough. Turning his face away and leaning against the wall as if nothing had happened. "Kisame, thank you." Sasuke wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes. Leaning back against the chair, exhaling deeply. "However, your comforting skills are rather lacking." Kisame glanced at Sasuke from the corner of his eye, clearly taken aback by the usually proud boy responding to his clumsy attempt at consolation after witnessing his tears. Sasuke broke into a smile at his expression, remarking, "This is so unlike you." Upon hearing this, Kisame's lips twitched as if he wanted to say something, but suddenly, with a click, the door to the operating room finally swung open. In the eerily silent corridor, any sound was amplified. Sasuke sprang to his feet, nearly rushing into the operating room. But as he took a step forward, he froze completely. The door to the operating room slowly opened, bright lights spilling through the crack as Orochimaru and Itachi emerged, one after the other. Upon seeing Itachi, unscathed, Sasuke understood that the surgery had been successful, and the weight of his anxious heart finally lifted. All his unease and trepidation dissipated in an instant upon laying eyes on Itachi, leaving only a sense of relief. Kisame stepped forward and inquired, "Mr. Itachi, are you well?" Itachi responded with a slight nod, saying, "Kisame, I require an explanation." Kisame, taken aback, paused. Suddenly, Itachi recalled something and called out to Orochimaru, who was about to walk away, "Would you mind if I occupy a room?" Orochimaru squinted slightly, casting a glance at Sasuke, then let out a low chuckle from deep within his throat. "Feel free." Chapter 74, The Eagle. With a flourish of his sleeve, Orochimaru departed without taking a single cloud with him. Once he left, only Sasuke, Itachi, and Kisame remained in the corridor, where silence enveloped them, so profound that one could almost hear a pin drop. In the midst of this stillness, Itachi called out, "Kisame." What was destined to come would eventually arrive. There was no evading it. Kisame took a deep breath, sensing the gravity of the situation. Itachi continued, "Speak your mind, and the more detailed, the better." Kisame's gaze shifted silently from Sasuke to elsewhere, pausing momentarily before he spoke. "I apologize, Mr. Itachi." With that, he fell silent. Itachi, infuriated yet amused, had not expected Kisame to unveil the truth from the outset. He saw through the facade of Kisame's carefully concealed thoughts, which were all too apparent in his eyes. He resigned himself to the notion that the true instigator remained unscathed, and thus deemed it unnecessary to pursue the matter further. "Prepare the nearby base for me." Upon hearing this, Kisame hesitated, realizing Itachi intended to dismiss him. He glanced at Sasuke, then back at Itachi, clearly recognizing that this was a matter between the two brothers, and that, as an outsider, he should not intrude. His lips moved, as if to speak, but Itachi, seemingly anticipating his intentions, shot him a fleeting glance just before he could utter a word. The coldness in Itachi's eyes was akin to a sharp blade, piercing straight into Kisame's chest, laden with a warning. As a longtime partner, Kisame understood that whenever Itachi exhibited such a gaze, it was time for him to withdraw. After a brief silence, a melancholic sigh escaped him, and he cast a look of helplessness at Sasuke, silently wishing him well, before forming hand seals and utilizing the body flicker technique to depart. The corridor once again fell into silence, leaving the two of them momentarily speechless. The atmosphere, tranquil, yet charged with an undercurrent of tension. "You have been planning this for quite some time," Sasuke remarked. "Indeed," Itachi replied. "You are aware of my condition." Itachi squinted, scrutinizing Sasuke with an intense gaze, dark waves swirling in his eyes. "You intended to do this from the start, but you hesitated. That's why you asked about it on the ferry. It was my deliberate concealment that solidified your resolve, wasn't it?" "Yes," Sasuke said with a smile. "Initially, I intended to confine you." Itachi questioned, but you did not. Why? From the moment of birth, individuals are ensnared by various constraints. The desire to become a certain kind of person pervades one's childhood, shaped by parental expectations, the gentle guidance of teachers, and the pressures of youth. By the time one becomes aware of it, the shackles of responsibility, duty, and the constraints imposed by both oneself and society have already tightened invisibly around them. Sasuke strolled forward at a leisurely pace. Even when bound by these constraints, the human heart yearns for freedom, an ever-growing longing for liberation that compels one to weep softly. Yet, brother, you should be free. The eagle aspires to soar high, with the sky as its foundation and the vast earth as its home and support. To imprison someone is merely to confine and conceal them, to keep them within reach while hiding them in places unseen by others. Itachi followed closely behind Sasuke, matching his pace but always maintaining a two-step distance, his gaze lingering subtly on Sasuke's back. As Sasuke approached the room he had inhabited in his previous life, he felt a burning gaze upon him. With one hand in his pocket and the other hanging by his side, he walked forward with an air of calm and then spoke nonchalantly. A birdcage, as a means of confinement for birds, limits their movement. If one were to place an eagle within a cramped cage, what difference would it make from breaking its wings? The square room resembled a birdcage. If he were to place his brother inside, the caged bird would be no different from the one before him. Sasuke's expression remained unchanged, yet the hand tucked in his pocket clenched tightly, his nails digging into his palm, oozing dark crimson liquid. What Sasuke did not voice was how he could not bring himself to do so. Itachi was his home, a flower blooming in a barren desert, and he could never bear to see it wilt. The sound of footsteps echoed in the lengthy corridor, abruptly halting as Sasuke stopped before a door. He retrieved a key, aimed it at the lock, twisted it several times, and turned the doorknob. With a click, the door opened with a soft grinding sound. Sasuke stepped inside. The room was bright and tidy, evidently having been cleaned in advance. The 50-square-meter studio apartment featured a floor-to-ceiling cabinet at the entrance, with the kitchen and bathroom adjacent. The living room was laid with a soft tatami mat, while the main bedroom housed a large bed and wardrobe. What is it? Sasuke called over his shoulder without turning. We can discuss anything inside. Itachi entered slowly, and the door closed behind him with a soft click, echoing in the spacious room, as if a switch had been flipped. A fierce beast broke free from its cage, revealing a sharp smile. In the next moment, a force surged from behind, seizing Sasuke's hands and forcefully pinning him onto the tatami mat, rendering him completely immobilized. In an instant, his muscles tensed, entering a state of combat readiness. He curled his legs, aiming a strike at the opponent's abdomen. In a flash, a powerful knee collided between his legs, a moderately forceful impact. Ugh, Sasuke gasped, his pupils constricting as a high-pitched moan escaped his lips. His mind went blank for a moment, every sense focusing on the point of impact. A tingling shiver coursed from his tailbone throughout his body, sending waves of tremors through him, and his entire torso felt electrified, arching involuntarily. A hoarse voice called out from above, "Sasuke." The familiar voice resonated in his ears, and all his defenses crumbled, akin to a deflated balloon. His bent knees gradually slid down, and as tears welled in his eyes, his clothes became disheveled. He allowed Itachi's towering figure to lift his hands above his head, intertwining and securing them, while another hand grasped his chin, compelling him to look up. Their foreheads touched, their noses brushed against each other, warm breaths cascading over their cheeks. While the pressure persisted against Sasuke's knees, his eyes widened, toes instinctively curling, his body trembling under the electric sensations that spread through him, his breathing becoming thick and hurried. He clenched his teeth, fearful that the moans threatening to escape from his throat would betray him. In 2 lifetimes combined, this was the first time Sasuke had lost his composure so completely. For this youthful body, merely such teasing was enough to stimulate every nerve within him. Itachi's voice was hoarse, deep, and gentle, like an intoxicating breeze, as he said, "Sasuke, perhaps this message comes a bit late, but I still wish to tell you that I like you, or rather, I love you. Regardless of the present or the future, no matter what you may become, I will always love you." Chapter 75, I Love You. Even the wind that swept through this stilled space seemed to pause, leaving only Itachi's words to resonate in Sasuke's mind, accompanied by the rapid beating of his heart, which felt as though it had quickened several paces. His cheeks flushed crimson, the blush gradually spreading across his visage, even the tips of his ears, peeking through his hair, visibly turned red. With every breath, he inhaled the essence of another. At this moment, Sasuke was compelled to tilt his head back, his tear-filled eyes meeting Itachi's gaze. In those pitch-black orbs, there resided an unambiguous, fervent desire that seemed poised to materialize, a yearning and a predatory hunger that left him nowhere to hide, nowhere to escape. Itachi loomed above him, their proximity allowing every detail of Sasuke's countenance to be vividly reflected in his eyes. Beneath Itachi's calm exterior, a tempest of dark emotions swirled, an inferno of desire igniting within him, consuming him entirely. He struggled to suppress the surging heat within, his throat constricting as he swallowed hard. The thumb that had initially held Sasuke's chin began to knead and press against his lips, rendering them a vivid red. The boy's gasps grew louder, each one eclipsing the last, and despite his clenched teeth, fragmented sounds escaped his lips. Itachi closed his eyes, resting his forehead against Sasuke's shoulder. "Do you want me to stop?" The moment the words left his mouth, Itachi buried his face into the boy's neck, his lips brushing lightly against the skin, igniting a flurry of sensations that coursed through Sasuke's body. Sasuke remained stiff, trapped between Itachi's chest and the tatama mat, his hands restrained, his chin held, unable to evade or react, surrendering to the searing breath and tender kisses that fell upon his neck, spreading an alien warmth throughout him. Time trickled away, a minute, 2 minutes, feeling as though a century had passed. Itachi, deprived of a response, felt his heart plummet into an abyss of despair. Slowly he lifted his head, his movements gradually ceasing. He finally relented, loosening his grip on Sasuke, yet still confining him beneath his body. Itachi gazed at Sasuke, his lips moved, but ultimately, he remained silent, patiently awaiting a reply or judgment. Sasuke gasped, his flushed lips parting and closing, his chest heaving. He sensed the stillness of Itachi's movements. He realized that Itachi had begun to overthink, knowing that if he uttered a single word to halt, Itachi would comply and revert to the gentle, indulgent brother he once was. Yet, he could not hold back, letting out a soft sigh. Their chests barely brushed against each other. Any slight movement would bring them closer. He inhaled the increasingly potent scent of evening primrose that enveloped him, letting out a soft chuckle. Sasuke was well aware of himself. He had never been one to hesitate or remain stagnant. Even though he could not predict the outcome of allowing Itachi to continue, he still longed to be possessed by him. Itachi's Adam's apple bobbed above Sasuke's line of sight, and as he tilted his head back, warm breath cascaded over Itachi's throat, followed by a kiss. Throughout, he remained silent, yet his actions spoke volumes of his choice. "Yes," Itachi murmured softly, the culmination of restraint breaking down within him. For his beloved was kissing his throat, a silent invitation, one that was uniquely his. This realization ignited the suppressed emotions within Itachi, like a wildfire, rapidly consuming him. Unable to contain a low chuckle, he thought how delightfully charming his little lover was. The deep, enticing laughter resonated from above, prompting Sasuke to distance himself slightly, lifting his head to meet Itachi's gaze. In that instant, their eyes locked, revealing a shared, unmistakable yearning. Finally, Sasuke heard Itachi, as if at the brink of his limits. "Take a deep breath." The hand that had previously gripped his chin now moved to the left, firmly securing his head, constricting the dwindling space between them. Sasuke observed Itachi's every action, feeling no displeasure. Instead, a smile crept onto his lips, his brows relaxing. He gazed intently at his beloved, and this time, his honeyed lips moved, delivering a brief phrase into Itachi's ear. With a soft click, the string of Itachi's rationality snapped, his eyes darkening. "Sasuke, even if you beg and plead, I will not let go." Every smile, every gesture, every word from Sasuke was akin to the most potent aphrodisiac, leaving Itachi devoid of any will to resist. Lowering his gaze, he hesitated no longer, leaning down to kiss Sasuke, applying a firmer grip, compelling him to face reality. Sasuke was enveloped by the scent of another, forceful and aggressive, wrapping him entirely within its embrace. The air was thick with an intimate tension, the temperature within the room rising steadily, their forms merging under the warm yellow light until they became one. "Sasuke, I love you." "Yes, I know, I've always known." "Good. Say you love me." I love you. Call my name, will you?" "Nii-san, Itachi, Uchiha Itachi." "My dear, I am here." "Nii-san." "Yes, I have always been here." "I love you, Sasuke, Sasuke, Sasuke." I love you too, Nii-san." Outside, the sun set and rose again, the next afternoon. Dappled shadows danced beneath the trees, sunlight filtering through the layers of leaves, casting a patchwork of light and shadow upon the walls and floor. A gentle summer breeze wafted through, the motes of light swirling in the air, while birds and cicadas sang together, weaving a warm afternoon. Sasuke opened his eyes. Sunlight streaming through the heavy, dark curtains into the room, the clean floor resembling a canvas sprinkled with stars. The room was tranquil, the only sound being the rhythm of their breathing. He lay on the bed, propped up on the bedding as he slowly rose, inadvertently pulling at his waist, eliciting a sharp intake of breath as pain and tingling sensations shot through him. His body, already weakened, found strength dwindling, his arms swayed slightly, sending him tumbling back onto the bed. His beautiful eyes shimmered with unshed tears, his chest rising and falling, his exposed skin marked by Itake's lingering traces, indications of possession. Signs of claim. With the back of his hand shielding his damp eyes, reason began to return, and he sighed deeply. The other hand pressing gently against his waist to alleviate the discomfort. Ninja endurance and stamina were indeed extraordinary. Days of relentless battle posed no challenge. But after a night of Itake's fervent conquest, even the mightiest of warriors found themselves somewhat overwhelmed. Suddenly, his nose twitched as a tantalizing aroma wafted through the slightly ajar door, footsteps approaching. Moments later, the door opened silently, and someone moved quietly closer. Sasuke remained unresponsive as the visitor halted at his bedside. With a soft thud, something appeared on the nightstand, followed by a slight indentation of the bed as the visitor spoke softly. Sasuke. Itake, with his long hair cascading loosely, donned a kimono identical to Sasuke's. The obi lazily tied around his waist, the garment wide open to reveal his well-defined abs, adorned with numerous scratches and bite marks, a testament to their shared escapades. Upon seeing his beloved's hand retreat and his gaze directed towards him, a smile tugged at Itake's lips, his brows softening with tenderness, exuding an aura of satisfaction. You must have been exhausted last night. I noticed you were still asleep and chose not to wake you. I prepared red bean rice and lean meat porridge for you. Eat first, and then I shall tend to your wounds. Veins throbbed at Sasuke's temples. Did this man truly lack awareness of his own exhaustion? His voice had been hoarse from calling out, pleading for him to stop, yet Itake had only teased him, coaxing him deeper into the ocean of desire, time and again. Insatiable, Sasuke lazily rested against the soft headboard, momentarily closing his eyes to gather himself. Then, sensing something amiss, he glanced upward. Within an arm's length, a fiery gaze met his, unrestrained and penetrating. Sasuke, with his hands folded before him, regarded Itake with a bemused expression, his voice a blend of amusement and subtle reproach. It seems, Nii-san, that you have been quite easily agitated lately. Perhaps you should drink some tea to cool your temper? Itake paused, momentarily diverting his gaze, responding. If you had a charming and enticing little lover of your own, you might comprehend my feelings. Charming and enticing? Sasuke's expression shifted to one of bemusement, acknowledging the allure of his own beloved, who was indeed both tempting and delectable. Itake, holding a bowl of meat porridge, stirred it with a porcelain spoon. Momentarily pausing at Sasuke's words, his demeanor unchanged, yet the corners of his mouth betrayed a hint of a smile. First, eat your porridge, Sasuke. All right. Sasuke extended his hand, prepared to accept the bowl from Itake, but to his surprise, Itake pulled it away, cheerfully declaring, I will feed you. Sasuke's expression stiffened, if memory served. His body had endured an entire night's exertions at this man's hands, and while he felt a degree of discomfort, he was hardly incapable of lifting a bowl. What was he up to now? Sasuke scrutinized Itake for a moment before relinquishing his hand, adjusting the open collar of his kimono, and flatly refusing, no. Itake turned his face away, his bright eyes losing their luster, and he lamented, indeed, Sasuke has grown up. You must despise me now. Sasuke's lips twitched. Aware that Itake was feigning sorrow, he could not help but soften, releasing a long sigh, defeated by this man. All right, stop saying such things, Nii-san. You must dislike me. Sasuke quickly interjected, I love you, Nii-san. The sharp angles of Itake's handsome face softened slightly as the corners of his mouth turned upward. He turned back to Sasuke, chuckling lightly, leaning in closer to press a gentle kiss upon the youth's lips, his tone calm and unhurried. Very well. I shall not tease you any longer. He scooped a spoonful of porridge, gently blowing away the steam before bringing it to Sasuke's lips. Finish this, and then you can sleep a bit more. Rest assured, I will be here. Sasuke hesitated for a moment, then nodded, opening his mouth to accept the spoon. The porridge sliding smoothly onto his tongue, the rice tender and the meat succulent. They continued this exchange, oblivious to the passage of time until the bowl was empty. Now, have a bite of the red bean rice. Nii-san. Yes, I'm here. Sasuke glanced at Itake, who was diligently feeding him. If he could temper that overly heated gaze, Sasuke might believe that Itake merely wished to nourish him and not entertain any indecent thoughts. After consuming the red bean rice, a yawn escaped Sasuke, fatigue creeping onto his face. Struggling against his drowsiness, he looked at Itake, tugging at his sleeve and tilting his head slightly. Nii-san. Stay with me for a while. Itake set down the bowl and spoon, pulling out a handkerchief to wipe Sasuke's lips, his movements gentle and affectionate. Sasuke, are you inviting me? As he attempted to withdraw his hand, Sasuke seized Itake's wrist, lifting his head to bite lightly at the tip of Itake's middle finger. A soft hum escaping him as he retorted, not at all. At this, Itake chuckled softly. Then may I assist you with your wounds first, Sasuke? Perhaps it was merely Sasuke's imagination, but every time Itake called his name, He seemed to deliberately elongate the final syllable, making it sound. Shaking his head to dispel the distracting thoughts, Sasuke felt a hint of shyness flicker in his eyes at the thought of the ointment application. Ahem, Nii-san. I can manage the ointment myself. Itachi inquired, are you certain? Sasuke inhaled deeply, as if expelling all his emotions with the breath. He then shifted his legs, half sitting on the edge of the bed, but as he rose, he inadvertently pulled on something, his knees buckling, and he stumbled forward. Sasuke. In the moment before his body met the floor, Itachi swiftly caught him in his embrace, gazing down at the person whose face was buried against his chest. Softening his tone, may I? Sasuke, resembling a turtle retreating into its shell, nestled into Itachi's hold, mumbling a muffled, okay, but no unnecessary actions. Chapter 77, The Deceiver. The room was enveloped in silence, with only their breaths echoing in the stillness. Are you ready? Itachi, indeed, was a deceiver. As he carefully adjusted Sasuke's disheveled clothing, he hummed softly, his starry eyes glimmering with amusement as he observed the figure buried in the pillow, the tousled back of Sasuke's head inviting his touch. Deceiver. If I were truly a deceiver, I would devour you whole. Then why do you? Itachi suddenly fell silent, his gaze darkening, lingering on the nape of Sasuke's neck. His hand, now applying slightly more pressure, guided Sasuke's face to rest against the pillow. With his other hand, he parted Sasuke's kimono, exposing a shoulder and part of his back, the fabric pooling at his elbows. Accompanied by a soft chuckle, he leaned down, pressing his warm lips against the youth's shoulder. The warmth of Itachi's breath cascaded over Sasuke's shoulder, yet his body, still sensitive from the previous night's exploits, found even such a kiss overwhelmingly stimulating. He shuddered, his spine tingling, as if all strength had been siphoned from him. His breaths grew short and erratic, fingers clutching the sheets tightly, his vision momentarily fading to black. In that darkness, every sensation was magnified, and he could distinctly hear Itachi's labored breaths, along with the varying pressures of kisses upon his shoulder. Sasuke. Itachi couldn't help but chuckle softly. How adorable you are. As the words fell, he almost lost control, biting down fiercely on Sasuke's shoulder, his sharp teeth mercilessly piercing the supple skin and sinking into the flesh beneath. The metallic tang of blood filled his mouth, and as he rolled his tongue, swallowing, he slowly straightened up, gazing at the clear bite mark still stained with blood. He extended his tongue to lick it, satisfied, before pulling Sasuke's shirt over it to conceal the mark. Itachi rose to his feet, carefully turning Sasuke onto his back, laying him gently on the bed, fearful of causing him any discomfort. After completing this task, he leaned down, placing a kiss on Sasuke's forehead, unabashedly revealing his contentment. You belong to me. Sasuke's fingers trembled slightly, his moist eyes gradually regaining clarity. Pain radiated from his shoulder, and he clenched his teeth, taking a deep breath, realizing that the promise had merely been an excuse to openly bully him under the guise of applying medicine. Glancing at the figure still by the bedside, he turned on his side, bending his somewhat weak right leg, delivering a fierce kick to Itachi's knee, accompanied by a disdainful remark. Just you wait. Itachi, effortlessly capturing his ankle with a firm grip, teasingly stroked his thumb along it, softly calling Sasuke's name. Are we going to discuss the physiological structure of ninjas? Or will you behave and go to sleep, A jolt of electricity surged from Sasuke's ankle at Itachi's touch, and he bit his lip. Recognizing the threat, an overtly blatant one, having weathered countless storms, he shifted his gaze to Itachi, snorting disdainfully from his nostrils, lifting his chin defiantly. Good afternoon, Nii-san. A smile danced at the corners of Itachi's lips, his eyes flashing with a hint of regret as he gazed deeply at Sasuke, finding him undeniably charming, exuding the strongest attitude while uttering the most cowardly words. He bent down, pulling back a corner of the blanket to tuck Sasuke in snugly. Then good afternoon, my little darling. With that, he picked up the tray from the bedside, and his footsteps gradually receded, followed by the soft click of the door closing, restoring tranquility to the room. The darkness fostered a sense of drowsiness as Sasuke lay back on the bed, casting aside all distractions and burying his head in the quilt, inhaling the lingering scent of evening primrose. The cicadas outside gradually faded into silence, and everything around him transformed into stillness. In his hazy consciousness, he sank into a sweet dream. As evening approached, the sun slowly dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of gold and crimson, the afterglow illuminating the treetops with a gilded sheen. At this moment, Sasuke stirred drowsily from his dreams, half sitting up, greeted by the familiar sight of his room. It was quiet, the heavy curtains dutifully blocking out the light, with occasional beams sneaking through the gaps, casting a sea of stars upon the floor. Sasuke stifled a yawn, his eyes glistening with moisture, moistening his lashes. After a restful afternoon, his back no longer ached, and his legs felt strong again, as if he had been reborn. He felt capable of running and jumping, even enduring days and nights of battle with Obito. Having regained his strength, Sasuke stretched languidly, embodying a delightful sense of ease and contentment. Whistling a little tune, he tossed aside the quilt and stepped out of bed, his feet light as he approached the floor-to-ceiling window. With both hands grasping the curtains, he pulled them apart with a gentle force, and with a whoosh, sunlight cascaded in, enveloping him completely. Warm rays of sunlight flooded the room as Sasuke opened the window, allowing the fresh evening air to sweep away the lingering odors from the night before. A gentle breeze brushed past, accompanied by the crisp chirping of summer cicadas. Bathed in the afterglow of the sunset, he tucked his hands into his sleeves, offering a soft smile, closing his eyes, and silently savoring this tranquility and warmth. I hold grudges, he murmured to himself, suddenly alert as he heard a click, followed by the door being opened from the outside. Footsteps approached, pausing beside him, and a voice chimed cheerfully. The evening glow is beautiful today. Sasuke did not shift his gaze, tilting his face slightly towards Itachi. At the compliment, he smiled, moving closer to Itachi. Indeed, it paints the sky red and softens time. Itachi ruffled Sasuke's hair. How was your rest? Is there still any pain? I'm almost fully recovered, Sasuke thought, noting that this guy had a knack for disrupting the mood. Itachi wrapped his arm around Sasuke's shoulders, his smile brightening as he leaned his head against Sasuke's. Sasuke, later I'd like to take you somewhere. Is that alright? Sasuke glanced at their reflection in the window, allowing him to lean against him, while his fingers lightly tapped against his arm. Hesitating. You wouldn't be plotting some sort of revenge, would you? Itachi chuckled at the remark, not denying it. Perfect timing. Kisame has returned as well. We'll bring him along for a little cleanup. You dig the hole, and I'll fill it in. How does that sound? Oh, so I'm just a part of your little play? Chapter 78, Sea of Flowers. Kisame, arms crossed, hung upside down outside the window, his expression somewhat complicated. After deliberating for a moment, he finally said, Itachi-san, if you keep this up, you'll lose me. Itachi replied, I've shed blood for you. I've cried for you, Itachi interrupted, stop embellishing your own story. Kisame, hearing this, met Itachi's gaze earnestly. I sincerely apologize. Itachi raised an eyebrow. Kisame stroked his chin, his eyes darting uncertainly between the two, scrutinizing them before finally settling on their necks. After a second, he quickly averted his gaze, undoubtedly realizing they must have enjoyed a rather delightful night. Sasuke adjusted his loose collar and met Kisame's wandering gaze with a calm tone. I thought you anticipated this outcome before you left. Kisame chuckled awkwardly. Just a guess. Sasuke remained non-committal, tapping his calloused fingers against his chin as he glanced at the sky. Nii-san, let us go. All right. As soon as the words left his mouth, Sasuke felt weightless, swept off his feet by strong arms, which securely cradled his back and legs. Moments later, a rush of wind surged past his ears as Itachi leaped from the window. Sasuke instinctively wrapped his arms around his neck, resembling a child reluctant to leave an adult's embrace, burying his head against his chest. At this moment, Sasuke began to adapt to everything Itachi offered him, both good and bad. Itachi cradled Sasuke as they swiftly traversed the dense forest, putting considerable distance between themselves and Orochimaru's base. He watched the person nestled in his arms, chuckling softly, his warm breath cascading over Sasuke's scalp, causing his hair to flutter and sending tingles of uncontainable delight coursing through him. We're almost there. Itachi understood that the seemingly obedient Sasuke was a rare sight. He didn't believe himself to be someone who needed protection, but for Sasuke's sake, he was willing to step back and assume the role of his protector. With this thought, Itachi swallowed hard, his voice slightly hoarse. Sasuke, you truly are breaking the rules. As he spoke, he leaned down, capturing the tip of Sasuke's ear between his lips, his tongue teasingly exploring, while his teeth gently nibbled at the tender flesh. Sasuke. His fists clenched instantly, wondering if this guy was even speaking in coherent words. What had he done to deserve this? Why was Itachi acting this way? The warmth and dampness caressed Sasuke's earlobe, causing his pupils to constrict in an instant, as if his typically alert mind had momentarily crashed, leaving a void. The trees along the path swiftly receded from his view, while the sensation at his ear magnified infinitely, and the sound of the wind gradually faded away. In the next moment, Sasuke abruptly reached out to grasp Itachi's chin, a cold smirk forming on his lips as he ruthlessly pushed that face away from him, demanding, Nii-san, could you provide me with an explanation? I'm sorry, Itachi replied, licking his lips, breathless and lingering. Udaru was simply too enticing to resist. It seemed that the turmoil of emotions was a consequence of his own making. Sasuke adamantly refused to accept any blame, attributing the fault solely to Itachi's lack of self-control. With that thought, he let out a cold snort, crossing his arms over his chest while fixing his gaze upon Itachi. From his low vantage point, He looked up at him, the proximity rendering the marks he had failed to discern at noon vividly apparent, the delicate arcs of each eyelash, the crimson scratches at the corners of his eyes, and the bite marks on his Adam's apple, all laid bare. In an instant, the memories of their passionate encounter from the previous night surged forth in Sasuke's mind, only to be interrupted abruptly. Sasuke suddenly became acutely aware of the thoughts swirling within him, his face flushing crimson as he feigned a cough into his fist, perking up with curiosity. Leaning closer to Itachi and inquiring, "Is something the matter?" Itachi halted his steps, setting Sasuke down upon the smooth, polished pebbles. Retreating 2 steps to gaze deeply into Sasuke's eyes. "We have arrived." Sasuke snapped back to reality, just as he was about to speak, his eyes widening in astonishment at the breathtaking scene that unfolded before him. The night sky unveiled itself, gradually transitioning into a profound shade of blue, adorned with twinkling stars and a hazy moonlight that illuminated the tranquil earth. He beheld Itachi, as well as the endless expanse of pale blue flowers stretching far beneath their feet, the night breeze caressing the meadow, sending ripples across the floral sea, seemingly extending to the very horizon. Countless fireflies took flight amidst the blossoms, low ones shimmering like fleeting sparks, high ones resembling stars, weaving a luminous web in the serene summer night. The green leaves and blue petals were bathed in the dancing green light, rendered ethereal and dreamlike, akin to stars descending into the mortal realm. It was a sight Sasuke had never encountered before, surreal and enchanting, reminiscent of a dream. The entire flower field transformed into a flowing galaxy, and without thinking, Sasuke raised his hand, a solitary firefly alighting upon his fingertip, twinkling softly. He lifted his gaze to meet his beloved's, his unique eyes filled with awe. "It's beautiful." "Indeed," Itachi replied, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he recalled something. "This beauty will last for 3 months." His voice was deep, magnetic, and gentle, akin to the intoxicating summer breeze of the night. Sasuke felt a question arise within him. This floral paradise was undeniably stunning. Even he couldn't deny his enchantment. But Itachi had called him out here for a reason that surely extended beyond mere aesthetics. Was there a secret hidden within this floral expanse? Thoughts raced through his mind, various conspiracies and speculations unfolding in rapid succession, when suddenly, Sasuke's eyes widened. The hem of Itachi's kimono was lifted by the breeze, gracefully falling back and tracing a delicate arc in the air, carrying the essence of the wind with it. He knelt on one knee, looking up at Sasuke with a gaze that radiated endless affection, a smile gracing his lips. Itachi took Sasuke's left hand, bringing it to his lips and bestowing a tender kiss. "Sasuke, I love you. You are my guiding light in the darkness, my solace after a long journey through trials and tribulations. I am your Nii-san, but also your lover. Humans are often insatiable. In the past, I always thought of you as my only brother, a hurdle you must overcome. Even if you detested me, even if you wished to end my life, I longed for you to survive as a hero." Surprisingly, in the small town at the border of the land of fire and the land of sound, I saw you. Even a distant glance at you was enough to satisfy me. Later, in a Doff town, we truly reunited after a long separation. It was your unique eyes that compelled me to take you away. The moment I learned of your past life, I thought to myself, even if we spend this life together as brothers, never voicing my feelings, it would be acceptable. But during the summer festival, I suddenly realized your feelings mirrored mine. Yet, I hesitated, fearing you might mistake brotherly affection for love. But some emotions, the more they are suppressed, the more they surge forth. I was both clear-headed and enraptured, gradually falling into the depths of love. You didn't even need to make any overt gestures. I would unhesitatingly gravitate toward you. On our journey to the land of water, every intentional or unintentional tease from you, even a mere glance, was enough to stir my heart and leave me trembling. That night at the client's residence, when you leaned down to kiss me, I finally understood that the one hesitating in place was myself. You had never seen me as merely a brother. Realizing this, all our past interactions and touches had taken on an ambiguous hue. Do you know? Whether through your words, touches, warmth, or emotions, anything related to me is the most potent aphrodisiac in this world. Thus, upon the beach of the land of iron, I leaned down and kissed you. Sasuke, at this moment, I find myself unsatisfied once more. I wish to change my identity, to no longer be just a brother or a lover, but to assume a more intimate role, one that forever entwines my essence with yours. May I do so?" As his words fell, a flurry of petals descended from the sky, and the distant chorus of insects resonated through the flowers, intertwining the essence of summer with the floral sea. A gentle breeze swept by, caressing Itachi's soft hair. He knelt on one knee, holding a delicately crafted gift box, within which lay a resplendent ruby ring, reminiscent of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. Itachi lifted his gaze to Sasuke, his brows illuminated with a gentle glow, infused with the warmth of the moonlight, harboring a quiet tenderness. Sasuke sat upon the pebbles, his legs dangling, narrowing his eyes as he looked down at his beloved, a smile spreading across his face, the mirth evident in his gaze. Ha! Ha ha, he chuckled, laughter erupting from him, causing his body to shake with joy, his hearty laughter echoing across the meadow, startling countless fireflies into a hurried ascent into the night sky. Unbeknownst to him, tears glimmered in his eyes, sparkling like the dewdrops of the night, fragile yet beautiful. Sasuke's laughter erupted uncontrollably, tears cascading down his thighs, unrestrained and unguarded, revealing his true self to Itachi. The shadows that had loomed over him in his past life seemed to dissolve alongside his tears, carrying away the pain, regrets, and love-hate entanglements. In this life, his existence was no longer like a fleeting moon in water or a reflected flower in a mirror. The person he cherished most had never truly departed nor been lost. Sasuke lifted his hand to wipe away the tears at the corners of his eyes, as if brushing away inconsequential dust. He supported himself with his hands, leaning forward, their foreheads nearly touching. At that moment, he suddenly noticed Itachi's hand, which held the ring, trembling slightly, the surface of the box marked with indentations from his fingers, revealing his struggle to contain his nerves. Sasuke paused for a moment, realizing that even such a composed hand could tremble with anxiety when proposing to him. Itachi was far more nervous than he had anticipated. It was because of love that he felt this way. Upon this contemplation, he could not help but chuckle softly. Uchiha Itachi, indeed, has been my aspiration, and it is only natural to hold such reverence. Do not underestimate my fervor for you. Upon hearing these words, Itachi's breath quickened, his pupils constricted, and his eyes betrayed an unmistakable mixture of astonishment and delight. He could not suppress the upward curve of his lips, feeling as though his chest was filled to the brim with warmth and softness. His heart seemingly suspended in the clouds, buoyed by a gentle breeze that might carry it far away. A laugh, uncontrollable, escaped from Itachi's lips. Under the night sky, amidst a sea of blossoms, the two exchanged glances for a moment, and Sasuke felt as if he had shed all burdens. Exhaling a sigh of relief as he extended his left hand, saying, I look forward to your guidance, Nii-san. How cunning, Itachi thought. As he struggled to control his trembling hand, retrieving the ring from the box, he gently took hold of Sasuke's hand, carefully placing the ring on the well-defined middle finger, bowing his head to bestow a delicate kiss upon it. He then rose, politely inquiring, My dear, may I have a kiss? Sasuke chuckled, shaking the hand that Itachi held. Leaning forward, leaping off the cobblestones, his clothes billowing in the wind as he landed gracefully. He stepped closer, reducing the distance between them, prompting Itachi to lean down in response. Sasuke tilted his head slightly, whispering, Of course. Itachi smirked. Could it last a little longer? Sasuke, momentarily taken aback, remained silent. Unperturbed, he brought his other hand to the nape of Itachi's neck, and in an instant, their noses touched. Sasuke closed his eyes and kissed him, tentatively tracing Itachi's lips with his tongue, followed by repeated nibbles, his tongue pressing past Itachi's teeth and exploring the warmth of his mouth. Itachi, having his desires fulfilled, experienced a moment of triumph. His eyes sparkled with mirth as his large hand clasped the back of Sasuke's head, taking the lead in their passionate exchange. The kiss became a battleground, each vying for dominance, the struggle reminiscent of the east wind overpowering the west, or vice versa. The fervent embrace echoed with the sound of their mingled breaths as the unconsumed saliva trickled down their necks. The night deepened, the bright moon hung high, and they indulged in their kisses amidst the floral expanse, the ethereal moonlight casting elongated shadows upon them. After the kiss, a breathless Sasuke took a step back, and as their lips parted, a silken thread of saliva connected them, stretching out and breaking in the moonlight. Finally able to catch his breath, he looked around and asked, Where's Kisame? I do not know. At that very moment, a kilometer away, Kisame sneezed, rubbing his nose and muttering, Who is cursing me? He swayed his sword, separating the blue flowers from their stems, gazing at the towering mound of blossoms with a resigned sigh, wishing for Itachi's success, so he would no longer be troubled. Kisame gazed into the distance at the sea of flowers, marveling at how Itachi had discovered such a beautiful place. Meanwhile, Itachi nuzzled Sasuke's nose, his thumb brushing away the moisture from the corner of his mouth. In Sasuke's incredulous gaze, Itachi paused, bringing his thumb to his lips, parting them as his crimson tongue emerged, licking the residue inch by inch before swallowing it down. Sasuke quickly turned his face away, nearly blushing, thinking, How brazen. Can this guy not be a little more restrained? How can he act like this? It's utterly beguiling. Seeing Sasuke's bashful demeanor, Itachi could not contain his laughter. Suppressing it with a strategic cough, he extended his hand towards Sasuke, inviting, Dare to partake in something even more audacious? What do you intend? Sasuke hesitated, a whirlwind of unmentionable images flashing through his mind. Could it be that he wanted to do this here? His thoughts raced until Itachi lightly poked his forehead, saying, "Do not overthink. I am not that beastly." Sasuke regarded him with suspicion. "Are you certain?" Itachi retorted, "What do you think?" Sasuke, momentarily speechless, placed his hand in Itachi's palm, their fingers intertwining, and he raised his chin, swiftly diverting the topic. "Let us go, Nii-san." Itachi instinctively tightened his grip on Sasuke's hand, leaning closer to whisper softly in his ear. The two gazed into each other's eyes for a long moment, with Itachi innocently blinking. Sasuke's ears grew warm as he rubbed his earlobe, stammering, I understand." As the moonlight illuminated their path, they gradually walked away, their figures becoming indistinct, leaving only each other in their world. The end. Chapter 80. Itachi's side story. My name is Uchiha Itachi, a man stained with the blood of my kin, burdened with guilt. I was born in the early days of the Third Shinobi World War. At the age of 4, during the war's conclusion, my exceptional combat prowess led the village to deploy me to the battlefield against the enemy. There, I saved a wounded foe. Yet my goodwill did not dissuade him from his intent. Upon regaining consciousness and recognizing me as a Konoha ninja, he unhesitatingly sought to take my life. The outcome was my counterattack, but I could not fathom why, despite my innocence and my act of kindness, he would still wish to kill me. My father then imparted to me that this was not a personal conflict, but rather a clash between villages. Even strangers would engage in battle for the sake of their communities. The battlefield was littered with corpses, blood staining the ground. My father urged me to see the truth. This was war, the reality of a ninja's world, a hell on earth. Soon, the war came to an end. Yet I found myself engulfed in confusion. Why do people initiate war? Whether starting or ending it, countless lives are lost. If conflicts arise from differing interests, why can they not be resolved amicably? I yearned to comprehend the essence of life. In the summer of the first year post-war, I witnessed the birth of a new life, Sasuke. In him, I discovered the answer to the meaning of existence. Life is born, and life eventually fades away. Holding the wailing Sasuke in my arms in the courtyard, with danger looming closer, I whispered gently to him, "No matter what happens, I will always protect you." After the Nine Tails incident, I bore witness to Sasuke's growth, from his first attempts to lift his head, to crawling, standing, and finally running and jumping. From his first words to articulate speech, those moments were fleeting yet filled with warmth. Suddenly, I realized the sun had set, the stars twinkling above, and the world had turned to autumn. The strife between my clan and the village escalated to a breaking point, and I found myself leaving early and returning late. Faced with Sasuke's repeated pleas and reluctant gaze, I could only muster a weary smile, poking his forehead gently. "Forgive me, Sasuke, perhaps next time." At that time, Sasuke would cover the spot I had poked, his cheeks slightly puffed as he would complain, "You always say forgive me, Sasuke," and then poke my forehead. "Yet you never keep your promises." Just as he said, I failed to honor those promises, becoming ensnared in a vortex of rebellion and village demands. Feeling my peaceful spirit shatter. As night fell, the red moon hung high, and the long blade was stained with blood. The cries of anguish and pleas for mercy echoed in my ears. My gaze was vacant, my spirit numb. The sounds of clashing swords never ceased. I knew that there was no turning back. When the blade was turned toward my parents, fear and hesitation gripped me, yet my father said, "Do not be afraid. This is the path you have chosen. Compared to you, our suffering is but a fleeting moment. Even if our thoughts differ, you will always be my pride." In the end, amidst my weeping, my parents fell into a pool of blood, and at that very moment, Sasuke pushed open the door, witnessing the lifeless bodies of my parents. Without a moment's hesitation, I unleashed Tsuyomi upon him, flooding his mind with haunting images of the brutal slayings of our kin. Thus, I embarked upon the path of a rogue ninja, leaving Sasuke behind in Konoha, yet I constructed a road for him, a path befitting a hero of the Leaf. While I, as a traitor, would ultimately be slain by him in revenge, enabling Sasuke to become the hero who avenges the Uchiha clan. This secret, along with my existence, would be buried forever. As I bid farewell, I could not help but glance back at Sasuke. Tears streamed down my cheeks like a torrent unleashed, each droplet carried away by the wind. I would wait endlessly for the day when he would take my life. The rain fell incessantly, and as people passed by, the atmosphere was imbued with a faint longing and unuttered thoughts of him. 6 years had elapsed since our parting, and as yearning became a habit, every smile and gesture of his lingered in my mind, love gradually blossoming from within. I found myself both lucid and entrapped, fully aware that my feelings were misguided. Yet countless sleepless nights saw me staring at the moon, reliving every moment with Sasuke. I understood clearly that some relationships had reached their end, and any reunion would only lead to conflict. Yet there were fleeting moments when the desire to see him would stir within me. even compelling me to use my raven to spy on him, stealing glances that I found impossible to tear myself away from. Desire is an abyss without end. Once one acquires something, the yearning for more ensues. I was no exception. I could not pinpoint when simple observation ceased to fill the void in my heart. Driven by my desires, I repeatedly sent my raven to retrieve items that belonged to Sasuke, a cycle that persisted through the seasons, never ceasing. The worn canal, the shuriken missing a corner, the half-used pen, the shriveled tomatoes, and the tattered blue clothing, all were tokens of my obsession, and as I filled yet another sealing scroll, I realized I had reached my limit. To go further would render all my plans futile. One day, the raven returned, burdened with a string of dango. I fell into contemplation. Sasuke had never been fond of sweets, especially those reminiscent of himself. After much hesitation, I decided to place it carefully aside. Turning to face Kisame's scrutinizing gaze, I chose silence. Harboring affection for dango was hardly commendable, especially for one whose foot was already in the grave. The only thing I could care about was Sasuke. Not long after, the Akatsuki organization issued orders to capture the tailed beasts, and Kisame and I set forth on our journey home. Yet, unexpectedly, in a small town at the border of the land of fire and the land of sound, amidst the throngs of people, the melodies of a bard reverberated in every ear. Yet I could hear and see nothing but the silhouette of that person reflected in my eyes. "Are you crying, Sasuke?" My heart was tormented, nearly compelling me to push through the crowd and embrace him, to wipe away his tears and smooth the furrow on his brow. However, as I took a step forward, I found myself immobilized. Reason regained its hold over me. Before departing, I gazed deeply at Sasuke, as if to engrave his form into my memory. Some encounters are fleeting, while others result in a separation that spans a lifetime. For two fated to be at odds, there is no need to add sorrow to the equation. Konoha remained unchanged. Yet I was no longer the person I once was, having lost my spirited essence, now elusive. However, what transpired next exceeded all expectations. The reunion came as a sudden surprise. In a lodge in a Doff town, the moment I removed Sasuke's eye mask with my own hands, the currents of fate diverged, and a new story began to unfold, one where a fatal conclusion no longer existed. 2 departed home, yet 3 left. Kisame seemed to sense something, inquiring, "Itake, it appears this kid means a lot to you." "He is my precious dango." I understood the question Kisame wished to pose. This was the best answer. My feelings would remain forever buried in the depths of my heart, requiring no illumination, no spoken words, and certainly not to be known by the person involved. For I was unworthy. What the eye sees is not always reality, nor is what the ear hears always truth. Yet when Sasuke poured the memories of our past lives into my mind, an overwhelming tide of regret and anguish nearly drowned me. I had thought my intentions towards Sasuke were benevolent, only to realize I had been pushing him deeper into despair, inflicting harm upon him at every turn. Never had I been so acutely aware that the multitude of sins I had committed transformed into blades that not only pierced me, but also wounded Sasuke. I yearned for atonement, only to discover that it was futile. The sins I had committed could never be reconciled. A shattered mirror can never be pieced together without cracks, and the human heart is no different. Yet Sasuke embraced me, a reunion after 6 long years, and he said, "That's enough, Nii-san. This time, don't leave me again." In an instant, my tears cascaded forth, and the final barrier of my heart crumbled. I clutched him tightly, declaring, "I won't ever leave you alone again, Sasuke." I had never dared to hope for my feelings to be reciprocated, just as I had never imagined that Sasuke could harbor affection or love for me. When did I first sense Sasuke's feelings towards me? Perhaps it was during the summer festival when the fireworks bloomed, or maybe even earlier. Who can say? In a single night, the seeds of love broke through the layers of earth, sprouting into a towering tree that overshadowed all. From that day forth, Sasuke and I lived together, sharing each dawn and dusk. Gradually, I discovered that Sasuke was an exceedingly insecure individual, perpetually fearful that I might vanish without a trace, leaving him alone. Yet, was I not equally concerned about him leaving me? Sasuke remarked, "Your promises are like dandelions. Whether I spread my fingers or clench my fists, they will drift away through my fingers." In truth, I longed to tell him, "No, that will never happen. I love you, even more than myself." Each day spent together only intensified the desires within me, clamoring to consume me. Sasuke could only be mine, his attention and affection belonging solely to me. He was mine. In Orochimaru's lair, as the sun set and the moon rose, the stars shifted in the sky. I tucked the exhausted figure on the bed beneath the covers, placing a satisfied kiss upon Sasuke's lips, my hand gently tracing his outline, mine. From that moment on, the rain ceased, the skies cleared, and every season became one of spring. My remaining days would be filled with you. The end. If you enjoyed this, please like, comment, and subscribe. Thank you for your support.